between 1100 and 1400, millions of people survived brutal European winters without electricity, central heating, or modern tools. They faced frostbite, starvation, and endless darkness, yet somehow endured. Their secret wasn't brute force, but ingenuity so subtle we've completely forgotten it today. Here's what medieval survival actually looked like, and why it might save your life when modern systems fail. Okay, so if you're here a lot, you know I ask for likes and subscribes, but seriously, where are you guys? Comment your location and time. Sometimes I see someone from California listening at 3 p.m. and I'm like, are you napping? We're heading to medieval Europe in a minute. First, though, get comfortable. Seriously, take a second. Adjust whatever needs adjusting. You're not going to want to move once we start. The cold hits first. Your eyes snap open to darkness and that bone-deep chill that tells you the fire died hours ago. Frost glitters on the inside of your wooden shutters. Your breath hangs visible in the air above you, not like your heated bedroom right now. No thermostat to bump up a few degrees, no electric blanket to switch on. You're wrapped in a scratchy wool blanket that smells faintly of smoke and sheep. The straw mattress beneath you crackles as you shift. Your joints ache from the cold, fingers stiff as you pull the blanket tighter. You're gonna be late, Elric. Your brother's voice from the darkness. Somehow, he always wakes before you do. You groan as you swing your legs over the edge of your sleeping platform. The wooden floor is like ice against your bare feet. The keeper's already heading up the hill, your brother says, already pulling on his worn leather boots. Shit, not today of all days. Hold up, you mumble, your voice thick with sleep. I'm coming. You dress quickly in the dark. Woolen underclothes, rough linen shirt, leather jerkin, thick woolen hose tied at the waist. No time to eat, no time to wash. The keeper waits for no one, not even his new apprentice. You stumble out the door behind your brother into the pre-dawn darkness of the village. The sky holds just enough light to outline the thatched rooftops against the stars. The air smells like wood smoke, damp earth, and the sour tang of the midden heap at the village edge. There he goes, your brother whispers, pointing to a hunched figure moving steadily up the path toward the forest. The old man doesn't use a torch, doesn't need one. He's walked this path every morning for 40 years. You break into a jog, feet crunching on the frozen ground. Your empty stomach protests. A day of hungry work ahead. Master Wulfric, you call, voice hushed but urgent. Wait for me. The old man doesn't slow or turn, just keeps his steady pace up the hill. His dark silhouette carries something in each hand. A leather pouch slung over one shoulder, a wooden box tucked under his arm. You catch up, breathing hard, your lungs burning from the cold air. You're late, the old man says simply, no anger in his voice, just fact. Sorry, master, the fire went out and the fire went out, he repeats, cutting you off. And why did that happen? You swallow. Day one as the keeper's apprentice, and you've already failed the most basic test. Because I didn't bank it properly before sleeping. The old man finally stops, turning to look at you. His face is a maze of wrinkles in the dim light, but his eyes are sharp. And what did that cost you this morning? You're about to say something flippant, but stop yourself. The old man isn't asking about convenience. Warmth, time, energy to restart it, wood that we could have saved. He nods, satisfied with your answer. Fire is life, boy. Let it die, and a little of you dies with it. So begins your first lesson from the Keeper of Embers. Wait, you're probably thinking, Keeper of Embers? What kind of job is that? Okay, picture this. In a world without matches, without lighters, without even reliable flint and steel for every household, fire wasn't just important, It was everything. And starting a fire from scratch? That could take hours of work. Hours you didn't have when you were freezing, when food needed cooking, when darkness was falling. So medieval people didn't play around with fire. They developed something far more reliable, a system so effective, so ingenious that modern survivalists haven't even figured it out yet. You follow Master Wulfric as he crests the hill, coming to the small stone hut that serves as the keeper's workshop. It's one of the only stone buildings in the village, aside from the church. That's how important this place is. First task of every morning, he says, pushing open the heavy wooden door. The smell hits you immediately, a complex mix of herbs, smoke, dried clay, and something earthy you can't quite place. We check the bundles. Inside, you can see the faint red glow coming from what looks like dozens of small clay pots arranged on stone shelves, each one about the size of your palm, sealed with wax around wooden plugs. Master Wulfric moves to the nearest shelf and carefully selects one pot. With practiced fingers, he pries out the wooden plug and peers inside. A gentle red glow illuminates his weathered face. Still strong, he murmurs, mostly to himself. He replaces the plug carefully, then marks a small notch in the clay with his thumbnail. You notice now that each pot has a series of notches, some with many, some with few. What are the marks for, you ask? Days, he says simply. This one's been alive for 36 days now. 36 days? You can't hide your disbelief. The fire's been burning in there for over a month? The old man chuckles. Not fire, boy, ember, and this isn't even close to the record. He points to a larger pot in the corner, treated with obvious reverence. That one's been smouldering for nearly 2 months. You stare at the innocuous clay pot. How is that possible? Sit, he says, gesturing to a small wooden stool. I'll show you the secret that keeps our village alive through winter. Master Wulfric moves to his work table, selecting a hollow reed stem about the thickness of your thumb and length of your forearm. The fire bundle, he explains, is the most valuable thing a traveller can carry, more important than gold, more crucial than weapons. He holds up the reed. Elder works best, though reed will do in a pinch. The secret is in the preparation. You watch as he takes a small ember from one of his pots using a metal tool. The ember glows bright orange in the dim room. First, you need perfect embers, not too hot, not too cool. He carefully places the ember inside the hollow reed. Then, you seal both ends. Clay, wax, mud, in an emergency. Leave just enough air holes to keep it alive. He demonstrates, sealing one end with clay, poking a tiny pinhole in it with a needle, then sealing the other end the same way. Too much air, it burns up in hours. Too little, it suffocates and dies. But get it just right. He holds up the finished bundle, and you have fire that travels with you for days, sometimes weeks. That's what's in all these pots, you ask, looking around the room with new understanding. Different types, different materials, different purposes. He points to various shelves. Those are for travellers heading north, those for the shepherds in the hills, those for the charcoal burners. He smiles slightly. Everyone needs fire, but not everyone can keep it alive. That's our job. But why not just use flint and steel, you ask? It seems simpler than this elaborate system. Master Wulfric's expression darkens. Let me tell you about last winter, he says quietly. 3 weeks of rain, everything soaked through. The Oswald family tried for 2 days to strike a spark that would catch. Their youngest, little girl, couldn't have been more than 4, died of cold before they managed it. The room feels suddenly colder as his words sink in. With a fire bundle, he continues, they would have had flame in seconds, no matter the weather, no matter how wet the wood. The ember inside stays protected, stays dry. He places a hand on your shoulder. We don't just keep fire, boy, we keep people alive. Outside, the sun finally breaks over the horizon, casting long shadows through the workshop's small window. The travellers will be coming soon, Master Wulfric says, moving toward a large wooden chest in the corner. They'll need fresh bundles for their journey. He opens the chest, revealing dozens of leather pouches and small wooden containers. Each traveller gets what they need based on their journey. Short trip, small bundle, long journey, multiple bundles to rotate. You move to help him, still marvelling at the system's elegance. No batteries to run out, no fuel to carry, just patient preservation of an existing flame. Some have special designs, the old man explains, showing you a bundle with a clever sliding cover over its air hole. This one lets the carrier control the burn rate. Open it more when you need it hotter, close it to conserve. And these, you ask, pointing to some strange dried mushrooms in a ceramic bowl. Ah, Master Wulfric's face lights up. The real treasure, tinder fungus, found only on certain birch trees. These can smoulder for extraordinary periods. He picks one up reverently. The record in this village is one that kept an ember alive for over 2 months. As the morning progresses, you help Master Wulfric prepare bundles for the day's travellers. Each one carefully crafted, each ember selected for its quality, each container designed for its specific purpose. Villagers begin to arrive as the sun climbs higher, a merchant heading to the next town, a shepherd taking his flock to higher pastures, a family travelling to visit relatives. The merchant approaches first, a heavy-set man with a face reddened by wind and sun. "Ah, Wulfric, I'll need 3 for the journey to Eastwick," he says, already reaching for his coin purse. 3? Master Wulfric raises an eyebrow. "It's only 2 days' journey, Edwin." The merchant shifts uncomfortably. The road's been wet, and after what happened to the Miller family, he doesn't finish the sentence. He doesn't need to. 3 it is. Master Wulfric nods, selecting appropriate bundles. 1 for your cart, 1 for your night fire, 1 for emergency. Rotate them, as I showed you. The merchant hands over several coins, more than you'd expect for something as simple as fire. "Your new apprentice?" the merchant asks, nodding toward you. "Started today," Master Wulfric says, "still learning the value of what we do." The merchant fixes you with a serious stare. "Last winter, I was caught in a snowstorm near Westbrook. Horse went lame, night falling, temperature dropping. Without my fire bundle, you'd be looking at a frozen corpse right now instead of my ugly face." He pats the leather pouch Master Wulfric hands him. Worth more than gold, these are. Throughout the morning, more villagers come for their fire bundles. Each has a story. Each treats the humble containers with surprising reverence. In the monastery, Master Wulfric tells you during a quiet moment, they maintain eternal flames. Fire that has burned continuously for generations, never extinguished, passed from one bundle to another in an unbroken chain for hundreds of years. You're struck by the thought, the same flame burning for centuries, ancestral fire linking past to present. Tonight, Master Wulfric says, as the day draws to a close, you'll learn to prepare the perfect ember, not too hot, not too cool, the soul of the bundle. As you help close up the workshop, you realize something has fundamentally shifted in how you see the world. Fire isn't just something that exists when needed and disappears when not. It's a living resource, a companion that must be nurtured, protected, respected. One last thing before you go, Master Wulfric says, reaching into his personal pouch. He pulls out a small wooden container, beautifully carved with symbols you don't recognize. He hands it to you. Inside is a perfectly prepared fire bundle, your first. Never let your home fire go out again, he says quietly. This one will last a week if you're careful. Bring it back when it weakens and I'll show you how to transfer the ember. You clutch the container carefully, feeling its slight warmth against your palm. Inside this humble reed is something precious, not just heat or light, but security, survival, life itself. As you walk back down the hill toward your family's hut, the weight of the container in your hand feels significant. You're carrying more than fire. You're carrying an ancient technology, a forgotten wisdom, unlike the flashlights with batteries that die, the lighters that run out of fuel, the matches that get wet. This simple system creates a closed loop, a perpetual resource that, with care, never needs replacement. The genius isn't that it worked back then. It's that we've forgotten it now, when we might need it most. In your warm, comfortable bed tonight, you don't have to worry about your fire going out. Your heating works automatically. Light comes at the flip of a switch, but somewhere in the back of your mind, a quiet voice might wonder, what would you do if those systems failed? How would you keep warm, keep fed, stay alive? The medieval firekeeper had an answer. Simple, reliable, tested through generations. Sometimes the oldest solutions are still the best ones. Your family's hut comes into view. Tonight, thanks to your new knowledge, the fire won't go out. Tomorrow, there will be warm embers waiting to greet the dawn. And as the weeks pass, you'll learn there are more forgotten systems, equally ingenious, equally forgotten, that kept medieval people alive through challenges we can barely imagine. The fire bundle was just the beginning. The crowing of the rooster wakes you before dawn, though you hardly slept. Your mind kept circling back to what Master Wulfric had shown you, the elegant simplicity of the fire bundles, the reverence with which villagers treated them. You check your own bundle, the one the old man gave you, still warm to the touch. Following his instructions, you'd kept it in a small clay pot near your sleeping mat, wrapped in wool to insulate it. Your brother watches, curious, as you carefully extract the ember and use it to kindle the morning fire. No flint and steel today? He asks, eyebrow raised. Don't need it, you reply, feeling an unexpected pride as the kindling catches easily from your preserved ember. Within moments, flames dance in the hearth. No struggling with damp wood or failed sparks. Just reliable fire, exactly when needed. The hedge weavers are coming today, your brother says, warming his hands by the newborn flames. Father says we're to help. Your stomach tightens a little. The hedge weavers. Everyone knows their importance to the village, but their work is mysterious, secretive. What about my training with Master Wulfric, you ask? He's the one who requested you join them. Said something about you needing to understand all the village systems. After a quick breakfast of hard bread and thin ale, you make your way to the village edge. The morning mist still clings to the fields, but you can see a group of men and women gathering by the northern boundary, carrying an assortment of tools, billhooks, saws, large wooden mallets, coils of flexible willow branches. Master Wulfric is among them, talking with an imposing woman whose silver-streaked hair is braided tightly against her head. Ah, there he is, Wulfric says as you approach. Elric, this is Mistress Edith, master of the hedge weavers. The woman studies you with sharp eyes. No warmth in her face, just assessment. You've never helped with the living wall before? She asks. No, mistress. But you know its importance. You hesitate. Everyone knows the hedge wall surrounds the village, but beyond that, it keeps wild animals out. A ripple of laughter moves through the gathered workers. Mistress Edith doesn't smile. It does a great deal more than that, boy. Come, today you learn what truly protects this village, and it's not the Lord's men or their steel. The group moves toward the northern edge of the village, where the massive hedgerow stands like a green fortress wall. You've seen it your entire life, of course, but never really looked at it. Now, approaching with purpose, you're struck by its size and density, easily 15 feet high in places, so thick you can't see through it. This section needs maintenance, Mistress Edith explains, pointing to an area where the growth seems particularly wild. It was last laid 4 years ago. All laid, you ask? She hands you a pair of thick leather gloves. Watch first, then you'll help. 2 men approach a young tree growing within the hedgerow, a hawthorn with a trunk about as thick as your wrist. Using a billhook, one man makes a deep cut into the trunk, about 2 feet from the ground. Not enough to fell the tree, but enough to weaken it. The cut must be precise, Mistress Edith explains. Too deep, and the tree dies. Too shallow, and it won't bend properly. With the cut made, both men grasp the trunk and slowly, carefully bend it horizontal, parallel to the ground. You expect it to snap, but the partial cut allows it to bend without breaking completely. This is hedge laying, she continues. We partially cut the living trees and bend them horizontally. As they heal, they'll grow both upward and outward, creating a living wall that can't be easily cut or burned. You watch in fascination as the men secure the bent tree using wooden stakes. The hawthorn now forms a living barrier about waist high. Your turn, Mistress Edith says, pointing to another young tree. Under her watchful eye, you make your cut, too shallow at first, and she has you deepen it slightly. The sensation of bending the living tree is strange. There's resistance, a tension that feels like the tree is fighting back until suddenly it gives way and lays horizontal. Good, she nods. Now you understand the basic technique, but this is just the beginning of what the living wall does for us. Throughout the morning, you work alongside the hedge weavers. It's harder labour than you expected, and your hands blister despite the gloves. But slowly, you begin to see the genius of the system. Notice what we plant where, Mistress Edith says during a brief rest. She points to different sections of the hedge. Hawthorn and blackthorn provide the structure, with their thorns creating an impenetrable barrier. She's right, the thorns on these trees are vicious, some nearly 2 inches long and sharp as needles. But look closer. What else do you see woven among them? You peer into the dense growth and begin to notice what you'd overlooked before. Apple and pear trees, carefully grafted and woven into the structure. Wild plums, hazelnuts, berries of all kinds. The hedge feeds us, you realise aloud. Mistress Edith nods. A well-maintained hedge provides fruit from spring through autumn. During the famine 3 years ago, these berries kept children from starving. One of the older workers, a man with a heavily lined face, chimes in. My grandfather said in the great hunger of his youth, half the village survived on hedge fruit when the crops failed. And look here, Mistress Edith guides you to another section. Elder, willow, yarrow, comfrey, all with medicinal properties. So it's a living pharmacy too, you say, beginning to understand. Indeed. The same barrier that keeps wolves and raiders out also provides medicine, food, and materials. As the day progresses, you learn how different sections of the hedge serve different purposes. Near the livestock pens, the hedge is particularly dense to prevent predators from reaching the animals. Near the village's main path, there's a carefully disguised opening, a hedge port, they call it, that can be quickly sealed in times of danger. Only villagers know about this entrance, Mistress Edith explains. If raiders come, they'll waste time searching for a way through while we seal this passage. You help as they demonstrate how bundles of blackthorn can be quickly positioned to close the gap, creating a barrier so thorny that no one would dare push through it. The lords in their stone keeps think walls must be dead to be strong, one of the older women says with a snort. Dead stone, dead wood. Our wall grows stronger every year instead of weaker. Some of these hedgerows are older than the villages they protect, another adds. There's a section on the east side that stood for over 200 years, outlived the original village entirely. During the midday meal, bread, cheese and apples harvested directly from the hedge, Mistress Edith explains the yearly cycle of hedge maintenance. We always work in winter, when the sap is down, she says. Cut and weave at the wrong time and you'll kill the living wall. Each section gets maintained every 4 to 6 years, depending on growth. How long does it take to establish a new section, you ask? 7 years before it's truly formidable, but even a 3-year hedge will discourage casual trespassers. After eating, the work continues. You notice how birds flit in and out of the hedge continuously. Finches, thrushes, small wrens and larger fieldfares. The birds are as important as the thorns, Mistress Edith tells you, following your gaze. They nest in the safety of the hedge, then feed on insects that would otherwise destroy our crops. You've never thought about it before, but it makes sense. The fields closest to the hedge always seem to have fewer pest problems. And look there, she points to a narrow trail along the hedge bottom. Fox runs. The hedge provides corridors for wildlife to move between woodlands. But wouldn't we want to keep foxes away from the village? She smiles for the first time. You'd think so, but foxes hunt the rats and mice that would otherwise overrun our grain stores. Everything has its place, its purpose. As the afternoon wears on, you help collect the cuttings from the hedge maintenance. Nothing goes to waste. Straight branches are set aside for tool handles. Flexible willow and bramble are coiled for basket weaving. Even the smallest twigs are gathered for kindling. In spring, Mistress Edith explains, we'll harvest specific plants for dyes, walnuts for brown, elderberries for purple, woad for blue. The more you learn, the more you realize that the simple hedge is actually an intricate multi-purpose system. Defense, food, medicine, tools, pest control, wildlife corridors, all from a living structure that strengthens rather than degrades over time. As the sun begins to set, Mistress Edith leads you to a section of hedge you haven't worked on yet. This is the oldest part of our wall, she says, with reverence in her voice, planted by my great-grandmother's grandmother, nearly 8 generations of protection. The hedge here towers nearly 20 feet high, with a trunk system so dense it resembles a solid wall of wood. The thorny exterior looks truly impenetrable. During the Great Raids 50 years ago, 3 villages in this valley were burned. Ours alone was spared. Raiders tried for 2 days to breach this wall, but couldn't get through. Eventually, they left to find easier targets. You place your hand on the ancient hedge, feeling the rough bark, the solidity of generations of growth. It's like a castle wall, but alive. Better than a castle wall, she corrects. This repairs itself, grows stronger with time, not weaker, and no lord can tax us for its maintenance. That's when you notice something unusual. Symbols carved into some of the older trees within the hedge, intricate patterns that clearly have meaning. What are these marks, you ask? Mistress Edith exchanges glances with the other hedge weavers. After a moment she seems to make a decision. The hedge doesn't just protect our bodies, Elric. It protects our knowledge. She runs her fingers over one of the symbols. Each major plant in the hedge has a purpose. Some have many. These marks remind us of their properties, when to harvest them, how to prepare them. A living library, you murmur. Exactly. If soldiers come and burn our homes, if priests confiscate our books, if lords forbid our practices, the hedge remembers. The knowledge stays safe, hidden in plain sight. As twilight deepens, Master Wulfric rejoins your group, having spent the day working on another section of hedge. "Did you learn something today, apprentice?" he asks. "More than I expected," you admit. "I've lived with this hedge my entire life and never understood what it truly was." He nods, satisfied. The best protections are often the ones no one recognizes as protections. Remember that. Before you leave, Mistress Edith hands you a small bundle of hedge cuttings. "Plant these along the north side of your family's hut," she instructs. "In 3 years, you'll have a small food hedge of your own. In 7, it will protect your home as effectively as any guard." You take the bundle carefully. Seeds and cuttings of hawthorn, blackthorn elder, hazel, and crab apple. The beginnings of your own living wall. "Thank you," you say, understanding this is more valuable than it appears. "One more thing before you go," she says, her voice lowering. "The great storm last autumn damaged the eastern section badly. We'll need to replant. Meet us there tomorrow at dawn. Bring a spade if you have one." You nod, honoured to be included in such important work. Walking home in the gathering darkness, your mind whirls with all you've learned. 2 days of apprenticeship have already revealed 2 interconnected survival systems your village relies on: fire preservation and living fortifications, and yet neither would impress a modern observer. No complex machinery, no rare materials, just generations of accumulated wisdom working with nature instead of against it. Your brother is waiting when you return home, curious about your day with the hedge weavers. "Did they show you the hawk's nest?" he asks as you warm yourself by the fire, still burning strong thanks to your morning ember. "Hawk's nest? No. Why?" He grins. "There's a pair of hawks that nest in the tallest part of the southern hedge each year. The weavers protect them because they keep the pigeon population in check. The pigeons would destroy our seeds otherwise." Another layer of protection you hadn't even seen. You wonder how many more there are, how many systems working in harmony that you've never noticed. You place your bundle of hedge cuttings carefully beside your sleeping mat, next to the clay pot holding your fire bundle. 2 forms of protection, 2 technologies more sophisticated than they appear. "Get some sleep," your brother advises. Dawn comes early for hedge weavers. As you drift towards sleep, you can't help but wonder what other forgotten knowledge awaits you tomorrow. The living fence wasn't primitive. It was the ultimate expression of working with nature instead of against it. Modern fences rust, decay, require constant maintenance and eventually fail completely. But somewhere in England there are hedgerows still standing that were first laid by medieval hands. Living walls that have outlasted empires. That's not primitive technology, that's genius. Dawn brings a thin, cold drizzle, the kind that soaks through clothes faster than a downpour. You join the hedge weavers at the eastern boundary as promised, hood pulled against the weather, spade in hand. The damaged section is worse than you expected. A massive oak had fallen during the autumn storm, crushing nearly 30 feet of ancient hedgerow. "We'll need to start fresh here," Mistress Edith says, surveying the damage with a frown. "Full replanting." The work is grueling, clearing the fallen tree, digging new trenches for saplings, planting in precise patterns that look chaotic to your untrained eye, but follow Mistress Edith's exacting specifications. "Blackthorn on the outside," she instructs. "Hawthorn behind. Crabapple at 10-foot intervals. Elder at the corners." By midday, your hands are blistered despite the gloves, your back aching from digging in the cold, wet soil. But there's satisfaction in the work, knowing you're rebuilding a protection that might stand for centuries. "Elric," a voice calls from the village path. You look up to see your cousin Leif jogging toward you, out of breath. "Your father sent me," he pants. "There's smoke rising from the Aylwoods barn, all able hands needed." Your heart sinks. Fire in the village is everyone's nightmare. Thatch burns like tinder, and a stray spark can destroy years of work in minutes. "Go," Mistress Edith says immediately. "We'll continue here." You drop your tools and run with Leif back toward the village centre, expecting to see flames, hear shouts of panic. Instead, you find a small crowd gathered calmly around the Aylwoods barn. Thick smoke rises from the roof vents, but there's no urgency in people's movements. Your father spots you and waves you over. "Not a fire," he explains, seeing your confused expression. "It's smoking day. The Aylwoods are doing their winter preservation. They requested help." Relief washes over you, followed by curiosity. You've eaten smoked meat your entire life, but never participated in its making. "Go in and see if they need an extra pair of hands," your father suggests. Good knowledge to have. You approach the heavy wooden door of the barn. When you pull it open, a wall of fragrant smoke billows out, making your eyes water. Through the haze, you see Goodwife Aylwood, a stout woman known for her practical knowledge, directing several people hanging items from the barn's upper beams. "Ah, another helper," she says, noticing you. "Good. We need strong arms. Come in. Come in." Stepping into the smoke-filled barn is like entering another world. The light filters through the haze in strange patterns, creating an otherworldly glow. Your eyes sting at first, but you quickly adjust. What surprises you most is what's being smoked. You expected to see meat, hams, bacon, perhaps some fish. And yes, those are here, hanging from the highest beams, but there's so much more. "Take these up to the middle racks," Goodwife Aylwood instructs, handing you several large cloth sacks. Not too high, mind you. That's for the meat only. The sacks are heavy, filled with what feels like grain. You raise your eyebrows in question. "Barley," she confirms. "And those over there are rye and wheat. The smoke keeps the weevils and moths away." You climb the wooden ladder to the middle level of the barn, where several horizontal poles create a series of racks. Following the instructions of another worker, you hang the sacks so they're fully exposed to the smoke but not directly over the fire pits below. "Why different heights?" you ask the worker, a middle-aged man with a smoke-darkened face. "Heat and smoke density," he explains. "Meat needs the hottest smoke to kill rot. Grains need medium heat to drive off pests. Delicate things like herbs and medicines need the gentlest smoke." Looking up, you see the system now, a careful arrangement by height. Meat and fish at the top, where smoke is hottest. Grain sacks in the middle, and at your eye level, bundles of herbs, flowers, and what appear to be medicinal plants spread on wide, flat racks. "Is this all from one family?" you ask, surprised by the quantity. The man laughs. No, the whole village uses the Aylwood smoke barn. They have the best setup, and Goodwife Aylwood knows the smoke better than anyone. Each family brings their goods on their assigned day. Back on the ground floor, you report to Goodwife Aylwood for more instructions. "What's burning?" you ask, noticing multiple fire pits with different coloured smoke rising from each. She gives you an appraising look. "You've an interest in the smoke craft." "I'm learning the village systems," you explain. "Master Wulfric's apprentice." Her expression changes to one of respect. "Ah, the new keeper in training. Well then, you should understand what we're doing here." She gestures to the different fire pits. Each wood creates different smoke with different properties. She points to the pit with the whitest smoke. Apple wood there, sweet smoke, good for pork and fowl, gives a golden colour. She moves to the next. Oak, strong smoke, best for beef and heartier foods, preserves longest. And finally to a pit with bluish smoke. Juniper and pine creates a barrier that insects won't cross. We use it mainly for grains and textiles. I didn't know different woods made different smoke, you admit. Or most don't, she says, with a hint of pride. They throw any wood on the fire and hope for the best, but there's knowledge in smoke, old knowledge. For the next hour, you help carry items to their proper locations in the smoke hierarchy. It's exhausting work in the thick air, but fascinating. You see things you never expected to be smoked. Bundles of linen cloth, coils of rope, leather hides, even wooden tools. The rope and nets need smoke treatment before the fishing season, Goodwife Aylward explains when she catches you looking curiously at a pile of fishing nets, makes them last twice as long in water. And the cloth, you ask, nodding toward bundles of linen. Smoke makes it resist water and moths. Not as well as proper oiling, but it helps, especially for work clothes. You're helping hang a rack of leather hides when a fit of coughing overcomes you. The smoke has finally penetrated your lungs enough to irritate them. Go outside and catch your breath, Goodwife Aylward instructs. First-timers always need breaks. Grateful, you step outside into the cool air. Your clothes reek of smoke, and you can taste it on your tongue, but the fresh air is a relief. Several others are also taking breaks, sitting on logs near the barn entrance. An older man with a beard streaked with grey makes room for you. First smoke day? He asks. You nod, still catching your breath. I remember my first, he says with a chuckle. Thought my lungs would never recover. You'll get used to it. So much more than just meat, you observe. That's what the Southerners don't understand, the man says. They smoke only for flavour. We smoke for survival. He gestures toward the barn. A properly smoked grain sack will stay free of pests for years, not months. Smoked herbs keep their potency through the harshest winters. Some medicines actually become stronger after smoke exposure. How so, you ask, intrigued. Take willow bark, he says. Good for pain and fever, as you likely know, but smoke it with alderwood and its potency doubles. The old herbalist, before Mistress Agnes, discovered that by accident during a smoke day like this. Your break ends too quickly, and you return to the smoke-filled barn. This time, Goodwife Aylward leads you to a small side room off the main smoking area. Here, the air is clearer, though still pungent with smoke. An elderly woman sits at a table covered with small bundles of herbs and plants. This is Mistress Agnes, our herbalist, Goodwife Aylward introduces. She requested help with her medicines. The old woman barely glances up from her work, carefully wrapping herbs in linen before tying them with string. You're Wulfric's new boy, she says. Not a question. Yes, mistress. Good. Sit. I'll show you something few understand. You obey, taking a seat across from her at the small table. Her fingers move with surprising dexterity for her age, sorting and bundling various dried plants you can't identify. Different herbs need different smoke, she explains without preamble. Some need the pine smoke to enhance their properties. Others need apple wood to maintain their gentleness. Others still need oak for longevity. She holds up a bundle of dark leaves. This is fever moss, useful for reducing heat in the body, but fresh, it's too strong, can cause visions, confusion. She sets the bundle in a small basket separate from the others. This will go to the gentlest smoke, just enough to mellow its effects without reducing its healing power. For the next hour, you help Mistress Agnes prepare her medicinal herbs for smoking. Each has its specific needs, its particular placement within the smoke hierarchy, its precise, almost ritualistic work. The monks claim all healing comes from prayer, she says after a long silence, but they still send for my smoked herbs when sickness comes to their doors. There's a hint of satisfaction in her voice. Have you always been the village herbalist? You ask. 30 years now. She nods. Learned from my grandmother, who learned from hers. The smoke knowledge goes back further than anyone remembers. Before the stone church, before the Lord's manor. She hands you a small cloth pouch filled with a pungent mixture. Smoke preservation isn't just for winter stores, boy. It's for knowledge itself. When the Big Abbey tried to burn our healing books during the last king's reign, we still had our smoked herbs. Our knowledge kept alive in practice, not just words. You're struck by the similarity to what Mistress Edith had said about the hedge, another form of preservation that protected knowledge as much as physical resources. By late afternoon, the smoking is at its peak. The barn glows with an almost magical light as sunbeams pierce the thick haze. The 3 fire pits are carefully tended, different woods added in precise amounts to maintain the correct smoke quality. Goodwife Aylward leads you to a corner where several clay containers sit sealed with wax. The most valuable part, she says, tapping one of the containers. Smoke ash. We collect it from each type of wood separately. The ash from apple wood makes the best soap for delicate things. Oak ash makes lye for the strongest soap. Pine ash mixed with fat creates a salve for winter rashes and chilblains. You marvel at the completeness of the system. Nothing wasted, everything transformed. How long will all this stay in the smoke? You ask, gesturing to the hanging food and materials. Depends on what it is, she explains. Herbs might need only a day or 2, grains a week. Meats can hang for nearly a month, depending on size and how long we need them to last. She points to an especially large ham hanging from the highest beam. That one's for midwinter feast. It'll smoke for 3 weeks, then keep until winter's heart without spoiling. Your father finds you as the day's light begins to fade. Your eyes are red, your throat raw from the smoke, but your mind is alive with new understanding. Learned something? He asks as you walk home together. More than I expected, you admit. I thought smoking was just for flavour. He laughs. That's what the rich lords think too. They smoke meat to make it taste better. We smoke to survive winter. At home, your mother has a bath waiting, a rare luxury but necessary to remove the smoke smell saturating your clothes and hair. As you scrub, you reflect on the day's lessons. Modern people with refrigerators and chemicals might look at a smokehouse as primitive, but the smoke preservation system you witnessed was anything but simple. It was chemistry and timing, knowledge refined through generations of trial and error. It was alchemy, turning the perishable into the permanent, using nothing but carefully controlled smoke. After bathing, you join your family for the evening meal. Your mother has prepared a stew featuring smoked venison from last season, still perfectly preserved despite being nearly 5 months old. The Aylwards finished their big smoking today, you tell her between bites. Goodwife Aylward showed me the different woods they use. Did she show you the smoke barrels for the beekeepers? Your mother asks. You shake your head, realizing there was yet another aspect you hadn't even seen. They create special smoke from certain herbs, she explains. The beekeepers use it to calm the bees during honey collection. But it has to be exactly the right mixture, or it harms the hive. Another layer of knowledge, another refined technique hidden within what appeared simple from the outside. That night, as you lay in bed, you notice something. Your smoky clothes hanging by the door to air out have attracted no moths. The smell that clings to them, despite your bath, is keeping insects at bay, exactly as Goodwife Aylward had explained. Protection and preservation, the common themes emerging from everything you're learning. Your fire bundle sits nearby, still safely preserving its ember. Tomorrow you'll need to return it to Master Wulfric to refresh it, just as he instructed. You wonder what new knowledge the old man will share next. 3 days into your apprenticeship, and already the world looks different. Systems and knowledge hidden in plain sight. Survival techniques refined over centuries. Not primitive technology, just different technology. Perfect for its time, and perhaps you think as you drift towards sleep, still perfect for times when modern methods fail. Morning comes with frozen dew and clear skies, a rare cloudless day that promises little warmth despite the sunshine. You return your fire bundle to Master Wulfric as instructed, finding him already at work in his stone hut atop the hill. "How was your time with the hedge weavers and the smoking barn?" he asks, carefully examining your bundle. "Eye-opening," you admit. "I never realized how complex those systems were." He nods, satisfied with both your answer and the condition of your fire bundle. Most don't. The best survival methods don't announce themselves as such. He sets your bundle aside and selects a fresh reed. "I'll prepare you a new one. Today, you're to help Mistress Hildegard with her clay work." "The potter?" you ask, surprised. You know of her, of course. Every village needs someone skilled with clay, but you hadn't expected her work to be part of your apprenticeship. "She's more than just a potter," Master Wulfric corrects, already preparing a fresh ember for your bundle. "She creates what some might call batteries." Batteries? The word is unfamiliar. "Vessels that store things," he explains. "Not just water or grain, but cold, heat, even preservation itself. Go to her workshop by the creek. Tell her I sent you to learn about the cooling emporas." Armed with a fresh fire bundle and curiosity, you make your way down the hill toward the far side of the village where Mistress Hildegard keeps her workshop. The building is distinctive, larger than most village huts, with a tall kiln chimney rising from its rear. Clay pots, jars, and vessels of all sizes surround it in various stages of completion. You find the mistress herself working a large mass of grey clay with strong, weathered hands. She's older than you expected, with grey streaked hair tied back in a practical knot, but her movements show no sign of age's weakness. "Master Wulfric sent me," you explain after introducing yourself, "to learn about cooling emporas." She studies you for a moment, then nods decisively. About time he sent someone. Knowledge doesn't preserve itself. She gestures to a wooden stool. "Sit, watch first, then help." For the next hour, you observe as she works the clay with practiced precision. Unlike regular pots with single walls, she crafts vessels with double walls, an inner and outer chamber separated by a small gap. "The cooling empora," she explains while working, "is older than the village, older than the church. My grandmother's grandmother made them the same way." Her hands never stop moving as she speaks, expertly forming the complex vessel. "The principle is simple," she continues, "but the execution must be precise." She points to the gap between the vessel walls. "This space will be filled with wet sand. As water evaporates through the porous outer clay, it pulls heat from the inner chamber. Creating cooling without ice, you realize aloud. Exactly. She looks pleased at your quick understanding. In high summer, when the well water turns tepid by midday, these keep drinking water cool and sweet. Milk stays fresh an extra day. Meat doesn't spoil as quickly. She finishes shaping the vessel and sets it carefully on a shelf to dry slightly before firing. Then she selects another partially completed vessel, this one with a different design. This, she says, is for the opposite purpose, a heat battery. The vessel is smaller and denser, with thicker walls and a narrow opening at the top. The clay here is special, she explains, tapping the half-formed vessel, mixed with crushed stone and iron filings from the blacksmith's forge. It absorbs heat during firing, then releases it slowly over many hours. Like a stone that stays warm after sitting near the fire, you suggest. Similar, but much more effective. These can be heated in the morning fire, wrapped in wool, and carried to keep hands warm all day. Shepherds take them on winter watches. Travellers tuck them into bedrolls on cold nights. You think about the practical genius of such a simple object. No need for constant fire, no danger of sparks or flame, just steady, reliable warmth when and where it's needed most. But the most sophisticated, Mistress Hildegard continues, are the preservation chambers. She points to a row of sealed clay vessels on a high shelf. Each is marked with symbols you don't recognize. These create microclimates for storing seeds, certain medicines, even the starter for bread. She selects one and hands it to you. It's heavier than it looks, sealed with wax around its lid. This one preserves parsnip seeds, she explains. Normally they lose their vigor after a year, but properly sealed in a chamber like this, with the right mixture of ash and dried herbs inside, they'll remain viable for 5 years or more. You turn the vessel in your hands, noting the careful craftsmanship. How is this different from just a sealed jar? Everything is in the details, she says, taking it back from you. The porosity of the clay, it must breathe just enough, but not too much. The mixture inside creates the perfect environment for those specific seeds. Too dry, they die. Too damp, they rot or sprout prematurely. She replaces the vessel on its shelf and gestures for you to follow her outside. Behind her workshop stands a structure you hadn't noticed before, a small, partially underground room built into the hillside. The thick door bears the same symbols you saw on the preservation vessels. The seed bank, she explains, unlocking the heavy door with a key she wears around her neck. Every village should have one, though few do anymore. Inside, the temperature drops noticeably. The walls are lined with shelves holding hundreds of clay vessels, each carefully labelled. The air smells of earth and herbs and something undefinable, the scent of dormant life, perhaps. Seeds from every crop we grow, Mistress Hildegard says, with quiet pride, some dating back 20 years or more. If disease takes our wheat, if floods wash away our planting, if war comes and fields burn, we have what we need to start again. You stare in amazement at the clay library of life surrounding you, and they all stay viable in these vessels? If properly prepared, yes. Each type of seed needs its specific clay mixture, its specific internal environment. She points to different shelves. Those are grains, those root vegetables, those herbs and flowers, each with their own vessel design refined over generations. The technological sophistication hidden in these humble clay pots strikes you deeply. This isn't primitive storage, it's precision environmental control using nothing but natural materials. Back in the workshop, Mistress Hildegard puts you to work, first helping to prepare clay, mixing it with different materials for different purposes, then assisting as she throws pots on her wheel. It's harder than it looks. Your first attempts at forming vessels are laughable compared to her precise creations. Don't worry, she chuckles, seeing your frustration. It takes years to master. Today is just for understanding. Midday brings a short break. You share a simple meal of bread and cheese, eating outside in the winter sunshine. Despite the clear sky, the air remains bitterly cold. Perfect weather for demonstrating the cooling Empora's cousin, Mistress Hildegard says, disappearing briefly into her workshop. She returns with what looks like an ordinary clay pitcher, but with subtle differences you now recognize: double walls, slightly porous outer surface. The warming pitcher, she explains, pouring water from a kettle into the vessel, keeps drinks hot for hours without a fire nearby. She seals it with a cork stopper and hands it to you. Hold it. The pitcher is warm to the touch, but not hot, despite the steaming water inside. The outer layer stays comfortable to hold, she explains, but the inner chamber maintains heat far longer than a normal vessel. By tonight, that water will still be warm enough for washing. How many different vessels do you make? You ask, marvelling at the ingenuity. Dozens of designs, each with a specific purpose. She gestures around the yard at the various pots and jars in different stages of completion: cold storage, heat retention, seed preservation, fermentation control, even moisture regulation for certain crafts. After the meal, she shows you how to prepare the special sand mixture for cooling emporas. It's not just any sand, but a specific blend from the riverbed, washed and sorted to the right consistency, then mixed with certain minerals. Too fine, it blocks the pores and no evaporation occurs, she explains as you sift the sand through a cloth. Too coarse, the water passes through too quickly and the cooling effect is weak. You help her fill the gap in a completed cooling empora with the prepared sand, then add water until it's properly saturated. Now we test it, she says. Inside her workshop, she fills 2 identical cups, one with water from her regular pitcher, one with water from a cooling empora that's been working all morning. She hands both to you. Taste the difference. The first cup is room temperature, slightly stale tasting. The second is remarkably cool and fresh, almost as if just drawn from the deepest part of the well. That's incredible, you say honestly. And this works even in summer? Especially in summer. The hotter the day, the stronger the evaporation, the better the cooling effect. She takes the cups back. The beauty is in its self-regulation. No need to adjust it or monitor it. The system responds naturally to the environment. Throughout the afternoon, you learn about more specialized clay vessels, fermentation crocks designed to maintain perfect conditions for transforming cabbage into sauerkraut, wine vessels that keep temperature stable during the crucial early stages, special containers for storing herbs that would otherwise lose their potency. The most complex are these, Mistress Hildegard says, showing you a set of interlocking vessels, the nested preservation system used for our most valuable medicines. The design is ingenious, a small central container for the medicine itself, surrounded by a chamber filled with specific herbs and minerals, all encased in a water-resistant outer vessel. Each layer creates the precise conditions needed, she explains. The monastery pays handsomely for these to store their most precious remedies. As the light begins to fade, Mistress Hildegard shows you to a corner of her workshop where a large clay disc, nearly the size of a millstone, sits near the kiln. The night warmer, she says, instructing you to help her move it closer to the kiln's outer wall. We'll heat it now, while the kiln still burns hot from today's firing. Tonight, it will radiate warmth for hours after the fire dies. Together, you position the massive clay disc where it can absorb heat from the kiln. You notice it's a special formulation, darker and denser than her other clay works. Special clay mixed with iron stone, she explains, seeing your curiosity. It holds heat longer than any other material I've found. The sun has nearly set by the time you finish helping around the workshop. Mistress Hildegard hands you a small clay vessel, similar to the heat batteries she showed you earlier, but sized to fit in a pocket. For your walk home, she says, I heated it in the kiln. It should stay warm for at least 2 hours. You thank her and tuck the warm vessel into your pocket. The heat radiates through your clothing, a surprising comfort against the biting evening cold. "Come back in 3 days," she instructs. "We'll be firing the cooling emporas, and I could use an extra pair of hands." Walking home in the gathering darkness, you marvel at how something as simple as clay could be transformed into such sophisticated technology. Your pocket warmer still radiates heat against your side, a constant comfort in the freezing evening. At home, you find your family huddled near the hearth. Winter nights are always difficult. The fire can't warm the entire hut, and sleeping areas further from the hearth can be bitterly cold. "What's that?" your brother asks as you pull the pocket warmer from your clothing. "Heat battery," you explain, handing it to him. His eyes widen at the warmth radiating from the small clay vessel. "From the potter?" he asks. "Mistress Hildegard," you correct, "and she's far more than just a potter." Your father examines the heat battery with interest. "I've seen travellers with these, but never knew how they were made. They're just one type," you explain, finding yourself eager to share what you've learned. "She makes cooling vessels too, double-walled with wet sand between, and preservation chambers for seeds and medicines." As you describe the various clay technologies, you realize how many of them you've seen around the village without recognizing their significance. The water pitcher that keeps the miller's drinking water cool even on harvest days, the vessels the herbalist uses for her most valuable medicines, the warming stones the baker tucks into bread deliveries on cold mornings. Hidden technology hiding in plain sight. That night, you place your pocket warmer at the foot of your sleeping mat before getting under the blankets. The gentle heat warms your perpetually cold feet, a small luxury you've never experienced before. Such a simple thing, yet so effective. As you drift towards sleep, your mind returns to Mistress Hildegard's seed bank, those humble clay vessels preserving life through winter, through drought, through disaster, ensuring survival not just for one season but for generations to come. Modern storage depends on plastic, on refrigeration, on technology that inevitably fails. But these clay technologies, they could work forever, created from the earth itself, not primitive at all, just perfectly adapted for their purpose. Morning arrives with the soft patter of rain against the thatch. The gentle sound would normally lull you back to sleep, but today there's urgency in the household. Your father's boots have sprung a leak, a disaster in winter when dry feet can mean the difference between health and sickness. "They're my only good pair," he mutters, examining the cracked leather with a frown. Water from yesterday's work in the fields has seeped through, leaving the leather stiff and damaged. "Can't afford new ones before spring." Your mother glances at you over her breakfast porridge. "Didn't you say Master Wulfric was teaching you the village systems? Perhaps he knows someone who could help." You think about the knowledge you've gained over the past few days. Firekeeping, hedge weaving, smoke preservation, clay crafting, but nothing specifically about leather repair. Still, Master Wulfric would know who to ask. The morning rain has settled into a steady drizzle by the time you reach Master Wulfric's hut on the hill. You find him sorting through a collection of dried plants, carefully separating leaves from stems. "Father's boots are leaking," you explain after greeting him. "We can't afford new ones. Is there someone in the village who could help?" Master Wulfric sets aside his work and considers for a moment. Interesting timing. Goodwife Marta begins her waterproofing work today. The hunting party returns tomorrow and their gear will need treatment. He nods decisively. "Go to the tanner's yard. Tell Marta I sent you to learn about friction glaze." The tanner's yard sits downwind of the village for good reason. The process of turning animal hides into usable leather produces smells that turn stomachs. But today, as you approach, the usual stench is masked by a different scent, sharp, resinous, almost pleasant. You find Goodwife Marta working in an open-sided shed adjacent to the main tanning area. She's a sturdy woman with muscular arms and hands stained dark from years of working with tanning agents. 3 large pots bubble over small fires, each emitting a different coloured steam and distinct smell. Several village children help with simple tasks, stirring pots, sorting materials, carrying water. Unlike the main tanning work, this seems to be a process villagers are eager to assist with. Master Wulfric sent me, you explain, approaching Goodwife Marta, to learn about friction glaze. My father's boots are leaking. She looks you up and down, then nods. Wulfric's new apprentice heard about you. She wipes her hands on her apron. Boots are easy enough. We'll do them last after you've learned the process. She gestures to the bubbling pots. Friction glaze is all about the right ingredients and proper application. Nothing else works as well for keeping water out while letting sweat escape. She taps the largest pot. This is the base, pine resin collected last spring when the sap runs strongest. Rendered animal fat from last month's slaughtering, beeswax from the summer hives. The mixture in the pot has a golden amber colour and gives off a rich woody scent. Different items need different mixtures, she continues, moving to the second pot. This one's for fishing nets and ropes, more resin, less wax, with crushed charcoal added to fight rot in water. The second mixture is darker, almost black. The third pot contains a paler, more translucent substance, and this is for finer leathers and cloth, lighter, with more beeswax for flexibility. A village man approaches with a heavy woolen cloak draped over his arm. For the hunting trip tomorrow, he explains, handing it to Goodwife Marta. Needs fresh treatment. Perfect timing, she tells you. You can learn on Oswald's cloak. She turns to the man. Come back before sundown. It should be ready by then. After he leaves, Goodwife Marta spreads the cloak on a large wooden table. Though clean, the wool shows signs of wear, with thin spots at the shoulders and elbows. First, we check for repairs needed, she explains, carefully examining the garment. Finding a small tear near the hem, she quickly stitches it with waxed thread. Always repair before waterproofing, otherwise the water finds the weakness. With the cloak prepared, she moves to the first pot and uses a wooden paddle to scoop some of the amber mixture into a shallow bowl. It has cooled enough to form a thick paste. "For now," she says, scooping a generous dollop onto her palm. The secret isn't just the mixture, it's the application. She hands you a smaller amount. Rub it between your palms until you feel the heat build. You follow her instructions, working the waxy substance between your hands. Initially stiff and resistant, it gradually softens as the friction warms it. "Feel that?" she asks. The heat is essential. It opens the fibres, allows the mixture to penetrate rather than just coat the surface. Once the paste has warmed sufficiently, she begins applying it to the cloak with vigorous circular motions. The pressure of her hands is substantial. This isn't gentle treatment, but forceful working of the material. Many people make the mistake of just smearing it on top, she explains, her strong arms never ceasing their motion. That creates a coating that cracks and peels, useless after a few rains. The mixture must become part of the material itself. She guides you to help, showing you how to apply proper pressure, how to work systematically across the fabric. It's hard labour. Within minutes your arms ache and sweat beads on your forehead despite the cool day. This is why it's called friction glaze, she says, noting your exertion. The friction does as much work as the mixture itself. For nearly an hour, you both work the water-resistant paste into every inch of the woolen cloak. Your hands develop a peculiar sensitivity. You can feel where the mixture has properly penetrated and where it hasn't. Good, Goodwife Marta nods, seeing you adjust your pressure over a particularly dense section of weave. You're learning to feel the difference. When the cloak is fully treated, she hangs it near one of the fires. Now it needs to set, not too close to the flame, just enough warmth to help it cure properly. How long will the waterproofing last, you ask, flexing your tired fingers. If done properly, a full season of hard use, more with occasional reapplication to worn spots. She examines your hands. You've got good strength for the work, important for proper penetration. Throughout the day, villagers bring various items needing waterproofing: leather bags, work gloves, wool socks, even wooden tool handles that would otherwise swell and crack from moisture. Each receives specific treatment, different mixtures, different application techniques. A fishing net is dipped in the dark mixture, then worked between strong hands until every fibre is impregnated. Leatherwork gloves receive the lighter paste, applied with special attention to the seams where water might penetrate. The hunters and shepherds rely on this protection, Goodwife Marta explains as you help treat a shepherd's heavy cloak. They spend weeks exposed to rain and snow. Without proper waterproofing, they'd suffer terribly. Wet clothes in winter can kill faster than lack of food. You think about how different this is from modern rain gear. No plastic, no synthetic coatings, yet clearly effective based on the villagers' confidence in the treatment. What makes it better than just oiling leather, you ask as you work on a pair of gloves. Oil wears off quickly, becomes rancid, attracts insects and mold. She shakes her head dismissively. And it doesn't work at all for wool or linen. The friction glaze forms a bond with the material, becomes part of it rather than just sitting on top. She points to a cloak hanging to cure. And unlike oil, it lets the body's moisture escape. You won't get soaked from your own sweat trapped inside. By midday, your arms feel like lead from the constant friction work, but you've developed a rhythm to the process. Each new item presents its own challenges. Dense wool requires more pressure, thin linen needs gentler but more persistent treatment, leather needs special attention at stress points. A young woman arrives with a small wooden cradle. "For my sister's new baby," she explains. "The roof leaks near where she sleeps." Goodwife Marta selects yet another mixture, this one with a different scent, sweeter and lighter. For the baby things, she explains to you. No pine resin, which can irritate delicate skin. We use birch instead, with extra beeswax. The application process is the same. Persistent friction until the mixture penetrates the wood. This will protect the cradle from drips without bringing harsh smells to the baby's bed, Goodwife Marta explains. As the afternoon progresses, you notice how Goodwife Marta adjusts her mixtures for different purposes. Some items receive additional ingredients: crushed charcoal for items exposed to strong sunlight, certain herbs mixed in to repel insects, fine mineral powder for flexibility in extreme cold. "The forest provides everything we need," she tells you while preparing a fresh batch. Pine for general waterproofing, spruce for items that need flexibility in cold, birch for items touching skin. She points to various containers of collected resins. Each has its properties, its purpose. You help collect fresh rainwater in buckets placed outside the shed's overhang. This water, she explains, is used to test the waterproofing. The best way to know if the treatment worked, she says, taking the now cured shepherd's cloak down from its hanging place, she pours water over the wool. Instead of soaking in, the droplets bead beautifully on the surface, rolling off without leaving a trace of dampness behind. "Perfect," she nods with satisfaction. "That will keep Cedric dry even in the worst mountain storms." Late in the day, a grizzled old hunter arrives with an assortment of leather goods, a quiver, knife sheaths, and a weather-beaten hunting bag. The eastern forests are flooded this season, he explains. We'll be wading through swamp for days. Need the best you've got, Marta. She selects ingredients with particular care for his equipment, creating a mixture you haven't seen used yet, darker, with a greenish tint. Special blend, she tells you quietly as the hunter steps outside for a moment, with added moss extract for disguising human scent, makes him harder for animals to detect downwind. The hunter's gear receives the most thorough treatment of the day. Every stitch, every seam, every potential entry point for water gets special attention. You help with the simpler pieces, now confident enough in the technique to work somewhat independently. The difference between dry feet and wet feet can mean life or death on a winter hunt, the hunter tells you seriously as he watches you work. Few years back, a young hunter ignored Marta's advice, didn't get his boots properly treated, lost 2 toes to frostbite after they got soaked crossing a stream. Finally, late in the day, Goodwife Marta turns her attention to your father's boots. She examines them critically, noting the worn spots and cracked areas. These needed treatment months ago, she scolds mildly, but we can still save them. She selects ingredients carefully, creating a custom mixture for the damaged leather. First, she has you clean the boots thoroughly with a damp cloth, removing all dirt and old, flaking waterproofing. Now watch closely, she instructs. You'll need to do this for your family in the future. Her technique for the boots is slightly different. She heats the mixture more before application and works it into the leather with even more vigorous friction than before. The pressure is so intense that the leather actually warms from the effort. For damaged leather, we need deeper penetration, she explains. The mixture must reach through the entire thickness to restore flexibility and waterproofing. It takes nearly an hour to properly treat both boots. By the end, your arms burn with exhaustion, but the transformation is remarkable. The once stiff, cracked leather has become supple again, with a soft sheen that sheds water instantly when tested. They'll need a second treatment in a fortnight, Goodwife Marta says, setting the boots near the fire to cure. But this will keep them waterproof through the worst of winter if he's careful. As the day's work winds down, villagers return to collect their treated items. Each person tests their goods with the rainwater, nodding with satisfaction as droplets roll off instead of soaking in. You notice how each treated item maintains its original properties. Wool still feels like wool, leather like leather, but with the added resistance to water. Unlike modern plastic coatings that change how a material feels, this treatment enhances without fundamentally altering. One last thing before you go, Goodwife Marta says as you prepare to leave with your father's boots. She hands you a small clay pot with a tightly fitted lid. Inside is a portion of the waterproofing mixture for emergency repairs, she explains. If the boots begin to leak again before spring, warm this between your hands and work it into the problem area. Not as good as a proper treatment, but it will get him through until you can bring them back. You thank her and carefully pack the precious mixture in your bag alongside the boots. Come back when you have time, she adds. There's more to learn about protection from the elements, different mixtures for different seasons. Spring treatments need to repel insects as well as rain. Summer treatments need to allow more cooling. Winter treatments need more flexibility in extreme cold. Walking home as the day fades, you marvel at the sophistication of what you've learned. To an outsider, it might look like simply rubbing wax onto fabric, but you now understand the precise combinations, the specific application techniques, the careful curing process that turns simple ingredients into exceptional protection. Your modern rain jacket, waiting in your closet in 2025, will eventually degrade, its synthetic waterproofing failing after a few years. But the friction glaze system you've just learned has worked reliably for centuries, using only materials found in any forest. At home, your father examines his transformed boots with amazement. Better than when they were new, he admits, bending the now supple leather that was stiff and cracked this morning. That night, rain pounds harder against the thatch, but your thoughts aren't on leaks or dampness. Instead, you find yourself categorizing the village technologies you've learned so far, each one perfectly adapted to its purpose, each one sustainable in a way modern solutions often aren't. The consistent theme emerges again. These weren't primitive stopgaps waiting for better technology. They were sophisticated systems refined over generations to work perfectly with available materials. Not primitive at all, just perfectly adapted. Dawn breaks through thinning clouds, the rain finally spent after 3 days of steady downpour. Puddles reflect the grey-pink sky, and every surface drips with lingering moisture. Perfect timing for your father to test his newly waterproofed boots as he heads to the fields to assess flood damage. You're helping your mother hang sodden bedding to dry near the hearth when Master Wulfric appears at your door. "Good morning," he greets with unusual formality. "I've come to ask a favour." Your mother raises her eyebrows. The old keeper rarely makes personal requests. "My sister's son is ill in Oakwick," he explains. "I've prepared medicines, but I can't make the journey myself. My knees won't handle the forest paths after all this rain." He turns to you. "Would you be willing to deliver them? It's a day's journey there and back if you move quickly." Your mother looks concerned. Oakwick? With the streams likely flooding, and him going alone? "Not alone," Master Wulfric assures her. "He'll travel with Aldwin the forester. No one knows the woods better, especially after storms. You've heard of Aldwin. Everyone has. A solitary figure who spends more time in the forest than the village. Some call him strange, but all respect his unmatched knowledge of the wilderness. It would be good experience," Master Wulfric adds, "for his training." Your mother reluctantly agrees, and within the hour you're prepared for the journey. Sturdy boots treated with Goodwife Marta's waterproofing, a small pack with bread and cheese, and Master Wulfric's precious bundle of medicines wrapped in oiled cloth. You meet Aldwin at the village edge. He's older than you expected, grey-bearded and weathered, with eyes so pale they're almost colourless. He carries a simple staff and wears a cloak that's patched so extensively it's impossible to tell its original colour. "The boys ready?" he asks Master Wulfric, hardly glancing at you. "He is, and willing to learn, if you're willing to teach." Aldwin grunts non-committally. "We'll see. Rain's stopped, but the forest will be treacherous. Streams high, paths washed out, mud slides on the ridge. Which is why I asked for you," Master Wulfric says, with surprising deference. "No one else would find the way today." Something unspoken passes between the two men. Aldwin nods once, then turns to you. "Keep up. Don't speak unless necessary. Listen when I tell you to listen." Without waiting for a response, he turns and strides toward the forest edge. You hurry after him, glancing back once to see Master Wulfric watching with an unreadable expression. The forest embraces you quickly, bare winter branches dripping overhead, undergrowth sodden and heavy. Aldwin moves, with surprising speed for his age, following what seems to be a clear path to you, at least until it simply ends, disappearing into a tangle of shrubs. Without hesitation, Aldwin veers left where you see no path at all, yet as you follow you realise he's tracking something invisible to your untrained eyes. An hour into the journey, you come to your first obstacle, a stream that's transformed into a rushing torrent. its banks overflowing with muddy water. The simple log bridge that normally spans it has been swept away. Aldwin stops, staring not at the water but upstream, his head tilted slightly. His eyes close for a moment, and you realize he's listening intently. After a long moment, he opens his eyes and turns to you. "We need to head upstream. About 200 paces, there's a narrowing where we can cross." "How do you know?" you ask, seeing nothing but unbroken forest in that direction. Instead of answering, he taps his ear. "Listen, not to the water here, but to how it sounds further up." You try to focus past the immediate rush of the flooded stream. At first, you hear nothing different, but then a subtle change in the water's voice, a higher pitch suggesting faster flow over a narrower channel. "I hear it," you say, surprised. The sound changes. Aldwin nods. The first hint of approval you've seen. Water talks if you know how to listen. Every stream has its own voice. Every change in its course creates a different song. You follow him upstream, and sure enough, the flooded stream narrows between two rocky outcroppings, creating a spot where fallen trees have created a natural, if precarious, bridge. The forest changed in the storm, Aldwin explains as you carefully cross. Landmarks moved, paths washed away, but the sounds, those just transform. Learn to read them, and you're never truly lost. The journey continues, and you notice how often Aldwin stops to listen, head tilted, eyes sometimes closed, absorbing information you can only guess at. He never consults the position of the sun or looks for moss on trees, those navigation techniques you've heard about. Instead, he seems to navigate entirely by sound. When you stop for a brief rest and a bite of bread, your curiosity finally overcomes his instruction for silence. How do you know which way to go just by listening? Aldwin considers you for a moment, perhaps deciding if the question merits an answer. Finally, he speaks. The forest isn't silent. It's constantly telling you where you are, if you train your ears to understand. He gestures around. Every area has its sound signature. The birds of this oak grove differ from those half a mile east where the pines begin. Wind through oak leaves creates different tones than through pine needles. You listen, trying to discern what he means. Beyond the dripping water, you hear bird calls, the rustle of leaves, distant creaks of branches. "Close your eyes," he instructs. "Tell me what direction the nearest stream lies." You close your eyes, focusing on sound alone. The trickling of water seems to come from multiple directions after the rain. I'm not sure," you admit. Listen deeper, not to the rainwater dripping from leaves. That's everywhere. Listen for the constant flow, the sustained voice of moving water. You try again, filtering out the immediate drips and drops. After a long moment of concentration, you detect it, a steady whisper beneath the other sounds coming from your right. "That way," you say, pointing. Aldwin nods. "Good. About 300 paces in that direction. Small stream, flows year-round. Now, what else do you hear?" You concentrate harder. Birds. 4 different calls. And what does that tell you? You hesitate, unsure. The finch you hear doesn't live in pine forest. The woodpecker works on oak and beech, not evergreens. The jay warns of open ground nearby. He taps his staff on the earth. Bird sounds tell you what trees surround you, even in fog or darkness when you can't see them. The lesson continues as you resume walking. Aldwin points out how the sound of your footsteps changes based on the soil, hollow on pine needle beds, solid on clay, damp and muffled on leaf litter, each sound signature telling you what you're walking on without needing to look down. In fog or darkness, he explains, this knowledge means survival. Many travelers have walked in circles because they trusted only their eyes, which easily deceive. You come to a place where the path splits. Without hesitation, Aldwin takes the right fork. When you ask how he chose, his answer surprises you. Listen to the bird sounds ahead on each path. The left fork leads toward a hawk's territory. Smaller birds are silent there. The right path has chattering finches, meaning no predators nearby. As the day progresses, you begin to notice sounds you'd previously ignored, the difference between wind in various types of trees, how sound carries differently up and downhill, how moving water at various distances creates distinct acoustic layers in the forest. Midday brings another challenge. Dense fog suddenly rolling in, reducing visibility to mere feet ahead. While you feel a spike of anxiety, Aldwin seems completely untroubled. "Now we truly use our ears," he says, almost pleased at the development. "Watch this." He cups his hands around his mouth and makes a sharp calling sound. The noise echoes through the fog, bouncing back from unseen obstacles. He listens intently to the returning echoes, then nods. Open ground 30 paces ahead. Then forest again. We're on the right path. "You can tell that just from an echo?" you ask, amazed. "Or sound reveals what eyes cannot. The echo pattern tells me there's a clearing ahead, then trees again. The quality of the echo reveals distance and density. He teaches you to make your own calls, different sounds for different purposes. A sharp clap works best for detecting nearby objects. A sustained call reveals more distant features. He even shows you how to strike your walking stick against a tree trunk to create a particular resonance that carries well through fog. You practice as you walk, creating sounds and listening to their return. Gradually, impossibly, you begin to develop a rudimentary sound map of your surroundings, even with limited visibility. Merchants and pilgrims who travelled regularly developed this skill out of necessity, Aldwin explains. They created mental sound maps of their routes, how different regions should sound in different seasons. The birds of summer create different soundscapes than those of winter. The wind voice changes with the density of leaves on trees. You think about how different this is from modern navigation with GPS and maps, technologies that fail when batteries die or visibility drops. Sound navigation works in darkness, fog, even with eyes closed. Late afternoon brings an unexpected revelation. Aldwin stops abruptly, head tilted in that now familiar listening pose. After a moment, he changes direction, leading you up a gentle slope you wouldn't have chosen. "There's water ahead that wasn't there before the storm," he explains. "A new stream formed from the rains. We need to adjust our route." "How can you possibly hear a stream that small from this distance?" you ask incredulously. "Water has a voice that carries further than most sounds," he explains, "especially moving water. The human ear, properly trained, can detect streams from over a mile away in quiet conditions. The specific frequencies travel through forest or field with minimal degradation. You concentrate but can hear nothing beyond the immediate forest sounds." "You'll develop the skill with practice," he assures you. Some travellers could even estimate the size of a water source by its acoustic signature, vital knowledge when searching for safe drinking water. As you crest the hill, you see he was right. A new stream has formed in what was likely a dry gully before the storms, cutting directly across the path you would have taken. His hearing alone detected it long before visual confirmation was possible. A startling moment comes when Aldwin suddenly pulls you back just as you're about to cross what appears to be solid ground. "Listen," he commands. You hear nothing unusual at first, then detect a subtle difference in how sound resonates from the earth ahead. "Bog," Aldwin confirms. "The ground's saturated. Step there and you'll sink to your knees, maybe deeper." He strikes his staff against the ground, listening to the subtle differences in how the sound resonates through solid versus waterlogged earth. Following this acoustic guide, he leads you safely around the hazard. Most impressive of all is when he predicts a brief rain shower nearly an hour before the first drops fall. Weather speaks before it arrives, he explains. Certain bird calls change, insect sounds shift, the way distant noises carry warns of approaching weather fronts. You focus on the forest sounds, trying to detect what he hears. There's a subtle change in the acoustic environment, a dampening of certain tones, a clarity to others. When the rain indeed arrives as predicted, you understand it wasn't mystical foresight, but empirical knowledge based on careful observation. Hunters and shepherds developed this skill to find shelter before storms hit, Aldwin explains as you wait out the brief shower under a dense pine. Critical knowledge when exposed on mountainsides or open fields. By late afternoon, you reach Oakwick. The small settlement appears through thinning trees, smoke rising from chimneys in the grey daylight. You deliver Master Wulfric's medicines to his grateful sister, whose son indeed looks terribly ill with fever. "Will you stay the night?" she offers. "It's late to start back." "We have enough daylight," Aldwin answers before you can speak. "Better to return while the rain holds off." He glances at the sky in a way that makes you suspect he hears something about approaching weather that you don't yet perceive. The return journey feels different. Though the same distance, you travel faster, more confidently. You find yourself listening in a new way, not just hearing sounds, but interpreting them, creating a mental map of your surroundings through your ears rather than eyes alone. When darkness falls before you reach the village, Aldwin seems entirely untroubled. While your vision becomes increasingly useless, his navigation remains sure, guided by the acoustic landscape. This is when sound truly becomes your primary sense, he explains as you walk through growing darkness. Medieval travellers often journeyed at night when necessary, using sound to avoid hazards and stay on path. You notice how he periodically creates noise, clapping, singing, striking wood against wood to read the returning echoes. The information gathered prevents walking in circles or heading toward dangerous terrain. In your world, he says unexpectedly, people have forgotten how to listen. They walk with artificial sounds pumped directly into their ears, blocking the very information that would guide them naturally. You're startled by the reference to modern habits. It breaks the historical immersion you've been experiencing, but before you can question it, he continues. The human ear can distinguish over 1,500 different sound variations, a capability largely abandoned in your visual-dominant modern world. For today's hikers dependent on electronic navigation that can fail, this medieval technique offers a navigation system that works in darkness, fog, or when batteries die. There's something odd about his phrasing, almost as if he's quoting something, but the wisdom is undeniable. As the village lights finally appear through the trees, Aldwin stops for a final lesson. Sound navigation wasn't primitive, he says quietly. It was a sophisticated use of a sense we've allowed to atrophy precisely when we might need it most. Master Wulfric is waiting at his hut, seemingly unsurprised by your late return. Did he learn? He asks Aldwin. He listened, the forester responds cryptically. Time will tell if he heard. That night, lying in bed, you find yourself listening to your home in a new way. The subtle creaks of the wooden structure cooling in the night air, the different tones of family members breathing in sleep, the way sounds from outside filter through thatch differently than through the wooden walls. A world of information you've always had access to but never truly heard. Your modern headphones wait for you in 2025, ready to block out the acoustic environment completely. But now you wonder what vital information they might be silencing. Natural warnings, direction finding, weather prediction, all available through a sense we've allowed to diminish. Not primitive knowledge at all, just a different way of knowing. Morning comes with stiff muscles and lingering tiredness from yesterday's journey. You rise slowly, legs aching from miles of forest paths. Your mind, however, feels strangely alert, cataloguing the sounds of early morning in a way you never noticed before. The gentle pat of your mother's hands kneading bread dough, the specific creak of your father's footsteps on the packed earth floor, the subtle differences in how the wind sounds through the thatch roof versus around the wooden door frame. Awareness blooms like a new sense, as if Aldwin's teachings awakened something dormant within you. You've been summoned to the village circle tonight, your father mentions casually over breakfast. The remembering begins at sunset. The remembering, you ask, unfamiliar with the term. Your parents exchange glances. We should have told him sooner, your mother murmurs. Told me what? Your father sets down his wooden spoon. It happens every winter solstice. The village gathers to maintain the memory chains. His explanation tells you nothing, but something in his tone suggests importance beyond ordinary village gatherings. Master Wulfric will explain, he adds. He sent word that you should join him at midday. He says it's time you understood the final system. The final system. The phrase stirs both curiosity and a strange sense of culmination. You've learned about fire preservation, living hedges, smoke chambers, clay vessels, waterproofing, and sound navigation. What remains? Master Wulfric isn't at his hilltop hut when you arrive. Instead, you find a simple note. Meet at the Elder Oak, midday. The Elder Oak stands at the village centre, ancient and massive. Generations have gathered beneath its spreading branches for announcements, celebrations, and judgments. When you arrive, Master Wulfric sits on a bench beneath it, talking quietly with several of the village elders. Mistress Edith of the Hedge Weavers is there. So is Goodwife Aylwood from the Smoking Barn, Mistress Hildegard the Clay Worker, Goodwife Marta of the Waterproofing. Even Aldwin the Forester has emerged from his woodland solitude for this gathering. Ah, the apprentice arrives, Master Wulfric says, gesturing you forward. Sit. Today you learn what binds all other knowledge together. You take a seat on the cold ground, aware of the scrutiny from these keepers of village wisdom. Something solemn hangs in the air, a seriousness you haven't felt in your previous lessons. What do all the systems you've learned have in common? Master Wulfric asks without preamble. You consider carefully. They're all methods of survival. Yes, but deeper. What allows them to exist at all? You think about the fire bundles, the living hedges, the smoke preservation, the clay vessels, the waterproofing techniques, the sound navigation, each sophisticated, each refined over generations. Knowledge, you venture, specific knowledge passed down over time. Master Wulfric nods, satisfied, and therein lies the most critical system of all. Before books were common, before most could read or write, how was such complex knowledge preserved? How did we ensure that critical information survived generation after generation? The question hangs in the air. You've never really considered it before. Tonight, he continues, you'll witness the most sophisticated medieval information technology, the Human Memory Network, a system for preserving vital knowledge without a single page or screen. Throughout the afternoon, the elders take turns explaining the framework of what you'll witness tonight. Their usual practical demeanour has shifted to something more reverent, more ceremonial. All the systems you've learned, Mistress Edith explains, depend on precise knowledge, exactly how deep to cut a hedge stem, exactly which wood creates which type of smoke, exactly how much pressure to apply in waterproofing. If this knowledge is lost, the physical skills become useless. But writing is vulnerable, adds Goodwife Aylward. Books burn, parchment rots, ink fades, and most critical of all, few can read them. So our ancestors developed something more resilient, continues Master Wulfric. They created a living knowledge system using the most reliable storage medium available, distributed human memory. The concept is difficult to grasp at first. Master Wulfric elaborates. Critical survival knowledge wasn't entrusted to a single elder or expert. It was deliberately spread across the community through specialized memory techniques. He gestures to the gathered knowledge keepers. Each of us holds pieces of the whole. Mistress Edith knows which plants to use in each section of hedge and why. I know the precise preparation of fire bundles for different purposes. Goodwife Marta knows the exact proportions for waterproofing different materials. But what if someone dies unexpectedly, you ask? Wouldn't their knowledge die with them? Master Wulfric smiles. That's why we have the knowledge chain. Every critical piece of information is known by at least 3 people from different families, different ages. No single death, or even several, can break the chain completely. And tonight, adds Mistress Hildegard, we renew those chains, strengthen them, pass knowledge to new keepers when needed. As afternoon slides toward evening, villagers begin gathering in the central square. Children run about excitedly, unlike during normal village meetings where they're typically excluded. In fact, you notice children seem central to the preparation. They arrange benches in a specific pattern, place torches in precise locations. The physical arrangement matters, explains Master Wulfric, seeing your curiosity. The layout itself contains memory cues, where people sit, the pattern of torches, all designed to trigger specific memories. Mistress Edith adds, your ancestors understood that knowledge isn't just in the mind, it's in the body, in movement, in physical space. By recreating the same conditions each year, we strengthen the memory pathways. As twilight deepens, the gathering takes on a festival atmosphere. Food is shared, a barrel of special ale is tapped, brewed specifically for this occasion, you're told, with herbs that sharpen memory and loosen tongues. When full darkness falls, Master Wulfric stands before the assembled village. Conversation's quiet, and anticipation fills the air. The remembering begins, he announces, as it has since our grandparents' gathered here beneath this same oak. What follows both surprises and mesmerizes you. The first performance comes from an unlikely source. 3 children no more than 8 years old. They step forward and begin a singing game, moving in a circle while clapping a complex rhythm. The song's lyrics initially seem like nonsense, until you listen closer and realize they're actually listing every edible plant in the forest, in order of spring appearance. First comes nettle, bright and stinging, pick with gloves when birds are singing. Dandelion next appears, eat the root to calm your fears. The song continues, covering dozens of plants with specific details about identification, preparation, and medicinal properties, all encoded in a children's rhyming game. The children learn it as play, whispers Master Wulfric, but encoded within is knowledge that could prevent starvation if crops fail. Next comes a group of young women who perform a weaving dance, their movements mimicking the process of creating cloth. As they dance, they sing instructions in precise detail, which plants yield fibre, when to harvest them, how to process each type, which weaves suit, which purposes. The dance and song together form a complete technical manual, memorized through movement and melody. An elderly couple performs a call and response chant about weather prediction, cloud patterns, bird behaviors, wind changes that foretell specific weather events. The rhythmic nature makes any error immediately obvious, ensuring accurate transmission. Swallows high, clear sky remains. Swallows low, prepare for rains. Oak leaves south, the drought will come. Oak leaves north, get building done. The pattern continues for hours. Different groups perform different knowledge pieces: hunting techniques, childcare wisdom, construction methods, disease treatments. Some are solemn recitations, others lively performances. Some involve the entire village, others just specific family lines. Notice how certain knowledge belongs to certain families, Master Wulfric points out. The smithing knowledge passes through the blacksmith's line, the midwife's wisdom through maternal lines. Other knowledge, like edible plants, weather signs, belongs to everyone. You begin to understand the sophistication of the system. It isn't random oral tradition, but a carefully designed information technology using rhythm, rhyme, melody, movement, and social structure to preserve and transmit critical knowledge. The system has built-in error correction, explains Mistress Hildegard during a brief pause between performances. If someone makes a mistake in the recitation, the rhythm or rhyme immediately sounds wrong. Others can correct it before the error becomes permanent. Midway through the evening comes something you recognize, a song about fire preservation. The lyrics detail every step of creating fire bundles, maintaining embers, transferring flame. You realize it's exactly what Master Wulfric taught you, but encoded in a form that makes it nearly impossible to forget. Tomorrow, you'd remember perhaps half of what I taught you about fire-keeping, Master Wulfric says, but if I taught you that song instead, you'd remember nearly all of it, even years later. As the night progresses, you notice how certain physical objects are incorporated into the performances. A particular carved stick passes from hand to hand during the farming knowledge recitations. A special coloured stone circulates during the hunting songs. Memory anchors, explains Goodwife Aylward. The object itself triggers the associated knowledge. Some hunters can recall entire migration patterns just by handling their specific memory stone. Most fascinating is how the entire village landscape itself serves as a memory palace. During one recitation about boundaries and land rights, the performers point to specific trees, rocks, and streams, some visible from the gathering, others only in shared mental imagery. The location of certain markers triggers specific memories, Master Wulfric explains. The ancient oak reminds us of the founding story. The bent willow by the stream marks the boundary with the next village. The landscape literally contains our knowledge. Children participate throughout the night, sometimes leading, sometimes following, but always included. Now you understand why. They're being systematically incorporated into the knowledge network through games that embed critical information. A simple counting rhyme might actually teach which mushrooms are safe to eat, Mistress Edith tells you. A jumping game preserves the proper sequence for a complex task like tanning leather or preserving grain. Near midnight comes what Master Wulfric calls the redundancy check. Different groups recite overlapping knowledge in different forms. The same crucial survival information about treating winter fever appears in a somber chant from the elders, a lively song from young adults, and a clapping game from children. The most vital knowledge is stored in multiple forms, he explains. A song, a story, a physical arrangement, a game, ensuring that even if one transmission method fails, others preserve the knowledge. You watch, transfixed, as the village performs its living library. This isn't simple storytelling around a fire. It's a human-centered information technology more resilient than any book or digital storage. Books burn, Master Wulfric says softly as the night winds down. Servers fail, but distributed knowledge spread across dozens of minds can survive almost anything. Plague, war, famine, even deliberate suppression. The official remembering concludes near dawn, though smaller groups continue recitations and performances as they drift homeward. Master Wulfric gestures for you to remain as others leave. Tonight you witnessed, but next year you'll participate, he tells you solemnly. As my apprentice, you'll become part of the knowledge chain for fire preservation. 3 others already hold that knowledge. You'll be the 4th, providing additional security. The responsibility feels weighty but right. You think of your smartphone waiting in 2025 with its fragile glass screen and battery that dies without constant charging, all its stored knowledge useless without electricity, without the complex infrastructure that supports it. Compare that to what you've just witnessed, a resilient, distributed knowledge network requiring no technology beyond the human mind and body, designed to survive almost any catastrophe. What happens if the Lord or Church forbids these gatherings? You ask suddenly, realizing the political vulnerability. Master Wulfric smiles. Another layer of the system's brilliance. The same knowledge exists in multiple forms. If formal gatherings are banned, the children's games continue, preserving the core information. If songs are forbidden, physical memory anchors remain. The system adapts to persecution by hiding in plain sight, in lullabies, in games, in everyday activities that no authority thinks to ban. You walk home as dawn breaks, exhausted but mind-buzzing. Modern education suddenly seems strangely inefficient, focusing on writing and reading rather than these powerful memory techniques that kept knowledge alive for centuries without a single page. Your parents are still awake waiting by the fire. You've seen the remembering, your father says. It's not a question. I never knew, you admit, all these years, and I never realized what was happening in those songs, those games. Your mother smiles. That's partly the point. The knowledge hides in joy, in community. Precious things worth knowing are worth making beautiful. You think about modern survival preppers stockpiling books that might never be read. How different from this approach, storing critical knowledge where it's most useful, in human minds, ready to apply at a moment's notice. That night, drifting towards sleep despite the morning sun, you reflect on everything you've learned. Fire preservation, living hedges, smoke chambers, clay technologies, waterproofing, sound navigation, each sophisticated in its own right. But the memory network that preserved them, that was the ultimate resilient information system. Not primitive at all, perhaps the most advanced technology of all, just not in a form we modern people recognize as technology. Medieval knowledge networks weren't simple oral traditions. They were the original cloud storage, distributed, redundant, and remarkably resilient. Days pass in a blur after the remembering. Winter tightens its grip on the village, bringing short days and long nights. The knowledge you've gained over these past weeks shifts from abstract learning to daily necessity as the harshest season takes hold. You rise before dawn, carefully transferring an ember from your fire bundle to kindle the morning fire. The technique Master Wulfric taught you now feels as natural as breathing. No more struggling with flint and steel in the freezing darkness. No more wasted time or precious tinder. Just reliable flame exactly when needed. Your father's boots, treated with Goodwife Marta's waterproofing, keep his feet dry despite the snow and slush. When a small crack appears in the right heel, you confidently warm a small amount of the mixture she gave you between your palms, working it into the leather with the friction technique she taught. The repair holds perfectly against the winter wet. Food stores remain fresh longer than in previous years now that your family understands the principles of smoke preservation. The techniques Goodwife Aylward demonstrated have become part of your household's practice. Even the humble herbs hanging from your ceiling rafters last longer, preserve better, having been properly smoke-cured. Your mother uses one of Mistress Hildegard's cooling emporas to keep milk fresh an extra day. No small thing when winter limits the cow's production. At night, clay heat batteries warm your sleeping area, reducing the need for constant fire maintenance. When your young cousin falls ill with winter fever, you recognize the specific birch bark treatment needed. Knowledge from the children's singing game at the Remembering. The information was there all along, you realize, hidden in play, in songs, in community ritual. One particularly bitter morning, Master Wulfric finds you helping repair a section of the living hedge damaged by heavy snow. Your training continues well, he observes, watching you carefully bend a young hawthorn to the horizontal position Mistress Edith taught you. You're becoming a keeper of systems. I still have much to learn, you admit, securing the bent stem with practiced movements. Always, he agrees. But you understand the principle now, how all these systems work together rather than separately. You pause in your work, considering his words. He's right. The past weeks have revealed not just individual survival techniques, but their interconnections, how each supports and enhances the others. The living hedge provides materials for baskets that store smoke-preserved foods. The hedge also shelters certain birds that control insects that would otherwise damage grain. That same grain, properly stored in clay preservation vessels, feeds the village through winter, providing strength for hedge maintenance and waterproofing work. Nothing stands alone. Everything connects. Come, Master Wulfric says, interrupting your thoughts. There's someone you should meet. He leads you away from the village, following a path you've never taken before. The frozen landscape glitters under weak winter sunlight as you climb a gentle slope toward what appears to be a small, well-maintained hut set apart from other dwellings. Who lives here, Yue? The Memory Keeper, Master Wulfric answers with unexpected reverence. Our eldest, our wisest. She rarely joins village gatherings anymore. Her strength is preserved for more important work. You approach the solitary dwelling with growing curiosity. Smoke rises from its chimney, and the path to its door is freshly cleared of snow despite its isolated location. Master Wulfric knocks gently. The door opens to reveal a woman so ancient her face resembles weathered parchment etched with countless lines of experience. Despite her apparent age, her eyes remain sharp, taking your measure with a single glance. "This is the new apprentice?" she asks, voice surprisingly strong. "He is," Master Wulfric confirms. "He's learned the 7 systems." She nods once, then steps aside. "Come in, then. The cold does my old bones no favours." The interior of her hut strikes you immediately as different from other village dwellings. Every wall holds shelves lined with objects, stones of unusual shapes, bundles of herbs tied with coloured thread, small carved figures, clay tokens painted with symbols. A large loom dominates one corner, weaving patterns more complex than any you've seen before. The old woman settles into a chair near the fire, gesturing for you both to sit. "So," she says without preamble, "you've learned about fire-keeping, living barriers, smoke preservation, clay vessels, waterproofing, sound navigation, and memory networks." "Yes, mistress," you answer, surprised at her directness. "But do you understand what truly made them work?" she asks, studying your face. You hesitate, uncertain what answer she seeks. Integration, she says before you can respond. These weren't separate skills. They were one seamless approach to life. Nothing wasted. Everything with multiple purposes. Systems working together rather than in isolation. She reaches for a wooden cup, sipping what smells like herbal tea before continuing. Today you have... what do they call them? She glances at Master Wulfric. Specialists, he supplies. Yes, specialists. She says the word as if it tastes strange. One person knows only farming, another only building, another only healing, knowledge broken into tiny fragments, each person holding just one piece. You think about modern society, where indeed most people specialize deeply in narrow fields. How different from what you've witnessed here, where knowledge boundaries blur and overlap. Our ancestors couldn't afford such luxury, she continues. The farmer needed to be part healer, part builder, part preserver. The hunter needed to understand plants as well as animals. Everyone needed to grasp how one system affected another. Master Wulfric nods in agreement. The modern world calls this primitive. We call it wholeness. Show me what you've learned, the old woman says suddenly, fixing you with her penetrating gaze. Not just the techniques, but the connections between them. Put on the spot, you gather your thoughts. The fire bundle system preserves flame for the smoker, which preserves food for the village, which provides strength for maintaining the living hedge, which provides materials and protection. You continue tracing connections between the systems, how clay vessels store what smoke preserves, how waterproofing protects what the other systems create, how sound navigation ensures safe passage between communities, allowing knowledge exchange. The memory keeper listens intently, nodding occasionally. When you finish, she seems satisfied. You begin to see, she says, not 7 separate systems, but one integrated approach to life. She rises with surprising agility for her age, moving to a large wooden chest near her bed. From it she removes a small leather-bound book, a startlingly incongruous object in this world of oral tradition. "Can you read?" she asks. You nod, somewhat surprised by the question. "Good. Few can." She hands you the book. This contains diagrams, recipes, measurements for all the systems you've learned, written by my grandmother's grandmother and added to by each generation. You accept the book with reverence, understanding its value in a world where written records are rare. "Why show me this?" you ask. "I thought the memory networks preserved knowledge without writing." She smiles slightly. "Redundancy, child. The same knowledge exists in multiple forms. The memory network is primary. It lives, it adapts, it cannot be destroyed by a single fire or flood. But this," she taps the book, "provides precision when needed. Exact measurements, specific proportions." Master Wulfric adds, "The two approaches complement each other. Memory for resilience, writing for precision." You carefully open the ancient book. Inside, delicate drawings illustrate hedge-laying techniques, fire bundle construction, clay vessel designs. Marginalia, notes, refinements added over generations. This contains the collective wisdom of 15 generations, the memory keeper says quietly. Not just how to do things, but why they work, the principles behind the practices. You realize you're holding something beyond value, a medieval technical manual preserving knowledge that modern society has largely forgotten. You may study it here, under my guidance, she continues, not to memorize by rote, but to understand the thinking of those who develop these systems. The rest of the day passes in quiet study. The memory keeper explains diagrams, answers questions, connects techniques to principles. Master Wulfric occasionally adds insights from his own experience. The winter sun traces its short arc and begins to set while you absorb knowledge both ancient and startlingly relevant. As twilight approaches, the memory keeper closes the book and returns it carefully to its chest. "You asked earlier why I showed you this," she says, settling again by the fire. "The answer is simple. Someone must remember." Her gaze fixes on the flames. "A time may come when these systems are forgotten, when people believe there is only one way to live, dependent on mechanisms they don't understand and can't repair." You think about your own modern world, so technologically advanced, yet so vulnerable to disruption. How many people know how to preserve food without refrigeration, how to find direction without GPS, how to waterproof without synthetic chemicals? Our ancestors weren't just surviving despite their limitations, the memory keeper says, echoing your thoughts. In many ways, they were thriving because of them. Her words strike you deeply. The constraints of medieval life forced innovation within natural boundaries, working with materials at hand, developing systems that could be maintained locally, creating technologies that lasted generations rather than years. The most powerful medieval survival technique wasn't any specific skill, Master Wulfric adds. It was their integrated approach to life. As darkness falls completely, you make preparations to leave. The memory keeper rises once more, this time retrieving a small object from among her collected treasures, a polished stone pendant on a simple leather cord. "For the new keeper," she says, placing it in your hand. "A memory anchor. When you touch it, remember what you've learned, not just the methods, but the mindset." You slip the cord over your head, feeling the smooth stone warm against your skin. Something about its weight feels significant, as if you're accepting a tradition extending back through countless generations. Walking home through the winter night, Master Wulfric is unusually talkative. Each generation thinks itself the pinnacle of progress, he muses. Each believes previous generations were primitive, simple-minded. It's a conceit as old as humanity itself. The stars overhead seem especially bright against the black winter sky, the same stars your ancestors navigated by, told stories about, used to time their planting and harvesting. The greatest survival lesson, Master Wulfric continues, is humility, the willingness to learn from those we've been taught to view as primitive. At home, your family has already retired for the night. You kindle a small flame from your fire bundle, lighting a rush dip to navigate the dark interior. The humble light casts moving shadows across the familiar space, a space that somehow looks different now that you understand the systems that maintain it. Your sleeping area waits, a clay heat battery already warming the blankets, your mother's thoughtfulness. As you settle in, the pendant rests against your chest, a physical reminder of your journey through medieval knowledge. Sleep comes gently, carrying you through the boundary between your medieval experience and modern reality. The pendant seems to fade away, but the knowledge, that remains. Back in your comfortable modern bed, you find yourself thinking differently about the systems that support your daily life. The electric light you switch off without thought, the central heating that maintains perfect temperature without effort, the refrigerator humming in the kitchen, the smartphone charging on your nightstand. Convenience, certainly, but also dependence, vulnerability. If those systems failed, how many people know the alternatives? How many could create fire without matches or lighters? How many could preserve food without refrigeration? How many could navigate without GPS or even paper maps? The medieval villagers you've come to know would view our modern world with awe, certainly, but perhaps also with concern at how completely we've outsourced basic survival skills to systems we neither understand nor can repair. Their village wasn't just surviving despite limitations. In many ways, it was thriving because of them. Constraints forced innovation, cooperation, and a deep understanding of natural processes that many of us have lost. The most sophisticated aspect of medieval survival wasn't any particular technique, impressive as each one was. It was the integrated approach to life where nothing was wasted, where everything had multiple purposes, where systems worked in harmony rather than isolation. This wasn't primitive thinking, it was systems thinking at its most sophisticated. So perhaps the question isn't whether these medieval techniques still work. They do. The question is whether we're humble enough to learn from those we've been taught to view as primitive. Because in a world of increasing uncertainty, climate change, energy concerns, supply chain fragility, the most dangerous thing might be our modern arrogance, the belief that we've outgrown the wisdom of those who thrived without any of the systems we now depend on. As you drift towards sleep in your comfortable modern bed, the boundary between past and present blurs. The knowledge you've gained feels like a bridge between worlds, ancient wisdom with startling relevance for contemporary challenges. The fire bundle's elegant simplicity, the living hedge's multifunctional design, the smoke preservation's chemistry, the clay vessel's thermal engineering, the waterproofing's material science, the sound navigation's sensory awareness, the memory network's information technology. None were primitive. All were sophisticated adaptations to their time and place. All worked with natural materials and processes rather than against them. All could be created, maintained, and passed down without complex global supply chains or rare materials. Medieval people weren't just surviving despite their limitations. In many ways, they were thriving because of them, and that might be the most important survival lesson of all. Ancient Egypt was thousands of years in the making, a civilization that created the world's first nation-state, invented writing, and built monuments that still stand today. The pyramids, temples, and golden treasures we recognize instantly, yet the true story of these people remains completely misunderstood. Here's what life was really like in the world's greatest civilization. Before the story, if these help you sleep, like or subscribe would be cool. Also drop where you're listening from and the time. I check the comments and it's crazy seeing people from like Australia and Norway on the same video. Alright, tonight it's ancient Egypt. But before we go anywhere, get cozy, like actually cozy. Pillows good? Blanket situation handled? Perfect. Trust me on this one. You open your eyes to darkness, complete, total darkness, not the kind you're used to, with streetlights leaking through your blinds or the soft glow of electronics. This is proper darkness. It's 19,000 years ago, and you're waking up on the hard ground of a shallow cave in what will someday be southern Egypt. Your body aches. Every inch of you feels the unforgiving rock beneath your thin animal hide. The air smells of smoke from last night's fire, your only protection against the predators that roam the savanna grasslands. Your mouth is dry, your stomach tight with hunger. This isn't a bad night's sleep. This is just sleep for the earliest inhabitants of Egypt. You hear movement outside as the hunters prepare for the day. You're one of them, a nomadic hunter who follows the great herds of wild cattle across this surprisingly green landscape. Yeah, green. This isn't the Egypt you picture with endless deserts and pyramids. Not yet. The climate is completely different. Wetter, greener, with seasonal rains that create lakes and support grasslands filled with animals. "Wake up," someone whispers, nudging your shoulder. "The oryx are moving. We need to follow. The aurochs, massive wild cattle, are the lifeblood of your people. They provide meat, hide, bone for tools. Track them, kill them, or starve. It's that simple." You emerge from the cave into the pre-dawn light. The sky is transitioning from black to deep blue, stars still visible. Unlike your warm bed at home with its reliable roof, here the elements rule your existence. The morning chill bites at your skin, your breath visible in small clouds. "Look!" Your hunting companion points to tracks in the soft earth. Fresh, from before sunrise. This is what survival looks like, reading the smallest signs in nature that most modern humans have forgotten how to see. You can tell from these tracks not just that oryx passed by, but how many, how fast they were moving, and roughly how long ago. Your small band of about 20 people quickly breaks camp. There's no time for breakfast. Eating happens after a successful hunt, not before. Your stomach will have to wait. Unlike you lying in your comfortable bed right now, these early Egyptians didn't have the luxury of regular meals. "We should check the high ground," you suggest, pointing to a rocky outcrop. "See which way the herd is moving." Side note, I spent weeks researching these early hunter-gatherers of pre-dynastic Egypt, and the most fascinating thing is how skilled they were at reading landscapes. They knew exactly which plants signaled water nearby, which animal behaviors predicted weather changes. Their survival depended on observation skills we've completely lost. From the high rock, you can see for miles across the savannah, and there they are, a herd of oryx, maybe 40 animals grazing peacefully about a mile away. Their massive curved horns catch the early morning light. "If we circle around," your hunting leader says, "we can approach from downwind." Now the real work begins. Your group moves with practiced silence, spreading out in a loose formation. This hunt will take hours, stalking the animals slowly, getting close enough to use your weapons effectively. These aren't guns or even bows and arrows yet. You're using spears and throwing sticks, primitive but deadly in skilled hands. I've always wondered how I'd fare if I were suddenly transported back to this time. I'd probably last about half a day before something ate me or I drank bad water. These people were survival machines. The sun climbs higher and the heat intensifies. Sweat runs down your back. Salt stinging the scratches from yesterday's trek through thorny brush. Your throat is parched. Water is carried in animal bladders and it's rationed carefully. Every resource is precious. Your group successfully brings down 2 oryx after a grueling 6-hour hunt. Now comes the butchering, using stone tools to carefully separate meat, organs, hide, and bone. Nothing is wasted. The meat will be shared among the entire group. Some will be eaten today, some dried to preserve it. "Good throw," an older hunter says, examining your kill. "Clean strike. The spirits favored us today." These early people already had spiritual beliefs, connecting their survival to forces beyond themselves. They saw patterns in stars, in animal migrations, in the seasonal rains. Their worldview was forming, the very beginnings of what would eventually become the complex Egyptian religion. As night falls, your group returns to the cave. The women have gathered roots, berries, and edible plants to supplement the meat. Together, these foods provide just enough nutrition to survive. A fire is built and the meat is cooked. Wait, it gets better. These earliest inhabitants of Egypt left evidence of their existence, not in pyramids or papyrus, but in something even more personal. High up on rocky cliff faces at places like Kurta, about 100 kilometers south of Luxor, they carved images of the animals they hunted. So, imagine this. After the meal, with a full belly for the first time today, an elder takes a stone tool and begins to work on the rock wall of your shelter. By firelight, they carefully chip away, creating the unmistakable outline of an oryx. These aren't just decorations. They're a kind of hunting magic, a way of connecting with the animals and ensuring future success. The more we honor them, the elder explains, the more they give themselves to us. These rock carvings are the earliest art in Egypt, dating back to around 19,000 years ago. Some show hippos, others cattle, a few even depict human figures and boats, though the boats came later as the climate began to change. And speaking of climate change, that's exactly what would transform this green savanna into the Egypt we recognize. Around 10,000 years ago, the Earth's axis tilted slightly, by about half a degree. This tiny shift had profound consequences, gradually changing rainfall patterns across North Africa. The rains come later each year, an old woman observes as your group gathers around the fire, and they bring less water. She's right. Over your lifetime, you've noticed the seasonal lakes shrinking, the grasslands retreating, game animals are becoming harder to find. Your people have to travel farther for food, competing with other bands for dwindling resources. Fun fact that's not actually fun. This climate change wasn't caused by human activity like today's version. It was a natural shift that happened gradually over centuries, but for the people living through it, absolutely devastating. Imagine watching your entire environment slowly die around you with no understanding of why. Over generations, as the climate continued to dry, these nomadic hunters were forced to adapt. They began to follow the retreating moisture, moving closer to the large lakes that formed during the rainy season. One such area is called Nabta Playa, about 100 kilometers southwest of Abu Simbel in southern Egypt. Here's where things get wild. At Nabta Playa, these early people began to settle into communities, still relying on the annual summer rains, but they needed to predict exactly when these rains would return. Their solution? They turned to the night sky. When those stars, a tribal elder points upward to a specific constellation, appear directly overhead, the rains will come soon. What archaeologists discovered at Nabta Playa is mind-blowing. A stone circle about 7,000 years old, the earliest evidence of how Egyptian weather forecasters became astronomers. They aligned its central stones to the circumpolar stars, stars visible in the night sky all year round. When the sun appeared directly overhead, the stones cast no shadow, signaling that the midsummer rains were approaching. Think about this. Thousands of years before Stonehenge, these people were creating astronomical calendars to track the seasons, and this obsession with aligning monuments to celestial bodies, it would define Egyptian architecture for the next 5,000 years. Every tomb, every temple, every pyramid would be aligned to the stars. The connection they made was simple but profound. If the stars and rain were linked, then this world and the next must be connected. The physical and spiritual realms weren't separate but intertwined. As the climate continued to dry, these people focused more on the one reliable source of water, the Nile. Communities began forming along its banks, taking advantage of its annual flood that left behind rich, fertile soil perfect for growing crops. Look at how the black soil spreads after the water recedes. An early farmer tells his child, "This is the gift of the river." This black soil, Kemet, in ancient Egyptian, would give Egypt its name, the Black Land. By around 5000 BCE, these communities were cultivating wheat and barley, raising cattle and goats, producing the food surplus that would allow civilization to develop. With food production came specialization. Not everyone needed to farm or hunt. Some could become artisans, creating pottery, tools, and eventually luxury goods. Others became religious specialists, responsible for rituals that ensured the Nile's annual flood. I was reading this old archaeologist's field journal from a dig in the 1920s, and he described finding some of the earliest Egyptian pottery. The part that stuck with me was how he could see fingerprints pressed into the clay, actual fingerprints from someone who lived 7,000 years ago. Like, you're literally touching the past. These early settled communities developed distinct cultures in different parts of Egypt. In the north, settlements clustered around the Delta and the Fayum. In the south, they centered around the Kana bend of the Nile. These would become the two lands, Upper and Lower Egypt, that developed into two distinct cultures. What they shared was the miracle of the Nile, which transformed desert into paradise. Its annual flood renewed the soil's fertility, making it some of the most productive farmland in the ancient world. Egyptian farmers could grow everything from wheat and barley to figs, melons, and vegetables. Other lands need constant work, says a farmer as he watches the Nile waters recede from his fields. Ours gives to us freely. This isn't an exaggeration. While farmers in Mesopotamia had to constantly maintain complex irrigation systems, Egyptian agriculture was relatively straightforward. Plant after the flood recedes, harvest before the next one comes. The land practically farmed itself. But along with developing agriculture, these early Egyptians were also developing something else, a unique perspective on death. Unlike their nomadic ancestors who might simply leave their dead behind, settled people needed ways to manage death within their communities. The body returns to the earth, an elder explains, as a community prepares a grave, but the person continues. This is where we first see the beginnings of what would become Egypt's most mysterious practice, mummification. It started naturally. When bodies were buried in the hot desert sand, they would dehydrate rather than decay, preserving the skin, hair, and nails. The Egyptians noticed this preservation and began to see it as significant. One particular burial from around 3400 BCE shows a body curled into a fetal position, suggesting rebirth, surrounded by pottery, jewellery, and other possessions. Everything important in life accompanied the person into death. The message was clear. Death wasn't the end, but a transition to another state of existence. Here's where it gets even weirder. For the Egyptians, the preservation of the body was crucial because it housed the soul. A skeleton wasn't enough. The person needed to be recognizable to house their spirit for eternity. Even when dead, we must appear as ourselves, a ritual specialist explains. How else will our soul know where to dwell? Throughout Egypt's long history, this core belief would drive the development of increasingly elaborate mummification techniques. What began as simple burials in the sand would eventually become the complex process we associate with ancient Egypt. Removing organs, drying the body with natron salt, wrapping in linen, and placing in decorated coffins. As settlements grew into towns and early cities, another crucial development was taking place, the emergence of writing. And you know what's funny about the world's earliest writing? It wasn't developed to express poetry or record history. It was created to calculate taxes. In the ancient city of Abydos, archaeologists found small bone and ivory labels dating to around 3250 BCE. Each was engraved with symbols of animals, birds, or plants and was pierced for attachment to chests or vessels containing oil, linen, or grain. These symbols represented the regions producing these commodities, sent as tax payments to a central authority. Each mark must be clear, instructs an official as scribes prepare the labels. The king must know what comes from each district. These simple symbols gradually evolved into the elegant hieroglyphic script that would record the Egyptian language for the next 3,000 years. So yeah, bureaucracy and taxes literally invented writing. As these communities grew in size and complexity, leadership became increasingly important. Local chiefs competed for resources and territory. The inevitable clash between the distinct cultures of Upper and Lower Egypt is recorded on what many consider to be Egypt's founding document, the Narmer Palette. This ceremonial palette depicts the moment when King Narmer of Upper Egypt defeated his northern enemy, unifying the two lands under one rule. It shows Narmer in the classic smiting pose, raising a mace above a kneeling captive's head. This powerful image would be repeated throughout Egyptian history. Narmer has united the two lands, a herald announces to the gathered crowd. The white crown of Upper Egypt and the red crown of Lower Egypt now rest on one head. Narmer became Egypt's first king around 3100 BCE, establishing the first dynasty and creating what many scholars consider the world's first nation-state. Egypt was now a unified country with a single ruler, a shared culture, and a central government. When the sun sets on this first day of unified Egypt, you find yourself not in a cave or simple hut, but in a mud brick house in one of the growing settlements along the Nile. The river flows outside, its gentle sounds filtering through the reed mat hanging in your doorway. Tomorrow will bring new challenges, but also the continued unfolding of what would become one of history's most enduring civilizations. As you lay on your reed mat, listening to the night sounds of ancient Egypt, it's worth taking a moment to appreciate how far these people had come, from nomadic hunters following herds across a vanishing savanna to the creators of a unified state that would build the pyramids and temples we still marvel at today. The story was just beginning. Unlike your comfortable bed with its soft mattress and perfectly stuffed pillows, this early Egyptian sleeping arrangement is basic. A reed mat on a slightly elevated platform, maybe a headrest carved from wood or stone to keep your head off the ground and preserve your hairstyle. But after a long day of farming, fishing or building, even this simple bed feels welcoming enough. Dawn breaks over a different Egypt now. The year is roughly 2700 BCE, more than 4,700 years ago, and the early nation-state has evolved into something far more complex. You're standing on the west bank of the Nile, watching workers stream toward a massive construction project that will change how we think about human achievement forever. A foreman walks past, barking orders. Those limestone blocks need to be at the north face by midday. The king wants progress. This isn't the construction of the Great Pyramid yet. We're still in the early phases of Egypt's Pyramid Age. What you're witnessing is the beginning of the world's first major stone building, the Step Pyramid of King Djoser at Saqqara. Egypt has been unified for about 400 years now, ruled by pharaohs who trace their lineage back to Narmer. These kings have been buried in large, flat-topped rectangular tombs called mastabas, basically glorified rectangular boxes covered with mud brick. Nice, but nothing revolutionary. But King Djoser and his brilliant architect Imhotep are about to change everything. Stack another level on top. Imhotep instructs the master builders, pointing to plans drawn on papyrus. Then another and another. The workers look at him like he's lost his mind. You want to build a mastaba on top of another mastaba? Yes, Imhotep says confidently, and then 4 more on top of that. This moment, this seemingly simple idea to stack mastabas of decreasing size on top of each other would create the Step Pyramid, Egypt's first monumental stone structure and the precursor to all true pyramids. I mean, picture this. No one had ever built something this big with stone before. It was like going from building log cabins to suddenly constructing the Empire State Building. The engineering problems they had to solve were insane. Saqqara becomes a hive of activity. Thousands of workers quarry limestone blocks, drag them on wooden sleds and carefully position them. Others mix mortar, shape decorative elements and carve inscriptions. It's not just a tomb being built, it's an entire complex with courtyards, temples and storage rooms. Imhotep's design isn't just big, it's revolutionary. When completed, the Step Pyramid will stand over 60 meters tall, almost 200 feet, with 6 distinct steps or levels. It's the tallest building on Earth at this time. The king's soul must ascend to join the imperishable stars in the north, a priest explains as you watch the construction. This monument creates the stairway for his journey. That's a key point about Egyptian pyramids. They weren't just massive tombs, they were machines for transformation designed to help the king's soul ascend to the heavens. Around noon, you follow workers to a canteen area where they receive their rations. The Egyptian state is feeding these workers well. Archaeological evidence shows they got plenty of bread, beer, fish, and even meat. These weren't slaves building the pyramids. They were skilled labourers, craftsmen, and seasonal farmers working during the Nile's annual flood when they couldn't tend their fields. "How many days have you been working here?" you ask a stonecutter as you share a jar of beer. 3 months this season, he tells you, taking a hunk of bread. "I'll stay until the flood recedes. The pay is good, enough grain to feed my family for the year, plus the honour of building for the king." That's something modern people don't get about ancient Egypt. Building these monuments wasn't just forced labour, it was part of their religious and social duty. The pharaoh maintained cosmic order, called Mawat, and ensured the Nile flooded properly, bringing fertility to the land. In return, the people contributed to his monuments. It was a divine pact that made Egypt function. As you walk through the construction site, you spot someone important, a man giving detailed instructions to the workers, consulting plans, and inspecting the quality of stonework. This is Imhotep himself, the genius behind the Step Pyramid. Imhotep wasn't born into royalty or wealth. Historians believe he came from a common background but rose through the ranks because of his brilliant mind. He was architect, physician, astronomer, and eventually high priest. Talk about career advancement. The dude went from commoner to practically divine. "See how these blocks must fit precisely," he tells a group of stonecutters, running his hand along a seam. "The king's eternal house must be perfect." Imhotep was so revered that after his death he achieved something almost unheard of for a non-royal. He was worshipped as a god of medicine and wisdom. The Greeks later identified him with their own god of medicine, Asclepius. Not bad for an architect. Let's fast forward about 75 years. The Step Pyramid was just the beginning. Now we're at Giza around 25 and 50 BCE, watching the construction of the Great Pyramid of King Khufu, the largest pyramid ever built and the only one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world still standing today. The scale is almost incomprehensible. Workers are setting in place 2.3 million blocks of stone, some weighing as much as 80 tons. The finished pyramid will stand 146 meters, 481 feet tall, with a base covering 13 acres. For context, you could fit St. Peter's Basilica in Rome inside this thing with room to spare. How do they move those massive blocks? You whisper to a supervisor. With great difficulty, he laughs. We cut the stone at the quarry, then drag it on wooden sleds. For the largest blocks, we need hundreds of men pulling together. Recent archaeological evidence suggests they also used clever techniques like wetting the sand in front of the sleds to reduce friction. The ancient Egyptians might not have had advanced technology, but they were masters at applying basic physics principles to solve enormous engineering challenges. Behind the massive wall now known as the Wall of the Crow lies an entire workers' city. About 20,000 people worked on the Great Pyramid, not all at once, but in rotating shifts throughout the year. Most were farmers who worked during the annual Nile flood when their fields were underwater. Others were permanent skilled craftsmen. Let's check out where they lived. You enter a section of barracks, long, narrow buildings with sleeping platforms for the workers. It's cramped by modern standards, with about 20 men sharing a dormitory-style room. The overseers sleep at each end, explains a worker, pointing to slightly raised platforms at both ends of the room. The rest of us sleep in between, head to foot. The workers' diets were surprisingly good. Archaeologists have found evidence they ate beef, sheep, goat, fish, and plenty of bread and beer. The state provided this food as payment, understanding that well-fed workers were productive workers. In the main workers' village at Giza, there's a designated area for food preparation. Massive bakeries churn out bread, breweries produce beer, and butchers process meat. The logistics of feeding thousands of workers daily was a massive operation in itself. 20 loaves per man, a supply master calculates, making marks on a papyrus sheet, plus 2 jars of beer, onions, garlic, and a portion of fish or meat. When the Egyptian state was strong, this system worked remarkably well. The labour was organised by a complex bureaucracy that kept detailed records of workers, supplies, and progress. Speaking of bureaucracy, that's another Egyptian invention we're still dealing with today. They had officials for everything, overseers of granaries, scribes of the royal documents, masters of the king's works. Every aspect of society was catalogued, recorded, and managed. Let's go inside one of the scribal offices near the construction site. A group of men sit cross-legged, writing on papyrus scrolls with reed pens. These are the accountants of ancient Egypt, keeping track of supplies, workers, and costs. 20 limestone blocks from Tura arrived today, dictates an overseer, while a scribe carefully records the information. 45 workers present in the East Quadrant, 3 absent due to illness. Being a scribe was one of the best jobs in ancient Egypt. You avoided hard physical labour, earned a good living, and had social status. Egyptian parents encouraged their sons to train as scribes. There are actual ancient Egyptian school texts where fathers lecture their sons about the benefits of scribal education versus other professions. One famous text has a father telling his son, "Be a scribe, your body will be sleek, your hand will be soft, you are one who sits grandly in your house, your servants answer speedily, beer is poured copiously, all who see you rejoice in good cheer." Translation: be a scribe so you don't have to do real work, can sit around all day and drink lots of beer. While the pyramids were being built for the kings, most Egyptians lived in much simpler dwellings. Let's visit a typical Egyptian home from this period. It's made of mud brick, the perfect building material for Egypt's climate, staying cool during hot days and retaining warmth at night. The house has a central courtyard where much of the food preparation happens, surrounded by rooms for sleeping and storage. The roof is flat and accessible by an internal staircase. In hot weather, people sleep on the roof to catch the cooler night breezes. We do most of our living outside, explains the lady of the house as she grinds grain into flour. We only go inside to sleep or escape the midday sun. Egyptian furniture is minimal by modern standards. Reed mats cover the floors. Simple wooden stools and low tables serve for eating. Beds are wooden frames with woven reed mattresses. For a pillow, Egyptians use a curved wooden or stone headrest, not as uncomfortable as it looks once you get used to it. The house has no bathroom as we'd recognize it. A corner of the courtyard has a designated spot for a ceramic pot used as a toilet, emptied daily into the fields as fertilizer. Bathing happens with water carried from the Nile or a local canal poured over the body while standing in a shallow stone basin. We bathe daily, the woman tells you, noticing your interest. Cleanliness is important to us. This is true. Ancient Egyptians were obsessed with hygiene by ancient standards. They used natron, a natural salt, as soap, brushed their teeth with frayed reed brushes, and even used mint as breath freshener. While the royals and elites might use elaborate makeup, wigs and jewellery, ordinary Egyptians dress simply. Men typically wear a simple linen kilt, while women wear straight linen dresses with straps that cover their breasts. Children often go naked until puberty. Sandals are for the wealthy. Most people go barefoot. In the fields surrounding the village, farmers work with simple tools, wooden ploughs pulled by oxen, hoes, sickles for harvesting. Egyptian agriculture followed a predictable annual cycle governed by the Nile's flood. There are 3 seasons, a farmer explains while checking the irrigation channels in his field. Akhet, the flood, when the Nile rises and covers our fields. Pereh, the growing season, when we plant after the waters recede. And Shemu, the harvest, before the cycle begins again. This natural rhythm gave Egyptian civilization remarkable stability. While other ancient societies struggled with unpredictable rainfall, the Nile's annual flood was reliable enough that Egyptians could build their entire society around it. Throughout the Old Kingdom, roughly 2700–2200 BCE, this system thrived. The king maintained cosmic order, the Nile flooded properly, crops were abundant, and monumental projects continued. Egypt was the superpower of its day, wealthy and secure behind its natural desert barriers. The pyramids of the 4th dynasty mark the pinnacle of this achievement. After Khufu's Great Pyramid, his son Khafra built the 2nd pyramid at Giza, the one with the Sphinx in front, and his grandson Menkaura built the 3rd, smaller pyramid. Together they form the iconic skyline we associate with ancient Egypt. But by the 5th dynasty, something was changing. The pyramids built by later kings were smaller, with less impressive materials. The massive building projects had strained Egypt's resources. Climate change was beginning to affect the reliability of the Nile flood. Political power was becoming more decentralized. Let's visit one final site before the Old Kingdom begins its decline. At Abusir, just south of Giza, King Unas has built his pyramid complex around 2400 BCE. What makes it special isn't its size, but what's inside. The walls of the burial chamber are carved with hundreds of hieroglyphic inscriptions known as the pyramid texts, the oldest religious writings in Egypt. These spells will protect the king in the afterlife, a priest explains, as artisans carefully carve the hieroglyphs. They will help him navigate the dangers, join with Osiris, and rise to the sky with Ra. The pyramid texts give us our first detailed look at ancient Egyptian religious beliefs. They describe a complex afterlife journey where the king must overcome obstacles, pass judgments, and transform into different divine forms. This religious tradition would evolve over thousands of years, but its core elements are already present. While Unis's causeway connecting his pyramid to the Valley Temple shows scenes of bounty and prosperity, it also contains a troubling image, emaciated figures representing famine victims. This rare moment of realism in Egyptian art hints at problems on the horizon. "These are the Bedouin from the desert edges," an artist explains, painting the thin figures. "They suffer when the rains fail, but such troubles could never reach the Black Land." He's wrong. By 2200 BCE, about 200 years after Unas, Egypt would face a series of low Nile floods, leading to famines, political instability, and the collapse of central authority. The Old Kingdom's end would plunge Egypt into its first dark age, a period of fragmentation called the First Intermediate Period. As the sun sets on the Pyramid Age, you watch workers heading home after a day of construction. They're tired but satisfied, participating in what they believe is the most important work possible, ensuring their king's immortality and, by extension, the stability of their world. They have no idea that the magnificent civilization they're building, with its massive monuments, complex bureaucracy, and elaborate religious traditions, will collapse within a few generations, that the divine order they take for granted is more fragile than they can imagine. Unlike your safe, predictable world with its weather forecasts and grocery stores, these ancient Egyptians live with constant uncertainty. One bad Nile flood means widespread hunger. One weak pharaoh means political instability. The monuments they build are, in part, an attempt to create permanence in an impermanent world. As night falls over the Giza Plateau, the partially completed Great Pyramid looms against the starry sky. Thousands of workers sleep in their barracks, exhausted from a day of hauling stone. In the nearby palace, Pharaoh Khufu reviews plans with his officials. And along the Nile, ordinary Egyptians sleep in their simple homes, trusting that tomorrow will be like today, unaware of the changes that will eventually transform their eternal empire. The Nile isn't flooding properly anymore. For the 5th year in a row, the waters have barely risen, leaving fields parched and granaries dangerously empty. We're now around 2180 BCE, and Egypt's Old Kingdom, the age of massive pyramids and centralized royal power, How can the king fail to bring the floods? A farmer asks, looking at his withered crops. Has he lost the favour of the gods? This is Egypt's first major crisis, what historians call the First Intermediate Period, a perfect storm of disasters, climate change bringing multiple low Nile floods, famine spreading through the countryside, and a weakened monarchy unable to respond effectively. Pharaoh Pepti II, the last significant king of the Old Kingdom, supposedly reigned for 94 years but ended his incredibly long rule as an ineffective old man. Think about this for a second. Imagine if Queen Elizabeth had stayed on the throne until she was 120 years old, increasingly frail and out of touch. The system just can't function properly with that kind of leadership vacuum. The collapse of central authority creates a power vacuum that regional governors, called nomarchs, quickly fill. These local rulers stop sending taxes to the capital, instead keeping resources to take care of their own territories. Egypt effectively splits back into the regional kingdoms it had been before Narmer's unification over 900 years earlier. Let's visit one of these regional power centres. At Moala in Upper Egypt, a nomarch named Anktifi has declared himself the effective ruler of his territory. He's had his tomb carved with an autobiography that tells us exactly what life was like during this chaotic time. I gave bread to the hungry and clothing to the naked, Ankhtaphi's inscription boasts. I never allowed anyone to go hungry in this province. Reading between the lines of Ankhtaphi's tomb text, we see a man taking advantage of the power vacuum. He describes military campaigns against neighbouring provinces, claiming he's bringing order, but really just expanding his territory. He barely mentions the king at all, just one tiny reference to a royal name, almost as an afterthought. I am the beginning and the end of mankind, Ankhtaphi's inscription declares, since nobody like me existed before, nor will he exist. Talk about ego, but his self-promotion reveals something crucial. Local strongmen were now the real power in Egypt. The divine pharaoh was increasingly irrelevant. The real suffering, though, falls on ordinary Egyptians. Ankhtaphi's tomb contains a chilling description. All of Upper Egypt was dying of hunger to such a degree that everyone had come to eating their children. While that's probably exaggerated for dramatic effect, like, look how bad things were until I saved everyone, archaeological evidence does show signs of widespread malnutrition during this period without the coordinated response of a strong central government. Local areas were left to fend for themselves when the Nile failed to flood properly. Now, around 2050 BCE, we're in Thebes, modern Luxor. This southern city was previously a backwater, but it's becoming the centre of a movement to reunify Egypt. A family of local rulers named Mentuhotep, the war god Montu, is satisfied, are building military power and expanding northward. The South will rise again, jokes a soldier as troops gather for a northern campaign. Thebes will rule all Egypt. He's right. After decades of fighting, Mentuhotep II defeats the northern rulers based at Heracleopolis and reunifies Egypt around 2055 BCE, establishing what we now call the Middle Kingdom. Here's where things get really brutal. When archaeologists excavated Mentuhotep's temple complex at Dir el-Bahri, they found a mass grave containing about 60 soldiers. These weren't carefully mummified nobility. These were the actual guys who fought and died in the civil war to reunify Egypt. Look at this, an archaeologist says, pointing to a skeleton. Arrow penetration to the chest, and this one, massive head trauma, probably from a mace. These soldiers' bodies tell the violent story of reunification. Some had healed fractures from previous battles before being killed in their final fight. Others showed signs of having been finished off while helpless on the battlefield. All were collected and buried with honour in what might be the world's first known war cemetery. But the real horror of Egypt's civil war happened at Abydos, Egypt's most sacred site. This was the burial ground of Egypt's first kings, the ones who followed Narmer and established the early dynasties. During the civil war, northern troops did the unthinkable. They desecrated these royal tombs, burning them and destroying the royal mummies inside. The vile deed, as later texts called it, shattered Egypt's physical connection to its royal ancestors. The sacred bodies of the kings, meant to be preserved for eternity, were destroyed. It was an act of cultural desecration almost impossible for modern people to fully grasp. Imagine if someone burned down Arlington National Cemetery while simultaneously destroying the Constitution and Declaration of Independence. Mentuhotep Sing's reunification of Egypt was thus not just a political victory, but a spiritual restoration. He portrayed himself as the heir to the Old Kingdom, building a temple complex that combined pyramid and temple elements. He wore both the white crown of Upper Egypt and the red crown of Lower Egypt, symbolizing the reunification of the two lands. I have healed the division, Mentuhotep declares in an inscription. The two lands are united under my rule as they were under the kings of old. The Middle Kingdom that follows, roughly 2050–1650 BCE, is considered by many scholars to be Egypt's golden age. Not of massive monuments like the Old Kingdom, but of art, literature, and a more humanistic culture. The trauma of the First Intermediate Period had changed Egyptian society profoundly. Let's visit the new capital at Itj Tawi, near the entrance to the Fayum region. The Middle Kingdom pharaohs have moved the administrative centre from Memphis to this new location, symbolising a fresh start. In the scribal schools attached to the royal court, something remarkable is happening. A new form of literature is emerging, stories, teachings, and even what we might call novels. The best known is the tale of Sinuhe, about an Egyptian official who flees to Asia after the assassination of a king, lives among foreigners, and eventually returns home to Egypt. Read it to me again, a young scribe asks his teacher, the part where Sinuhe fights the champion of Retanu. The teacher unrolls a papyrus scroll and reads dramatically. Then he came at me while I waited. I shot him, my arrow sticking in his neck. He screamed, he fell on his nose. I slew him with his own battle axe. This is entertainment, not just religious or royal propaganda. The Egyptians are developing a rich literary tradition that includes adventure stories, wisdom texts, and even love poetry. Unlike the formal, idealized art and writing of the Old Kingdom, Middle Kingdom literature often deals with uncertainty, moral ambiguity, and real human emotions. Another important text from this period is the dialogue of a man with his bar, essentially a man arguing with his soul about whether life is worth living, possibly the world's first recorded exploration of existential despair. The Egyptian who wrote it, whoever he was, would have understood Hamlet's "to be or not to be" perfectly well. Why do I remain alive? The man asks his soul. Death is before me today, like the recovery of a sick man, like going outside after being confined. His soul responds, if you think about burial, it's heartbreak. It's bringing tears by making a man miserable. Don't think about it. So basically, a guy is contemplating suicide, and his soul is like, dude, chill, death sucks too. This psychological depth reflects a culture coming to terms with the trauma of civil war and social collapse. The old certainties were gone. The king wasn't an untouchable god anymore, and the promise of eternal order had been broken. The Middle Kingdom response was to create a more accessible version of Egyptian culture. Royal portraiture becomes more humanistic. Kings are shown with worry lines and expressions that suggest the burden of rule. Regular people can now access afterlife magic previously reserved for royalty. Coffins for non-royals are inscribed with protective spells adapted from the royal pyramid texts. Even a craftsman like me can have an afterlife now, says a carpenter as he saves to buy his own inscribed coffin. The gods will know my name. This democratization of the afterlife is one of the most important developments in Egyptian religious history. By the Middle Kingdom, even middle-class Egyptians could purchase funeral equipment with protective spells and images, essentially giving them access to the same afterlife previously reserved for kings. The economic foundation for this cultural flowering comes from massive infrastructure projects started by the Middle Kingdom pharaohs. Let's visit one of them, a huge irrigation project in the Fayum region, where channels and dikes are being constructed to control the Nile's flow into this natural depression. When complete, this system will irrigate thousands of acres, explains an overseer as workers dig channels. Even in years of low flood, we'll have water stored here. Senusret III, one of the most powerful kings of the 12th dynasty, exemplifies the new Middle Kingdom ruler. His statues show him with a careworn, almost scowling expression, a far cry from the serene, idealized faces of Old Kingdom kings. The message is clear: ruling is hard work, not divine play. The king sleeps little, thinking of his people, a court official explains. His ears hear the needs of Upper and Lower Egypt. Senusret III was also a military badass who led campaigns into Nubia, modern Sudan, to secure Egypt's southern frontier and control the gold mines there. Instead of relying on the traditional Egyptian approach of periodic raids, he established a permanent military presence by building a series of massive fortresses along the Nile. These Middle Kingdom fortresses were engineering marvels, massive mud brick structures with walls up to 11 meters, 36 feet high, and moats that would make medieval castle builders jealous. The largest, Buhan, had an outer wall over a mile in circumference. They functioned as military bases, administrative centers, and trading posts rolled into one. These walls say to the Nubians, Egypt is here to stay, a garrison commander tells you as you walk the battlements. No one passes north or south without our permission. Control of these fortresses meant control of trade. Gold, ivory, ebony, and exotic animal skins flowed north from Inner Africa, while manufactured Egyptian goods went south. The fortresses also processed copper and other minerals mined in the surrounding deserts. But Egypt's influence wasn't limited to the south. During the Middle Kingdom, Egypt established trading connections across the Mediterranean world and into the Near East. At the port of Byblos in modern Lebanon, Egyptian merchants had a permanent presence trading for the cedar wood that Egyptians prized for shipbuilding and luxury items. Lebanon's mountains grow the finest cedars, an Egyptian trader tells you as a ship unloads at an Egyptian harbour. One tree can make a mast tall enough to carry a sail that moves a ship with 60 men and tons of cargo. Egyptian ships were technological marvels capable of navigating both the Nile and the Mediterranean. One of the most famous Middle Kingdom achievements was a trading expedition to the mysterious land of Punt, probably somewhere along the Red Sea coast of Africa, recorded in detailed relief carvings showing exotic goods being brought back to Egypt. From Punt we brought frankincense trees, ebony, gold, ivory, and exotic animals, boasts an expedition leader, even baboons and a giraffe for the king's menagerie. The Middle Kingdom also saw significant developments in everyday technology. Water clocks, improved pottery wheels, bronze working, and advancements in mathematics and medicine all occurred during this period. Egyptian doctors were famous throughout the ancient world, with specialized knowledge of anatomy, pharmaceuticals, and surgery. I found this old medical papyrus transcript where an Egyptian doctor describes treating a head wound. He examines it and says, if you examine a man with a gash on his head that penetrates to the bone, you should palpate his wound. If you find that there is a swelling protruding on the outside of that gash, you should say about him, an ailment I will treat. But if the skull is actually split open, revealing the brain, the diagnosis changes, an ailment not to be treated, which is honestly fair enough for Bronze Age medicine. Despite these achievements, the Middle Kingdom contained the seeds of its own decline. Senusret III and his successor Amenemhat III had centralized power by reducing the authority of the nomarchs, those regional governors, but this meant the system depended increasingly on a strong king. When Amenemhat IV died after a brief reign, he was succeeded by a female pharaoh, his sister Sobekneferu. While she was a legitimate ruler, her brief reign, about 4 years, ended without a clear successor, concluding the 12th dynasty. The 13th dynasty that followed maintained the appearance of the Middle Kingdom, but with significantly less stability. In less than a century, more than 60 kings ruled in rapid succession, few lasting more than a year or two. Central control weakened, and Egypt began to fragment again. During this unstable period, new groups were moving into the Nile Delta from the Near East. Known to the Egyptians as Amu, or Asiatics, they gradually established themselves as rulers in the eastern delta city of Avaris. By around 1650 BCE, these foreign rulers, whom historians call the Hyksos, had gained control of northern Egypt, while a native Egyptian dynasty continued to rule the south from Thebes. Egypt was divided once more, entering the Second Intermediate Period, but this division was different from the first. Now, foreigners controlled a significant portion of Egypt, challenging not just political unity, but cultural identity. They worship strange gods, complains a Theban priest. They use curved swords instead of proper Egyptian weapons. They speak our language with strange accents. How can such people claim to be kings of Egypt? Yet the reality was more complex. Archaeological evidence shows the Hyksos quickly adopted Egyptian culture, writing, and royal titles. They worshipped Egyptian gods alongside their own deities. Rather than being simply foreign invaders, they represented the complex cultural mixing that comes with migration and integration. As the sun sets on the Middle Kingdom, Egypt stands at a crossroads. The confident, isolated civilization of the Old Kingdom is gone forever. The more cosmopolitan, internationally connected Middle Kingdom is fading. Ahead lies a period of foreign influence, followed by a new kind of Egyptian empire, one that will project its power far beyond the Nile Valley. In your modern bed, with its machine-made sheets and memory foam pillow, you can sleep secure knowing food will be available tomorrow regardless of weather or politics. But as you drift off in ancient Egypt at the end of the Middle Kingdom, such certainties are fading. The Nile may or may not flood properly. The gods may or may not be pleased. And foreigners with strange weapons and customs are moving into the land of the pharaohs, bringing both threat and opportunity to the world's most ancient civilization. Morning breaks over a divided Egypt. In the north, foreign rulers called the Hyksos control the delta from their capital at Avaris. In the south, Egyptian kings still rule from Thebes. We're in the Second Intermediate Period, around 1600 BCE, and tensions between these two kingdoms are reaching a breaking point. The Hyksos aren't what you might expect. Rather than wild barbarians, they're sophisticated rulers who've largely adopted Egyptian culture. They write in hieroglyphs, worship Egyptian gods alongside their own deities, and use Egyptian titles. Their kings have taken Egyptian throne names. The current ruler calls himself King Apophis. They want to be Egyptian, a Theban official scoffs. They wear our clothes, use our writing, but they'll never truly understand Ma'at. Ma'at, that concept of cosmic order, balance and justice that underpins Egyptian civilization. To the Thebans, only a true Egyptian king can maintain it. What makes the Hyksos truly threatening isn't just their control of northern Egypt, but their military innovations. They've introduced new weapons and tactics that give them an edge. The composite bow, more effective axes, and most importantly, the horse and chariot. Let's visit a Hyksos military camp outside Avaris. Soldiers are training with these strange new weapons, particularly the chariot, a light, fast, two-wheeled vehicle pulled by horses. Egypt had never seen anything like it before. The chariot is a mobile fighting platform, a Hyksos officer explains to new recruits. One man drives while the other shoots. We can strike and move before Egyptian infantry can even reach us. This military technology was revolutionary. Previously, Egyptian battles were mainly infantry affairs, masses of men with shields, spears, and maces slugging it out. The chariot changed everything, allowing archers to rapidly deploy, shoot, and relocate. It was the ancient equivalent of introducing tanks to a battlefield of foot soldiers. The standoff between Thebes and the Hyksos deteriorated when King Apophis sent a message to the Theban ruler Seqenenre-Ptah. The exact contents are lost to history, but it apparently contained an insult so severe that it provoked a military response. The message complained about hippos in a Theban pool making noise and keeping Apophis awake in his capital hundreds of miles away, a court official whispers. It was a deliberate provocation. Whatever the message contained, the conflict escalated. Seqenenre-Ptah led forces north against the Hyksos but died in the fighting. His mummy, discovered by archaeologists in the 1880s, shows the horrifying injuries that killed him. Massive wounds to the head from what were likely Hyksos-style axes. 5 separate blows, a royal physician says quietly, examining the king's body as it's prepared for mummification. He faced his enemies directly, too directly. The struggle continued under Seqenenre's son Kamose, who pushed further north, and then under his brother Amose, who finally succeeded around 1550 BCE. Amose besieged Avaris, captured it, and pursued the fleeing Hyksos all the way to their fortress at Sharuhen in southern Canaan, which he besieged for 3 years before capturing it. The victory over the Hyksos marks the beginning of Egypt's new kingdom, 1550–1069 BCE, arguably the peak of ancient Egyptian civilization, but something fundamental had changed. The experience of foreign occupation and the struggle to expel the invaders transformed Egypt from an insular kingdom into an aggressive empire. Never again will foreigners rule the Black Land, Ahmose declares to his troops. From now on, we will strike them in their own territories before they can threaten Egypt. This new imperial mindset, combined with the military technologies adopted from the Hyksos, particularly the chariot, turned Egypt into the ancient world's superpower. Under the kings of the 18th dynasty, Egyptian armies would march far beyond their traditional borders, creating an empire that stretched from Sudan to Syria. Let's jump ahead a few decades to the reign of Thutmose III. Around 1450 BCE, he's led the Egyptian army north into Canaan, where he faces a coalition of local princes backed by the powerful kingdom of Mitanni at the Battle of Megiddo, probably the first major battle in history that we can reconstruct in detail. The enemy has taken position at Megiddo, reports a scout to Thutmose. They believe we must take the wide, safe road around the mountain, but there is a narrow path that leads directly to them. They won't expect us there. Thutmose makes a daring decision, leading his army through a narrow, dangerous mountain pass that his generals advise against. The gamble pays off. He catches the coalition forces by surprise and scatters them, forcing them to retreat into the walled city of Megiddo, which he then besieges for 7 months. If we had followed the easy path as the enemy expected, the battle would have been much harder, Thutmose tells his officers afterward. Sometimes the most dangerous route offers the greatest opportunity. Thutmose III would ultimately lead at least 17 military campaigns into the Near East, creating Egypt's first true empire. He was so successful that he's sometimes called the Napoleon of ancient Egypt. Under his rule, wealth poured into Egypt: gold, silver, precious woods, horses, and exotic goods from across the known world. But before Thutmose III's solo rule, there was one of the most remarkable chapters in Egyptian history, the reign of Hatshepsut, his stepmother and aunt, who ruled as a female pharaoh for about 22 years. Officially, Hatshepsut began as regent for young Thutmose III, who was only about 2 years old when his father died. But within a few years, she had taken the unprecedented step of declaring herself king. Not queen, but king with all the titles and regalia of a male pharaoh. Let's visit her magnificent mortuary temple at Deir el-Bahari, where massive relief sculptures show Hatshepsut performing all the traditional duties of kingship. In these images, she's often depicted with a male body wearing the traditional false beard of the pharaohs, though other images show her in female form. The king must be shown performing the sacred rituals, explains a priest at the temple. Hatshepsut does everything a king must do to maintain Ma'at. One of Hatshepsut's greatest achievements was a trading expedition to the land of Punt, recorded in detail on her temple walls. The carvings show Egyptian ships sailing to this exotic location, probably somewhere in East Africa, where they traded for frankincense trees, ebony, gold, ivory, and exotic animals. The Punt expedition shows our strength extends beyond military conquest, says a court official proudly. Nations willingly trade with Egypt because of our wealth and prestige. After Hatshepsut's death, Thutmose III finally ruled alone, though he eventually had most references to Hatshepsut erased from monuments, probably to strengthen his son's claim to the throne rather than out of personal animosity. He built on her diplomatic and economic foundations while adding his own military conquests. By the height of the New Kingdom, around 1400 to 1300 BCE, Egypt had become unimaginably wealthy. Let's visit Thebes, now the religious capital, during a festival. The city is booming, temples are expanding, trade goods from across the known world fill the markets, and construction projects are everywhere. The Temple of Karnak, dedicated to the god Amun, has become the largest religious complex in the world. Walking through its massive pillared halls, you're dwarfed by columns 24 meters, 80 feet high. This isn't just a temple, it's a statement of Egypt's power and prosperity. The temple owns lands throughout Egypt, a priest tells you proudly. Hundreds of villages, thousands of cattle, countless fields. Our granaries are always full. The cult of Amun has become incredibly powerful. Originally a minor local deity associated with Thebes, Amun rose to become the state god of Egypt. Identified with the sun god Ra as Amun-Ra, his priesthood controls vast wealth and wields significant political influence. Let's move from the temple to the palace of Pharaoh Amenhotep III, who rules around 1350 BCE at the absolute peak of Egypt's prosperity and international prestige. His palace at Malkata on Thebes's west bank is a sprawling complex with audience halls, residential quarters, artificial lakes and gardens. Diplomatic envoys from Babylon, Mitanni, Assyria and Hatti all wait to see the king, explains a royal steward as you walk through bustling palace courtyards. They bring tribute and requests for Egyptian gold. Egypt under Amenhotep III is so wealthy that he can literally give gold away to foreign rulers. In diplomatic letters found by archaeologists, the famous Amarna letters, foreign kings repeatedly beg Amenhotep for more gold, complaining that what he sent previously wasn't enough. A testament to Egypt's incredible resources. Gold in Egypt is more plentiful than dust, Amenhotep reportedly told one ambassador. This wasn't just royal propaganda. Egypt controlled the major gold-producing regions of Nubia and the Eastern Desert. A single mine could produce over a ton of gold per year, an astronomical amount in the ancient world. But regular Egyptians were prospering too. Let's visit the village of Deir el-Medina, home to the skilled workers who cut and decorated the royal tombs in the Valley of the Kings. Unlike the anonymous masses who built the pyramids, we know these people by name and their personal lives, thanks to thousands of written records they left behind. 8 bread loaves, 4 jars of beer, and half a sack of dates, recites a workman to his wife as he returns home, listing his pay for the day, plus this piece of linen the foreman gave me for fixing his door. Workers like him were well-compensated specialists, the elite craftsmen of their day. They received official rations, but also earned extra income through side work. Their homes were small but comfortable, with multiple rooms, some basic furniture, and even artwork on the walls. What's most remarkable about Deir el-Medina is how much it tells us about ordinary life in New Kingdom Egypt. The workers left behind everything from official records to personal letters, medical prescriptions, love poems, and even gossip. One ostracon, a pottery shard used as a writing surface, records a worker complaining that his neighbour's donkey ate his vegetables. Another contains a love poem from a young man to his girlfriend. "Your love has gone clear through my body like honey mixed with water," reads the poem. "My heart races when I think of you." Daily life for these workers followed a predictable pattern. They worked 8 days, then took 2 days off, the earliest known weekend. They received regular deliveries of food, water, and supplies from the state. When not working in the royal tombs, they created their own tombs, built furniture, and performed various specialized crafts. Not all was harmony, though. Records from Deir el-Medina document the first recorded labor strike in history. When grain deliveries were late, the workers simply sat down at the entrance to the Valley of the Kings. "We are hungry," their leader announced to officials. "We have no grain, no oil, no fish, no vegetables. Tell this to Pharaoh. We cannot cut his tomb if we starve." The officials scrambled to address the problem, eventually providing the missing rations. This wasn't a modern-style labour movement, but it shows that even in ancient autocracies, workers could assert themselves when pushed too far. The tombs these workers created in the Valley of the Kings were masterpieces of art and engineering. Unlike the pyramids, which advertised the king's burial place to everyone, these tombs were cut deep into the limestone cliffs, hidden from view and potential robbers. Their walls were covered with religious texts and images to help the king navigate the afterlife. Each scene must be perfect, a master artist instructs his apprentice as they paint a tomb wall. The king's eternal life depends on it. The New Kingdom saw changes in burial practices for royalty. While kings were still mummified with elaborate rituals, their bodies were now placed in a series of nested coffins, often made of solid gold or gold-covered wood, rather than in massive stone sarcophagi. The famous golden mask of Tutankhamun gives us an idea of the splendor of royal burial equipment during this period. Speaking of Tutankhamun, his relatively minor reign comes after one of the most dramatic episodes in Egyptian history, the religious revolution of Akhenaten, but that's a story for another time. For ordinary Egyptians in the New Kingdom, life was generally better than it had been in earlier periods. The empire brought wealth that trickled down through society. Diets improved with greater variety of foods, including imports. Cosmetics, jewellery, and luxury goods became more widely available. Even common homes often had decorative elements and some basic furniture. Medical care also advanced. The Edwin Smith surgical papyrus from this period shows Egyptian physicians had sophisticated knowledge of anatomy and trauma treatment. They could set broken bones, stitch wounds, and even perform simple surgeries. They had an extensive pharmacopea of plant-based medicines, though these were often mixed with magical incantations. For a wound, apply fresh meat on the first day, a physician instructs his student. Then dress it with oil, honey, and plant fibers. Recite the healing spell twice daily. Education expanded during the New Kingdom, with more people learning to read and write than in previous eras. While still limited mostly to boys from privileged families, literacy was no longer just for specialized scribes. Military officers, priests, administrators, and merchants often had basic literacy. Clothing and fashion evolved too. While the basic garments remained simple linen kilts for men and sheath dresses for women, styles became more elaborate for the wealthy. Pleated, draped, and layered garments appear in artwork, wigs grew more elaborate, and jewelry more intricate. The latest style from the capital, a wig maker tells a wealthy client, showing her an elaborate creation. All the court ladies wear them this way now. This increasing sophistication reflected Egypt's growing international connections. The New Kingdom was far more cosmopolitan than earlier periods. Foreign diplomats, merchants, and captives brought new ideas, technologies, and customs. Egyptian art shows influences from Minoan Crete, Mesopotamia, and the Levant. The royal court became increasingly international. Egyptian kings maintained diplomatic marriages with foreign princesses, who brought their own entourages and customs. Foreign mercenaries served in the Egyptian military, eventually settling and integrating into society. As the sun sets on Amenhotep III's Egypt, the empire is at its absolute peak, wealthy, powerful, prestigious. No one could imagine that within a generation his son Akhenaten would upend Egyptian religion in a radical experiment that would threaten centuries of tradition. Or that within a century, Egypt would face a new threat from the sea that would begin its long, slow decline. Lying in your comfortable modern bed, you have the luxury of historical perspective. You know that even the mightiest civilizations eventually fade, but for an Egyptian living in the glory days of Amenhotep III, the divine order established at creation seemed as permanent as the stars. Egypt had overcome division, expelled foreign rulers, and created an empire. The temples were wealthy, the army was strong, and the gods were pleased. What could possibly go wrong? The royal palace at Thebes is in chaos. Amenhotep IV, son of the great Amenhotep III, has just made an announcement that's left the court stunned. He's changing his name to Akhenaten, effective for Aten, abandoning the traditional gods and moving the capital from Thebes to a new city he'll build in the middle of nowhere. Has the king lost his mind? Whispers a priest of Amun, looking around nervously to see if anyone overheard. We're witnessing one of history's first recorded religious revolutions. Around 1350 BCE, Akhenaten upended over 1,500 years of Egyptian religious tradition by elevating a minor aspect of the sun god, the Aten, the physical disk of the sun, to supreme deity, while suppressing the worship of other gods, particularly Amun. The Aten alone gives life, Akhenaten declares to his court. All other gods are false. Only through the Aten, and through me, its son, can truth be known. This wasn't just a theological shift, it was a direct attack on the powerful priesthood of Amun, who had grown so wealthy and influential that they threatened the king's authority. By closing their temples and redirecting their revenues to his new religion, Akhenaten was staging nothing less than a palace coup against the religious establishment. Within a few years, Akhenaten has moved his court to a new city called Akhetaten, Horizon of the Aten, modern Tel El Amarna, built in a previously uninhabited stretch of desert about halfway between Thebes and Memphis. Let's visit this strange new capital as it's being constructed. Everywhere you look, workers are hauling stone, making mud bricks and raising buildings. The city is being built at an astonishing pace, with thousands of laborers working around the clock. The central area contains huge open-air temples to the Aten. Unlike traditional Egyptian temples, these have no roofs or inner sanctums, allowing the sun's rays to shine directly on the worship spaces. No dark chambers, no hidden mysteries, explains a royal architect. The Aten's light must reach everything. What's most striking about Akhetaten is how different it feels from traditional Egyptian cities. The art style has changed dramatically. Images of the king and his family show them with elongated heads, drooping features, and exaggerated physical characteristics. A complete departure from the idealized athletic depictions of previous pharaohs. The king says we must show things as they truly are, an artist explains as he carves a relief showing the royal family. No more perfect bodies, no more symbolic poses, truth alone matters now. Some scholars think these strange depictions might indicate Akhenaten suffered from a genetic disorder. Others believe it was purely a stylistic choice to break with artistic tradition. Whatever the reason, the Amarna style art is some of the most distinctive and strange from ancient Egypt. Most shocking of all are the intimate scenes of the royal family. Akhenaten is shown kissing his wife, bouncing his daughters on his knee, relaxing with his family under the rays of the Aten. Nothing like this exists in previous royal Egyptian art, where pharaohs were shown smiting enemies or standing stiffly before gods, not displaying affection to their families. The king says his love for his family mirrors the Aten's love for creation, explains a court official, though he looks uncomfortable with this radical new imagery. The queen at the centre of these family scenes is the famous Nefertiti, whose limestone bust in Berlin is one of the most recognised images from ancient Egypt. As Akhenaten's chief wife, she plays an unprecedented role in the new religion, almost as an equal partner to the king. The queen performs offerings alongside Pharaoh, a priest of the Aten tells you with pride. She is called the Beautiful One has come, and through her beauty the Aten's glory is revealed. But not everyone is happy with the religious revolution. In Thebes and other traditional religious centres, the closed temples of Amun sit empty, their priests dismissed, their revenues redirected to the Aten cult. The ordinary people, whose families have worshipped the traditional gods for countless generations, continue their practices in secret. My grandfather was a priest of Ptah, whispers a craftsman as he checks no one is listening. He taught me the old prayers. At night we still recite them with a statue hidden under the floor of our house. For all its radical theology, daily life in Akhetaten follows familiar Egyptian patterns. The king and his nobles live in luxurious palaces and villas, while ordinary workers inhabit simple mud brick homes. Markets still operate, craftsmen still practice their trades, and the bureaucracy still keeps meticulous records. Recent archaeological work at Amarna has uncovered the city's cemeteries, revealing a grim reality behind the beautiful art and high-minded theology. The skeletal remains show evidence of malnutrition, heavy physical labour, and numerous injuries. The city was built so quickly that the workers paid a high physical price. My back is never without pain, confides a labourer as he hauls stone blocks. We work from sunrise to sunset with few breaks. The king says we are blessed by the Aten, but my blessings feel like curses some days. Akhenaten's religious revolution lasted less than 2 decades. When he died around 1336 BCE, the experiment quickly unraveled. His immediate successor was Neferuaten, possibly Nefertiti ruling under a new name, followed by a shadowy figure named Smenkhkare. Then came Akhenaten's young son, originally named Tutankhaten, who would soon change his name to Tutankhamun and restore the traditional gods. Let's visit Thebes during this restoration period. The temples of Amun are reopening. Priests who had been forced into other occupations return to their duties. Statues of the traditional gods hidden away during Akhenaten's reign are being brought back to their shrines. The divine order is restored, declares an elderly priest, tears in his eyes as he watches Amun's statue being carried back into Karnak Temple. The years of heresy are over. The boy king Tutankhamun, probably around 10 years old when he took the throne, is guided by powerful advisors, particularly an official named A and the general Horemheb. They orchestrate the return to orthodoxy, carefully dismantling Akhenaten's religious changes while maintaining royal authority. The king has seen the truth and returned to the gods of his ancestors, I announces to the crowd at Karnak. Amun welcomes his son home. Tutankhamun's reign was brief. He died at about 19, possibly from complications after breaking his leg. His small tomb in the Valley of the Kings was largely overlooked by grave robbers, which is why his burial treasures survived intact until Howard Carter discovered them in 1922. The boy king, who was a minor figure in Egyptian history, became its most famous pharaoh through this archaeological accident. After Tutankhamun's death, his advisor A briefly took the throne, followed by the general Horemheb. Having no sons, Horemheb appointed his own vizier Paramessu as his successor. This man, who took the throne name Ramesses I, founded the 19th dynasty around 1292 BCE. His son Seti I and grandson Ramesses II would restore Egypt to glory after the disruptions of the Amarna period. Let's visit Egypt during the early reign of Ramesses II around 1279 BCE, who would become known to history as Ramesses the Great. The royal court has moved back to Pi-Ramesses in the Delta, a city rebuilt and expanded from the old Hyksos capital of Avaris. It's a vast, impressive city with multiple palace complexes, military barracks, and temples. Ramesses is particularly focused on military glory, eager to restore Egypt's empire after its neglect during the Amarna period. The king trains with his chariot every morning, an officer tells you as you watch Ramesses practicing with bow and arrow while driving his chariot at full speed. He can hit a target no larger than your fist while the horses gallop. Maybe an exaggeration, but Ramesses II cultivated an image as a mighty warrior king. In his 5th year on the throne, he led the Egyptian army north against the rising power of the Hittite Empire, culminating in the Battle of Kadesh in what is now Syria, probably the largest chariot battle in history, with thousands of chariots involved. I was there. An aging veteran tells wide-eyed recruits at the barracks. Our scouts brought false information, led us into a trap. The Hittite chariots attacked from nowhere while we were making camp. The king himself rallied us, charged into the enemy alone while his cowardly officers fled. This is the official version of events, immortalized in grandiose relief carvings and inscriptions at multiple Egyptian temples. Ramesses claimed a great victory, but historical reality was probably closer to a draw. What's certain is that both sides suffered heavy losses, eventually leading to the world's first recorded peace treaty 16 years later. A copy of this treaty, written on silver tablets, was displayed at Pi-Ramesses. A good brotherhood is established, lasting peace is established, it declares. Egypt and Hatti, the Hittite Empire, are at peace, and it shall be for eternity. Ramesses II ruled for an astonishing 66 years, becoming almost a living institution. He built on a scale not seen since the Pyramid Age, completing his father's temple at Abydos, adding enormously to the temples at Karnak and Luxor, and constructing his own magnificent temples, including Abu Simbel far to the south in Nubia. No king has built so much since the days of the gods, boasts a royal architect. Ramesses' monuments will last until the stars fall from the sky. He wasn't exaggerating much. Ramesses erected so many statues, obelisks and buildings that later pharaohs would give up trying to match him and simply carve their names on his monuments. He was so prolific that today almost any large ancient Egyptian statue is jokingly said to be probably Ramesses II. This period is well known to us because of extensive archaeological remains, but also because of remarkable preservation of written materials. At Deir el-Medina, the village of tomb workers, thousands of written records on papyrus and limestone flakes give us an unprecedented view into daily life. One such record reveals that the workers weren't immune to human foibles. A worker named Paneb is accused by his colleagues of stealing tools, sexually harassing women, and bribing officials. He is a bad man, the complaint states. He sits drinking with those who should judge him. Other texts show workers borrowing items from each other, arguing over property, exchanging love poems, and dealing with family problems. A physician's notes list treatments for everything from eye infections to snake bites. A dream interpreter records people's nightmares and explains their meanings. "I dreamed my teeth fell out," a worried man tells the interpreter. "It means someone in your household will die," comes the grim response. These texts reveal a surprisingly recognizable society, with people gossiping, falling in love, arguing with neighbors, and worrying about their health and finances, just like us, despite the gulf of 3,300 years. After Ramesses II's extraordinarily long reign, his 13th son, many others having died before their elderly father, took the throne as Merneptah. Almost immediately he faced a serious threat, an invasion by a coalition of Libyan tribes and mysterious groups called the Sea Peoples mentioned in Egyptian texts. "They came from the islands and the coastlands," reports a military officer, pointing to the western delta where fighting has been fierce. Strange warriors with feathered headdresses and foreign weapons. They brought their wives and children in ox carts, looking to settle, not just raid. Merneptah defeated this initial invasion, commemorating his victory on a stele that contains the first known written mention of Israel as a people, but the Sea Peoples would return in greater numbers a few decades later, contributing to a perfect storm of crises that would end the New Kingdom. By the reign of Ramesses III, around 1186 to 1155 BCE, multiple threats converged on Egypt. More invasions by the Sea Peoples, economic problems, climate change affecting harvests, and internal corruption, while Ramesses III successfully fought off the Sea Peoples, recording his victory in detailed relief carvings at his mortuary temple. The cost of these wars drained Egypt's resources. "The treasury is empty," a royal official confides to a colleague as they review accounts. "We cannot pay the tomb workers. The grain warehouses have less than half last year's amount." Internal documents show the government struggling to maintain basic services. Inflation drove up grain prices. Corruption meant that supplies meant for workers often disappeared before reaching them. The workers at Deir el-Medina staged several strikes when their pay was late, something unthinkable in earlier, more prosperous times. Ramesses III's death came under violent circumstances. He was the victim of a harem conspiracy. A group of officials, along with one of his lesser wives who wanted her son on the throne, plotted to assassinate him using what the trial records call evil magic, as well as more practical methods. They made potions. A horrified witness testifies during the trial of the conspirators. They created wax figures to work spells against His Majesty. The chief of the guards was corrupted to let them approach the king's chambers. Whether through magic or mundane means, the plot partially succeeded. Recent CT scans of Ramesses III's mummy show his throat was cut, though the conspirators failed to put their chosen successor on the throne. The remaining Ramessid kings, Ramesses IV through Anafinth, presided over Egypt's gradual decline. The empire contracted, with territories in Asia lost to rising local powers. The economy struggled with inflation and corruption, and in Thebes the priesthood of Amun was once again becoming a state within a state. By the end of the New Kingdom around 1069 BCE, Egypt had effectively split again. The high priests of Amun controlled Thebes and the south, while a new dynasty of kings ruled from Tanis in the delta. The imperial age was over, and Egypt entered the Third Intermediate Period, another era of division and reduced international influence. As night falls on the New Kingdom, Egypt has changed dramatically from the isolated pyramid-building society of the Old Kingdom. It has experienced imperial glory and religious revolution, interacted with international powers, and absorbed foreign influences. Its art, literature, and culture have reached heights of sophistication. But the strain of maintaining an empire, combined with changing climate conditions and internal corruption, has left it vulnerable. Looking back from your comfortable modern perspective, you might wonder how such a mighty civilization could decline, but nothing lasts forever. Not even Egypt, with its obsession with eternity. The same environmental changes, resource pressures, and human failings that challenge societies today affected ancient peoples just as powerfully. As you drift towards sleep, consider how the Egyptians themselves viewed these cycles of prosperity and decline. They didn't see history as a straight line of progress, but as a constant struggle to maintain Ma'at against the forces of chaos. In their worldview, order must be actively preserved through proper rituals, ethical behavior, and strong leadership. When these failed, chaos inevitably returned. Unlike your modern world of constant change and innovation, the Egyptians idealized stability and continuity. Their greatest kings weren't celebrated for creating new things, but for restoring the perfect order established at creation. Ramesses II wasn't great because he was original, but because he so perfectly embodied the traditional pharaonic role. As you settle deeper into your bed, with its factory-made frame and synthetic materials that would baffle an ancient Egyptian, remember that their world, for all its differences, was filled with people who shared our fundamental hopes and fears for security, health, meaning, and some small measure of happiness in an uncertain world. Dawn breaks over a divided Egypt once again. The year is roughly 945 BCE, and the glorious days of the New Kingdom are long gone. Egypt has entered what historians call the Third Intermediate Period, with power split between different rulers in different regions. The country that once dominated the ancient world has turned inward, its borders shrinking, its influence waning. The two lands are no longer one, sighs an elderly priest at Karnak Temple. In the north, kings of foreign blood rule from Tanis. Here in Thebes, the high priests of Amun hold power. Egypt is broken again. These kings of foreign blood he mentions are the rulers of the 22nd dynasty, descended from Libyan mercenaries who had settled in Egypt generations earlier. Their founder, King Sheshonq I, had been a military commander before seizing the throne. Though technically foreigners, these Libyan kings had thoroughly adopted Egyptian culture, ruling as traditional pharaohs. Let's visit Tanis, their delta capital, where King Sheshonq is preparing for something that hasn't happened in a long time, an Egyptian military campaign beyond its borders. Solomon is dead, a scout reports to Sheshonq, referring to the Israelite king. His kingdom is divided and weakened. Now is the time to reassert Egyptian control in Canaan. Sheshonq nods, studying a papyrus map of the Levant. Prepare the army. We march in a month. This campaign, around 925 BCE, would be recorded in Egyptian texts as a great victory. More significantly, it's also mentioned in the Bible as the invasion of Shishak, providing a rare synchronization point between Egyptian history and biblical chronology. But this brief revival of Egyptian power wouldn't last. By 800 BCE, Egypt had fragmented further, with multiple dynasties ruling different parts of the country simultaneously. In the south, the kingdom of Kush in modern Sudan was growing stronger, its rulers absorbing Egyptian culture and religion just as Egypt had once dominated Nubia. Let's jump ahead to 728 BCE, when King Pai of Kush leads his army north into Egypt proper. Unlike earlier invaders, the Kushite kings considered themselves the legitimate restorers of Egyptian tradition, worshipping the Egyptian gods, especially Amun, and using Egyptian writing and royal symbols. We come not as conquerors, but as restorers, Pai declares to the people of Thebes who welcome his army. The true ways of Egypt have been forgotten. We will revive them. The Kushite rulers established the 25th dynasty, unifying Egypt under their control. They embarked on an ambitious program of temple restoration and cultural revival, seeing themselves as rescuing Egyptian civilization from decay and foreign corruption. At Jebel Barkal, in their Nubian homeland, they built Egyptian-style pyramids for their burials, actually constructing more pyramids than the Egyptians had built in Egypt. They portrayed themselves in art using traditional Egyptian royal iconography, though often with distinctively Nubian features. The king worships Amun as the kings of old did, a Kushite official explains to Egyptian priests at Karnak. He follows all the proper rituals. He builds monuments to the gods. Is this not what a true pharaoh does? This Kushite revival would be cut short by a new threat from the east, the expanding Assyrian Empire, the superpower of its day. Under kings like Esarhaddon and Ashurbanipal, Assyrian armies invaded Egypt around 671 BCE. Unlike previous invaders who had adopted Egyptian culture, the Assyrians were interested primarily in loot and tribute. They sacked Thebes in 663 BCE, an event so shocking it was mentioned in the Bible as a cautionary tale. The Assyrians show no respect for our temples, a stunned priest tells you as he surveys the damage to Karnak. They took the gold, killed the sacred animals, mocked our gods. Not even the Hyksos did such things. The Assyrian conquest was brutal but relatively brief. As their empire became overextended, they withdrew, leaving Egypt in the hands of client rulers based in the delta city of Sais. These Site kings of the 26th dynasty managed to reunify Egypt around 664 BCE, beginning the period historians call the Late Period. The Sate kings, particularly Psamtik I and Necho II, attempted to restore Egypt's power while maintaining independence from Assyria. They recruited Greek mercenaries, built up Egypt's navy, and even sponsored trading and exploration expeditions. One such expedition reportedly circumnavigated Africa, a journey that took 3 years. "The Greeks are excellent fighters," comments an Egyptian officer as he watches mercenaries train, "but they have strange ideas. They argue with their commanders and expect to be told why orders are given, not just to obey." This increasing Greek presence in Egypt foreshadowed later developments. Trading colonies were established, particularly at Naucratis in the Delta, creating communities of foreign merchants who lived under their own laws while respecting Egyptian authority. Under the Sate kings, Egyptian culture experienced a renaissance. Artists and craftsmen deliberately copied the styles of the Old and Middle Kingdoms, creating what scholars call archaizing works, new art that intentionally looked ancient. "We study the works of the old masters," explains a sculptor in his workshop. "The ancients understood perfection. We seek to recapture what has been lost." This cultural revival extended to religion, with renewed emphasis on traditional cults and practices. Animal mummification reached industrial scale, with millions of mummified cats, birds, and other creatures prepared as offerings to the gods. At sites like Saqqara, vast catacombs were filled with these animal mummies. "Each ibis contains the essence of Thoth," a priest explains as he oversees workers preparing bird mummies. "Each cat embodies Bastet. Through them, the worshipper establishes connection with the divine." Despite this cultural flowering, Egypt couldn't escape geopolitical reality. As Assyria declined, a new power rose. Babylon under Nebuchadnezzar II, and behind Babylon waited the growing might of the Persian Empire. In 525 BCE, the Persian king Cambyses II invaded Egypt, defeating the last Sate pharaoh Psamtik III. Egypt became a province, or satrapy, of the Persian Empire, ruled by a Persian governor with Egyptian administrators handling day-to-day matters. Cambyses quickly discovered that conquering Egypt was easier than governing it. According to later sources, admittedly hostile, he committed a grave sacrilege by killing the sacred Apis bull at Memphis. "He stabbed the living god with his dagger," a horrified priest whispers, describing the scene. "The bull fell bleeding on the sacred ground. Cambyses laughed while the people wept." While this story may be exaggerated or even fabricated, it reflected Egyptian views of their Persian rulers as impious foreigners who didn't respect Egyptian traditions. Unlike the Libyans and Kushites who had fully embraced Egyptian ways, or even the Hyksos who had partially adopted them, the Persians ruled Egypt as a conquered territory within their vast multi-ethnic empire. Persian rule wasn't entirely negative for Egypt, though. The Persians invested in infrastructure, clearing and extending canal systems, and generally maintained order. Some Persian kings even presented themselves as traditional pharaohs when dealing with Egyptian subjects, having themselves depicted in Egyptian style on temple reliefs. "The great king understands he must appear as pharaoh to us," explains an Egyptian official serving under the Persians. "He wears the double crown in Egyptian temples, even if he wears Persian robes in Persepolis." The first period of Persian rule, the 27th dynasty, lasted until 404 BCE, when Egypt successfully revolted and established a series of short-lived native dynasties. These last native Egyptian rulers, particularly Nectanebo-Fernand II of the 30th dynasty, again revived traditional culture, building temples and promoting Egyptian religion. But independence wouldn't last. In 343 BCE, the Persians reconquered Egypt, beginning the 31st dynasty. This second Persian period was harsher than the first, with higher taxes and less accommodation to Egyptian sensibilities. "They take everything," complains a farmer, as tax collectors count his grain harvest. First a portion for the local temple, then for the provincial governor, then for the satrap, and finally for the great king himself. What remains for my family? Persian rule might have continued indefinitely if not for the most unexpected development of all, the arrival of Alexander the Great. In 332 BCE, fresh from defeating the Persian forces in Asia Minor, the young Macedonian conqueror entered Egypt with his army. To the Egyptians' surprise, Alexander was welcomed not as another foreign oppressor, but as a liberator from Persian rule. He made a deliberate effort to respect Egyptian traditions, travelling to the famous oracle of Amun at the Siwa oasis, where priests supposedly confirmed his divine status. "The god recognized him as son of Amun," declares a priest who witnessed the oracle's pronouncement. "He is pharaoh by divine right, not merely by conquest." Whether Alexander genuinely believed this or simply understood its political value, he allowed himself to be portrayed as a traditional Egyptian king. During his brief stay in Egypt, he made his most enduring contribution, founding the city of Alexandria on the Mediterranean coast. "Here, where Egyptian land meets the Great Sea, we will build a new kind of city," Alexander tells his architects as they survey the coastal site. "A bridge between Egypt and Greece, between East and West, the greatest trading centre in our new world." Alexandria would indeed become the most important city in the Eastern Mediterranean, but Alexander wouldn't live to see it. After leaving Egypt to continue his campaign against Persia, he died in Babylon in 323 BCE, aged only 32. Alexander's death triggered a power struggle among his generals. Egypt fell to Ptolemy, one of Alexander's closest companions, who established himself as ruler and eventually declared himself king, founding the Ptolemaic dynasty, the last to rule ancient Egypt. Let's visit Alexandria around 250 BCE, during the reign of Ptolemy II Philadelphus. The city has been transformed from Alexander's original plans into a metropolitan wonder with a population approaching 500,000, making it one of the largest cities in the world at that time. "No city compares to Alexandria," boasts a Greek merchant as he guides you through bustling streets. "We have the greatest library in the world, with over 500,000 books. The lighthouse at Pharos stands over 100 meters tall, guiding ships to our harbor. Scholars, poets, and philosophers from every land come to study here." Alexandria, under the Ptolemies, was indeed a cultural powerhouse, home to mathematical geniuses like Euclid, inventors like Archimedes, poets like Callimachus, and scientists like Eratosthenes, who correctly calculated Earth's circumference with remarkable accuracy. The Ptolemaic kings ruled as traditional pharaohs when dealing with their Egyptian subjects, depicted on temple walls in traditional royal regalia performing ancient rituals. But they were also Hellenistic monarchs, speaking Greek, celebrating Greek festivals, and maintaining a court culture that was thoroughly Greek. "In Alexandria, I speak Greek and wear Greek clothes," explains an Egyptian official who serves in the royal administration. "When I return to my home in the countryside, I speak Egyptian and make offerings at our local temple. We live in two worlds now." This cultural divide characterized Ptolemaic Egypt. The ruling elite was predominantly Greek, living mainly in Alexandria and a few other Greek-style cities. The vast majority of the population remained Egyptian, continuing ancient traditions in the countryside largely unchanged. The Ptolemies were pragmatic rulers who understood the importance of Egyptian religion for maintaining social stability. They built magnificent temples throughout Egypt, including Edfu, Dendera, and Philae, some of the best preserved temples that tourists visit today. The king may worship Greek gods in his palace, comments a priest at Edfu as stonemasons carve hieroglyphic inscriptions, but he knows that here he must honour Horus as pharaohs have done since time began. Despite this cultural accommodation, tensions existed between the Greek ruling class and the Egyptian population. Periodic revolts broke out, particularly in Upper Egypt, where resentment of foreign rule ran deep. The Ptolemies responded with military force when necessary, but also with strategic concessions to Egyptian elites. By the late Ptolemaic period, Rome was emerging as the dominant Mediterranean power. Egypt's vast grain resources made it crucially important to Roman food security, and the Romans increasingly intervened in Ptolemaic succession disputes. The final act of the Ptolemaic dynasty and of independent ancient Egypt starred history's most famous Egyptian ruler, who wasn't actually Egyptian, Cleopatra VII. Born into the Ptolemaic royal family, she was of Greek Macedonian descent, not Egyptian, though she was reportedly the first of her dynasty to actually learn the Egyptian language. The queen speaks to the temple priests in their own tongue, an amazed courtier reports. She performs the rituals perfectly, without scribes reading the words for her. The priests say no ruler since the great Ramesses has shown such respect for tradition. Cleopatra's intelligence, charisma, and political acumen made her a formidable player in the power struggles of her time. Her relationships with Julius Caesar and later Mark Antony were both romantic connections and strategic alliances aimed at preserving Egypt's independence in the face of Roman expansion. Rome can crush us with its legions, Cleopatra allegedly told her advisors, so we must make ourselves too valuable to crush. For a time, the strategy worked. With Caesar's support, Cleopatra consolidated her rule in Egypt. After his assassination, she allied with Mark Antony against Caesar's heir Octavian, later known as Augustus. But when Antony and Cleopatra were defeated at the Battle of Actium in 31 BCE, the end was inevitable. Rather than be exhibited in a Roman triumph, Cleopatra famously died by suicide in 30 BCE, traditionally said to have used a poisonous snake, though modern scholars debate this. With her death, the Ptolemaic kingdom ended, and Egypt became a province of the Roman Empire. Egypt has fallen before, a priest at Philae Temple reflects as news of Cleopatra's death spreads. Hyksos, Assyrians, Persians, Greeks, all have ruled us, yet Egypt remains. Our gods remain. So long as the Nile flows, Egypt cannot truly die. He was partly right. Roman rule would last for centuries, followed by Byzantine, Arab, Ottoman, and eventually British control. Political independence was lost, but Egyptian culture proved remarkably resilient, adapting and evolving while maintaining continuity with its ancient roots. The ancient temples continued to function well into the Roman period. Hieroglyphic writing, already becoming specialized during the Ptolemaic era, continued to be used for religious texts until the 5th century CE. Traditional Egyptian religion gradually gave way to Christianity and later Islam. But elements of ancient beliefs were sometimes incorporated into these newer faiths. As the sun sets on Ptolemaic Egypt, bringing an end to the last native-style kingdom and the beginning of direct foreign rule, it's worth reflecting on the extraordinary longevity of ancient Egyptian civilization. From its beginnings around 3100 BCE to Cleopatra's death in 30 BCE, Egypt maintained cultural continuity for over 3,000 years, a span of time difficult for modern minds to truly comprehend. For comparison, we're closer in time to Cleopatra than she was to the builders of the Great Pyramid. When Cleopatra visited the pyramids at Giza, they were already ancient monuments, older to her than medieval castles are to us. This incredible temporal depth is what makes ancient Egypt so fascinating as you lie in your comfortable modern bed surrounded by technologies that would seem magical to even the most sophisticated Alexandrian scholar. Remember that the Egyptians too were innovators and adapters. They survived climate change, political collapse, foreign invasion, and cultural transformation, all while maintaining core elements of their identity. Unlike us, cushioned by our modern comforts, they lived with constant awareness of how quickly prosperity could turn to famine, health to sickness, order to chaos. Perhaps this awareness drove their obsession with permanence, their massive stone monuments, their elaborate preparations for the afterlife. In a world where so much could change so quickly, they sought to create something that would truly last forever. And in a way, they succeeded, not through mummification or pyramid building, but through the power of their ideas and symbols, which continue to captivate us thousands of years later, as your mind drifts towards sleep carried along the current of ancient history. Remember that in some small way, you're helping to keep ancient Egypt alive in human memory, just as they always hoped to be remembered for eternity. The year is 30 BCE. Roman troops march through Alexandria's streets while locals watch with a mixture of resignation and curiosity. Egypt has fallen to Rome, and the new ruler, Octavian, soon to be called Augustus, has some immediate practical concerns. "Take me to the royal treasury," he orders his officers as they enter the Ptolemaic palace, "and find Cleopatra's son. He cannot be allowed to live." Caesarion, the teenage son of Cleopatra and Julius Caesar, is quickly tracked down and executed. Egypt, with its vast grain supplies and incredible wealth, is too valuable to risk any potential figurehead for rebellion. But Octavian is smart enough to understand that Egypt isn't just another conquest. The Egyptians will never accept direct Roman rule, a local advisor tells him. For thousands of years they've been governed by living gods, the pharaohs. Their entire society is built around this concept. Octavian nods, thinking, then Rome will respect their traditions to a point. I will be their pharaoh, though I'll never use that title in Rome. Egypt will be my personal province, not the Senate's. This pragmatic approach set the pattern for Roman rule in Egypt. Officially, Egypt became the personal property of the emperor, governed by a prefect appointed directly by him. No Roman senator was even allowed to visit Egypt without imperial permission. It was simply too rich and strategically important to risk becoming a power base for potential rivals. Let's visit Alexandria in the early Roman period. Around 10 CE, the city remains one of the ancient world's great metropolitan centers, though its character is changing. Roman soldiers and officials now walk the streets alongside Greeks and Egyptians. The Romans are much like the Ptolemies in some ways, an Alexandrian merchant explains as he shows you around the city. They maintain Greek as the administrative language. They respect local customs up to a point, but make no mistake, they're here to extract wealth. For ordinary Egyptians, especially those in rural areas, the transition to Roman rule meant a heavier tax burden. The Romans implemented a more efficient and less forgiving system of taxation and census taking. Each person had to register for the census every 14 years and could not leave their home village without permission. The tax collectors know exactly what I own, down to the last chicken, grumbles a farmer in the Fayum region. They even count the date palms separately from other trees, taxing each one differently, and gods help you if you try to hide anything. This rigorous administration made Egypt Rome's richest province, providing tax revenues that reportedly accounted for up to a third of the entire imperial budget. Most importantly, Egypt became Rome's breadbasket, exporting massive quantities of grain to feed the capital's growing population. At the harbour, you'll see hundreds of ships being loaded with grain bound for Rome, the Alexandrian merchant tells you. The emperor promises the Roman mob bread and circuses. Well, we provide the bread. Alexandria remains the cultural capital of the Eastern Mediterranean, with its famous library and museum, actually a research institute continuing to attract scholars, though with diminished prestige under Roman oversight. The city is now divided into three main communities: Greeks, Egyptians, and Jews, with Romans as the ruling elite. While Alexandria becomes increasingly cosmopolitan, traditional Egyptian culture persists more strongly in the countryside and in Upper Egypt. The Romans, like the Ptolemies before them, understand the importance of maintaining Egyptian religious traditions. Let's visit the Temple of Dendara during the reign of Emperor Tiberius, 14 to 37 CE. The walls display relief carvings of Roman emperors depicted as traditional pharaohs making offerings to Egyptian gods. The accompanying hieroglyphic inscriptions give the emperors full Egyptian royal titulary, calling them Son of Ra and Beloved of Ptah. The emperor will never visit this temple, a priest explains, but his name and image must be shown performing the proper rituals. This maintains Ma'at, cosmic order, regardless of who physically sits on Egypt's throne. The Romans were practical imperialists. They saw no contradiction in the emperor being portrayed as a pharaoh in Egypt while being a princeps, first citizen, in Rome. Different cultural contexts required different presentations of imperial authority. Egyptian religion continued to evolve during the Roman period with increasing syncretism, the blending of deities and religious practices from different traditions. Isis, already popular throughout the Mediterranean world during the Ptolemaic period, became even more widely worshipped, with temples dedicated to her as far away as Britain. Isis encompasses all goddesses, explains a priestess at her temple in Alexandria. The Greeks call her Demeter or Aphrodite. The Romans connect her to Ceres or Venus, but we know her true nature as Isis, the throne, the mother of Horus, the one who reassembled Osiris. Another Egyptian deity who gained international popularity was Serapis, a hybrid god created during the Ptolemaic period by combining aspects of Osiris and Apis. With his Greek-style appearance but Egyptian conceptual roots, Serapis became the perfect deity for a multicultural empire. The worship of animals remained distinctively Egyptian and continued well into the Roman period. At sites like Tuna el Gabel, vast catacombs contained millions of mummified ibises, baboons, falcons, and other sacred animals. The industry around producing these animal mummies employed thousands. Each ibis is a prayer made physical, a priest at Tuna el Gabel explains, showing rows upon rows of mummified birds in pottery jars. The worshipper pays for the bird to be mummified and dedicated to Thoth. The more one offers, the more favourable the god becomes. Modern analysis of these animal mummies reveals that demand sometimes exceeded supply, with many ibis mummies containing only a feather or eggshell rather than a complete bird, an ancient version of religious fraud. While traditional religion continued, social and legal divisions hardened under Roman rule. The population was officially classified into Romans, the privileged few, Greeks, citizens of the Greek cities like Alexandria, and Egyptians, everyone else. Each group lived under different legal systems and paid different tax rates. As an Egyptian, I pay the full poll tax, explains a craftsman from a village in Middle Egypt. Greeks pay less, Romans pay nothing. If I could somehow become a Greek citizen, my family's life would be much easier. This rigid social stratification created resentment that occasionally erupted into violence, particularly in Alexandria, where the Greek, Jewish, and Egyptian communities frequently clashed. Major riots occurred in 38, 66, and 115-117 CE, the last of which decimated Alexandria's Jewish community. Despite these tensions, daily life for most Egyptians continued much as it had for centuries. Farmers still worked fields using methods recognizable to their ancestors from 1,000 years earlier. Village life still centered around local temples and traditional festivals. Let's visit a rural village in the Fayum region around 150 CE. The houses are simple mud brick structures. Women grind grain using stone querns. Men work in the fields using wooden plows pulled by oxen. Children help with chores and play with simple toys made of clay or wood. My great-grandfather worked this same field, a farmer tells you, as he diverts water from an irrigation canal to his crops. His father before him and his father before that. The faces of those who rule may change, but the Nile, the soil, and our labor remain constant. This continuity is reflected in the material culture revealed by archaeology. Pottery forms, farming tools, and household items show remarkable consistency over centuries, even millennia. Innovation happened, but slowly and incrementally. Meanwhile, subtle changes were occurring. By the 2nd century CE, hieroglyphic writing was becoming increasingly specialized, used primarily for formal religious inscriptions by a dwindling number of trained scribes. Demotic, a cursive script derived from hieroglyphics, was used for everyday Egyptian writing, while Greek remained the language of administration. A papyrus from this period illustrates the linguistic complexity of Roman Egypt. It contains a legal contract written in Greek with signatures in Greek from the officials, in Demotic from the Egyptian parties involved, and in Latin from the presiding Roman magistrate. 3 writing systems in a single document. My son learns Greek at school, says an Egyptian farmer with pride. He helps me read tax notices and write appeals when the assessments are too high. But at the temple he studies the ancient writing to become a priest someday. The 3rd century CE brought increasing instability to the Roman Empire, with Egypt suffering accordingly. Political turmoil in Rome led to economic chaos. Currency was devalued, inflation soared, and tax demands increased to fund constant warfare. Climate change may have also reduced Nile flood levels, affecting agriculture. The coins they pay us with contain more copper than silver now, complains a merchant in Alexandria. Prices rise every month. People hoard grain instead of selling it. The prefect sends soldiers to requisition crops at spear point. During this turbulent time, a new religion was gaining converts: Christianity. Egypt became an early center of Christian thought and practice, with Alexandria producing influential theologians and the surrounding desert becoming home to early monasticism. In the desert, away from worldly distractions, we find God, explains an early Christian hermit living in a small cave in the Wadi Natrun. Others may join us, forming communities of prayer, but the solitude itself is a path to the divine. Christianity spread first in cities, particularly among Greek speakers, then gradually into rural areas where traditional Egyptian religion remained strongest. The new faith sometimes incorporated elements of older beliefs, particularly regarding the afterlife and the veneration of holy figures. "Look at how they depict their Christos," whispers a traditional priest watching a Christian funeral. "Arms outstretched like Osiris. Their saints receive prayers like our gods. They preserve bodies of holy men just as we preserve our sacred mummies. They've taken our ways and given them new names." By the 4th century CE, Christianity gained imperial support when Emperor Constantine legalized the religion, and later emperors made it the official faith of Rome. Traditional Egyptian temples began to lose state funding and faced increasing restrictions. The Temple of Philae, on an island in the Nile near Aswan, provides a poignant example of this transition. As one of the last functioning centers of the traditional Egyptian religion, it remained active even as Christianity became dominant elsewhere. "We maintain the ancient ways," a priest at Philae tells you around 390 CE. "People still come from distant villages for oracles and healing. The goddess Isis has protected her shrine through many troubles. She will continue." His confidence was misplaced. In 535 CE, Emperor Justinian ordered the temple closed. Its walls were later repurposed for Christian worship, with Egyptian religious imagery plastered over and crosses carved into ancient relief sculptures. The final known hieroglyphic inscription dates to 394 CE, carved at Philae. The final demotic text was written in 452 CE. With that, the ancient Egyptian writing system that had endured for nearly 4,000 years fell silent, its secrets eventually lost until the Rosetta Stone's decipherment in the 19th century. But even as traditional writing and formal religion faded, elements of ancient Egyptian culture persisted in the Coptic Christian tradition that emerged. The Coptic language, the final stage of ancient Egyptian, written using Greek letters with a few additional signs, preserved the indigenous tongue of Egypt into the Middle Ages. Coptic Christianity maintained distinctively Egyptian characteristics, including artistic styles reminiscent of pharaonic art, architectural elements from ancient temples, and even some religious practices with ancient roots, such as the veneration of saints, which paralleled the earlier cult of local gods. "We are Christians now," an Egyptian monk tells you in a Coptic monastery around 500 CE, "but we remain Egyptians. Our fathers built the pyramids and carved the sphinxes. That heritage flows in our blood even as we pray to Christ." This cultural persistence is perhaps ancient Egypt's most remarkable achievement. Few civilizations have maintained such continuity across millennia or left such an indelible mark on human imagination. The monuments, art, and concepts of ancient Egypt continue to captivate us today, fulfilling the deepest wish of the ancient Egyptians themselves, to be remembered forever. As twilight falls on ancient Egyptian civilization, it's worth reflecting on what made it so extraordinary. It wasn't just the pyramids, the mummies, or the elaborate mythology. Impressive as these are, it was the Egyptians' unique relationship with permanence and change, their ability to absorb foreign influences while maintaining core cultural elements, and their profound belief in a cosmic order that could be maintained through proper human action. They faced the same challenges we do: climate change, resource pressures, political instability, technological disruption, yet created a society that endured longer than any other in human history. Their story isn't just about pharaohs and monuments, but about how ordinary people found meaning and created beauty in a world full of uncertainty. Unlike your modern bed, with its manufactured frame and machine-woven sheets, the ancient Egyptians slept on beds made by hand, often simple wooden frames with reed mats or linen cord webbing. But like you, they dreamed, worried about tomorrow, found joy in small pleasures, and hoped to be remembered when they were gone. In your comfortable modern home, secure from the elements and filled with conveniences the Egyptians couldn't imagine, you share something profound with them, the human desire to understand our place in the cosmos and to leave something of ourselves behind when we're gone. In learning their story, you help fulfill their deepest wish, to be remembered, to achieve a kind of immortality through memory. The last hieroglyphic inscription was carved at the Temple of Philae in 394 CE. The final Demotic text was written in 452 CE. For the first time in nearly 4,000 years, the ancient Egyptian writing system fell silent. The knowledge needed to read these scripts gradually faded until no one remained who could decipher them. Egypt itself continued, of course. The land remained, the Nile still flooded, people still farmed the black soil, but the direct connection to the civilization of the pharaohs was broken. The great temples became quarries for building materials, sand slowly buried monuments. Tombs were looted, then forgotten. Strange to think, muses an Arab merchant travelling through Egypt around 850 CE, gazing up at the weathered face of the Great Sphinx, that no one remembers who built this or why. It simply exists like a mountain or the sea. For over 1,000 years, the ancient Egyptian language and writing remained unreadable. The magnificent architecture still stood, the pyramids, temples, and tombs too massive to disappear entirely, but their meaning was lost. Travellers from medieval Europe and the Islamic world marvelled at these structures, but could only guess at their purpose. The Renaissance brought renewed European interest in Egypt, but still without understanding. In the 1600s, a German Jesuit named Athanasius Kircher attempted to translate hieroglyphics, believing they were purely symbolic rather than phonetic. He got almost everything wrong, yet his work kept interest in ancient Egypt alive. These symbols must contain great wisdom, Kircher wrote, incorrectly translating a standard royal inscription as a mystical philosophical text. The ancient priests encoded their secret knowledge in these sacred signs. This misunderstanding of Egypt as a land of mystery and hidden wisdom took root in European imagination. Secretly, though, real Egyptian wisdom had been influencing Western culture all along, through Greek writers like Herodotus, Plutarch, and Diodorus Siculus, whose accounts of Egypt, however flawed, preserved something of its greatness. Egypt's architectural legacy also survived in the obelisks that Roman emperors had transported to their capital. Several still stand in Rome today, inscriptions unreadable, but the imperial power they represented still evident. The real turning point came with Napoleon Bonaparte's invasion of Egypt in 1798. Along with his troops, Napoleon brought over 150 civilian scholars, scientists, engineers, artists, and linguists to study every aspect of Egypt, ancient and modern. Record everything, Napoleon instructed the scholars. Every monument, every inscription, every plant and animal. Egypt is a treasure house of knowledge, and we shall unlock it. This expedition produced the monumental Description de l'Egypte, a series of volumes documenting Egyptian antiquities with unprecedented accuracy. More importantly, in 1799, French soldiers discovered a large stone near the town of Rosetta with an inscription in 3 scripts: hieroglyphic, demotic, and ancient Greek. This Rosetta Stone would eventually provide the key to deciphering hieroglyphics, though the breakthrough didn't come immediately. It took years of work by scholars, particularly the Englishman Thomas Young and the Frenchman Jean-François Champollion. Eureka, Champollion allegedly exclaimed in 1822, rushing into his brother's office. "I've got it. After collapsing from exhaustion, he spent the next 5 days bedridden, but he had cracked the code. Hieroglyphics weren't purely symbolic. They represented sounds just like our alphabet, though with additional complexities. With this discovery, ancient Egypt began to speak again after a silence of nearly 1,400 years. Suddenly, temple walls, papyri, and tomb inscriptions could be read, revealing not mystical secrets but the practical details of government, religion, and daily life. They weren't writing magical spells on their tombs, a 19th-century Egyptologist explains to a disappointed visitor. This section is a standard offering formula. This lists the owner's titles. Here are the names of his wife and children. It's administrative, not mystical. The 19th and 20th centuries saw an explosion of Egyptological research, with archaeological expeditions uncovering new sites and artifacts. Howard Carter's discovery of Tutankhamun's tomb in 1922 captured worldwide imagination. The treasures found inside, including the famous golden mask, toured the globe, creating an Egyptomania that influenced everything from fashion to furniture design. As archaeological techniques improved, excavations shifted focus from spectacular royal tombs to humble settlements, helping us understand the lives of ordinary ancient Egyptians. Each new discovery added details to our understanding, though much remains unknown. "We used to think the pyramids were built by slaves," explains a modern Egyptologist at Giza. "Now we know they were constructed by paid laborers, many of whom worked seasonally during the Nile flood when they couldn't farm. We found their village, their tools, even their graffiti joking about the king." Today, millions of tourists visit Egypt annually to marvel at its ancient monuments. Countless books, documentaries, and university courses examine every aspect of Egyptian civilization. Museums around the world display Egyptian artifacts, from monumental statues to humble household items. But why does ancient Egypt continue to captivate us? What made this particular civilization so exceptional? Part of the answer lies in its incredible longevity. Ancient Egyptian culture maintained remarkable continuity from around 3100 BCE to at least 394 CE, over 3,500 years. For comparison, the United States has existed for less than 250 years. The entire history of ancient Greece, from its earliest beginnings to Roman conquest, spans about 1,500 years. This extraordinary continuity stemmed from several factors. Egypt's geography provided natural protection, with deserts to the east and west and the Mediterranean to the north. The Nile's predictable annual flood created agricultural stability unknown in other ancient societies that depended on rainfall, and the Egyptians developed cultural and religious systems that emphasized stability and resisted rapid change. Ma'at, the concept of cosmic order, balance, and justice, was central to Egyptian thought, explains an anthropologist studying ancient belief systems. They saw change as potentially disruptive to this divine order. Their ideal wasn't progress, but the maintenance of what they believed was the perfect arrangement established at creation. This doesn't mean Egyptian society never changed, of course. We've seen how it evolved through periods of unity and fragmentation, native rule and foreign occupation, isolation and international engagement. But compared to many ancient societies, Egypt maintained remarkable cultural consistency over millennia. Another factor in Egypt's enduring appeal is the sheer physical presence of its monuments. The pyramids at Giza remain the only surviving wonder of the ancient world. They've stood for over 4,500 years, their massive stone blocks defying time, while civilizations rose and fell around them. "I've worked at archaeological sites worldwide," confides a veteran excavator, "but nothing compares to that moment each morning when the sun hits the Great Pyramid. For a few minutes it glows golden, just as it did when it was new, and you feel connected across thousands of years to the people who built it." This tangible connection to the ancient past gives Egypt a unique place in our imagination. We can walk through the same temples where priests performed rituals 3,000 years ago, see the faces of people who died before Rome was founded, and read their actual words inscribed in stone. Egypt's obsession with death and the afterlife also contributes to its fascination. Every human culture grapples with mortality, but few have left such elaborate physical evidence of their beliefs. Egyptian mummies, tomb paintings, and funerary texts offer an unusually detailed view of how one ancient society confronted death's universal challenge. "They weren't morbid," explains a museum curator specializing in Egyptian funerary customs. "Just the opposite. They loved life so much they wanted it to continue forever. Everything in their tombs, from food to furniture, games to cosmetics, was meant to ensure they could enjoy the afterlife just as they had enjoyed this one." Perhaps most important is Egypt's role as a cultural foundation. Along with Mesopotamia, it represents one of humanity's earliest experiments with civilization itself, the development of writing, monumental architecture, organized religion, centralized government, and large-scale social organization. Egypt influenced the ancient Israelites. Abraham, Moses, and Joseph all supposedly spent time there. The Nubians and other African cultures, the Greeks, who considered Egypt the source of wisdom and learning, and through them, the Romans and later European societies. Christianity incorporated elements of Egyptian religion, particularly regarding the afterlife. Islamic scholars preserved and transmitted ancient knowledge, including works about Egypt. Even today, Egyptian symbols and concepts permeate our world, often without our noticing. The pyramid appears on the American dollar bill. Obelisks stand in Washington, D.C., London, and Paris. Our 12-month calendar derives partly from the Egyptian system. Some traditional wedding rings are designed after the Egyptian Ankh symbol of life. "Next time you're in a cemetery, look at the tombstones," suggests an architectural historian. "Those obelisks, Egyptian, the pyramid-shaped monuments, Egyptian. Even the angel sculptures have predecessors in Egyptian winged protective deities. Our ways of memorializing death owe much to ancient Egypt." Egypt's influence extends to literature, film, and popular culture. From Elizabeth Taylor's Cleopatra to the Mummy franchise, from Agatha Christie's Death on the Nile to countless documentaries, Egypt provides an endless source of storytelling inspiration. Its symbols and imagery appear in everything from tarot cards to tattoos, heavy metal album covers to luxury brand logos. More subtly, Egyptian thought continues to influence how we understand the relationship between humanity and cosmic order. The Egyptian concept that human actions affect universal harmony has parallels in modern environmental ethics. Their integration of religious belief with practical governance reflects tensions still present in many societies today. The Egyptians believed you couldn't separate cosmic order from social justice, explains a scholar of ancient ethics. To them, mistreating people or damaging the natural world wasn't just morally wrong, it threatened the entire universal balance. That's not so different from modern ecological thinking. As night deepens and our journey through ancient Egyptian history comes to a close, it's worth reflecting on what this vanished civilization might teach us. The Egyptians faced challenges we still struggle with, maintaining social cohesion, adapting to environmental change, balancing tradition with innovation, finding meaning in a world filled with uncertainty. They responded with remarkable creativity, building a society that endured longer than any other in human history. Their art still moves us with its elegant simplicity. Their architecture still inspires awe. Their writing still speaks to us across millennia, reminding us of our shared humanity. We think technology makes us different from ancient people. An elderly Egyptian tour guide tells a group at Saqqara, his face weathered from decades in the desert sun. But look at what's written on this tomb from 4,000 years ago. I was kind to my family. I helped those in need. I spoke truth. I tried to leave a good name. Are your hopes so different? He's right, of course. For all their exotic beliefs and distant past, the ancient Egyptians were people like us, hoping for happiness in this life and some form of continuation beyond it, seeking security for their families, trying to create meaning through work and relationships. Their story reminds us of both human resilience and fragility. They built monuments meant to last forever, yet their civilization eventually faded. They preserved their dead with elaborate care, yet most of their mummies were ultimately destroyed or displayed in museums far from their homeland. They developed writing to make their words permanent, yet their language became unreadable for over a millennium. Despite these failures, they achieved a kind of immortality, not the literal physical kind they sought, but the immortality of cultural memory and influence. We still speak their names, visit their monuments, study their language, and ponder their beliefs. In this way, they continue to live, fulfilling the deepest wish expressed in countless Egyptian texts. May my name endure upon the earth. As you rest in your modern bed, surrounded by comforts the Egyptians could never have imagined, remember that you're connected to them through the unbroken thread of human experience. Their questions remain our questions. How should we live? What endures after death? How can we create something meaningful that outlasts us? The pyramids rising from the desert sand answer with silent certainty, by building well, by honoring what matters most, by understanding that nothing material truly lasts forever. Yet through our creations and the memories we leave, something of us may endure. Close your eyes now and imagine standing before the great Sphinx at sunset, the ancient stone warming your hand as you touch its weathered paw. For a moment, time dissolves. You're connected to everyone who ever stood there, from pharaohs and priests to Napoleon's scholars, from medieval travelers to future visitors not yet born. Like the gentle current of the Nile flowing eternally northward, human consciousness continues, carrying something of Egypt with it always. Let yourself drift now into peaceful sleep, perhaps to dream of golden tombs, desert sands, and a civilization that reached for eternity, and in some small way found it. Hey guys, tonight we're venturing deep into the most mysterious, suspiciously pungent, and absolutely eyebrow-raising corners of history. The weirdest foods people actually ate in 19th century London. Yes, you heard that right. Tonight's menu features dishes so bizarre you'll be grateful your fridge only contains expired hummus and a questionable bag of baby carrots. If you think you've seen it all after that one weird thing you ate on a dare in college, buckle up. Victorian London is about to challenge everything you thought you knew about dining out. So before you settle in, take a moment to like and subscribe, but only if you actually enjoy what I do here. Leave a comment telling me where you are listening from and what time it is for you. Now, dim the lights, switch on a fan for that white noise, and get as comfortable as possible. Let's pause for a second. Have you ever wondered what dinner looked like before Uber Eats, before expiration dates, before people knew what bacteria was? What would you eat if your choices were limited to street vendors, mysterious market stalls, or whatever was left at the bottom of the Thames? Would you be brave enough to try a jellied calf's foot? Could you drink gin for breakfast and still make it to work without eating an entire block of pickled whelks? How about pudding made with real animal blood? Was it as bad as it sounds? And what did meat even mean in a city where the definition was, let's say, flexible? Congratulations. You've just woken up in 1854, the height of Victorian London. The city smells like a combination of coal smoke, cheap gin, and the fish section of a very unlucky pet store. You're hungry, you have 3 pennies, and you're about to discover that sometimes mystery meat really means don't ask, don't tell. You shuffle through the fog and find yourself face to face with a street vendor selling hot eel pies from a battered cart. Don't worry, everyone else looked just as confused as you do. Welcome to Victorian comfort food. River eels, minced, spiced, and baked into a pie. It's fishy, chewy, and slightly terrifying, but at least you're not eating whatever's in the Thames behind you. Let's set the scene. It's a grey London morning, and the only thing thicker than the pea soup fog is the stench rising from the muddy banks of the Thames. You're cold, you're broke, and you've got exactly 3 pennies rattling around in your pocket. Breakfast? You could take your chances with a suspicious sausage, but the smell wafting over from Eel Pie Alley is, shockingly, kind of inviting. Or maybe that's just the smell of desperation. You step closer, trying not to make eye contact with the eels staring up from a bucket beside the cart. These aren't elegant sushi-grade fillets. They're Thames eels, writhing, glistening, and about as far from gourmet as you can get. In Victorian London, eels were everywhere, slithering through the river, twisting in barrels, and, more importantly, cheap enough for the average Londoner to afford. Forget fancy salmon or imported cod, eel was the people's protein. Plus, they had the added benefit of being extremely difficult to accidentally poison, which, in a city where food safety was just a rumor, was a definite bonus. The vendor, a man with more grime than hair, flashes you a gap-toothed grin and scoops a generous dollop of something gelatinous into a pastry crust. The pie sizzles as it's pressed shut, a hiss of steam mingling with the mist. You can smell onion, pepper, a little parsley, and underneath it all, the distinct tang of river fish that refuses to be ignored. Your first bite? Warm, flaky pastry gives way to a filling that's both creamy and just a little bit rubbery. If you close your eyes, you might almost believe you're eating chicken. If chicken lived underwater and had the texture of an old bicycle tire. As you eat, it's impossible not to notice your fellow diners. There's the chimney sweep, still covered in soot, scarfing down his pie like he hasn't seen food in days, and probably hasn't. There's the seamstress, carefully picking out the bones with her fingers and dropping them onto a page of yesterday's newspaper. Even a local constable stops by for a quick meal, which you hope isn't an official endorsement. Nobody looks particularly thrilled, but everyone is eating. In a world without refrigeration, you take your chances. Now, you might wonder, why eels? Partly because they were abundant and easy to catch, so easy that Londoners fished them from the river by the barrelful. Partly because, compared to beef or pork, eels were affordable for the working class, and partly, let's be honest, because everything else in the Thames was just a little bit more terrifying. You could do a lot worse than an eel pie in a city where mystery meat was a legitimate food group. There's also a practical side. Eels are slippery survivors. The Thames was polluted with everything from sewage to chemical runoff. But eels just kept on living. It's as if their sole purpose was to be eaten by Victorians who'd run out of options, and they were remarkably versatile. You could bake them, boil them, stew them, or, if you were feeling bold, jelly them. Yes, jellied eels. The dish that proves some people will eat absolutely anything if you add enough vinegar and courage. For Londoners, eel pies weren't just food. They were fuel. Workers queued up for them before shifts in factories. Mothers fed them to children with the promise that eel would put hair on your chest. Possibly a side effect of all the river minerals. Street vendors made their fortunes, or at least avoided starvation, selling pies to anyone with enough teeth to chew them. As you finish your eel pie, licking flaky pastry from your fingers, you realize it's not the worst thing you've eaten. Maybe you're even a little grateful. Because when it comes to Victorian street food, sometimes it's better not to know what else is on the menu. You survived Eel Pie Alley. Wear it like a badge of honor, or at least as an excuse never to complain about fish sticks again. It's breakfast time in 19th century London, which means one thing: alcohol is cheaper than tea, and seafood is absolutely not limited to dinner. You grab a quick shot of gin and a bowl of pickled whelks, chewy sea snails marinated in vinegar and regret. There's no toast, no eggs, just the taste of the ocean and last night's bad decisions. Let's paint the scene. The sun, such as it is, barely makes it through the fog and coal smoke as you step out of your cramped tenement, eyes stinging, stomach rumbling. The street is already busy. Vendors hollering, horses clattering by, someone singing off-key about lost love, or possibly lost shoes. You are not here for a serenade. You are here for sustenance. Or at least, something that will dull the pain of your hangover and the memory of that job you promised to look for but never did. And there, on the corner, beneath a splintery sign that reads "Whelks and Gin, Best Value," stands your breakfast hero, a woman in a battered shawl, ladling pickled sea snails into chipped bowls and pouring gin that smells faintly of cleaning solvent. You consider the options. Tea? That's a luxury. Coffee? Not unless you like it roasted with chicory and hope. But gin, oh, gin is for everyone. Gin is there for you at dawn, at dusk, after heartbreak, before bad decisions, and sometimes during. In 19th century London, gin isn't a beverage, it's emotional infrastructure. You take your bowl of pickled whelks. They glisten in their murky vinegar bath, plump and curling, like tiny ocean ghosts. They smell briny and slightly medicinal. The first bite is a challenge, rubbery, salty, with the unmistakable flavor of seaside pebbles and a gentle aftertaste of "Are you sure about this?" It's not so much a meal as a dare. You chase it with a slug of gin, harsh, sharp, and immediately warming. It lights a small illegal fire in your stomach and makes the second whelk go down a little easier. Around you, Londoners are hunched over their bowls, faces set in that special British way that says, "If I don't acknowledge the horror, maybe it will just be over soon." A dock worker in a threadbare cap chews slowly, eyes closed, like he's hoping to astral project himself to a better breakfast. Two children share a bowl, daring each other to eat the biggest whelk, while a toothless man offers unsolicited opinions on Queen Victoria and the comparative merits of eel versus whelk. Nobody here is trying to impress anyone. In a world where most meals are about survival, breakfast is just the first hurdle. The combination of gin and pickled whelks is strangely effective. The gin numbs your taste buds, the whelks provide chewable calories, and the vinegar, well, the vinegar ensures you'll never quite forget this meal, no matter how hard you try. You think about modern breakfasts: eggs Benedict, avocado toast, cold brew coffee. All that luxury, all that choice. Here, it's a question of what won't kill you before noon. For the Victorian working class, pickled whelks are cheap, filling, and, most importantly, don't require a stove or even a proper table. They're eaten standing up, leaning on a rain-soaked barrel, washed down with gin that might double as lamp fuel. There's something almost heroic about it. Breakfast is not about pleasure, but perseverance. As you tip your empty bowl back to catch the last drops of vinegar, you realize you've made it. You survived the breakfast of regret. You are now officially ready to face another day in the world's weirdest city, powered by gin, mollusks, and sheer British stubbornness. And as the morning fog gives way to the endless grind, you can honestly say, at least you didn't have to eat porridge again. Small victories. Ever wondered what happens when you mix oatmeal, onions, and pig's blood? The answer is black pudding. A classic English breakfast item that looks like overcooked brownie, tastes like salted pennies, and has been confusing children for generations. Congratulations, you're starting your day with more iron than a railroad spike. It's early. Too early. The London sky is an uninspiring shade of grey, which is actually an improvement over the colour of your breakfast. You make your way to a crowded stall, dodging the puddles that may or may not just be water, and breathe in the aroma, if that's the word, of something frying in yesterday's leftover lard. The vendor, sleeves rolled and attitude unbothered, is slicing thick rounds from a black log of sausage, plopping them onto a smoking griddle. The sizzle is impressive, the colour is alarming. If you didn't know better, you'd swear he was cooking up slices of rubber boot. But this is no ordinary sausage. This is blood pudding. Beloved by Londoners, feared by anyone with a squeamish streak. It's a marvel of Victorian thrift. Nothing goes to waste. The butcher's scraps, the onions, a generous handful of oats, and of course, the main ingredient, fresh animal blood, poured in and stirred until the whole thing congeals into a shape that could double as a medieval weapon. The blood is what gives it its signature colour and that distinct, mineral-forward flavour. If you've ever wondered what it's like to lick a rusty fence, this is the breakfast for you. The first bite is an experience. The texture is unexpectedly soft, almost creamy, with just enough chew to remind you this isn't a dessert. The flavour is earthy, rich, and slightly metallic. Your tongue can practically feel the red blood cells. You chew thoughtfully, pretending you're a sophisticated foodie, but inside you're just hoping no one will notice if you quietly hide the rest under your bread. Around you, Londoners are tucking in with gusto. Some slather their blood pudding with brown sauce. No one is quite sure what's in brown sauce, but it's legally required to put it on anything remotely British. Others eat it plain, savouring every salty, iron-packed mouthful. Children are less enthusiastic, poking their slices with forks and making faces behind their mothers' backs, but they eat it anyway. In this city, you don't turn down breakfast, even if it stares back at you. Black pudding isn't just a food, it's a symbol. It says, we're practical, we're tough, we're willing to eat things other people throw away, as long as we can call it a delicacy. It's the culinary equivalent of patching your socks with more sock. And if you're really lucky, today's batch is made with pig's blood, not something even more mysterious. In some shops, you might even get white pudding, a cousin made with fat and oatmeal. But that's only for the truly adventurous, or those who have run out of black. Breakfast in Victorian London is about survival, but it's also about ritual. The sound of the griddle, the sharp smell of onions and lard, the chatter of people swapping stories and gossip, all mixed together in a chorus that says, "This is life." You may not have much, but you have blood pudding, and that means you're part of something. You belong to a city that takes its leftovers seriously and makes breakfast out of whatever's left when the butcher is done. As you wipe your mouth with a slightly sticky napkin, you can't help but feel a weird sense of pride. You survived black pudding. You got your iron for the week. And tomorrow, you'll probably eat it again. Because nothing wakes you up quite like a slice of sausage that's more metal than meat. Breakfast of champions, or at least survivors. You head to the market, greeted by the sight and smell of meat stalls where the phrase, "Don't ask, don't tell" is a way of life. The labels say beef, but is it really? Horse, cat, and even the occasional dog have made their way into London's sausages. You take a bite and hope for the best. There's a reason they called it mystery meat. The Victorian market is a spectacle. Cobblestones sticky with old fat, barrels full of something unidentifiable, and enough noise to wake the dead, or at least make you wish you were. It's not so much a food court as a food gamble, where every purchase is a roll of the dice, and every butcher has a story about where their fresh meat came from. The air is thick with the mingled smells of brine, sawdust, offal, and the sharp tang of vinegar, meant to hide the fact that half the cuts are well past their prime. You drift from stall to stall, pretending you know the difference between rump steak and something that used to bark. Prime beef bellows a man who looks like he's never seen a cow in his life. You ask for a penny's worth, and he winks, hacking off a chunk that might be brisket, or, judging by the colour, might be anything at all. Beside you, a woman haggles for sausages, unconcerned by the streaks of green. Sausages are the great equalizer. Everything goes in. Nothing comes out recognizable. They're the city's original recycling program, and the less you know, the happier you'll be. Victorian butchers were masters of disguise. If you could mince it, spice it, and stuff it in a casing, you could sell it. Some days the beef was actually horse, especially during lean times. Other days it was cat, stray dog, or whatever had the misfortune of wandering too close to the riverbank. Londoners pretended not to notice. Food inspectors existed, but their standards were optimistic. If it didn't kill you immediately, it passed. You buy a sausage roll, marveling at its ability to taste like absolutely nothing except salt, pepper, and regret. The pastry flakes in your hand, leaving behind a greasy residue you'll carry with you for the rest of the day, both physically and emotionally. Somewhere in the distance, a dog barks. You try not to make eye contact with your food. A favorite local delicacy is saveloy, a bright red sausage that's been boiled until the last trace of flavor has waved a tiny white flag. No one really knows what's inside, and it's probably better that way. Some say it's mostly pork. Others say mostly is doing a lot of work. You eat it with mustard so strong it could legally be classified as a cleaning agent, and you're grateful for it. At least the mustard is honest. Some stalls offer fresh pies, their tops golden and promising. The filling, however, is a mystery even Sherlock Holmes wouldn't want to solve. It could be mutton, it could be rabbit, or it could be leftovers from last week's batch of something. The only certainty is that it's hot, filling, and unlikely to contain any actual vegetables. You watch as a woman counts out her pennies, debating between two pies that look identical. She picks the left. The right might have been yesterday's. You're not the only one playing this game. London's poor eat what they can, when they can, and everyone has a story about the time they bit into something unexplainable. There's camaraderie in uncertainty. At least you're not alone. Some joke that mystery meat is how the city builds character, and possibly antibodies. As you finish your sausage roll, you feel a strange sort of triumph. You survived the market's culinary roulette. You're a little braver, a little more suspicious, and a lot more appreciative of whatever comes in a can with a label you can trust. In Victorian London, dinner isn't about flavour, it's about luck, resilience, and having the courage to keep chewing, no matter what. Lunchtime arrives, and the most popular street food is, of course, boiled cow's heel. Served as gelatinous slices in cloudy broth, it's more slippery than satisfying, but apparently good for your joints, if you can swallow it without gagging. Let's set the scene. You're standing at a bustling street corner, pressed between a hot potato vendor and a man selling questionable meat pies. The line at the cow heel stand is already winding down the block. You can't help but wonder, are people here for nutrition, or just to see if anyone actually manages to keep the stuff down? A giant iron pot bubbles menacingly, releasing clouds of steam that carry the distinct aroma of wet leather, damp hay, and something your dentist would consider a cautionary tale. The vendor, arms bare and apron flecked with broth, is wielding a cleaver with the confidence of someone who has seen things and lived to tell about them. You approach, coin in hand, and watch as he fishes a quivering, translucent slab from the pot, the skin jiggling with a kind of pride only a cow's foot could muster. "Bit of salt?" he asks, tossing in a handful whether you agree or not. The cow heel lands in your bowl, swimming in a greasy soup whose contents are anyone's guess. There are rumors that the broth has been simmering for days, topped up with whatever's left after the morning rush, onions, carrots, and the occasional lucky horseshoe. You take your first bite. The texture is complex. Gelatinous on the outside, fibrous underneath, and somehow managing to squeak against your teeth. It's warm, it's slippery, and it feels a bit like chewing on your own courage. You try to focus on the flavor, earthy, beefy, and deeply committed to lingering long after you've swallowed. There's a reason Victorians believed in cow heel's restorative powers. After eating it, you feel like you've survived something monumental. Possibly the dish, possibly your own gag reflex. Around you, others are tucking in with varying degrees of enthusiasm. A wiry labourer slurps his heel, swears it puts strength in your bones, and holds up a bony forearm in demonstration. Next to him, a harried mother encourages her children to eat up for health, though the youngest looks unconvinced and is quietly feeding scraps to a grateful stray dog. The cow heel stand is a social equalizer. Rich or poor, if you're hungry enough, you'll give it a go. And, truly, cow heel was marketed as the perfect Victorian superfood. Got aches and pains? Need to fortify your constitution? Cow's foot is cheaper than medicine, more filling than bread, and conveniently comes with its own broth. Even doctors, with their boundless optimism and lack of germ theory, might recommend a bowl after a long night. There's nothing like a bit of cartilage and marrow to put the spring back in your limp. For the vendor, the cow heel pot is both a livelihood and a community service. He's heard every joke, every complaint, and every compliment, genuine or otherwise. Some customers claim it helps with the gout. Others say it's a cure for hangovers, heartbreak, or whatever ails you. Really, it's just food, strange, sticky, and surprisingly comforting when the wind cuts through your second-hand coat. As you finish the last wobbly bite and wipe your lips, you realize you've earned your spot in the great boiled cow heel standoff. Not everyone can face a Victorian lunch and walk away victorious. There's a camaraderie in this shared ordeal, a story to tell, maybe not to your friends back home, but certainly to yourself the next time you eye a modern menu. Because after you've survived boiled cow heel, no jelly dessert, no bone-in steak, and certainly no mystery soup will ever intimidate you again. If you thought eels were only for pies, think again. The Victorians loved to boil eels into submission, let them cool, and then eat them jellied. Cold, quivering, and sitting in a bowl of their own stock, this dish is 1 part protein, 1 part dare. Let's picture it. You're wandering down a damp, bustling street, and every other stall is hawking something that could pass for dinner or a science experiment gone wrong. There, in a battered glass display case, sits a wobbly mountain of jellied eels, shimmering faintly under the flicker of a gas lamp. Even the flies are hesitant. You watch as a vendor, hands red from the chill, deftly spoons out a gelatinous coil onto a cracked plate, slapping it down with the enthusiasm of a man who's stopped asking why a long time ago. You stare at your serving. The eels, chopped into bite-sized pieces, are set in a translucent, jiggling jelly, made by boiling eel bones until the very essence of wiggle is extracted. Each bite glistens, catching the light and your growing anxiety. The Victorians claimed this was a treat, a delicacy. You wonder if they just enjoyed watching newcomers. Try not to flinch. You muster your courage and prod the eels with your fork. They wobble in a way that's oddly hypnotic, like Victorian aspic but fishier and somehow more suspicious. The first bite is cold, briny, and oddly refreshing, with a texture somewhere between firm noodle and underwater marshmallow. The jelly is savoury, almost salty sweet, and clings to the eel like a damp handshake that lasts a little too long. Jellied eels weren't just a food, they were an institution. Working-class Londoners would gather at eel stalls, catching up on gossip while slurping down mouthfuls of gelatinous fish. Some swore by a splash of malt vinegar or a dash of pepper to cut through the slipperiness, while the brave, or just the unbothered, ate them plain, savouring the delicate blend of fish, bone, and jelly. Children dared each other to swallow whole pieces without chewing. Grandmothers said it built character. You're not sure what it's building for you, but it's probably not appetite. Part of jellied eels' popularity came from practicality. Eels were cheap, abundant, and stubbornly immune to the Thames' many horrors. As long as you had a pot and some patience, you could have protein for the week. And the jelly made it possible to store the dish without refrigeration, a luxury for most. In a world where freshness was measured in hours, anything that didn't rot before lunchtime was considered a win. Of course, the experience wasn't for everyone. There were always those who recoiled, and even in Victorian times, food critics could be savage. Some described jellied eels as an acquired taste, which is British for good luck with that. Others declared them invigorating or fortifying, while quietly reaching for the bread. Your fellow diners eat with casual indifference. A man in a battered cap slurps his eels with gusto, pausing only to complain about the lack of pepper. Two dock workers argue over whose mum makes the best jelly, waving their forks dangerously. Even the local stray cat eyes the plate, uncertain. You finish your portion, heart pounding not from excitement but from the sheer weirdness of what you've just done. You survived jellied eels, the dish that separates tourists from locals, and optimists from realists. There's a sense of accomplishment, a badge of honour, and possibly a lingering question about what else Victorians considered edible. And as you walk away, you decide some food is an adventure, some is a test, and some, like jellied eels, is simply proof that when you're hungry enough, nothing is too slippery to eat. Needing something to warm your hands, you grab a cup of soup. a Victorian beverage made from ground orchid tubers, sweetened with sugar and a dash of mystery. It's hot, thick, and oddly comforting, until you realize it's basically the 19th century version of a protein shake made from flower roots. Picture this. It's a dreary London morning, and you can't feel your fingers. The air bites at your ears, and every breath is a chilly reminder that central heating is a distant fantasy. Coffee exists, but it's expensive, and, unless you like your beans cut with chicory and disappointment, mostly reserved for the wealthy. Tea is for the middle classes, at least when it's not just hot water pretending to be a beverage. For everyone else, there's Saloop. You approach a street stall. The Saloop seller stands behind a battered copper urn swirling with steam. The sign above reads, Saloop, hot and cheering. He ladles out a viscous, milky liquid into a cracked mug, sweetens it with sugar, and gives it a stir with a stick that's definitely seen better days. The result: a pale, slightly gloopy concoction that smells faintly of vanilla, earth, and a secret no one will ever explain. You take a sip. The warmth floods your body, the thickness coating your tongue in a way that's both comforting and slightly alarming. There's a floral undertone, a sweetness that hints at vanilla, and a texture reminiscent of warm pudding left out in the rain. Saloop isn't quite tea, isn't quite coffee, and isn't quite anything you've had before. It's the drink you reach for when you need calories, not excitement. Victorian Londoners loved Saloop for its alleged health benefits, made from powdered orchid root, or, when business was slow, from powdered sassafras, or whatever else the vendor could find. It was said to soothe coughs, cure colds, and put the color back in your cheeks. Whether that was true or just wishful thinking, no one cared. It was hot, filling, and, best of all, cheap. In a world where breakfast might mean last night's bread crust, a mug of Saloop was practically luxurious. You look around, everyone is clutching their mugs like precious treasures, letting the steam rise and thaw the chill from their faces. Dock workers, seamstresses, chimney sweeps and street urchins, all united by the universal desire to stop shivering. Saloop stalls are little islands of warmth in a city famous for its cold shoulders and colder weather. The drink has its own etiquette. Some people sip politely, pinky raised in a parody of high society. Others gulp it down, chasing the warmth as quickly as possible before getting back to their endless daily hustle. Children beg for a taste, noses pressed against the urn, dreaming of sugar and something that isn't river water. Saloop isn't immune to criticism. The texture unsettles some, the flavor confuses others. There are whispers about what actually goes into each batch. Is that real orchid root, or just ground-up parsnip? But in the end, no one asks too many questions. The point is survival, not satisfaction. Besides, the occasional crunch only adds to the experience. When you finish your mug, you're not sure whether you feel better, braver, or just slightly more hydrated. Maybe all three. You return your cup, wipe your hands on your coat, and head back into the London fog, fortified by a beverage that's one part health tonic, one part street magic, and entirely Victorian. And as you walk away, you make a mental note. If you ever complain about instant coffee again, remember the taste and the texture of Saloop. Looking for fresh milk? In London, that means literally following a goat through the streets, or trusting a milkmaid who might have diluted her product with anything from river water to chalk. Every sip is an adventure in immunity. It's a pale, misty morning, and you step out of your cramped lodging, mug in hand, joining a crowd already gathering on the corner. Down the street comes the milkmaid, rosy-cheeked, hair tucked beneath her bonnet, arms corded from carrying pails heavier than most Victorian hopes. If you're among the lucky, she's trailed by a placid cow. If you're not, well, you get the goat. This is the daily dairy ritual, and your stomach is placing bets against your common sense. In theory, you could trust the product. But in Victorian London, fresh milk is a choose-your-own-adventure novel where every outcome involves intestinal risk. Pasteurization is still just a twinkle in Louis Pasteur's eye. And the notion of bacteria is something you catch in a bad fish stew, not from your breakfast. Most mornings, the only thing separating you from calamity is your milkmaid's honesty. And, occasionally, her inventiveness. You line up behind a parade of regulars, children with chipped cups, housewives with battered jugs, and one elderly gent who swears by a pint of goat, right from the source. The milkmaid gets to work. If it's a good day, she draws your portion straight from the animal, the warm milk frothing as it pours. If it's a bad day, you notice a suspicious swirl in the pail, a hint of chalk, a glimmer of flour, maybe even a little river water. Everyone knows the tricks. Some milkmaids stretch their supply as far as it'll go, and the difference between rich, creamy milk and pale, watery disappointment is a matter of both luck and the recent rainfall. And then there are the goats. Yes, actual goats, stubborn, unpredictable, and absolutely unfazed by city chaos. Some Londoners swear by goat's milk. Good for the nerves, the milkmaid claims, as her four-legged assistant munches contentedly on someone's laundry. If you're particularly keen, you can pay for a cup drawn right there, ensuring both freshness and a light dusting of goat hair. The taste is grassy, slightly gamey, and carries a strong undertone of what am I doing with my life? On the street, milk isn't just a drink, it's a spectacle. Children cluster around, hoping for a sip or, better yet, a chance to try milking the goat themselves. Housewives chat over the pails, swapping tips for disguising sour milk or sweetening it with a splash of whatever's left from last night's gin. Every so often, a fight breaks out over whose turn it is for the cow, with the goat owners looking quietly smug until the goat decides to make a run for it. The wealthy, of course, have private dairies, their milk bottled and delivered with all the ceremony of a state visit. For everyone else, it's street milk or nothing. When winter hits and the animals dry up, creative substitutes flood the market. Almond water, rice milk, or milk that's just boiled water, and optimism. The dangers are real, unpasteurized, adulterated, and transported in open pails. Milk is a breeding ground for more than just good stories. Illness is common. Doctors warn against milk fever and the stomach complaint, but unless you're rich or remarkably paranoid, you take your chances. After all, you need something to stir into your morning tea, and water alone is just too risky. Still, there's a sense of pride in the ritual. You take your cup, pay your penny, and sip with caution, savoring the creamy days and surviving the watery ones. Each swallow is a testament to your constitution. Modern milk will never impress you again, unless, perhaps, it comes straight from the goat and with a story worth telling. As you head home, you realize you've participated in one of London's most enduring acts of faith, trusting the milkmaid, the goat, and your own hard-earned immunity. One sip at a time. Dinner means soup. But this isn't your grandma's split pea. Victorian street soup is thick, salty, and sometimes contains things that aren't supposed to be there, like grit, twine, or the occasional stray fingernail. Spoon carefully. It's nearing dusk in Victorian London, and you find yourself jostled along the crowded pavement, lured by the scent of something savoury drifting from a battered cauldron on the curb. Hot pea soup, the vendor bellows, steam pouring off his ladle and swirling into the cold air. The line is already 3 people deep, everyone clutching their chipped bowls and battered mugs. For the price of a halfpenny, you too can join the great British tradition of culinary optimism, hoping for comfort, bracing for chaos. You approach, coins ready, and watch as your soup is slopped into a tin vessel with all the delicacy of a rugby scrum. The colour is a robust green, if by robust you mean murky with mystery. The aroma is oddly inviting, a blend of peas, salt, smoke, and a dash of something you can only describe as London Street. The first spoonful is hearty, hot, and filling. The second comes with a hint of crunch, and you quickly learn the Victorian rule: best not to investigate. Victorian pea soup is a masterclass in resourcefulness. The base is dried peas, boiled down until they surrender their shape and dignity. Into the pot goes whatever the vendor can spare. Bones for flavour, a ham hock if you're lucky, scraps of root vegetables, and a generous helping of yesterday's leftovers. It's thick, salty, and engineered to keep a working stomach full well into the night. If you happen upon a bit of meat, count yourself fortunate. If you find something less pleasant, say a sliver of twine, a pebble, or the infamous fingernail, just consider it a little extra texture. Around you, London's hungry huddle over their bowls, blowing on the surface and swapping tales of the best pea soup stall in the city. For some, it's the flavour that matters. For others, it's the portion size. For most, it's just the convenience of a hot meal for less than a penny. Street urchins scrape every last drop. Mothers use the thick soup to fill up hungry children, and labourers devour it as a prelude to another shift. The soup's heat wards off the chill, and the salt, intentional or otherwise, ensures no one eats too fast. Of course, not all soup is created equal. Some vendors stretch their batches with extra water, flour, or, if they're feeling particularly bold, a scoop of something swept from the floor. Still, you eat, grateful for the warmth and the way it lingers in your belly. Health concerns are for the rich and the delicate. For everyone else, a little bit of grit is just proof you're still alive. Conversation around the soup pot is brisk and pragmatic. Regulars argue about which vendor adds the most ham bone, which uses the least mystery ingredients, and which spot has the best odds of finding an actual vegetable. Jokes about protein surprise are as much a part of dinner as the soup itself. One man claims to have found a button. Another boasts of chewing something he swears was part of a broom. Adds character, someone says. Builds teeth, says another. As the last spoonful vanishes, you feel oddly satisfied. Your hunger is gone, your body is warm, and your sense of adventure is only slightly diminished. You survived the soup that fights back, emerging with a full stomach, a story to tell, and a lingering suspicion that you'll be finding grit in your teeth for days. And as you return your empty bowl and blend into the fog, you realize you've just eaten the ultimate Victorian comfort food. A hot meal, a little bit of danger, and a big helping of resilience, all for less than the price of a cup of questionable coffee. You pass a row of tripe shops, the windows fogged with steam and ambition. Inside, you're served a bowl of boiled cow stomach, chewy as an old shoe and just as fragrant. Don't think about it too much. Just keep chewing. Step inside one of these steamy havens, and the atmosphere wraps around you like a moist, meaty hug you never asked for. The windows are streaked with condensation, blurring the view of the world outside and leaving you cocooned in a gentle cloud of boiling beef and vague optimism. The clientele, dock workers with red hands, housemaids on their break, and the odd apprentice dreaming of steak, sit hunched over battered enamel bowls, spoons working furiously as if time and flavour are in short supply. You take your place at a communal bench, the table scarred by years of impatient cutlery and the ghosts of 1,000 lunches. A waitress with arms like rolling pins and a voice that could slice bread slaps down your bowl of tripe, a steaming mountain of white and grey ribbons bobbing in an ocean of broth. She offers you a chunk of crusty bread and a nod of encouragement that might be concern or just gas from her own meal. The aroma is unmistakable, something between freshly laundered laundry and a stable at the end of a long summer. You prod the tripe with your spoon. It yields reluctantly, bouncing back with the resilience of a Victorian boot sole. You muster your courage, dip the bread in the broth, and finally bring a strip of tripe to your lips. The first bite is a revelation. If revelation means a cross between chewing a damp book cover and trying to remember when you last had a dental cleaning, tripe is, quite literally, the lining of a cow's stomach, cleaned, boiled, and, in the best shops, tenderized until it only slightly resembles the surface of the moon. For many, it's a taste of home. For others, it's a challenge to both palate and perseverance. The broth is hot, salty, and tinged with whatever the butcher could spare. A dash of onion, a carrot scrap, a hint of bay leaf. Sometimes there's a mysterious yellow sheen floating on top, and you just hope it's butter. Victorian London is a city of thrift, and tripe shops are its temples. Here, nothing goes to waste, not even the parts of the animal that seem least likely to inspire poetry. Tripe is cheap, nutritious, and once you surrender to the experience, surprisingly filling. The bread is there for support, a necessary buffer between you and the unrelenting texture. Some locals drown their tripe in malt vinegar. Others sprinkle it liberally with pepper, while the true believers eat it plain, savoring every chewy, slightly spongy bite. You glance around. The regulars barely notice their meal, eating with the brisk efficiency of those who know there are few alternatives. At the far end of the table, a pair of children giggle over their bowls, daring each other to slurp the biggest piece. An elderly man, moustache trembling, dips his bread and chews with solemn purpose, as if the fate of London itself rests on finishing his lunch. Tripe shops are as much about community as they are about sustenance. The air is alive with conversation, gossip about neighbours, complaints about the weather, whispered news of a pie shop opening across the street. Every so often, someone claims to have found the perfect way to cook tripe, a secret recipe involving cloves, beer, or an hour of prayer. The rest of the table nods, but no one ever seems convinced. Eating tripe is less about pleasure than perseverance. You chew, you swallow, you keep chewing. There's an odd satisfaction in it, a sense that you're part of a long, chewy tradition stretching back generations. In a world where luxury is for the few, tripe is for the many. Humble, honest, and nearly impossible to ruin. As you finish your bowl, scraping up the last of the broth with your bread, you realize you've survived yet another rite of Victorian passage. You step back into the chill street, mouth tingling, breath fragrant, and stomach undeniably full. In London's tripe shops, you've found proof that with enough heat, salt, and stubbornness, even the humblest meal can earn its place on the menu. If you're feeling peckish, why not gnaw on a sheep's foot, sold from carts and boiled until the bones threaten to dissolve? Sheep's trotters are the protein bar of Victorian London. Portable, chewy, and likely to get stuck in your teeth for days. It's late afternoon, and you're wandering the maze of market stalls, following your nose past the scent of roasting chestnuts, cheap tobacco, and something that might once have been fruit. Then you hear it, the distinctive cry of the trotter vendor. Hot sheep's feet, penny a pair, strength for your bones and courage for your heart. You drift over, curiosity piqued and stomach growling. The vendor stands behind a battered cart, a battered iron pot bubbling away atop a pile of glowing coals. Inside, Dozens of pale, knobbly sheep's feet bounce and roll in the broth. The occasional wisp of steam carrying a smell somewhere between boiled lamb and old sock. You hand over your penny and are handed a pair of trotters, gleaming from their long, slow bath. They're carefully wrapped in a strip of newspaper, which immediately becomes translucent as the gelatin starts to melt. The first thing you notice is the heat. The trotters warm your hands, a blessing on a cold day. The second is the texture. The skin is slick and shiny, almost translucent from hours of simmering. Beneath it, there's a layer of sticky, glutinous fat that squelches between your fingers, threatening to escape before you can even take a bite. But you're hungry, and this is Victorian London. You sink your teeth in and encounter resistance. Firm, rubbery skin giving way to soft tendon and a sliver of marrow. It's not a refined experience. Each bite is a mix of flavors. Savory, faintly sweet, and overwhelmingly, undeniably muttony. If you're lucky, the meat peels away in soft shreds. If not, you spend the next 10 minutes gnawing around a joint, trying to avoid splintering a tooth on a stubborn bone. There's satisfaction in the struggle. Every chew is a tiny triumph. Every morsel a reward for perseverance. Trotters are beloved by the city's poor and working class. In a world where good meat is a rare treat, feet are abundant, cheap, and surprisingly filling. They're pure Victorian thrift, the original nose-to-tail eating. Vendors claim they'll build your constitution, put colour in your cheeks, or fix whatever ails you. Old wives' tales abound. Children are told they'll grow up strong if they finish their trotters. And grown men swear the sticky broth will soothe aching joints and chase away the winter chill. There's no etiquette to eating a trotter. You grip it by the end, teeth and fingers working together. Children compete to see who can strip a foot cleanest, while adults lean against carts or lampposts, savouring the warmth and the salt. It's a messy, public ritual. A good vendor keeps a bucket for bones and a smile for anyone brave enough to gnaw the little ones near the ankle. The truly daring dip the feet in vinegar or douse them in pepper, adding heat and astringency to an already wild flavour. Sheep's trotters are social too. A snack shared on street, corners, at the docks, or on the steps outside a factory. For a penny, you buy both food and fellowship. There's always a joke about eating on the hoof, or someone showing off their trotter technique, and when you're done, you toss the bones into the gutter, wipe your hands on your coat, and feel a strange sense of pride. As you finish, tongue searching for bits of gelatin still glued to your teeth, you realize you've eaten like a true Victorian Londoner, resourceful, unafraid, and never wasteful. You're full, if not completely satisfied, and ready to face whatever else the city has to throw at you. Because in London, the only thing tougher than the sheep's feet is the person chewing on them. Craving dessert? Cheap candies made from questionable sugars, wax, and the occasional toxic dye are handed out to children everywhere. They're bright, they're sweet, and if you survive childhood, your dentist will never forgive you. Picture yourself at the end of a long, gritty Victorian day. Pockets empty but for a single copper, and the vague hope of something sweet. The air is chilly, the streets are a patchwork of shadows and gaslight. But at the corner, hope shimmers in glass jars. There stands the Candyman, his moustache waxed, his fingers stained by the rainbow of treats he sells. His cart is a vision, jars crammed with boiled sweets, sugar plums, ribbons of taffy, and hard candies in colours so bright you'd need to squint. It's a glorious display, and also a chemical experiment gone rogue. You join the throng of children jostling for a glimpse, hands sticky from the last meal, eyes wide. coins clutched with a seriousness usually reserved for prayer. Each child waits for their turn to pick a penny's worth. The choices are endless. Or so it seems. There are sugar plums, basically hardened balls of sugar, licorice whips, sometimes licorice, sometimes wishful thinking, and boiled sweets with a glossy shine and a centre that may or may not contain an NEA2 actual flavour. You select a sugar plum. It rattles into your palm, suspiciously hard and suspiciously heavy for its size. The first lick is pure sweetness, followed by a sudden hit of, what is that, anise? Almond? Or is that just the taste of whatever dye was on sale? You keep sucking, savouring a faint tingle on your tongue that you hope isn't the first sign of lead poisoning. In the world of Victorian candy, artificial flavour could mean almost anything. And artificial colour sometimes meant actual poison. Bright reds from lead oxide, greens from copper, yellows from arsenic, all for the joy of eating a sweet that glows brighter than your hopes for adulthood. It isn't just the ingredients that are questionable. The sugar itself might be mixed with flour, chalk, or even sawdust to stretch the profit margin. The shape could be irregular, the texture oddly crunchy, but for Victorian children, this is pure magic. A moment of pleasure in a world of hard bread, harder rules, and chores that never seem to end. You watch as a boy crunches a barley sugar twist, eyes lighting up despite the effort. Two girls share a licorice whip, daring each other to chew through the toughest bit. In the background, a mother warns her child, "Only 3, or you'll lose your teeth before your birthday." The child nods and immediately buys 4. Candy's a currency too, swapped and traded, hoarded in pockets, even used to settle playground bets or bribe a younger sibling. The market is bustling. The air is a symphony of giggles and sugar rush squeals. For a few moments, nobody cares that the sweets are as much danger as delight. Of course, the consequences come later. Dentists, those rare and fearsome professionals, spend their days pulling molars and sighing over blackened stumps. There are stories of children whose tongues turned blue, green, or allegedly fell off entirely. But most simply, accept that a sweet is worth the risk. In a city where most meals are brown and boiled, a mouthful of neon sugar feels like a celebration. You finish your sugar plum, teeth a little sore, spirit just a touch brighter. You've tasted Victorian joy in its purest, most reckless form. As you wipe your hands on your coat and head home, you can't help but grin. Just don't show your teeth. Oysters are everywhere, served raw or cooked, and cost less than a loaf of bread. Everyone eats them until the Thames runs out, and suddenly oysters are for the rich again. Enjoy them while they last. It's another brisk day in Victorian London, and you're weaving through the crowd when you catch the unmistakable scent of brine and seaweed. At nearly every street corner, oyster carts and stalls gleam in the pale sunlight, shells stacked in precarious towers, a testament to just how much Londoners love their shellfish. You join the queue, everyone does. Chimney sweeps, fishwives, dock workers, even the odd clerk with ink-stained fingers. This is democracy in action. The city's greatest equalizer is not the courtroom or the church, but the oyster stand. The vendor, apron streaked with seawater, works quickly, prying open shells with practiced ease. With a quick flick, he deposits the oyster onto a chipped plate, or, for those in a hurry, straight into your hand. Vinegar and pepper are offered for the adventurous. Some slurp their oysters raw, straight from the shell, seawater running down their chin. Others prefer them grilled, baked, or drowned in the infamous brown sauce. No matter the method, it's filling, protein-rich, and, most importantly, affordable, at least for now. Victorian oysters are not a delicacy, but a daily staple. The Thames is so full of them that even the poorest can feast. They are sometimes mixed into pies, tossed into stews, or served atop thick slices of bread. What passes for oyster toast in the homes of those who can't remember the taste of beef? Children crunch shells between their teeth. Adults claim oysters give strength to the legs, and there are rumors they even ward off winter colds. Every meal is improved with an oyster or six. The taste is, in a word, bold. Oysters from the Thames are briny and a little muddy, with a flavour that hints at the river's many secrets. A good oyster is slippery, cold, and gone in a gulp. A bad oyster is memorable for days, sometimes in ways you'd rather forget. But Londoners are stoic. If it's fresh, it's food. If it's questionable, well, so is half the city's cuisine. Yet, as with all things in London, change is coming. The more the city grows, the more it takes from the river. Oysters become harder to find, prices creep higher, and before long, what was once a poor man's meal becomes the mark of wealth. The carts dwindle, the crowds thin, and the best oysters are sent upriver to fancy restaurants, places with white tablecloths and people who ask, "Are these local?" But for now, you savour your meal, shell after shell. The chatter around you is a symphony of slurps and sighs, a chorus of the satisfied and the soon-to-be full. Children run back for seconds. Workers debate the best stall, and the vendor shucks on, hands moving with the rhythm of the city itself. You finish your last oyster, wiping your fingers on your coat, the briny taste lingering long after. It's not glamorous, but it's yours. A hot meal, a cold shell, and a fleeting sense of plenty. Tomorrow, the price may rise. Next year, only the rich might afford them. But tonight, at least, you've eaten like a king on a pauper's coin. As you step back into the press of the street, you hear the call of another oyster vendor. Maybe you'll have just one more, for luck. In Victorian London, you take your luxuries where you find them, even if they come wrapped in a shell and flavoured with the river's own secrets. At the local pie shop, you order a meat pie and immediately regret asking what's inside. Could be mutton, could be pigeon, could be something that was just flying by. Either way, it's filling, probably. It's mid-afternoon, and you find yourself shuffling into a cramped little pie shop, the door swinging shut behind you with a clang that's half welcome, half warning. The air is thick with the smell of flour, suet, and the faintest whiff of something you can only describe as mystery. The pie counter gleams, stacked with golden brown pastries of every shape and size, their crusts bursting with promise, or possibly just steam. The woman behind the counter greets you with a brisk, businesslike nod. Her arms are dusted in flour, and she moves with the authority of someone who's spent her entire life making sure nobody gets an extra slice for free. You slide your coin across the counter and point to a meat pie, trying not to sound too hopeful or too nervous. She wraps it in a square of yesterday's newspaper and hands it over with a smile that's equal parts pride and secret. You step aside, clutching your warm, hefty prize, and take a cautious bite. The pastry is thick, buttery, and just the right side of tough, designed to withstand travel, hunger, and Victorian dentistry. The filling is piping hot, an aromatic mix of spices and meat, or at least something that once resembled meat. Sometimes it's the robust, slightly gamey flavour of mutton, hearty, rich, and just chewy enough to give your jaw a workout. On other days, the flavour is lighter, sweeter, and faintly reminiscent of feathers, the telltale sign you've bitten into pigeon pie. Pigeon is, after all, everywhere in London. They perch on statues, flutter in alleys, and occasionally end up inside a pie if they're not careful. In Victorian kitchens, nothing goes to waste. And a pie is the great equalizer. Anything from offcuts of lamb to street-savvy birds can disappear beneath a blanket of pastry, transformed into a dish that's equal parts necessity and invention. You chew thoughtfully, eyes darting over your fellow diners. Some eat standing at the counter, tearing into their pies with gusto and little concern for what lurks inside. Others sit on wooden stools, eyes closed in concentration, savoring every mouthful as if deciphering a secret code. There's camaraderie in the unknown. No one truly knows what they're eating. And that's just the way the city likes it. Pie shops are the heart of working-class London. Their windows fogged from baking, their counters crowded, they hum with gossip, laughter, and the occasional heated debate about which shop has the flakiest crust or the richest gravy. The pies themselves are practical miracles, portable, durable, and nearly indestructible. They're breakfast, lunch, and dinner, sometimes all in one if your week's been particularly long. Inside, the filling is a marvel of Victorian thrift. Chopped onions, a few cubes of potato, maybe a carrot or two for colour, all blended with scraps of whatever meat the cook could source. Occasionally, you hit a chunk of something unexpected. A bit of bone, a sliver of gristle, the odd shot pellet if the pigeons were especially fresh. The gravy is thick and peppery, clinging to the meat and seeping into the pastry, disguising any ingredient that might be a little past its prime. Children hover by the counter, noses pressed to the glass, eyeing the pies like treasure. Factory workers grab two at a time, washing them down with a cup of weak tea. Even the city's stray dogs lurk outside, hoping for a crust or two tossed their way. Every bite is a small leap of faith, a culinary gamble, and a reminder that in Victorian London, a full stomach is sometimes the only luxury that matters. You finish your pie, wiping the crumbs from your coat, not much wiser about what you've just eaten, but entirely satisfied. Maybe it was mutton, maybe pigeon, maybe something that made a wrong turn near the kitchen door. It hardly matters. In the grand tradition of London's pie shops, the secret is safe, and so is your appetite. For now, forget butter. This toast is but, served with beef dripping, the collected fat from the previous night's roast. It's greasy, it's salty, and it's either delicious or your cardiologist's worst nightmare. It's early morning in Victorian London. The city's just beginning to stir, street sweepers yawning, horses clopping past, and the first wafts of coal smoke curling up into the grey sky. Your stomach growls, demanding something warm and substantial. At the corner of the market, you spot your salvation. A small, bustling stall with a sign that reads, simply, dripping toast, a farthing a slice. You get in line behind factory hands, errand boys, and a respectable-looking woman in a shawl who clearly knows a good deal when she sees one. The vendor is a marvel of multitasking, one hand wielding a thick loaf of yesterday's bread, the other ladling golden, shimmering beef dripping from a battered tin. The bread is sliced thick, dropped onto a well-used griddle, and doused in hot fat that sizzles and seeps through every crumb. If you're lucky, you get a slice with a few crispy bits, flecks of roasted onion, a shred or two of beef, or the elusive jelly that forms at the bottom of the dripping pot, prized by children and adults with strong constitutions alike. You accept your dripping toast with both hands. The paper it's served on becomes translucent in moments, and a river of fat threatens to run down your wrist if you don't eat quickly. You bite in, first a crisp edge, then the soft, hot center, and finally the undeniable punch of salt, umami, and guilt. This is not food for the faint-hearted. It's food for those who need to work, who need fuel, who don't have time for the niceties of butter or the luxury of jam. Every bite is an edible engine, stoking the fires for another day in the factory, at the docks, or simply enduring the cold. There's no polite way to eat dripping toast. It coats your lips in a glossy sheen, leaves your fingers greasy, and may or may not leave a telltale stain on your shirt. The regulars, unbothered, eat standing up, balancing mugs of weak tea or the ever-present mug of questionable coffee. You see children dunking their slices, savoring the way the bread soaks up every last drop, while their mothers swipe the crusts clean with a practiced, loving efficiency. For many Londoners, dripping is more than breakfast. It's survival. In homes where meat is a rare luxury, every scrap of fat is carefully saved. After the Sunday roast, the dripping is strained, cooled, and scraped into a jar for the week ahead. Housewives guard their supply like treasure, doling it out for toast, for frying, or for the children's sandwiches. Some even add a pinch of salt or a sprinkle of pepper, turning simple fat into a flavor bomb worthy of memory. There are variations, of course. On the best mornings, the dripping is rich and beefy, flecked with savory bits from the pan. On leaner days, it's stretched with lard, a little flour, or a suspiciously thick layer of bread for texture. Some swear by adding a dash of vinegar or even a bit of mustard, cutting through the richness with a burst of tang. The health risks? Let's just say nobody talks about cholesterol. And the concept of good fat is still a century away. The only thing that matters is calories and the strength to get through another day. Dripping toast is cheap, filling, and gloriously decadent in a world where most luxuries are out of reach. You finish your breakfast, fingers shining, heart pounding, and lips tingling with salt. You wipe your hands on your trousers, thank the vendor, and step back into the swirl of city life. A little heavier, a little stronger, and maybe, just maybe, a little happier. Because in Victorian London, breakfast isn't about refinement or restraint. It's about making the most of what you have, feeding your hunger, and savoring every greasy, glorious bite before the world demands everything you've got. Friday night means fried fish served from street stands, wrapped in old newsprint, and smelling faintly of yesterday's headlines. A meal for the masses, and the future inspiration for fish and chips, minus the chips. The sun has just set over Victorian London, and the streets are alive with the kind of buzz that only comes when the work week ends and hunger sets in. Lamps flicker, and the fog swirls just enough to make the city seem mysterious and new. You weave through the crowds, your path illuminated by the orange glow of street lanterns and the even brighter beacon of a battered frying cart. Here, a crowd of Londoners gathers, clutching coins and sniffing the air like hopeful bloodhounds. This is the fried fish stand, the true people's restaurant. The air is thick with the scent of sizzling oil and something delightfully crispy. The vendor, a wiry man in a flour-stained apron and a hat that may once have been white, works the griddle with lightning speed. He dunks fillets of white fish, if you're lucky, cod or plaice, if you're not, river special, in a simple batter and lets them sizzle in a vat of hot fat until they emerge golden and hissing. With the practiced flick of his tongs, he drains the excess oil and deposits each steaming fillet onto a square of old newspaper, headlines and all. You pay your penny, take your parcel, and try not to burn your fingers as you bite in. The crust is crisp and shatters with each bite. The inside is moist, flaky, and carries the unmistakable tang of London's rivers, sometimes reassuring, sometimes not. Each mouthful is salted generously, and if the vendor's feeling generous, you might get a splash of malt vinegar, which cuts through the grease with a sharp, nostalgic bite. There is no greater equalizer than the fried fish stand. The queue is a jumble of city life. Labourers in flat caps, maids on a rare evening out, nannies with sticky-fingered charges, even the odd clerk in a crumpled suit, all united by a shared craving for something hot, filling, and affordable. There's no cutlery, no seating, and certainly no pretensions. Here, you eat with your hands and wipe your lips on your sleeve, if you're fancy. Fried fish is London's first real fast food, and it shows. The vendor keeps the line moving, shouting over the sizzle, sometimes tossing scraps to a passing stray dog or offering a crisp tail to a child with extra-wide eyes. The newsprint wrapper soaks up the grease, doubles as reading material, and, after you're finished, becomes an accidental handkerchief or, in some cases, a makeshift hat for the bold or desperate. The taste lingers long after the fish is gone, equal parts comfort and cholesterol. Some say the oil improves with age, giving each batch of fish a unique, if slightly mysterious, character. Others claim the real secret is in the batter, a closely guarded mix of flour, water, and maybe just a pinch of last week's leftovers. But the truth is simpler. Hunger makes everything taste better, especially when it's hot and eaten outdoors, surrounded by laughter and the endless stories of a city that never really sleeps. For many Londoners, this is the week's highlight. A chance to eat something fried, something festive, and, for a moment, forget the grind of work, the worries at home, or the state of one's shoes. You eat slowly, savouring each greasy, crunchy bite, licking salt from your lips and trying to read the backwards headlines through the translucent paper. As the crowd drifts away, you toss your empty wrapper into the gutter, recycling, Victorian style, feeling warm, full, and just a little bit greasy. The city continues to bustle, but for now, your hunger is sated and your spirit just a little lighter. In Victorian London, a meal could be many things. Adventurous, questionable, occasionally unidentifiable, but on Friday nights, thanks to a battered cart and a brave soul with a vat of oil, it could also be deliciously, democratically fried. In a city where nothing is wasted, stewed giblets, hearts, livers, gizzards make up the stew du jour. It's nutritious, economical, and best eaten with your eyes closed. It's a damp evening in Victorian London, and you follow the aroma of simmering meat through narrow, foggy streets until you find a small, bustling stall tucked between a bakery and a coal yard. The air is thick with the scent of onions, herbs, and boiled meat, an aroma that is simultaneously comforting, alarming, and slightly mysterious. A crowd has gathered, bowls and mugs clutched in hands that are already warm from the steam rising from the cauldron. Each person waits patiently, knowing that, whatever comes out of that pot, it will fill both stomach and soul. The vendor, a rotund man with flour-dusted hands and an apron mottled with broth, ladles a generous portion into your bowl. The stew is thick, brown, and packed with chewy chunks of organ meat, pale, tender hearts, firm livers, and the odd knobby gizzard floating in a rich, savoury broth. A few stray root vegetables bob between the pieces, unidentifiable to the untrained eye, but adding just enough substance to make the meal feel wholesome. The steam curls up and warms your face, carrying hints of thyme, pepper, and the faintest suggestion of optimism. You take your first bite, cautious. The heart is tender, slightly metallic, and full of a robust flavour that reminds you vaguely of a Sunday roast, if your Sunday roast included parts of the animal that most modern kitchens would politely ignore. The liver melts under your teeth, rich and earthy, while the gizzard offers a chewy contrast. Its fibrous texture a challenge that somehow makes you feel stronger for having overcome it. The broth is thick enough to coat the spoon, salty enough to awaken every taste bud, and surprisingly soothing in the chill evening air. Stewed giblets are more than a meal, they are Victorian ingenuity in edible form. Nothing goes to waste in a city where meat is precious, and every scrap of the animal has a purpose. The butcher's leftover hearts, livers, and gizzards, combined with whatever vegetables or bread bits are on hand, become this stew, a practical, economical, and, for the brave, nourishing dinner. For the poor and working class, this is a treasure. Inexpensive, filling, and, if you eat it fast enough, free of any lingering odors that might otherwise betray the animal origins. Around you, the crowd is a lively mixture of anticipation and acceptance. Factory workers slurp eagerly, wiping their lips on sleeves and arguing about which vendor has the best stock. Children tiptoe around the cauldron, fascinated by the sight of floating organs, and mothers encourage the brave ones to take a bigger spoonful. There is camaraderie here, born of shared hunger and mutual tolerance, for a stew that asks you to set aside your preconceptions and simply eat. Every spoonful teaches resilience. You chew, swallow, and discover that there is a rhythm to the dish. The heart's for strength, the liver for flavor, the gizzard for endurance. The broth itself binds everything together, a soothing reminder that even scraps, when treated with care and patience, can become sustenance. It is messy. It is fragrant. It is challenging. And it is undeniably human. When your bowl is empty, your fingers sticky, and your coat warm with steam, you feel a quiet sense of accomplishment. You have eaten stewed giblets, survived their textures and flavors, and come out the other side nourished and oddly satisfied. In a city where survival is often improvised and luxury rare, this stew proves that nothing is wasted, nothing is forgotten, and even the most humble parts of the animal can provide warmth, sustenance, and a story to tell. And as you step back into the misty street, the scent lingering in your coat and the warmth spreading through your chest, you realize that in Victorian London, even the scraps are a feast. You're thirsty, but beware. Rice milk and almond water are popular. Alternatives, sometimes flavored with real ingredients, sometimes just water with a whiff of almond. If it smells like marzipan, you're probably fine. It's mid-morning in Victorian London, and the fog hangs low over the cobbled streets. Your stomach has been filled by whatever humble provisions you could find, but your throat demands something soothing, something that won't challenge the patience of your digestive system. Street vendors call out their wares. Hot tea, fresh coffee, rice milk and almond water, and you gravitate toward the last, curious about this mild, creamy alternative to the more robust options. You approach the stall, a wooden cart adorned with glass jugs and a few chipped mugs. The aroma delicate and sweet, like marzipan and distant summer orchards. The vendor, a middle-aged woman with a flower-streaked apron, nods at you with the confidence of someone who has served hundreds of curious customers before breakfast. She ladles a pale liquid into your cup and adds a swirl of sugar if you ask politely, then hands it over with a wink. "Careful," she murmurs. "It's lighter than milk, but it has spirit." You take a cautious sip. The rice milk is thin but surprisingly satisfying, creamy without the weight of cow's milk. It carries a subtle sweetness, the sort that doesn't overwhelm but lingers pleasantly on the tongue. Almond water is sharper, slightly floral, and, if prepared well, fragrant enough to momentarily distract from the city's coal and smoke. Both drinks are designed to hydrate, soothe, and provide just enough energy for another morning of trudging along the foggy streets. These beverages were essential for Londoners who either couldn't afford dairy or preferred a gentler alternative. Rice milk, often prepared from boiled rice and water, was a staple for the poor or infirm. Almond water, made from ground almonds soaked and strained, was considered nutritious and even restorative, though its quality varied wildly from vendor to vendor. Some added sugar, some flavored it with rosewater or vanilla, while others, less scrupulous, offered only diluted water with a ghost of almond aroma. Every sip was a gamble, and every cup an adventure in taste and tolerance. Around you, the street hums with life. Children clutch small mugs, delighted by the sweetness and novelty. Factory workers pause briefly, cradling their cups in gloved hands, enjoying the warmth that seeps into their fingers. Housewives chat quietly, trading tips on stretching almond water for a larger family breakfast. Regulars know which vendor's batch is best, who dilutes the least, and whose mixture will leave a gritty residue on your tongue, a test of both skill and bravery. Drinking rice milk or almond water is as much about ritual as refreshment. You sip slowly, letting the warmth and flavor settle, noticing the steam rising from your cup, curling around the letters of the newspaper, used as a makeshift coaster. Each mouthful is comforting, a small indulgence in a world otherwise dominated by gruel, meat scraps, and uncertainty. The street around you continues its rhythm. Carts rumble, bells clang, horses shuffle by, and the occasional stray dog pads silently between the legs of hurried pedestrians. By the time you finish, your fingers are warm and sticky from drips, your tongue tingling slightly from the sweetness, and your stomach content. You've survived the gamble of Victorian non-dairy beverages, hydrated, a little nourished, and oddly satisfied. The taste lingers, faintly nutty and sweet, a reminder of ingenuity in a city that often thrives on improvisation. As you step away from the cart and back into the foggy street, you glance at the jugs and imagine the next person, thirsty and weary, hoping their cup will contain real almond essence and not just a whiff of hope. And you smile, knowing you've tasted Victorian resilience, one careful sip at a time. It's party time. The centerpiece is a molded dish made from the head of a pig, boiled until everything sets into a wobbly, savory jelly. Nothing says celebration like a dish that stares back. You enter the modest, candle-lit parlor, where the party is already humming. The furniture is a mix of well-worn chairs and patched benches, and the room smells of a dozen simmering dishes, roast potatoes, onions, the faint tang of overworked lard, and, of course, the unmistakable aroma of pig's head brawn. On the table, in all its gelatinous glory, sits the centerpiece, a wobbly, shimmering mass, flecked with tender meat, savory herbs, and the occasional unidentifiable morsel. It jiggles gently as someone bumps the table, a reminder that it is alive in spirit if not in body. The pig's head has been boiled with care, every ounce of flesh scraped from the bones and folded back into the gelatin that forms naturally from the simmered skin and cartilage. It is a triumph of resourcefulness, a dish that proves the Victorians had a deep appreciation for both thrift and drama. The top layer glistens, catching the candlelight and reflecting the eyes of the guests like a mild culinary stare-down. Children inch closer, daring each other to touch it, while adults offer the occasional impressed nod, murmuring about tradition, flavor, and how the wobbly texture is somehow comforting if you ignore the origin. You grab a fork, tentative, and slide it under a piece. The slice quivers as if it knows you're about to eat it, wobbling dramatically before it finally succumbs to gravity. The first bite is rich, deeply porky, and slightly salty. The gelatin surrounds the meat like a savory cushion, softening the chew and amplifying the flavor. Bits of cheek, a smidge of ear, and the occasional jowl remind you exactly what you're eating. But the taste is familiar, hearty, and oddly celebratory. With each mouthful, you understand why this dish has earned its place at so many gatherings. It is simultaneously economical, filling, and a spectacle. The room hums with conversation as people help themselves, dipping bread into the wobbly jelly to scoop up extra flavor, comparing textures, and passing around condiments like mustard or pickles to adjust the taste. The children, emboldened by sugar from earlier treats, dare each other to eat larger slices, while the adults discreetly observe, offering encouragement or mild horror. Everyone participates in this ritual, understanding that the pig's head brawn is more than food. It is entertainment, sustenance, and a sign that the household has pulled together for a proper Victorian gathering. The gelatinous nature of the dish encourages a slower pace. Guests cannot rush, for each piece must be carefully sliced and lifted without toppling the delicate balance. Conversation is naturally measured, punctuated by gentle laughter and the occasional ooh or ooh when a particularly large or jiggly portion is served. The wobbly centerpiece demands attention, even admiration, as it quietly asserts itself at the heart of the table. It's a dish that commands patience, respect, and an adventurous palate. As you continue, the flavors deepen. The savory richness of pork combined with aromatic herbs, softened by the gentle embrace of jelly. The texture varies from tender meat to more resilient morsels, offering a mini adventure with each bite. It's a lesson in Victorian ingenuity, how nothing went to waste, how scraps could be transformed into something elegant, and how even the most humble ingredients could shine at a celebration. When the final slice is eaten and the table wiped down, you step back with a satisfied sense of triumph. You've partaken in a dish that is equal parts spectacle and sustenance, survived the wobbly texture, and understood why pig's head brawn was once considered the height of culinary creativity. As you leave the room, the gentle aroma lingers on your fingers and clothes, a reminder of a meal both strange and delightful, nourishing body and imagination alike. You reach for some ketchup to improve your food, only to discover it's made from mushrooms, anchovies, or even walnuts. Tomatoes are a luxury, and real ketchup is a rare treat. It's lunchtime in Victorian London, and your stomach is ready for a little excitement, preferably edible. You glance at the table, where a haphazard assortment of pies, boiled meats, and breadcrumbs awaits. Something about the scene whispers, this could use a little zing. Naturally, your eyes settle on the bottle of ketchup, its label promising flavor, salvation, and a dash of culinary adventure. You tip it toward your plate and immediately pause, catching the scent, earthy, pungent, and vaguely fishy. Something isn't quite right. Victorian ketchup is a slippery slope. Unlike the modern tomato-based sauce you know and love, this sauce is a patchwork of ingredients designed to stretch expensive staples and keep flavors interesting, or at least edible. Mushroom ketchup is the most common, a dark, earthy liquid crafted from fermented fungi, salt, and vinegar. It's rich, strong, and hits your tongue with a savory intensity that makes you question whether you're improving your meal or merely participating in an elaborate taste test. But mushrooms are just the beginning. Anchovy ketchup lurks in other bottles, delivering a briny punch so fierce that it could double as a wake-up call for your digestive system. Walnuts, fermented and seasoned, provide a nutty depth that no one really asked for but somehow seems culturally appropriate. The concept of consistency is foreign. Each bottle, each batch, each street vendor's jug is a gamble. You could end up with something delightfully complex or a sauce that smells like it has more stories than the local pub. The history behind ketchup explains a lot. Imported tomatoes were expensive, seasonal, and unpredictable in quality. Mushroom, walnut, and anchovy ketchups were inventive substitutes, affordable, shelf-stable, and more than a little daring. They were also an opportunity for foodies to showcase resilience. If you survived a meal with anchovy ketchup, you were officially a connoisseur of Victorian ingenuity, or at least a brave eater. You tentatively pour a small dollop over your pie and take a cautious bite. The mushroom base hits first. Earthy, dense, unrepentant. Then the vinegar comes forward, cutting through the richness of your pie with surprising force. Your taste buds recoil and then settle, uncertain whether to be grateful or alarmed. Across the table, other diners are experiencing their own brand of culinary roulette. A boy gags slightly on walnut ketchup. A woman nods approvingly at mushroom, and someone in the corner is silently mourning the lack of actual tomato flavor. Ketchup, in Victorian London, was also a social statement. The more adventurous the eater, the higher the prestige, at least among peers who understood that flavor could be both creative and hazardous. Vendors boasted of secret recipes, whispered about infusions of clove, cinnamon, or other spices that transformed the sauce into a miniature adventure with every pour. It was a street-side experiment, a conversation starter, and occasionally a mild digestive challenge. Despite, or perhaps because of, its unpredictability, ketchup thrived. It improved dishes, masked flavors, and offered variety in a world where meals could otherwise be monotonous. Children learned to accept the odd tang. Adults developed strategies for pairing it with pies or meat. And everyone nodded solemnly when someone declared, "It's good if you ignore the fish." By the time you finish your meal, your tongue tingling and your curiosity slightly satisfied, you realize that ketchup has become more than a condiment. It's an emblem of Victorian creativity, frugality, and daring. In a city where tomatoes were a luxury and flavor was negotiable, you've tasted history, complex, messy, and occasionally shocking, but utterly memorable. And as you step back into the foggy London streets, you think, the next time someone complains about modern condiments, they clearly haven't lived through a bottle of mushroom, anchovy, and walnut ketchup, served with a smile and a side of unpredictability. You eye the fruit vendor, but those apples have seen better days. Pickled vegetables in barrels line the street, promising crunch and tang, plus a mystery tingle that might just be botulism. It's mid-afternoon in Victorian London, and the market is a cacophony of shouts, clattering carts, and the occasional bark of a stray dog. You weave between pedestrians, drawn to the bright colors of fruit piled high on a small wooden stall. The apples are bruised, the pears slightly spotted, and the plums leaning precariously into one another. Despite appearances, this is considered perfectly acceptable. If the fruit can be eaten without immediate consequence, it is fair game. Children tug at their mother's skirts, begging for a taste, while errand boys nudge each other aside in pursuit of the shiniest specimen. The vendor, a woman with knotted hair tucked beneath a sun-faded bonnet, smiles through her wrinkles and waves a gnarled hand over the produce. She offers advice. "These are fine today. Best eaten with vinegar," I say. Behind her, barrels bulge with pickled vegetables, cucumbers, carrots, cabbage, onions, even the occasional mysterious root. The brine is thick, cloudy, and redolent of vinegar, salt, and the city itself. You hesitate for a moment, noting the curious shimmer on the surface. Some of it is fat, some sediment, and some, well, that's the question. You pick up a pickled cucumber. It crunches satisfyingly, the vinegar biting at your tongue while the salt leaves your lips tingling. You suspect it's been pickled longer than you've been alive, but the flavor is bold and strangely comforting. You glance around at the other customers. A dock worker shoves a carrot in his mouth with determined efficiency. A small boy gingerly nibbles at a cabbage leaf, and a mother carefully cuts her daughter's portion into manageable pieces, clearly hoping that the child's stomach can handle the adventure. The occasional cough or grimace is overlooked. In this city, flavor sometimes comes with consequences. Pickled vegetables are an exercise in improvisation. The Victorians preserve whatever they can find, ensuring that nothing goes to waste. Cabbage cores, carrot peels, even slightly wilted herbs are packed into brine, salted, and left to ferment. The result is crunchy, tangy, and, depending on luck, a minor digestive challenge. Some barrels contain slightly overzealous fermentations, while others are safer, albeit still slightly suspicious. It's a gamble each time you bite. Fruit, on the other hand, is simple but delicate. The apples may be bruised, but beneath the rough exterior is sweetness, the occasional tart note, and the faint taste of orchard Sunday. Pears, plum, and gooseberries are treated similarly, offered at a low price to the poor and brave. Children love the challenge of picking the least spotted piece, while adults calculate which fruit will survive their journey home. Every purchase carries a story, and every bite is part of the adventure. The market is alive with noise, smells, and tiny dramas. Vendors shout, people haggle, and the occasional cat dashes between stalls, hoping for a dropped scrap. Meanwhile, you nibble your cucumber and chew thoughtfully, aware that each mouthful is a combination of nourishment and daring. In a world where food isn't always predictable, the crunch of pickled vegetables and the bite of slightly bruised fruit is a reminder that life itself is both risky and delicious. As you finish, you carefully replace the paper wrapping, brush off your fingers, and step back into the crowded street. Your mouth tingles from the pickles, your stomach is comforted by fruit, and your spirit is a little braver than before. In Victorian London, snacks can be adventurous, meals can be suspicious, and yet somehow every bite is worth it, at least until the next alley, the next vendor, and the next unexpected flavor adventure calls. Summer brings penny ice, frozen water flavored with syrup or, if you're unlucky, with something that tastes like the inside of a chemistry lab. Eat fast before it melts, or before you lose your nerve. It's the height of summer in Victorian London, and the streets are sweltering under a sun that barely penetrates the ever-present haze of smoke and fog. Children, street vendors, and curious adults alike gather at the corners where the penny ice carts gleam like little islands of relief. The vendors call out with enthusiasm, "Penny ice! Refreshment for a halfpenny." Steam, or is it just heat distortion, rises in waves from the surrounding pavements, creating an illusion of ocean mist in the middle of the city. You approach cautiously. The cart is a simple wooden structure with a glass display case, inside of which blocks of frozen ice are meticulously shaved into thin sheets. Syrup bottles in every color imaginable line the top, ranging from bright cherry red to a suspiciously vibrant green. The vendor, a wiry man with flour-streaked hands from yesterday's pies, deftly shaves the ice, the fine snow piling into a little mound in a cup, then drizzles it with syrup. The first swirl you see glistens like molten candy, but you know better. In London, syrup is a suggestion rather than a guarantee, and some flavors are experimental. You hand over your penny and receive a pale cone of shaved ice, syrup dripping dangerously over the edges. You take your first tentative lick, immediately cooling your tongue and causing a shiver to race down your spine. The flavor is intense, sweet, sharp, and somewhere between fruit and chemistry. Lemon, raspberry, peppermint, it could be any or none. The truth is, part of the adventure is the unknown, the thrill of biting into something that may delight or revolt. You lick quickly, aware that the ice is melting fast in your warm hand, leaving a sticky trail on your fingers. Penny ice is more than refreshment. It's a gamble. Children clutch their coins with white knuckles, daring each other to try the strange blue or the mysterious green, both of which are rumored to taste faintly metallic. Adults watch, amused or cautious, while factory workers pause briefly to enjoy a fleeting moment of cool before returning to their endless labor. The vendor moves efficiently, scraping off shavings and ladling syrup with practiced precision, occasionally offering a double swirl for the bravest customer. The textures are part of the challenge. The ice is crunchy, sometimes gritty, and always melting, forcing you to eat quickly. Drips run down your hand, soaking the corner of your sleeve or leaving a sticky streak on your coat. The syrup soaks into your tongue, coating taste buds in intense sweetness and, occasionally, a hint of bitter experimentation. In a city where few meals are truly indulgent, penny ice is both a thrill and a respite, a fleeting luxury, affordable even to the poorest. Vendors have their own reputations. Some are known for clean ice, properly flavored syrup, and generous portions. Others are less reliable, with flavors that could have been concocted in a chemistry lab gone wrong, or ice that melts before reaching your lips. Choosing where to buy becomes a game of observation, rumor, and luck, with each corner cart offering a slightly different adventure. By the time you finish, your fingers are cold and sticky, your tongue tingling, and your spirits slightly lifted. The ice has melted into a sweet puddle in your cup, but the experience remains. Penny ice is a triumph of simple ingenuity. Frozen water, flavored syrup, and a touch of courage, offering a small, refreshing rebellion against the heat and grime of the city. As you wander back into the crowded streets, sticky fingers drying in the sun, you feel oddly victorious. You survived penny ice, London's cheapest, coolest, and most unpredictable summer treat, and your taste buds are none the worse for wear, though your memory will forever hold the hint of that mysterious green. You grab a hot drink from a coffee stall, but don't be fooled. It might be coffee, or it might be a blend of roasted chicory, burnt bread, and roasted peas. It's hot, it's brown, and it wakes you up by sheer confusion. It's early morning in Victorian London, and the fog has settled over the cobbled streets like a damp, grey blanket. Your stomach demands warmth, your eyes demand caffeine, and your senses brace for the experience only a street coffee stall can provide. You follow the smell, a combination of roasting, smoke, and that indefinable morning in the city aroma, to a small wooden cart painted a faded green. Steam rises from the large urn on top, curling and swirling into the chill air. A sign reads, in bold, slightly uneven letters, "Hot coffee. 1 dam a cup." You pause. Coffee, you think. Hopefully. The vendor, a wiry man with sleeves rolled up and hair that might once have been black, stirs the dark liquid in the urn with a spoon that's seen better days. He scoops and pours with authority, filling chipped porcelain mugs that wobble in your hands. The first sip surprises you. It's hot, that's guaranteed, but the flavor is complicated. Roasted chicory dominates, bitter and woody, while hints of burnt bread hide in the background, offering both texture and slight alarm. Somewhere beneath it all, you detect roasted peas, giving the drink a faintly nutty undertone. Is this coffee? Possibly. Is it drinkable? Almost certainly. Will it wake you up? Absolutely. Coffee stalls like this are a staple of the working city. Factory hands clutch their mugs before a long shift. Apprentices sip quickly on their way to deliveries, and mothers pause to warm their frozen fingers. It's less about taste and more about function. Heat, caffeine, and the psychological comfort of holding a hot vessel in the fog. The flavor may vary wildly from stall to stall, from day to day, but the ritual remains the same. Around you, the street is alive. Horses clatter past, cart wheels squeak, and vendors shout over the morning hum, hawking bread, milk, or newspapers. Patrons sip their brown beverages, eyes half closed, waiting for the warmth to reach their bones. Some have mastered the art of disguise, adding a pinch of sugar, a splash of milk, or the faintest hope of chocolate from yesterday's baker. The uninitiated drink straight, embracing the bitterness and resilience required to survive another day. There's a small performance to the coffee stall experience. The vendor moves with precision, balancing cups, ladles, and a thick cloth for spills. Occasionally, he slides a cup across the counter for a customer who catches it with an athletic flair that is impressive only in context. Behind the counter, you notice the urn's contents are never entirely uniform. Dark layers, sediment floating on top, and a sheen that suggests both oil and mystery. This is expected. Uniformity is for tea houses, not the streets. Children hover around, curious and wide-eyed. Some ask politely for a taste, receiving only a small sip, which they swallow with tentative smiles and slightly confused expressions. The older workers sip slowly, savoring the warmth, counting the minutes until their next break, or simply letting the aroma remind them that mornings, however grim, can be survived. By the time you finish your mug, your fingers are warm, your mouth tingles from the strong roasted flavors, and your spirit is oddly fortified. The liquid has done its work. You're awake, alert, and slightly bewildered, prepared to face the day's fog, coal, and cobblestones. Street coffee may not be refined, may not taste consistent, and may have ingredients you'd never imagine in a cup of coffee. But it delivers. It's hot, brown, and oddly comforting. As you step back into the bustling street, the steam rising behind you like a halo of vigilance, you realize you've participated in a ritual older than many of the city's buildings. The coffee may not be true coffee, but it is the elixir of Victorian resilience. Harsh, robust, and entirely unforgettable. For a treat, you splurge at a chop house, where steaks sizzle on the grill, and the staff pretend not to notice the cut is mostly gristle. It's a taste of luxury, Victorian style. You step through the door of the chop house, immediately greeted by a wall of heat, smoke, and the rich aroma of seared meat. The interior is dark, panelled in deep wood, with benches worn smooth by generations of diners and tables that wobble just enough to remind you that precision isn't part of the charm. The clatter of cutlery, the hiss of the grill, and the murmur of conversation combine into a symphony of hunger, anticipation, and subtle chaos. The staff are a curious breed. Waiters move briskly, balancing plates of steaming meat with the grace of tightrope walkers, while pretending not to notice that some cuts are more tendon than flesh. The cooks behind the counter flip steaks with a practiced flick, ignoring the occasional squeal from a gristle-laden piece landing on the floor. Here, in a chop house, imperfection is expected, and enthusiasm makes up for it. You take a seat at a corner table, rubbing your hands together to warm them against the chill outside. The menu is simple. Steak and kidney pie. Mutton chops, maybe a kidney or two for the adventurous. The offerings are honest, if bluntly described. You order a steak, fully aware that half of it may require chewing, jaw strength, and a small prayer for tenderness. Within minutes, your meal arrives, sizzling on a metal platter. The steak is thick, aromatic, and dripping with its own juices, which run down onto the plate with a sizzling flourish. The aroma alone is enough to make you reconsider whether you really needed breakfast earlier. You grab your knife and cut a slice, noting the layers of muscle, gristle, and fat that make up what the chop house calls a prime cut. The first bite is rich and beefy, smoky from the open flame, and oddly satisfying despite the chewiness of the tougher fibers. Chop houses were the working-class equivalent of a night at the theatre. You could watch, listen, and participate in the performance of eating. Around you, men in flat caps converse over their meals, comparing how their steaks are cooked, debating the merits of extra salt, and occasionally trading stories about misadventures in meat markets. Women, perhaps enjoying a rare night out, nibble carefully, savouring the gravy that pools around the base of the plate. Children, if allowed inside, are given morsels with a mixture of caution and pride. The side dishes, while simple, are thoughtfully executed. Thick slices of bread soak up the juices, and onions roasted in the pan add a caramelized sweetness that complements the savory main. Occasionally, a hunk of potato or a blob of mustard is offered, each component enhancing the main experience. The steak itself, though tough in places, is a triumph of flavor. Bold, hot, and as close to indulgence as you might get, without a silver spoon or a dinner jacket. Eating here is an event, not a chore. You chew slowly, savoring each bite, occasionally wiping your mouth with a napkin or sleeve, aware that hygiene is optional and enthusiasm mandatory. The gristle is a challenge, the fat is flavor, and the steak is a statement. You are present, you are hungry, and you are part of a culture that celebrates meat in all its glory. As you finish, scraping the last bits of gravy with a corner of bread, you feel a quiet satisfaction. You have eaten like a Victorian Londoner, at the height of indulgence, attentive, unhurried, and fully appreciative of the imperfections that make the experience memorable. You step out into the foggy street, the warmth of the chop house lingering on your fingers, your stomach content, and your mind delightfully full of smoke, flavor, and the distant sizzle of another steak waiting for its turn. Midnight in London, and the street vendors are still out, offering potted shrimps, cold pork jelly, and whatever's left from the day. It's late, you're hungry, and you're pretty sure you'll regret this in the morning. The streets are quiet compared to daytime, but not silent. Gas lamps cast pools of yellow light on the cobbles, and the distant clatter of carts and the occasional bark of a stray dog remind you that the city never truly sleeps. You wander toward a cluster of vendors huddled near the bridge, drawn by the warmth of their lanterns and the irresistible scent of something edible. The first stall offers potted shrimps, tiny, bright pink morsels preserved in seasoned butter, packed into small ceramic pots that gleam invitingly. The vendor lifts a lid, steam curling up in delicate swirls, and offers a small spoonful for tasting. You hesitate, but hunger wins. Potted shrimps are a strange delight. The flavor is rich and buttery, with a hint of brine that tells you exactly where these creatures lived before their buttery exile. The texture is tender, slightly firm, and, against all expectations, oddly comforting. The vendor offers a slice of bread, perhaps yesterday's loaf rescued for a second life, and you spread the shrimp paste carefully, each bite both savory and strangely indulgent. You notice others around you, workers finishing night shifts, street sweepers, and the occasional insomniac, all quietly savoring their midnight snack with the same mixture of delight and apprehension. Nearby, another stall offers cold pork jelly, its wobbly form glistening under the lamplight. Its slices of meat and jelly, cold from hours of sitting, yet still somehow appealing. You watch as a man slices a portion onto his plate, the jelly quivering dramatically as it lands. You take a cautious taste. The richness of pork, the firmness of the jelly, the faintly wobbly menace, and decide it's surprisingly good, if a little unnerving. In the quiet hours of London, the jelly seems almost alive, a miniature, edible monument to thrift and persistence. The appeal of midnight food in Victorian London lies partly in its availability. By this hour, most restaurants and bakeries have closed. The street vendors, however, remain vigilant, offering whatever remains from the day: potted meats, pickled vegetables, scraps of pie, and the occasional leftover hunk of bread. It's a mixture of necessity, ingenuity, and risk-taking. You never know what you'll get, and some nights are more adventurous than others. As you sample another spoonful of shrimp, you notice the crowd exchanging small, knowing smiles. There's camaraderie in midnight snacking, a quiet bond between those willing to brave late hours and unusual textures. Children and apprentices sometimes gather, daring each other to taste more questionable items, while adults nod with approval at anyone brave enough to tackle a wobbly slice of jelly. The vendors themselves are characters, cheerful, patient, and slightly mischievous, always ready with a quick word of advice or a sly warning about the strongest batch of the night. Despite the culinary risks, midnight snacking offers comfort, the warmth of food, the gentle hum of the city at night, and the shared experience of sampling strange but edible dishes create a unique sense of community. You eat slowly, savoring the flavors, textures, and the unusual calm that descends over the streets at this hour. When your pot is empty and your last slice of jelly consumed, you step away, stomach satisfied, fingers sticky, and tongue tingling. You know that tomorrow your digestion might protest. You might even remember the flavors with a mix of fondness and mild horror. But for now, under the flickering gas lamps, with the city quieting around you, you feel alive, nourished, and oddly proud. Midnight in London may be eerie, but it's also delicious. It's early morning, and you're dodging street sweepers as you hunt for breakfast, only to find watercress girls hawking bundles of damp, peppery greens. It's the original Victorian health food, eaten straight from a twist of newsprint, gritty with city dust, and sold as poor man's bread. On the plus side, it's cheap and packed with vitamins. On the downside, it's also packed with whatever the horse left behind on Fleet Street. The air is thick with fog and the lingering smell of coal smoke, a haze that makes the city feel like a half-remembered dream. Street sweepers, brushes scratching against wet cobbles, push aside debris, and hurried pedestrians alike. You step carefully, eyes scanning for the green bundles being waved by enthusiastic watercress girls, who balance their produce precariously in one arm, while calling out the virtues of their greens with shrill, melodic voices. Fresh watercress, good for your blood. Cheap and filling, they shout, undeterred by the early hour or the damp chill that clings to your coat. You approach, coin in hand, and are offered a small twist of greens wrapped in yesterday's newsprint. The leaves are wet, slightly wilted at the edges, and flecked with dust, grit, and the occasional stray crumb. You take it anyway. Victorians knew the value of a cheap, nutritious snack, even if it came with the faintest hint of the city's horses. Children huddle close, tugging on their mothers' skirts for a taste, while street laborers peel back the leaves with calloused fingers, sniffing and inspecting for freshness, or at least the absence of obvious road debris. Watercress is not just food. It is a social and economic phenomenon. It's cheap, portable, and doesn't require preparation, ideal for those with early factory shifts, long walks, or families scraping together a week's worth of meals. Some vendors even boast that the watercress is picked from clean streams, which, in Victorian London, is a relative term. Others are honest enough to admit it comes straight from the riverbanks, where the plants mingle with anything that floats by. Either way, the peppery, crisp leaves deliver vitamins and a rare taste of green in a diet otherwise dominated by gruel, bread, and mystery meat. You take a careful bite. The flavor is surprisingly vibrant, spicy, fresh, and slightly bitter. A reminder that nature is not always forgiving but is undeniably invigorating. The texture crunches between your teeth, and the damp leaves stick slightly to your fingers, leaving a trace of green and a faint scent of mud. Some of the younger children chew with wide eyes, daring each other to eat the stalks as well as the leaves. Adults eat more deliberately, savoring the sensation and the knowledge that, for pennies, they are investing in their health. As the morning unfolds, the street fills with buyers. Housewives barter for extra bundles, workers compare their respective vendors, and children learn the subtleties of selecting the freshest greens. Vendors move with efficiency, replenishing their stock and calling out to passers-by, their voices rising above the general din. The bundles are often large enough to be shared, wrapped tightly in newsprint, and ideal for addition to breakfast porridge, evening soup, or even eaten raw while commuting. There's a rhythm to it, the passing of coins, the snip of twine, the crunch of leaves chewed in hurried satisfaction. Watercress girls are local fixtures, their persistence and cheer unmatched by the noise of carts, horses, and the occasional street musician. They sell not just greens, but confidence, energy, and a sense that you've done something good for your body, even if you might be ingesting a bit of London itself along the way. By the time you finish your bundle, you're sticky, green-stained, and oddly revitalized. The taste of peppery watercress lingers on, your tongue, a sharp, fresh reminder that even in the grime and chaos of Victorian London, small, nutritious pleasures exist. You tuck the last leaves into your coat, step back into the fog, and continue your morning, fortified by greens, grit, and the peculiar pride of having eaten like a true Londoner. Hungry, broke, and nowhere near a respectable chop house, you join the queue at a ragged sandwich stand. Tonight's special? Slices of bread filled with, you hope, cold beef, but more likely leftover fish paste, mashed peas, or a slab of cheese so old it could have its own birth certificate. Some sandwiches are so sketchy, even Dickens wouldn't touch them. But at least they're portable, perfect for eating on the run from bill collectors. The stand is a simple affair, a wooden plank resting on barrels, with a small tin for coins and a larger, well-worn basket holding the sandwiches. Steam from nearby ovens mingles with the scent of bread and whatever has gone into these morsels. The vendor, a wiry woman with a crooked smile and nimble hands, moves quickly, dishing out sandwiches to those brave enough to risk their teeth and digestion. "Best sandwiches in London," she calls. And you're inclined to believe her, if only because hunger makes everything taste like hope. You step forward, clutching a few coins, and receive a parcel wrapped in a square of newspaper. The bread is stale but forgiving, the crust a little tough, the filling a mystery. You peer inside cautiously. Green paste. A pale slice of something vaguely meaty, perhaps a remnant of the morning fish market. You take a bite. The textures clash immediately, the soft bread, the sticky filling, the occasional surprise crunch that could be vegetable, bone, or misadventure. It is, in a word, memorable. The crowd at the sandwich stand is a microcosm of the city. Children with wide eyes and eager mouths, apprentices from nearby shops, street urchins dodging guards, and a few exhausted adults seeking a quick, cheap meal before heading home. Everyone eats standing up, hunched over, balancing coins in one hand and sandwich in the other. There's no pretense, no etiquette, and no chance to savor politely. Each bite is a negotiation with flavor and texture, and perhaps a mild gamble with your stomach. Street sandwiches are an art form in their own right. Vendors must improvise with leftovers, whatever the baker, butcher, or fishmonger has discarded or sold cheaply. Mashed peas, scraps of meat, and questionable cheese are transformed into a handheld meal. Sometimes the filling surprises, a delicious concoction of flavor and sustenance. Other times, the contents are more of a dare, sticky, pungent, and leaving you questioning all of your life choices. The beauty is that it's portable. You can eat while running errands, ducking from a pursuer, or navigating crowded alleyways. Children and apprentices treat the sandwiches like treasures, nibbling cautiously at the corners, comparing fillings, and daring each other to finish. Parents watch with faint amusement, occasionally intervening to ensure no one consumes anything too adventurous. The vendor watches all this with practiced patience, occasionally offering a tip or a slice of bread to mop up the mess, her smile never faltering. There's a rhythm to this midnight or evening meal. Bite, chew, swallow, dodge a passing cart, sip water, repeat. It's communal in its own chaotic way. The smell of bread and fillings mingles with the city air, the clatter of feet and carts, and the occasional bark of a dog hoping for a dropped scrap. Every purchase feels like participation in a tiny city ritual. Everyone survives together, sharing cheap food, cheap laughs, and cheap thrills. By the time you finish your sandwich, fingers sticky and coat speckled with crumbs, you feel oddly accomplished. You've eaten, survived, and maybe even enjoyed a little. Street sandwiches are a lesson in resourcefulness, endurance, and courage, a small, portable slice of Victorian London life. You tuck the last bit of paper into your pocket, step back into the foggy street, and continue your evening fortified, if slightly wary of tomorrow's digestion. At the lower end of the market, you'll spot a pie seller dishing out massive slabs of potato pie. Flaky pastry filled with layers of mashed potatoes, questionable onions, and the faintest suggestion of actual meat. It's cheap, filling, and tastes like all your starch-based hopes and dreams. Right up until you realize potatoes are sometimes bulked out with chalk, sawdust, or anything else the Victorians thought you wouldn't notice under a layer of gravy. The market is alive with the early morning rush. Vendors shouting above the clamour of clattering cartwheels, hooves, and the occasional street musician's violin. You weave through the crowd, drawn by the smell of golden pastry, hot potatoes, and something unmistakably savoury. At a corner stall, the potato pies are stacked high, steaming from their time in the oven, their crusts golden and slightly cracked from hours of handling and eager buyers. You join the queue, clutching a coin and hoping for something edible. The vendor, a stout woman with sleeves rolled up and an apron dusted in flour, slices a thick wedge and places it on a piece of newsprint. The pie is hefty, the pastry flaking slightly as she lifts it, revealing layers of mashed potatoes, softened onions, and the occasional fleck of meat that promises flavor, or at least protein. You take your portion, careful not to let it tip or spill, and marvel at the sheer practicality of it. One pie, one coin, enough calories to fuel a long morning, or at least enough to silence your growling stomach. Biting into the pie, you are greeted by a warm, comforting blend of textures: smooth, creamy potatoes, slightly caramelized onions, and that faint umami whisper from the meat. The pastry is buttery, flaky, and robust, built to survive travel and eager hands. And yet, as with most Victorian street food, there is a subtle uncertainty, a lingering question about what exactly lies beneath the surface. Potato pies are sometimes bulked out with sawdust, chalk, or other mysterious starches. The flavors, while mostly agreeable, carry a faint reminder of thrift and improvisation. The people around you are similarly engrossed. Factory workers slice their wedges in half, dipping pieces into a puddle of gravy thick enough to coat the spoon. Children nibble at corners with careful delight, comparing the fluffiness of the potatoes and the generosity of the filling. Mothers quietly encourage their offspring to eat more before school, while men in flat caps nod approvingly at the pie's consistency and temperature. There's camaraderie here, a shared understanding that cheap, filling food is both a necessity and a small victory. Street potato pies are more than food. They're a Victorian triumph of resourcefulness. The combination of potatoes, onions, and the occasional scrap of meat makes the dish economical, practical, and surprisingly sustaining. For those who cannot afford the finer cuts or fancier pies, the potato pie provides comfort, warmth, and sustenance, all wrapped in flaky pastry and a layer of tradition. The vendor works with precision, slicing wedge after wedge, ladling gravy, and managing impatient customers. The steam rising from the pies curls into the morning air, carrying a scent that draws the next customer closer. repeating the cycle of anticipation, acquisition, and digestion. Even the occasional dog, polite and hopeful, waits for a crumb or a dropped piece. Part of the ecosystem of the market. By the time you finish your portion, fingers slightly greasy and appetite temporarily sated, you reflect on the ingenuity of the dish. Potato pie may be humble, sometimes stretched, occasionally suspicious, but it fills a gap, both literal and metaphorical, in the stomachs and spirits of Victorian Londoners. You step away from the stall, warmed by both the pie and the knowledge that even in a city of uncertainty, there are small, reliable victories to be had. Hot pastry, savoury filling, and the comfort of knowing your coin bought you exactly what you needed. As dusk falls and the fog thickens, the city's poorest crowd around rag and bone men, hoping for a ladle of steaming broth. This isn't your average chicken noodle. Think boiled animal bones, scraps of gristle, cabbage cores, and whatever could be scavenged from yesterday's refuse. It's hot, salty, and flavoured with a dash of uncertainty about what animal exactly gave its life for your dinner. The streets are quieting, but not silent. Gas lamps flicker against the damp cobbles, casting long shadows over figures hunched against the chill. The rag and bone men, legendary scavengers of Victorian London, have set up their cauldrons, and the crowd gathers like moths to a flickering flame. Children cling to mothers' skirts, labourers stand patiently with tin cups in hand, and the occasional stray dog pads between legs, sniffing for a stray bone or crumb. The air is pungent with the aroma of simmering broth, rich with the tang of salt, animal, and city life. You step forward, offering a coin for a bowl. The vendor ladles the thick, dark liquid into your tin cup, chunks of meat and vegetables bobbing alongside stray fragments of bone. Steam rises, curling into your face, carrying both warmth and a vague sense of adventure or mild trepidation. You take your first sip. The broth is robust, salty and oddly satisfying. The chunks of gristle and vegetable slide down with a slight chewiness, a reminder that nothing in Victorian London is easy or perfectly refined. Rag and bone broth is the ultimate exercise in resourcefulness. Every scrap of edible matter finds its way into the pot. Bones from butchers, discarded vegetables from markets, leftover scraps from kitchens that could not be sold or served to paying customers. Even the customers' the loofah vegetables from markets. City's refuse, carefully scavenged, washed, and boiled, contributes flavour, making the broth a testament to human ingenuity and resilience. It's a dish that sustains not only the body but the spirit, feeding the city's poorest with whatever the world has abandoned. The crowd is quiet but alert, aware that every ladleful counts. You watch an old man sip slowly, tipping his cup slightly, letting the broth trickle over his tongue, savouring both warmth and sustenance. Nearby, a young girl dips stale bread into the bowl, catching a chunk of meat and grinning as she pops it into her mouth. Conversations are hushed, murmured assessments of flavour and portion size exchanged in low tones. Some claim to recognise the bones, a rib here, a knuckle there, but most simply trust in the broth's ability to fortify their bellies for the long night ahead. The ritual is both practical and social. Each ladleful is a small ceremony. Hands are warmed by the tin. The aroma fortifies the senses, and a sense of camaraderie spreads through the crowd. Strangers share the space, quietly respecting each other's right to sustenance, and everyone understands the unspoken truth. Tonight, the broth is all that matters. You sip again, feeling the heat seep into your chest, pushing back the chill of dusk. Each bite, each swallow, is a small triumph. The flavours are earthy, salty, slightly mysterious, and utterly nourishing. You chew slowly, savouring the chunks of meat and vegetable, wondering briefly about the provenance of each morsel but quickly setting such concerns aside. Hunger has its own logic. By the time your cup is empty, your hands are warm, your stomach full, and your spirit oddly uplifted. You step back into the fog, leaving the cauldron and the rag and bone man behind. The city is dark and damp, but for now, the world feels a little safer, a little brighter. Rag and bone broth is more than a meal. It is survival, ingenuity, and warmth in a cup, served to those brave enough to accept both nourishment and mystery in equal measure. Looking for a hearty meal that won't break the bank, you find yourself at a stall selling faggots, a blend of pork offal, breadcrumbs, and herbs, shaped into balls and stewed until suspiciously soft, served with mushy peas and a flood of brown gravy. It's comfort food for anyone willing to overlook the fact that it's mostly everything the butcher couldn't sell on its own. At least you'll go to bed full, if not entirely reassured. The street is quieting as evening falls, fog curling along the cobbles in gentle grey waves. You navigate past the vendors still calling out for last-minute customers. A butcher hawking yesterday's scraps, a baker offering stale rolls, and, of course, the stalwart faggot stall, steam rising from its pot in a tantalizing swirl. The aroma is rich and earthy, a blend of meat, fat, and herbs, thick enough to make your stomach ache with anticipation. You step forward, coin in hand, and the vendor greets you with a knowing smile. "One for the road, sir?" she asks, scooping a trio of wobbling meatballs into a tin plate and ladling a generous helping of mushy peas alongside. The first bite is an experience. The faggot itself is soft, tender, and just chewy enough to remind you that it's offal, yes, but thoughtfully seasoned, spiced, and somehow comforting. The breadcrumbs bind the flavors together. The herbs add a faint whisper of freshness, and the slow simmering has infused the meatballs with a warm, savory richness. The peas are mushy, green, and more flavorful than you expect, swimming in a river of thick brown gravy that coats each bite in sticky, reassuring indulgence. You take a deep breath, realizing that yes, this will fill your stomach completely. Faggots are the triumph of thrift and ingenuity. Every component is designed to stretch the value of the animal as far as it can go. Hearts, kidneys, liver, trimmed fat, everything finds its way into the mix, shaped carefully into spheres, and simmered to a soft, yielding texture. It's a dish made by necessity, perfected by experience, and embraced by those who understand that comfort sometimes comes in slightly unusual forms. The flavor is complex, rich, and hearty, the very embodiment of working-class resilience on a plate. Around you, the crowd is a mix of regulars and curious newcomers. Children nibble cautiously at smaller meatballs, learning early that food in London often requires bravery. Factory workers wolf down plate after plate, savoring both calories and warmth, while mothers divide portions among their families, careful to provide sustenance without waste. Conversation hums in the background, punctuated by slurps of peas and murmurs of approval for those bold enough to tackle the richest sections. The vendor moves efficiently, ladling gravy, adjusting portions, and swapping jokes with a mix of affection and mild exasperation. The steam from the pot curls in playful spirals, coating fingers and faces with warmth. Every ladleful is an adventure. The exact mix of organs, the tenderness of the meat, and the consistency of the peas can vary from day to day, creating both a culinary gamble and a comforting routine. Regulars know which batches are best. Newcomers learn quickly that vigilance and appetite are equally important. By the time your plate is empty, your stomach is full, fingers sticky with gravy, and teeth faintly coated with remnants of herbs and breadcrumbs. You step back, letting the crowd ebb around you, feeling the warmth of the meal spreading through your chest. and a subtle pride in surviving another Victorian culinary adventure. Faggots and peas are humble, hearty, and sometimes slightly alarming, but they do exactly what they promise, filling your belly, fortifying your spirit, and providing a story worth telling. And as you stroll away into the foggy night, you realize that comfort sometimes comes in wobbly, savory balls, bathed in mushy peas and brown gravy, exactly the way Victorian London intended. So, as you lie back in your clean bed, nestled under soft blankets and surrounded by the sweet artificial hum of your appliances, take a moment to reflect on the culinary journey we just survived together. Tonight, you walked the misty streets of Victorian London, dodging suspicious sandwiches, befriending eels, and learning that sometimes breakfast means a bowl of pickled whelks and a prayer. You've endured imaginary mouthfuls of tripe, chewed your way through cow heel, and stared down the business end of a sheep's trotter. You braved jellied eels, boiled bones, and the sort of pies that would give your digestive tract something to gossip about for weeks. You learned that mystery meat wasn't just a joke, it was a way of life. That fresh milk might come with a little more protein than advertised, and that sometimes the best you could do was wash it all down with a cup of hot brown something. But above all, you witnessed the humour and stubborn hope that kept Londoners going, even when the only thing on the menu was whatever washed up in the Thames. Because no matter how bizarre or questionable the food, people kept showing up for another day, another meal, and another round of, let's see if this is edible. That's a kind of resilience worth honouring. So tonight, as you tuck yourself in, maybe whisper a thank you to those unsung heroes, fishmongers, pie sellers, and watercress girls, who proved that humans can survive almost anything, as long as there's a bit of gravy, a dash of humour, and someone willing to try the first bite. History might be disgusting, baffling, and downright terrifying. But it's also proof that people are resourceful, stubbornly optimistic, and sometimes, let's be honest, completely ridiculous. Sleep well, knowing that you'll wake up to hot water, reliable groceries, and food that only rarely fights back. May your dreams be eel-free, your milk unadulterated, and your midnight snacks mercifully modern. Good night, and thanks for letting history keep you company.
Hey there! Tonight, we're stepping into a different kind of story. Not the shining legend, but the cold, heavy truth beneath the armour. You won't find dragons here, or flawless heroes. Just a life built on duty, fear, bruises, and the quiet grind of surviving in steel, through battlefields, broken sleep, and the slow fade of glory. If this kind of storytelling helps you rest, feel free to like the video and subscribe, but only if it actually brings you peace. And let me know in the comments where you're listening from and what time it is. It's oddly comforting to know who else is drifting off to the same slow march through history. So, dim the lights, let the fire in your imagination warm the stone walls, settle in, and let's begin with the making of a knight. You are 7 years old when the path to knighthood begins, not with a sword, but with a farewell. Your parents, proud and perhaps a touch relieved, send you off to serve in the household of a noble lord. There are no goodbyes written in ink or preserved in keepsakes. Only a pat on the shoulder, a bundle of clothing, and the weight of expectation settling on your small, still growing frame. No one asks if you are ready. In truth, readiness is irrelevant. You are a page now. The castle looms above you, stone towers stretching into a grey sky, its silhouette promising both greatness and hardship. The gate creaks open. What lies beyond is not a world of honour and glory, but one of scrubbing, serving, and surviving. Chivalry will come later, after years of fetching, carrying and cleaning up after horses and noblemen with equally foul temperaments. Your duties are endless. From sunrise to well after dark, you run errands, sweep halls, deliver messages, and assist with meals. On especially lucky days, you're permitted to polish armour, which sounds glamorous until you realise it means scraping dried mud and horse dung from heavy iron boots. Your hands are blistered, your back aches, and the knights, they barely notice you. You are not yet one of them. You are the help. But even in these early days, training begins. Wooden swords are handed out like brooms, and bruises bloom across your arms as you spar with other boys who, like you, are eager to prove something. You're taught how to fall from a horse without breaking your neck. You fall often. Some days it feels like falling is the main lesson. No one praises you for bruising well, but they do scold you for weakness. You learn quickly. Pain is to be swallowed, not displayed. Discipline is everything. Speak only when spoken to. Bow deeper to those of higher rank. Never question a command, no matter how trivial or humiliating. Your mistakes are corrected with the back of a hand or a weak scrubbing chamber pots. One boy forgets to remove his cap in the presence of the lady of the house. He spends 2 days on his knees in the chapel, praying for humility. No one forgets again. If your family is wealthy, a tutor may be assigned to teach you reading, writing, and perhaps a bit of Latin, though the Latin mostly seems useful for understanding church services and inscriptions on tombs. If not, you learn by imitation. You listen. You memorize prayers. You copy letters with shaky hands when the steward is generous enough to share a scrap of parchment. Literacy is a luxury. Muscle and obedience matter more. Still, you learn. You learn which fork to use, though most prefer fingers. You learn to stand still for hours during court feasts, balancing platters of steaming meat while nobles talk politics and complain about the wine. You learn to stay invisible when tempers flare, and to disappear entirely when drunken knights start boasting about past battles. Every moment is an education in survival. Mornings begin with Mass. The castle chapel is cold year-round, and your breath fogs in the air as you kneel on stone floors and try not to fall asleep during the liturgy. Faith is not optional. It is as much a part of your training as swordplay. You are taught to fear hellfire, to respect the church, and to confess regularly. The priests speak of divine purpose, of holy duty. You nod along, trying to stay awake. Mostly you pray not to get sick. There are few remedies and fewer recoveries. Meals are brief affairs, usually consisting of bread, cheese, and meat if you're lucky. Vegetables are suspect. Many believe raw greens cause illness, and so you develop a steady diet of salted meat and dry crusts. You eat quickly, knowing your next task waits. On rare feast days, there may be roast pig or honeyed oatcakes. These days are remembered for years, like dreams glimpsed through smoke. In the evenings, the hall grows lively. Minstrels sing ballads, recounting tales of Arthur and Roland and saints who slayed dragons. You sit on the edges, near the fire, trying to catch every word. The songs are meant to inspire, but you are too tired to be moved. You think more of your sore feet than of chivalric deeds. Still, something stirs in you. A hope, perhaps, that someday someone will sing of you. You sleep where you can, often in the servants' quarters, shoulder to shoulder with other boys, on straw pallets that smell of sweat and mildew. Some nights you are pulled from sleep to help with late arrivals or unexpected guests. You learn to rise without complaint, to work through exhaustion, to never let your eyes betray fatigue. A knight must be ready at any hour. The training starts here. You are not alone. Other pages suffer with you. You form silent friendships built on shared glances and muttered complaints. Together you learn the rhythms of castle life. You learn which knights are cruel and which will look the other way when you steal a second helping of stew. You learn who to trust, who to fear, and which corners of the castle offer a moment's peace. There are moments of levity, a jest from the cook, a clumsy knight tripping over a dog, a stolen apple. You cling to these moments. They remind you that life exists beyond duty, that laughter still has a place even here. Occasionally you catch a glimpse of the world beyond the walls, merchants arriving with silks and spices, a troupe of performers, or a noblewoman riding past with her retinue. These sights feel foreign, like stories glimpsed through fog. You're not part of that world yet, but maybe, one day. At times, doubt creeps in. The stories of glory feel distant, the reality far more grinding. You wonder if all of this, the aching limbs, the scoldings, the hunger, is truly the path to honour. But every so often, you see a knight ride out in gleaming armour, pennant flying, and your chest tightens with the thought, someday that could be you. Your lessons in humility do not stop with bruises and hunger. There are also ceremonies to attend, even though you're barely more than background noise in them. You observe as nobles gather, dressed in fine fabrics you're not allowed to touch, much less wear. You're reminded, by their glances, and sometimes their words, that your position is somewhere between useful and invisible. When dignitaries visit, the castle becomes a theatre. You help prepare guest rooms, polish silver, and sweep the same corridors 3 times over. If anything is out of place, the pages are blamed. And if something goes wrong, say, a dog bites a visiting bishop's leg, well, let's just say it helps to know how to avoid being seen. You quickly master the art of looking busy while being nowhere near the problem. On festival days, there is music, dancing, and too much wine, at least for the adults. You're allowed to watch from the corners, soaking in the sounds and sights while pretending not to be watching too intently. Occasionally, someone slips you a sweetmeat or a bit of cake, and for a moment the burdens of your position feel lighter. But these small kindnesses do not erase the reality. Your place is to serve, observe, and remember. Some pages find escape in books, if they can read. The old steward's chamber holds a handful of illuminated manuscripts, heavy, bound in leather, and guarded as fiercely as the Lord's own armoury. On lucky evenings, you're allowed to sit beside a fire and listen as an older scribe reads aloud tales of Roman generals or saints who endured unspeakable trials. These stories feed the mind while your body heals from the day's chores. There are warnings too, spoken in hushed tones or muttered by older servants. They tell you of pages who failed to advance, boys who cracked under pressure or were sent home in disgrace. Sometimes they vanish without explanation. Sometimes you overhear things you were never meant to hear. You quickly learn when to speak, when to nod, and when to keep your head down. The castle is your crucible, and every hour spent within its walls forges you into something harder, leaner, more capable. Not a knight, not yet, but no longer a child. You are a creature in transition, battered, disciplined, and quietly determined. So when you lie awake at night, staring at the wooden beams above your straw-filled mattress, you think not just of what you've endured, but of what lies ahead. The next phase, the next challenge, the next step on the path that will one day, if the gods, your lord, and your body all permit, make you a knight. But for now, you are a page, and that is enough. At the age of 14, the apron strings of pagehood are ceremoniously snipped, though not with any kindness or softness. You are no longer a page, you are now a squire. And while this new title may sound like a promotion, it comes with considerably fewer sweetmeats and far more bruises. You have graduated from polishing floors to polishing armour, from fetching goblets to fetching the man who might be dying in one. Your new role is personal, intimate even. You are assigned to a knight, and you are expected to serve him as faithfully as a shadow. Where he goes, you go. If he rides into battle, you follow. If he falls, you run into the carnage to help him up, risking your own life in the process. You are no longer a child of the castle. You are the squire of a warrior, and your days are shaped by his demands. The physical training increases tenfold. Riding a warhorse, for instance, is not the elegant glide you once imagined. These beasts are enormous, bred for power and war, and more temperamental than most noblemen. Mounting them is a small battle in itself. Controlling them, a constant negotiation. Your thighs ache. Your spine jars with every step. Your backside hasn't felt normal since Michaelmas. Sword training intensifies. You now wield live blades, not to kill, but sharp enough to cause concern if your opponent happens to be better rested or less distracted than you. You spar daily, your body covered in bruises that never quite fade before new ones bloom. Every session is an exercise in humility. For every swing you land, you take 3 in return. The knight you serve doesn't expect grace, he expects grit. But perhaps the most tiresome part of your duties is equipment care. Armour, you quickly learn, is not just metal. It is an ecosystem. Sweat, grime, and the occasional slug somehow make their way into the joints of plate mail. You clean it, polish it, inspect every hinge and strap. If the greaves pinch or the helmet visor sticks mid-battle, that's your fault. If your knight dies because you missed a cracked buckle, you'll likely wish you'd died first. Weapons need sharpening daily. Lances must be tested. Shields examined for cracks. Your knight's life and your reputation depends on the absolute precision of your work. No one thanks you when everything goes right, but everyone notices when it doesn't. And then there are tournaments. They were romanticized when you were a page, colourful affairs of trumpets and cheering maidens. Now you see the blunted swords break bones. You are the one saddling the horse, carrying the lances, wiping the blood from your knight's cheek so he can smile for the crowd. If he wins, you collect the prize money. If he loses, you collect his broken ribs and what remains of his dignity. When real war comes, and it does, you march beside your knight into mud, rain, and uncertainty. Campaigns are long, uncomfortable affairs. Food is scarce. Sleep is scarcer. Your armour, if you have any, chafes in places you didn't know existed. You begin to understand the real meaning of exhaustion, when your limbs move only because you know you must. Battle is not glorious. It is a cacophony of screams, metal, and orders lost in the wind. The clash of bodies, the stench of blood and sweat, the sudden silence of a dying man. These become your education. You learn to distinguish between fear that sharpens you and fear that paralyzes. You pray the former shows up more often. You're not there to fight, not yet, but that does not mean you are safe. When your knight is unhorsed, it is your job to reach him, lift him, pull him out of danger. Imagine dragging a man in full armour, each piece weighing more than a holiday roast, across a muddy field while arrows fall like rain. It is not heroic. It is back-breaking. And the reward is usually just the chance to do it again tomorrow. When your knight is injured, you tend to his wounds. If he is captured, you're expected to negotiate or deliver messages to secure his release. Sometimes this means dealing with men who would rather see him rot. You learn diplomacy, not from tutors, but from necessity. Your words must be careful, your posture humble, your tone respectful. Even your silence becomes a tool. There are moments, rare but real, when you feel proud. When you lead your knight's horse into a camp and heads turn to look. When he nods at you after a battle, bloodied but alive. These moments are fleeting, like sunlight through arrow slits. But they matter. They keep you going. Back at the castle, your duties continue. You train younger pages, passing on the same hard lessons you once learned. You serve at banquets, help organise hunts, and remain at your knight's side whenever guests of importance arrive. Your sword is worn, your boots are cracked, and you move like a man twice your age. But you are no longer a servant. You are being watched, evaluated, measured. The priests still expect your prayers. Your lord still expects your loyalty. Your body expects rest, which it rarely receives. But there is no turning back. The only way forward is through. You begin to think about your own coat of arms. What colours? What symbols? You dream about the moment of dubbing, the sword tapping your shoulders, the moment you rise not as a squire, but as a knight. It feels impossibly far. It feels inevitable. It feels both. Then there are the hard days. The days when you bury a fellow squire, trampled beneath a warhorse, or run through by a lance that didn't look blunted enough. No one sings songs for squires. No one writes poems for the boys who almost made it. You learn to carry grief without showing it. You learn to keep working even as the ground shifts beneath you. If you are lucky, your knight teaches you more than battle. He teaches you how to think, how to judge a man's character, how to read a battlefield, how to lead. If he is wise, he teaches you when to speak and when to hold your tongue, how to pick your battles, and how to lose with grace. These are not things armour can protect you from, but they are just as vital. Winter brings new challenges. You now understand that a sword is only as effective as the hand that can still feel its hilt. Your fingers crack from cold, and the metal of your knight's armour feels like ice as you buckle it on each morning. Snow turns the training yard into a mire of frozen mud. Horses slip. So do you. You do not complain. The weather, like war, does not care how you feel. There is talk among the older squires, talk of glory, of rebellion in the east, of a king's summons. You listen, absorb, calculate. You've seen enough to know that glory often looks like a grave. Still, you would ride out tomorrow if called. The waiting is often worse than the war. You write your first letter. It is stiff, clumsy, and formal, addressed to your parents if they are still alive, and telling them little. You're not even sure where to send it, but writing it feels important. Like anchoring yourself, like proving you're still someone beneath the bruises, sweat, and steel. One night, after a feast, your knight, drunk on mead and nostalgia, tells you of his first campaign. He describes the rain, the hunger, the thrill of surviving the charge. Then he grows quiet. He stares into the fire and names 3 men who did not return. You do not speak. You are meant to listen. And remember, you practice daily, sometimes in secret. You mimic your knight's stance, his footwork, the way he holds his blade just before a strike. You copy everything, hoping that imitation will one day become instinct. You bleed. You limp. You learn. Then one morning, without fanfare, your name is called. You are to ride with your knight, not as an observer, but as his second. There is no sleep the night before. No sleep is needed. When you mount your horse, you are ready. Not perfect, not fearless, but ready. Your story is still being written, but already it is etched into the cold iron of swords, the dust of roads, the calluses on your hands. You are no longer a boy, not quite a man, but closer now. You are a squire, and you are becoming. You are 21 years old, or near enough. Some squires are knighted younger, some older, but the number doesn't matter half so much as the fact that someone in authority has finally decided you're ready. Ready to kneel. Ready to swear. Ready, in theory, to kill and die with a little more official ceremony attached. There's no sudden transformation. You don't wake up with a deeper voice or a firmer jawline. You're still sore from yesterday's training. Still have mud on your boots and a scar across your shoulder that won't quite heal. But this is the moment your entire youth has crawled toward. Your body bruised, your pride battered, your hands hardened by years of polishing, sharpening, carrying, and serving. It has all led here, to the day of your knighthood. It begins with solitude. You are given a chamber, small and cold, in which to pray, reflect, and fast through the night. There's nothing glamorous about it. Just stone walls, a single candle, and a chapel-supplied blanket that somehow manages to be both thin and scratchy. You kneel on the floor, bones aching, stomach growling, and try not to think about the warmth of the kitchens or the scent of roasting pork wafting from below. This vigil is meant to purify the soul, to prepare you to accept the sacred duties of a knight. You're expected to meditate on the responsibilities ahead, defending the weak, serving your lord, upholding the church. In practice, you spend as much time wondering whether anyone would notice if you had a sip of water or sat down for 5 blessed minutes. You are not alone in your discomfort. Dozens of squires have kept this vigil before you, some trembling with anticipation, others feigning serenity. You wonder which you are. You try to remember all the prayers, the creeds, the proper posture. You try not to think about the rumours of squires vomiting from nerves during the ceremony, or passing out mid-kneel. That would be unfortunate. Memorable, but unfortunate. Come dawn, you are escorted to the main hall. It is transformed for the occasion. Banners hang, candles flicker. Nobles, knights, and priests gather in ceremonial dress, whispering politely behind gloved hands. A hush falls as you enter. Your name is announced. You kneel. Your lord, or perhaps the king, depending on your station, approaches. He carries a sword, a symbol of service and power. It may not be his own blade. Some lords keep a ceremonial sword just for this purpose, polished to a mirror shine and never used in battle. You try not to look too closely. You try not to shake. The sword taps your shoulders, left, then right, the dubbing. In some traditions, You're also given a symbolic slap, a reminder of the physical and moral pain you must now endure without complaint. It's less of a blow and more of a firm pat, but the message is clear. A knight's duty is not to comfort, but to sacrifice. Then comes the oath. You speak solemnly, pledging loyalty to your liege, to God, and to the ideals of chivalry. You promise to defend the weak, to protect women, to speak truth, and to fight with honour. You repeat the words with as much gravity as you can muster, though you silently wonder how many knights still live by them. With the oath complete, you rise, not as a boy, not as a servant, but as a knight. The change is subtle, internal, and yet profound. People who barely glanced at you yesterday now nod in solemn approval. Your peers clap your shoulder. Your lord offers a tight-lipped smile, which by noble standards might as well be a standing ovation. There may be a feast afterward, depending on the wealth of your lord or the mood of the court. If so, you sit a little higher at the table, drink from a finer cup, and receive congratulations from nobles you once served wine to. Some squires are knighted on battlefields, their ceremony improvised amidst carnage. Others receive the full pageantry. Either way, the weight of the title settles on your shoulders, heavy as chainmail. Knighthood, as it turns out, is not a destination but a doorway. The world does not slow down for you to enjoy your new status. Your duties expand immediately. You are now expected to lead men, not follow them. To make decisions, not simply obey. To ride at the front, not the rear. The same sword that dubbed you a knight is now yours to wield, and no one will double-check your choices anymore. If you err, it will be public, and it will be costly. You're also now accountable in new ways. A knight's word is binding. Your signature carries weight. Your absence at court is noted. Your presence in church is assumed. If you drink too deeply or speak too freely, it reflects not only on you, but on your household, your banner, and your liege. A slip of the tongue can sour alliances. A drunken scuffle can undo months of diplomacy. In short, your margin for error shrinks dramatically the moment your shoulder is tapped with a sword. Your responsibilities extend beyond battle. If your lord grants you land, you are expected to manage it wisely. That means collecting taxes, settling disputes among peasants, maintaining roads, and ensuring the harvest is strong. Knights are often imagined as warriors alone, but in truth they are administrators, enforcers, and landlords. Your sword may rest in its scabbard for months at a time, but your seal is pressed into wax almost daily. You also now have your own squire. The irony is not lost on you. He is young, uncertain, eager to please. You teach him to polish your armour just so, to saddle your horse without bruising its haunches, to pour wine without spilling. You correct him gently, at first, then more firmly. He reminds you of yourself. It is humbling and slightly amusing to see how far you've come, and how far you still have to go. There is also the matter of your coat of arms. If you haven't had one before, it must now be chosen. Colours, symbols, family mottos, they all matter. They identify you on the field of battle and in court. They speak before you do. A red lion, rampant on a field of gold, says something very different than a black cross on a white bend. Choose wisely, or pay a herald to help. Your new armour is fitted to your frame, assuming your lord is generous or your family still has coin to spare. Full plate is expensive, and every piece must be custom made. Greaves for your legs, gauntlets for your hands, a cuirass for your chest. You stand still as the blacksmiths measure and clink, their fingers leaving soot on your skin. The weight is impressive. Walking in it feels like learning to move all over again, but you feel safe inside it too, as if metal might guard not only your body, but your name. You take your first formal ride through the village, not as a servant trailing behind a retinue, but at its head. Children run to the roadside. Old men bow stiffly. A woman tosses you a flower. You try not to look too pleased. The peasants don't cheer exactly, but they do stare, and in the medieval world, attention is a kind of applause. That night, in the solitude of your chamber, you remove each piece of armour slowly, methodically. You place your sword with care. You stare at your reflection in the polished plate and try to see what others saw today. A knight, a protector, a leader. You do not quite believe it yet, but you will. Not everything changes overnight. You still train each day. You still wake early and pray. You still limp after a long ride and wince when a blade catches your elbow. But your name is called with more weight now. You are consulted, not commanded. The younger squires eye you with something like awe or fear, possibly both. War will come again. You know this. And when it does, your position in the vanguard will be expected. No more standing behind a shield wall. No more waiting for orders. You will lead the charge, raise your voice above the din, and be the first to cross the field. If fortune favours you, you may return with honour. If not, your coat of arms will be carried home without you. This is the cost of the accolade. This is the burden of the oath. But still, you are proud. Not of your status, but of your survival. You endured the long years, the cold vigils, the humiliation, the training, the fear, and now you wear the title as a second skin. You are a knight, and your real service has only just begun. You do not become a knight and immediately feel powerful. You become a knight, and then you are handed 60 pounds of steel and told to get on a horse. The first real lesson of knighthood is not how to fight, but how to walk, breathe, and not fall over in your own armour. At first, it's chainmail, a hauberk of interlocking rings that drapes over your shoulders like an iron tunic. It's not as heavy as it looks, but it clings to you, drags at your limbs, and catches every drop of sweat your body produces. Beneath it, you wear a padded gambeson, quilted linen stuffed with wool or rags, which smells awful after a single skirmish, and worse after a week. But it keeps the mail from grinding against your skin like a cheese grater. As warfare evolves, so does your kit. Plate armour begins to replace mail. At first, just a breastplate and greaves. Then pauldrons for your shoulders. Vambraces for your forearms. Sabatons to encase your feet. Articulated joints. Riveted segments. Each addition designed to protect without pinching, though they almost always manage to do both. Eventually, you are sheathed in metal from crown to toe, and it's less like wearing clothes and more like being folded into a walking bell. The helmet is the worst. It muffles your hearing, narrows your vision, and steams up with your own breath. In battle, it protects your skull. Outside of battle, it functions mostly to give you a throbbing headache. Some helms have visors you can lift, which helps with breathing and spitting, though it also makes your face an easier target. Trade-offs are everywhere in armour. Mobility, surprisingly, is not impossible. You can run, squat, mount a horse, even roll, if trained well. But everything takes effort. You are not agile. You are deliberate, and you quickly learn to conserve movement, like a man counting his last coins. After all, if your opponent wears nothing heavier than boiled leather, he'll be darting around while you resemble a mobile sculpture of St. George. Then there's the maintenance. Every piece must be cleaned, oiled, inspected. A single rusted rivet can jam a joint. A dented chest plate can buckle under a second blow. Your squire becomes a blacksmith's apprentice overnight, scrubbing and hammering late into the evening. If he forgets a strap or fails to fasten your cuisses correctly, you notice, painfully and immediately. And let's not forget the weapons. Your sword is your constant companion, but not your only one. It is not the slim rapier of modern imagination, but a broad, weighty blade meant for hacking, not fencing. Its edge is kept sharp, but not razor thin, better to survive impact. You carry it at your side, but draw it only when necessary. The sword is both symbol and tool, and in your hand it becomes an extension of will. Then there's the lance. A knight without a lance is like a fish without gills, useless in open battle. The lance is not delicate. It is a sharpened pole, roughly 10 feet long, meant to be couched under your arm and driven like a battering ram into whoever's unlucky enough to be across the field. On horseback, it turns your momentum into deadly force, but it is also unwieldy, easy to miss with, and once broken, mostly good for poking campfires. The mace is a brutal companion, short, stubby, and blunt. No finesse, no elegance, just a lump of iron on a stick designed to cave in helmets and crack ribs. Useful when your enemy's armour laughs off blades. When subtlety fails, the mace makes its point with savage clarity. Axes are similar, less common among knights, more typical of mercenaries or those from northern stock. But in close quarters, an axe can hook a shield, split a helm, or drag a man off a horse. It's not considered gentlemanly. But neither, to be fair, is war. Shields serve both offensive and defensive roles. You carry one, usually kite-shaped or heater-style, slung across your back or strapped to your forearm. It bears your coat of arms, a bright splash of symbolism amidst the mud and smoke. You learn to punch with it, to deflect, to absorb force. A good shield might save your life. A bad one might become your coffin lid. Siege weapons are a different beast altogether. Catapults, trebuchets, and battering rams handled by engineers and lower soldiers. You observe them more than operate them, unless you're particularly unlucky. But you'll learn to fear them. No armour can save you from a boulder. When battle comes, your kit is both saviour and prison. On the charge, you ride with couched lance, shield raised, visor down. Your world becomes a tunnel of noise and blur. Impact is sudden and absolute. You hit or are hit. You fall or you do not. And if you do fall, it is up to someone else, perhaps your squire, to drag you clear before the trampling begins. After the charge, if you are still upright, comes the melee. Sword drawn, you engage man to man. It is not graceful. It is a mess of grunts, blood, and clanging steel. You swing, you block, you pray. You aim not for heroics, but for joints. Armpits, behind the knees, visor slits, the weak points. Every knight has them. And if you don't find theirs, they'll find yours. In the aftermath, assuming you survive, you learn the lesser-known role of a knight, repairman. You remove your armour piece by piece, every dent and scratch telling its own small story. If a rivet snapped or a strap tore, it's noted, recorded and mended. Your sword is cleaned, inspected, re-oiled. Every weapon dulled must be sharpened. You don't sleep until your gear is ready again, because next time it could mean your life. You begin to appreciate the subtle differences between good steel and bad. You learn the smiths by name, the balance of a sword, the weight of a shield, the line where a helmet should rest against your brow, all become second nature. You grow fussy about details that once seemed trivial. The type of leather used in your gauntlets, the weight distribution of a new axe, the way a visor latches shut. Some knights personalise their equipment with flair, engraved pommels, crests etched into breastplates, gilt inlays. You may do the same if coin and vanity permit. But beneath the ornament lies the same brutal reality. Armour is not costume, it is coffin prevention. There are downsides, of course. Armour is expensive. Your share of spoils from war or tournaments often vanishes into repairs and replacements. And then there's the matter of heat. Summer in a full suit of plate is like walking inside a forge, especially in the midday sun. You sweat buckets, faint if you're not careful, and attract flies with all the grace of a walking roast. Despite it all, you come to trust your gear like a second skin. You've tested it under arrow fire. You've felt the jolt of a mace strike echo through your ribs and known the armour did its job. It protects, yes, but it also transforms. You walk taller in it. People part when they see you coming. Children point. Commoners bow. And yet, you know this. The steel does not make you invincible. It merely postpones the inevitable. You can fight well, prepare thoroughly, wear the finest forged suit in Christendom, and still fall to a lucky spear thrust or a well-placed arrow. A knight's tools buy time, not certainty. When you remove your gear at night, you do so slowly, reverently. Each strap undone, each piece lifted away, leaves you smaller, lighter, vulnerable. Beneath it all, you're still just flesh, bruised, stiff, and aching. And it's in those quiet moments, with your sword across your lap and your armour cooling on the stand, that you truly understand what it means to be a knight. You're not made of steel. You just wear it well. And so each day begins with the familiar ritual. Lifting, strapping, adjusting, checking. Your squire tightens the buckles and hands you your gauntlets, his eyes scanning for wear, for weakness. You nod silently and step once more into the shell of your profession. Because no matter how tired you are, or how many scars line your ribs, you are still needed. Still bound to ride out, to raise your shield, to stand between danger and those who cannot. This is the life you've built, plate by plate, blade by blade. This is the weight you chose to carry, and you carry it well. You were told there was a code, a shining, noble creed to live by. Chivalry, they called it. The very word sparkled with promise, like polished armour in morning light. It was meant to define what it was to be a knight. Bravery, courtesy, honour, protection of the weak, reverence for the church. A lofty ideal, written in elegant script and praised from pulpit and poet alike. And then you rode into your first battle, watched a man in full heraldic splendour trample a retreating soldier, and realised the code is more of a suggestion. Chivalry, in theory, is a code of conduct, a moral compass for those who carry swords. Rooted in Christian values and feudal loyalty, it began as a way to temper violence with virtue. The Church, ever anxious about the havoc wrought by idle knights, took pains to transform you from a hired blade into a holy defender. You were not simply to fight, but to fight rightly. In practice, however, chivalry is like a tapestry, grand at a distance, but fraying up close. The official tenets vary depending on which chronicler or cleric you ask, but some themes remain constant. Protect the innocent, defend the church, serve your lord loyally, show mercy to foes who yield, be honest, avoid unjust wars, and honour women, particularly those of noble birth. A fine list, admirable even, and also inconvenient. Because in the thick of battle, no one stops to recite their virtues. You swing, you survive. You follow orders, even if they involve torching a village suspected of disloyalty. You take prisoners, yes, but mostly because they're worth ransom. Mercy has a market value. As for honesty, it's encouraged, unless deception serves your lord better. A knight may be honourable in the abstract, but becomes remarkably flexible when land or legacy is at stake. Many a lie has been wrapped in noble language and delivered from horseback with great conviction. Protecting the weak sounds lovely in songs, but in the field the weak are often collateral. If your lord requires a peasant uprising crushed, you ride. If a convoy of commoners stands between you and the enemy's grain supply, you don't go around, you go through. The poor admire knights from afar, because they're rarely better off when one rides by. Then there is the matter of women. The songs speak of courtly love, of gallant men pining in poetic torment for unreachable noble ladies. In truth, your relationship with women is defined more by property law than poetry. Marriage is political. Romance, when it exists, is fleeting. And the protection you offer depends heavily on class. A noble woman might be revered. A washerwoman, less so. That's not to say knights are uniformly dishonourable. Many strive to live by the code. They pray, they tithe, they avoid unnecessary cruelty. But the world you inhabit rarely rewards restraint. A knight who hesitates to strike might not live to deliver mercy. A man who speaks the truth too plainly may find himself without land or head. Tournaments, oddly, are where chivalry shines brightest. In these stage spectacles, the rules are rigid, the honour real. You salute your opponent. You show restraint. You lose with grace. It's theatre, yes, but it's theatre where the actors believe in the script. And for a moment, the code becomes reality, if only briefly. There are manuals, actual written guides, that lay out knightly conduct in florid detail. One might advise you not to strike an opponent who has lost his helm. Another might say that if a lady drops her glove, you should retrieve it without stepping on it or staring too long at her ankles. The Church writes its own rules, more focused on piety. Attend Mass, confess sins, avoid gluttony, and above all, never forget who sanctioned your right to kill. These manuals are read aloud in courts and training halls. Some squires memorise them, others nod politely and return to sword drills. In truth, the code is interpreted differently in every household. Some lords emphasise loyalty, others demand ferocity. A few take chivalry so seriously they disown sons for showing cowardice. Others knight boys who haven't seen a day of battle simply for the right marriage alliance. What you learn, over time, is that chivalry is not a sword to wield, it's a mirror. Some polish it daily, others shatter it for convenience. You yourself try to follow the spirit, if not the letter. You help your squire when no one's watching. You spare an enemy who's yielded, though your comrades jeer. You ride back to a burning hamlet to escort a limping peasant out, because her child clutches your leg and says, "Please." These moments stay with you longer than most victories. They cost little. They feel like something old, something sacred. And yet no bard will ever sing of them. Chivalry, you discovers, is not about grand gestures. It's about small decisions made when no one is looking. It's about being decent in a profession built around destruction. It's about knowing you are a weapon, and choosing sometimes not to strike. Still, the tension never vanishes. You kneel before a bishop one day and torch a granary the next. You cradle a wounded comrade, then trample a fleeing footman who happens to be in the way. You write your name beneath a pledge to honour and restraint, then sign orders that send starving men to their deaths. You begin to understand that the code of chivalry is less a shield and more a compass. It doesn't stop you from getting lost. It just gives you something to check when the fog sets in. Some days, that's enough. In the quieter hours, you reflect on the contradictions. The songs you once memorized speak of knights who slayed beasts and rescued virgins. Your life, meanwhile, consists of tax disputes, bloody marches, and aching knees. You were promised glory. You were handed logistics. And yet, you don't resent it. Not entirely. Because sometimes the code helps you remember who you were supposed to be before the world got hold of you. You meet knights who abuse the code, who weaponize it. They quote scripture while pillaging. They preach honour and practice terror. You learn to recognize them by their polished crests and empty eyes. And you learn to step aside, or, when given the rare chance, stand in their way. You are not perfect. You've broken the code. You've struck men who had surrendered. You've taken spoils that weren't yours. You've stayed silent when you should have spoken. But you remember the faces of those who tried. The knight who held a gate so a village could flee. The one who refused to burn a monastery, even under threat of exile. The one who died kneeling, not in surrender, but in prayer. And so, in your own way, you keep trying. You carry the code not in scripture, but in habit. You pick it up like your sword each morning, knowing it may slip from your grip by nightfall, but reaching for it anyway, because without it, you are merely a killer. And with it, maybe, just maybe, you are something more. This is chivalry. Not what the minstrels sing, not what the priests preach, but what you try to practice in a world that gives you every reason not to. And so you ride, still bound to your oath. You defend your lord, fight his enemies, bury his dead. But you also feed your squire when the pantry runs low. You speak kindly to the old woman in the village who remembers when you were a boy. You return a dropped glove, even when no one is watching. You are a knight, and you remember the code, not because it makes you stronger, but because it reminds you what strength is for. One day, years from now, a boy will ask you what it means to be chivalrous. You won't recite scripture or point to crests. You'll hand him your sword and tell him to hold it steady. And then you'll ask if he can carry it without ever letting it fall on the wrong soul. That, you'll say, is a good place to start. Because in the end, chivalry isn't about purity, it's about persistence. About falling short and rising again, and choosing, however quietly, not to become the very thing you were once sworn to fight. And with each choice, you draw your sword a little straighter. You've trained for years, carried swords before you ever swung one, watched men die before you were allowed to charge, and polished your own armour so often you can still smell the vinegar and oil in your sleep. But none of that truly prepares you for this. The moment the trumpet sounds, Your horse shifts beneath you, and the ground ahead fills with the bodies and banners of your enemy. The battlefield is not a stage. It is not an arena of honour or a chessboard of strategy. It is a pulsing, groaning thing, mud, blood, and metal wrapped into chaos. You can recite the names of old heroes, the codes of chivalry, the rules of engagement whispered by bishops in candlelit chapels. Out here, none of them matter. Marching to war begins long before the fighting. You ride for days, weeks even, through rain, sleet, and sun. The air grows worse as the army swells. Body heat, dung, and rotting rations blending into something foul enough to turn even the sturdiest stomach. Feet blister. Tempers snap. Your companions shift from camaraderie to muttering and silence. Men begin to smell like their horses. You do too. Camp life is brief and miserable. Tents flap in the wind like damp flags. Fires smoke more than they warm. You eat what's left. Salted meat, hard bread, dried peas. Sometimes you're lucky. More often you're not. Clean water is rare, and when it isn't, you worry what's floating in it. Armour is cold in the morning, blistering by noon. You sleep with your boots on and your sword within reach. And then one morning you crest a ridge and see them. An army arrayed across the field, their own banners snapping, their knights glinting in the rising sun. This is it. Your commander gives orders, shouted and relayed. Everyone nods. Few truly hear them. Your stomach tightens. You check your horse's girth strap. You say a prayer, or pretend to. You wonder how many will die before the sun sets. Then it begins. The charge is not graceful. It is thunder. Hooves tear the ground, lances lower, and every heartbeat counts down to impact. You aim your weapon and hope the man opposite you is slightly slower, slightly more afraid. The clash is bone-shaking. You might hit. You might miss. You might be hit. You might fall. And if you fall, you pray you can get up before the next wave tramples you. The noise is unrelenting. Screams, shouts, clanging steel, horses shrieking, men begging. There is no rhythm, only violence. You fight in flashes. A blade swings near your head. You duck. A man lunges. Your sword blocks without thought. An axe strikes your shield. You feel the shock in your teeth. You do not think in terms of heroism. You think in terms of inches. Every step forward might be your last. Every moment you remain standing is a small miracle. And all the while mud clings to your boots, blood slicks your grip, and the air tastes of iron and ash. There are no clean victories. Even if you survive, you've likely killed someone face to face. Looked into their eyes, seen their fear, felt their last breath on your face. No one teaches you how to live with that. Sometimes you lose your footing. A blow knocks you down, your visor jars loose, and suddenly the world above you is a blur of hooves and blades. You flail, crawl, push yourself to standing. If your armour catches in the mud, you're a turtle on its back. If your squire finds you in time, he might pull you free. If not, well, there are worse ways to die than being forgotten. You catch glimpses of others. Knights unhorsed, peasants impaled, banners falling. You recognise faces. Friends. Comrades. They're gone in an instant, replaced by another swinging sword. There's no time to mourn. Only time to breathe. And swing again. Sometimes the melee collapses into confusion. Orders become meaningless. Lines dissolve. You find yourself beside men you don't recognise, enemies mistaken for allies and vice versa. In those moments, the battlefield becomes its truest form. Not a clash of nations or ideologies, but a storm of survival. If you live, it ends not with trumpets but with exhaustion. Your arms ache, your ears ring. Your horse, if still alive, is foaming and trembling. You stagger back to camp, strip your armour with shaking hands, and stare at your bloodied gloves. You hope it's not your own. You're not sure. Later, you walk the field. Crows already gather. Men groan where they lie, too wounded to move. You try to help, but there are too many. Some you leave with water, some with a whispered prayer, some you finish, because it is kinder. Your boots soak through with blood. You stop noticing the smell. Looters are already at work, stripping the dead of rings, purses, boots, sometimes even teeth. It's dishonourable, yes, but also practical. War is expensive, and a fallen knight's sword might pay for someone's winter grain. You turn your gaze elsewhere. You do not stop them. You find your comrades, those who made it. Sit with them beside a dying fire, each of you silent. Some clean wounds. Others just stare. No one boasts. No one drinks. You all know better. The ones who laugh after battle tend to cry when the fever sets in. There is no celebration. There is only tallying. How many were lost? How many banners captured? How many horses must be replaced? How many squires did not return? In the week that follow, the story is cleaned up. Minstrels compose ballads of noble charges and glorious stands. The Lord gives a speech. Priests declare it a righteous victory. You are paraded through the streets on your return. Flowers are thrown. Children cheer. You wave, smile, nod. But you remember the smell of the field, the look in the eyes of the man you skewered, the cries of your friend as he bled out beside a broken shield. You do not forget, this is the brutal battlefield. Not the battlefield of legend, with shining armour and valiant duels, but the real one, muddy, terrifying, loud, confusing. A place where honour is a luxury, mercy is rare, and survival is a skill. You're no longer simply a knight, you are a soldier, a veteran. And though you ride on, polish your armour, train your squire, part of you will always be there, on that nameless field, under that grey sky, sword slick with blood, and breath fogging your visor. That part of you never truly leaves. You try not to talk about it, what really happened. When new squires ask, you give them lessons in form, in stance, in strategy. You do not describe the sounds. You do not mention the shaking hands. Not because you're ashamed, but because words cannot make sense of it, and because part of you is afraid they'd still want it. But you prepare them all the same. You train them to keep their shield up even when they're tired, to watch their footing, to check the straps on their greaves twice, not once. These small details save lives. You know, you've seen the cost when they're forgotten. Over time, your own scars fade, on the surface at least. Beneath, they remain, not as wounds, but as memory. You remember the weight of the fallen knight you dragged from a trampled ditch. You remember the breathless silence just before the charge. You remember the way the field looked afterward. Still, broken, wrong, and still you ride. Because someone must. Because the war never really ends. It only sleeps between battles. You do not seek glory anymore. You seek clarity. You seek survival. And you try in whatever way you can to make sure the men beside you come home. This is what it means to fight, not for banners, not for poems, but for the man at your left and the one at your right, for the squire who still believes in songs, for the prayer you whisper even when you don't believe. You are shaped by steel, but forged in the field. This is the brutal battlefield. and you have survived it. And in surviving, you have learned the cost of every inch of ground, measured not in paces, but in lives. You survive your first battle and then another, and though war never truly ends, it does go quiet. Armies disband, swords are sheathed, the banners come down. For a while there is peace, but a night with no war is a weapon left idle, and idle weapons tend to rust. So you turn to the next best thing, the tournament. Not a brawl, not a massacre, though it might come close, but a staged battle dressed in heraldry, pomp, and profit. Where war is chaos, a tournament is choreography. Where battle makes legends, the tournament makes celebrities. It begins with an invitation. If your name carries any weight, or your lord's coin carries enough, you're summoned to a list field near a bustling town, where the banners fly as high as the entry fees. You arrive with your squire in tow, your armour shined to near blinding polish, your horse combed and plaited like a bride's hair. The grounds are prepared days in advance. Wooden stands rise from the grass. Merchants set up stalls selling meat pies and pewter tokens. Minstrels rehearse songs they hope to sell before the jousts begin. Children run between tents, shouting names of their favourite knights. Yours may even be among them, if your last performance was sufficiently bloody. But make no mistake, this is no gentle pastime. A tournament is as dangerous as any battlefield, only better lit and more politely announced. There are two main events, the melee and the joust. The melee is a grand mock battle, dozens of knights on foot or horseback charging each other across an open field. It is said to mimic real combat, though it rarely obeys real combat's rules. The goal is to disarm, unhorse, or bludgeon your opponents into submission, preferably without killing them. Not out of mercy, but because corpses don't pay ransoms. You enter the field with your team, shield emblazoned with your arms, heart thudding behind your breastplate. Horns sound. The crowd roars. You lower your visor and plunge in. The fight is real enough. Blades are blunted, yes, but not harmless. Bones are broken. Teeth are lost. Pride always is on the line. You strike, you're struck. You fall, you rise. Somewhere in the din, your name is shouted, either in triumph or concern. Sometimes both. The melee is over when only a few remain standing, or when the judges decide it's become too undignified. You leave the field limping, exhilarated, exhausted, or sometimes unconscious. If you perform well, your reputation grows. If you perform poorly, you pretend not to care while discreetly checking for bruises. Then comes the joust, the jewel of the tournament. One knight, one lance, one pass. The tilt rail separates you from your opponent, and both of you thunder forward on horseback, trying to shatter your lance on the other's shield, helm, or chest. Points are awarded. Helmets are dented. Occasionally, ribs are cracked. More than one knight has died beneath the applause of the crowd. There is spectacle to it, enough ceremony to rival a wedding. Your name is announced. Trumpets sound. A lady ties a ribbon to your lance. You bow to the stands, salute your opponent, and take your place at the end of the tilt yard. Then the flag drops, and all that pageantry disappears beneath the pounding of hooves and the narrowing of your world into the tip of your lance and the target ahead. When you hit cleanly, the crack of impact echoes like thunder. Splinters explode, the crowd cheers. If you're thrown, you hit the earth hard and lie there long enough to remember that mud has no chivalry. Victory brings coin, and more importantly, notice. Lords watch from the stands, scanning for talent, potential, or marriageable fame. If you impress the right person, your fortunes can change overnight. If you make a name for yourself, you may find yourself invited to bigger circuits, tournaments in Paris, London, or Rome, or at least the stories say so. But not all jousts are equal. Some are friendly, honour-bound, and carefully judged. Others are bloodier, more corrupt. There are whispered tales of knights bribing marshals, sabotaging armour, or switching lances to unblunted tips. And every tournament has its share of bad blood, feuds reignited, insults answered with steel. Then there are the injuries. Dislocated shoulders, shattered wrists, concussions. You learn quickly not to remove your helmet until you're sure your ears are still working. Even spectators are not always safe. A splintered lance once flew into the stands and took out a merchant's eye. He still comes to watch every year from the other side. Outside the arena, the tournament is a fairground. Traders hawk everything from relics to roasted chestnuts. Scribes sell poems composed on the spot. Apprentices duel with sticks in the mud while mimicking your name. At night, bonfires crackle, ale flows freely, and minstrels sing songs that exaggerate every blow landed and every favour won. If you've earned a few bruises, you might at least earn a few verses. The nobles host feasts. You attend, cleaned and laced into a doublet that fits like punishment. You bow. You drink. You endure conversation. A lady might ask about your technique, though her interest may have less to do with lances and more to do with inheritance, or scandal, or both. Tournaments are also a place for politics. Alliances are struck, rivalries flare, and lords make quiet wagers behind their goblets. A win on the field can lead to a contract, a vassalage, or a sudden engagement. A loss, on the other hand, might be remembered long after your ribs have healed. For all their glitter, tournaments are expensive. Entry fees, armour repairs, horse care, tents and bribes. It all adds up. A poorly managed campaign can leave you poorer than when you arrived. Some knights take loans. Some sell off land. A few turn to less savoury methods. Gambling, extortion, even rigging matches. Still you return. You always return. Because there's a thrill to it, a pulse that nothing else matches. Because the crowd remembers your name. Because a good tournament win can do what 5 years of border patrol cannot. It lifts you. It announces you. It makes you visible. And in a world where power rests in perception, visibility is everything. You ride in, you fight, you bleed, you bow. And when you win, you smile with broken lips. Because for one fleeting moment, you are not just a servant in steel. You are the main event. You are not at war, but you are in combat. This is the tournament circuit, and you are still standing. By the end of the week, your body is a ledger of bruises, scratches, and indignities. Your squire works late into the night restoring your kit. You spend the evening swishing watered wine, pretending your shoulder doesn't throb with every breath. A blackened eye makes you interesting company at supper. The limp adds character. You don't speak of the fear. The heartbeat just before the lance drops. The instant you wonder if the next hit will be clean or final. You swallow it down, tuck it beneath the layers of steel and swagger. Every knight does. Fear is common, admission is not. If the tournament was good to you, you leave with coin, a new favour tied to your saddle, and invitations for the next event. If not, you leave with empty hands and full regrets, already calculating how many tournaments it will take to rebuild what you spent chasing glory. The road away is quieter, less triumphant. A few companions ride with you. One coughs blood, another cradles a wrapped hand that may never hold a lance again. The squires chatter, still enchanted by the show. They do not yet understand the price of applause. And so, bruised but intact, you return to your estate or your garrison, where the real duties await. But for a week, you are more than a soldier. You are spectacle. You are legend. You'll do it again. Because while war may forge your reputation, tournaments let you write it in gold. And sometimes that is enough. Because in the eyes of the crowd, you are not just a knight. You are a name, a banner, a force in motion. And for a brief, shining moment, everyone saw you shine. The trumpets fade, the tournaments end, the battlefield falls silent. And you return not to rest, but to something more complex, responsibility. Because you are not only a knight, you are also a lord's vassal, a landholder, an enforcer of law and order. And whether your fiefdom is sprawling or small, it demands as much from you as any joust or skirmish ever did. Your estate, such as it is a patchwork of thatched roofs, grazing fields, and stubborn people. It was granted to you, often in reward for service, and with it came a host of obligations. Not to the land, but to those who work it. They do not know you as a war-horse rider or a lance wielder. They know you as the man who demands grain in October, sends bailiffs to settle quarrels, and sometimes rides through the village just to remind everyone who owns what. Your mornings begin not with sword drills, but with ledgers. Your steward rattles off figures. Bushels harvested, taxes collected, debts outstanding. You nod like you understand, though half the time you don't. There's always a shortfall. A pig vanished, a crop failed. Someone died with coin still owed. The solution invariably involves more paperwork and fewer pigs. Then come the petitioners. Peasants queue at your hall to air grievances. He stole my goose. Her cow trampled my barley. Their son struck mine with a stick. You sit beneath a banner bearing your arms, listening with the weariness of a man who's faced arrows and would prefer them to this. Justice must be swift, or at least loud. You nod. You fine. You send men to inspect fences. The villagers shuffle out, mostly satisfied. You hope? Disputes between peasants are one thing. Disputes between your men-at-arms are worse. When two armed retainers argue over boundaries or livestock, swords rattle. You must step in, not as a fellow knight, but as their master. Firm, even-handed, a man of authority. It's a delicate thing, projecting strength without escalating tempers. You manage, mostly. You also collect taxes, grain, wool, coin, or goods in kind. These are tallied, stored, and forwarded up the chain to your liege lord. Some of it you keep to pay your men and maintain your household. Some vanishes into the hands of clerks, never to be seen again. You suspect a fraction feeds the bishop's cellar or funds your lord's latest embroidery habit. But questioning the chain of feudal economy is like questioning gravity. You nod, sign, and send the ox cart on its way. Inspections follow. You tour your own fields, riding slowly between rows of barley and flax. You speak to the reeve, the village-appointed overseer, who informs you of labour shortages and brewing discontent. You pretend not to hear the mutters from the hedgerows, about rents, about levies, about your fine new scabbard that probably cost more than a plough. You smile, offer a nod, and ride on. Respect is maintained less by affection than by distance. Your hall must be stocked and guarded, your garrison drilled, your walls maintained, and your steward reminded that the grain cellar smells odd again. You oversee the blacksmith, the cooper, the baker. You approve repairs to the millstone, arrange timber for winter, and, once a month, host a feast for local tenants to keep up the illusion that everyone is cheerful and loyalty is mutual. You arbitrate marriages, approve apprenticeship contracts, and on occasion deliver punishment. Thieves may lose fingers. Poachers might pay in coin or days of labour. There are gallows, but you rarely use them. They're more useful as symbols than tools. Still, when necessary, you remind the village what happens when law is ignored. The church is ever present. A priest serves your estate, and you contribute to his chapel's upkeep, lest your name find its way into a sermon. You attend Mass, confess sins you vaguely regret, and make donations that conveniently match your most recent misdeed. Piety, after all, is easier in coin than in conduct. Even your household requires managing. Your servants rotate between loyalty, incompetence, and mild insubordination. The cook is furious about the flour quality. The stable hand swears the hay shipment is late again. One of your chambermaids is scandalously friendly with a visiting knight, and you must pretend not to notice unless it causes a child, or worse, a rumour. Your squire needs training. Still, always. He forgets your saddle straps, leaves your sword unsheathed during rain. Once he polished your boots with lard. You scold him, train him, threaten to send him to the monastery, then end the day praising his effort with a nod. That's all the boy really wants. Your wife, if you have one, runs her own part of the estate, organising the kitchens, managing servants, keeping accounts. She is as sharp as your sword, and twice as terrifying when crossed. She reminds you when rents are due, when your cousin's widow expects a letter, and that the priest caught you dozing during Mass again. You learn to listen. You also learn never to suggest she host the next feast without preparing for a 3-day argument about table linen. In times of famine, your role becomes one of reluctant judge and reluctant beggar. You appeal to your lord for relief, while rationing what little you have. You know that if the people starve, the manor weakens. A dead peasantry tills no fields. So you offer just enough to keep them working, and just enough to keep their envy from turning to rebellion. In times of plenty, you are generous, but visibly so, bread handed out at the chapel door, coins tossed during feast days. It is not charity, it is theatre, it keeps order. The peasants call you my lord, but you're not quite sure whether it's respect, resentment, or resignation. Likely all three. They bow low, but you see the flickers of judgment in their eyes. You ride past them, heavy in your saddle, armour gleaming. You are their protector. You are their tax. You are their judge, and sometimes their executioner. Occasionally, you host visiting knights or minor nobles. These visits are equal parts hospitality and hostage negotiation. You must appear wealthy but not wasteful, powerful but not threatening. A wrong word about the king's taxes could brand you disloyal. A poorly cooked pigeon could insult your guest's cousin, who happens to be an earl. You walk a knife's edge of politeness, pageantry, and performance. But it isn't all caution and governance. There are quiet moments. You ride alone at dawn through dew-wet fields, nodding to shepherds who've been up longer than you. You sit by the hearth in winter and listen to your steward mumble accounts while the fire cracks behind him. You share a drink with your sergeant-at-arms, both of you old enough to admit your backs ache more than they used to. You are lord of your manor, but also its captive. You cannot leave for long. Bandits might strike, the grain might rot, your cousin might try to press a claim. Even a trip to court feels like abandoning a child to nurse itself. And when you return, something is always broken. A gate, a contract, a fence, a nose. Still there is pride in it, not in the power, but in the structure. You keep this place standing. You feed 100 mouths. You settle disputes before they boil into feuds. You remember names. You attend baptisms, funerals and harvest dances. You kneel beside the dying and sign contracts for the newly wed. You are woven into the land's rhythm, into its heartbeat. This is the other life of a knight, not glory, not gore, but governance. And though it will never be sung by minstrels or carved into stone, you know the truth. A knight's blade defends his name, but his estate keeps it alive. Because in the end, when the sword is sheathed and the war drums fade, it is not your victories that remain. It is your land, your people, and the fragile peace you hold together, one decision at a time. When the halls fall quiet, the ledgers are closed, and your sword is back on its rack, you are left with something less discussed and poorly romanticized, your private life. You'd think, after tournaments, campaigns, and estate matters, that you'd collapse each night into dreamless slumber. You'd be wrong. Rest is elusive. Comfort is intermittent. The truth is, sleep is a luxury in a knight's world, and one that must often be negotiated. Your bed is not the down-filled paradise of later centuries. It's a wooden frame, stuffed with straw or wool, covered in linen that smells faintly of dust and fatigue. You share it perhaps with a spouse, or alone, or occasionally with your armour spread out to dry beside you, ticking softly as the heat leaves the metal. You do not sleep through the night. That isn't how things work. You sleep in shifts, broken by prayers, patrols, and old wounds that ache more as the hearth burns low. Some nights you're summoned to settle a dispute in the barracks. Other times you simply lie awake, replaying a tilt that went badly or wondering whether the steward lied about the granary again. But it's not all gloom. There is laughter too, and warmth that does not come from fire. Your hall is more than a court of judgment. It's your hearth, your theatre, your lounge. Minstrels sing by the fire. A bard may be passing through and recite tales of distant wars or love-struck princes. You know the endings already. You enjoy them anyway. Familiarity is its own comfort. Games are played, dice, chess, backgammon. You cheat occasionally when no one's looking, or you lose grandly, blaming the firelight or the drink or the suspicious angle of the table. Your companions groan, laugh, and pour more wine. The feasts, when they come, are rowdy affairs. Not grand like a royal banquet, but full of noise and roast meat, of ale spilled on floor rushes and laughter that echoes up the rafters. You sit at the high table, but not far from the hearth. You drink with your men, toast your squire, throw the occasional bone to the hounds beneath the bench. A juggler might perform, or a fool, his jokes barely veiled insults about local clergy or visiting nobles. You laugh louder than necessary, if only to show the guests that yes, you can take a joke. It's a fragile peace, maintained by roast pork and stale bread. Sometimes the evenings are more subdued. A servant plays the lute. Your wife embroiders, humming a half-remembered hymn. You nod off in the chair by the fire, only to wake when the logs collapse in a burst of sparks. For a moment, everything is still. Your household sleeps early. The servants rise before the sun, so they vanish quickly. Your squire lingers, hoping for praise or advice, or just not wanting to go back to the straw mat beside the armoury. You send him off gently. He's earned his rest, even if you haven't. You might wander the manor at night. Old habits from years on campaign, checking locks, peering into shadows, listening for anything amiss. You don't expect to find anything, but sometimes you just need to move, to feel the floor under your boots and remind yourself you're still here, and the fire is still lit, and the walls are still yours. When storms roll in, sleep becomes nearly impossible. Wind howls through the shuttered windows. Rafters groan. You recall nights in the field when the only shelter was a cloak and the back of a horse. You remind yourself this is better. You almost believe it. Private life also means private thoughts, and these are harder to manage than fields or squires. You wonder if the land is truly yours, or just held until a richer man wants it. You think about the faces of the men you've killed. Some you remember, some you don't. You think about your father, and whether he felt this same pull between duty and doubt. On better nights, you write, or try to. You scratch letters onto parchment, recording expenses, or drafting stiff, formal notes to other landholders. Occasionally, you attempt poetry. It's terrible, but your steward pretends otherwise, and your wife hides the worst of it before guests can find it. When guests do arrive, your private life vanishes. Everything becomes performance. The hall is cleaned. The good wine is brought out. You laugh at the same joke twice, and endure stories about hawks that flew higher and horses that ran faster than any in your stable. You nod. You flatter. You endure. But when they leave, when the doors are shut and the boots have stopped echoing, you allow yourself the rarest indulgence of all, silence. You sit beside the fire, cup cooling in your hand, and let the hush stretch. No battles to plan, no taxes to collect, just the sound of wood crackling and your own breath in the dark. Your body is a map of scars. You know which shoulder clicks in the cold, which ribs ache when it rains. A broken finger from a tournament in Kent, a scar on your thigh from a skirmish near the border. These pains are familiar. You greet them like old comrades. You've learned not to complain. Everyone aches. The squire asks once if you ever sleep well. You smile. Tell him yes sometimes, when the fire burns low and the dogs don't snore. It's a lie, of course, but it's the kind you tell kindly. And there are dreams, vivid, strange, persistent. Sometimes you're back in battle, reaching for a sword that isn't there. Sometimes you're walking the halls of your childhood home, except the walls are crumbling and no one speaks your name. Once you dreamt of flying, above fields, rivers, and the manor itself. You woke up smiling for once. Not every moment is grand. Most are not. There is mud tracked into the hall, a loose floorboard that catches your boot, a spilled bucket, a burnt loaf, a cough in the night that makes you sit upright and listen until it passes. These are the details of living. These are what fill your time between swords and steel. On feast days, the private bleeds into the public. There is dancing of a sort. You watch more than you participate, but sometimes you're pulled into a circle, clapping along to a song that's older than the church itself. You step stiffly, laugh at your own footwork, and your wife laughs louder. The servants smile, if only for a moment. You give gifts, bread, cheese, sometimes coin. Children chase each other through the yard, while the elders sit in the sun and pretend their knees don't ache. For an afternoon, no one is taxed, judged, or summoned. You watch, not as a lord, not even as a knight, but as a man. Just a man, quietly grateful. Your dog rests its head on your boot. You scratch behind its ears and let your shoulders sink. You're tired, but not in the way battle tires you. This is a deeper ache, the kind that comes from carrying not just weapons, but people, place, and purpose. And still you do it, because there is a rhythm here, a strange, stubborn peace between duties. Not comfort, not ease, but something closer to meaning. This is the private life of a knight, and it is harder to master than war, because though the chronicles record your battles and your banners, it is these quieter hours, half-forgotten songs, unfinished letters, the hush of a sleeping hall, that truly tell the story of who you were. You rise with the dawn, joints aching, the cold seeping deeper than it used to. The steward greets you with a nod. The squire follows, quieter than he was in years past. Nothing feels unusual at first, until you step outside and realise something has shifted. It's not in the air or the weather, but in the rhythm of the world itself. Fewer hooves on the road, fewer hands raised in salute. The banners are still there, but they hang lower than they once did. Your role, once essential, now feels ceremonial. You still ride out, still wear the armour, still train the lads who come up through the ranks with fire in their eyes. But even they look past you now, to the engineers sketching strange machines, or the captains drilling rows of men with pikes and gunpowder. The future no longer rides a warhorse. The first time you see the musket fired in anger, it feels like a mistake. There's no nobility in it. No dance, no duel. Just a bang, a puff of smoke, and a man down. You watch it from a hill, flanked by your men, and say nothing. Later, you clean your sword anyway. Habit, perhaps, or defiance? The lord who summoned you once for every border skirmish now sends word only in winter. Requests for grain tallies, for tax rolls, for reports on tenant movement. The battles still happen, but they are led by men with maps, not mail. Your presence is a formality. Your counsel, polite tradition. At court, the great knights gather less frequently. The old names, the ones you memorized as a squire, fade from conversation. Those who remain arrive slower, their crests more faded. You share nods, not words. No one wants to say aloud what you all know. Your armour, once polished weekly, gathers dust between uses. The squire still oils it, more out of reverence than need. It's heavy now, not just in weight, but in memory. Each dent recalls a skirmish. Each rivet, a day spent living a life now fading into myth. You wear it still sometimes, for ceremonies, for parades. Once a boy asked if it was real. You no longer correct them when they call it old-fashioned. The pageantry remains, though even it begins to crack. Feast days are quieter. Fewer nobles attend. Fewer heralds call out names with the gusto they once had. The songs still praise the days of knights, but always in past tense. You listen, nod, raise a cup. You smile when they glance at you during verses that begin with, "In days of yore." In private, you walk the grounds of your estate and watch your tenants at work. They till with newer tools now. Some have coins stamped with the king's face. Others carry paper, permits, receipts, even letters, as literacy seeps into the soil. The blacksmith's son wants to be a clerk. The miller's daughter talks of schooling. These are good things, you tell yourself, but they come with a whisper. You are no longer what boys wish to become. You still train them, still swing the sword, but it is harder now. Your shoulder stiffens in the cold. Your breath shortens on uphill rides. The blade feels longer, though it is not. You grunt more when rising. And the squire, now grown, looks at you the way you once looked at your own master, half with respect, half with readiness. Even the battles you are called to feel different. You no longer ride in the vanguard. You're asked to observe, to advise. Your role is one of wisdom, not action. And while you appreciate the respect, a part of you still aches to charge, to feel the ground quake beneath your mount. You understand now, of course. The age of the night is ending, not with a roar, but with a series of sighs. Gunpowder does not care for bloodlines. Formations do not care for honour. The nightly charge, once feared and revered, is now a target for cannon and musket shot. You've seen it. You've counted the bodies. You try not to resent it. After all, every age must end. The Romans once thought their roads would last forever. The old emperors believed their names would outlive stone. And now? Even the stones are reused for barns and chapels. Time grinds all legacies down into something more useful. Still, there is grief. Quiet, persistent. You feel it when your sword no longer draws admiration but curiosity. When your banner is recognized not for its victories, but for how long it's flown. When your warhorse dies, and the stable boy asks if you'll replace it with a mule. More practical, he says. You tell yourself that you are lucky. You lived. You saw the best and worst of your order. You earned your land, your name, your seat at the high table. You made it home. Not everyone did. Sometimes you take the long road past the old battlefield. It's farmland now. Quiet. There's a grove where the archers once stood. A ridge where the cavalry assembled. You dismount and walk it, boots sinking in soft earth. There's a marker stone, weathered and crooked. No one remembers the names carved there. You do. At night, the dreams come more frequently. Not always nightmares, though some are, but vivid flashes of moments you'd thought long buried. A lance shattering. A comrade's laugh. The exact shade of sky above a foreign field. You wake cold, and wonder why memory feels sharper than your blade. You write more now. Not orders or reports, but reflections. You try to capture what it was like. The weight of armour before dawn, the tension before a tilt, the smell of the field after rain. You want to record what it felt like to be a knight, not in legend, but in truth. You're not sure who it's for. Maybe the boy who will find it in a chest one day. Maybe no one. Visitors still come. They ask questions. Was it glorious? Was it honourable? You answer carefully, sometimes. On good days. But it was also cold and loud and lonely. You tell them that knighthood was service. Service to a lord, to a land, to an ideal. And sometimes, when the wind was right, it felt like something greater. You walk with a cane now. The squire, full grown, walks beside you and tries not to look worried. He calls you sir, still. You allow it. It costs nothing. And it reminds you that even if the age is ending, you are still its echo. You pass your sword to him one evening. Not in ceremony, just in quiet. He takes it with both hands, eyes wide. He doesn't say thank you. He doesn't have to. And so you fade, not in shame, but in rhythm. The halls grow quieter, the hearth burns lower, your duties lessen, the land continues, the people work, and in the stillness between seasons, you feel something like peace. Let the bards sing of dragons and jewels. Let the painters render shining charges and golden spurs. You remember the cold mornings, the crooked smiles, the cracked ribs and cracked jokes, the smell of wet horse and the taste of cheap ale. That too was knighthood, and it was enough. You don't know what the world will become, only that it will become. Castles will crumble, cannons will roar, the old ways will be folded into new books, new rules, new uniforms. But perhaps in some chapel or court a tapestry will still hang, and a child will point to the figure in the corner, the one in battered mail, and ask, "Who is that?" And maybe, just maybe, someone will remember. Not the battles, not the banners, but the man. That will be enough. Hey there. Tonight, we're heading back, not to castles or kingdoms, but to the dust-choked trails, sun-bleached plains, and half-forgotten corners of the American West. You'll ride the life of a cowboy, from youth to old age. You'll face long drives, cold nights, stampedes, bandits, bad beans, and the kind of loneliness that clings harder than trail dust. If this kind of storytelling helps you rest, feel free to like the video and subscribe, but only if it actually brings you peace. And let me know in the comments where you're listening from and what time it is. It's always strangely comforting to see who else is drifting off to the same quiet story. Also, if you'd like to support my work and want to listen without ads, check out the Patreon link in the description. It helps keep the campfire burning. So, dim the lights. Turn on a fan for that soft background hum. Settle in and let's begin at the very start of a cowboy's life. You're 17 when the word comes down. Word travels slow out here, slower than a horse with a limp. But this one reaches you fast enough. They're hiring riders, cowboys, men who can stay upright in a saddle and don't spook easy. Men who can follow a herd north through territory that hasn't seen a fence post, let alone civilization. You're not sure if you qualify, but no one else in your family has a better plan, and your options are either the trail or the plough. And the plough's got a way of turning boys into old men before their time. So you ride into town on your father's mule, wearing boots that belonged to your cousin until he outgrew them or died. You can't remember which. The hiring man doesn't ask many questions. Can you ride? Yes. Can you shoot? Sure. Ever worked cattle? Not yet, but how hard can it be? He squints at you, shrugs, and writes your name with a stick of charcoal on the back of a tobacco label. You're in. That night, you sleep in a lopsided barn behind the saloon, with your head on a saddlebag and a few splinters in your thigh. There's snoring from a few bunks over, men already signed on for the drive, and somewhere outside, a horse whinnies in protest. You roll over, not realizing you've just agreed to several months of saddle sores, half-cooked beans, and the kind of sunburn that peels in sheets. By dawn, you're on your feet, boots heavy with dew and regret. The others are already saddling up. There's a rhythm to the work. Tighten the cinch, check the bridle, mount up without groaning too loudly. You're handed a rope and told to help gather the remuda, which sounds like a kind of disease until someone points out the horses. Your mount is a lean, ugly gelding with one ear permanently tilted to the side. You name him Lefty, mostly so you've got someone to talk to later. Training, if you can call it that, is hands-on. A seasoned rider shows you how to sit loose in the saddle, how to ride with your knees instead of your backside, and how to keep your hat from flying off without nailing it to your scalp. You practice swinging a lasso, mostly succeeding in knotting your own ankles. No one laughs. Not out loud, anyway. It's too early in the drive for anyone to waste the energy. Your trail boss is a man named Gaines. Thick moustache, eyes like dry creek beds, and a voice that sounds like it's been boiled in coffee. He doesn't smile much, but he can roll a cigarette with one hand while steering a horse with the other. You learn quickly that when he says ride, you ride. When he says quiet, you shut your mouth. And when he says stampede, you pray. The first few days are a blur of motion and dust. The cattle are skittish, the horse is stubborn, and the heat relentless. You ride for miles without seeing a tree tall enough to provide shade or a stream clear enough to trust. Water is rationed, so is conversation. Most of what's said are grunts, whistles, and the occasional curse when a steer breaks formation. You start to understand why cowboys aren't known for long speeches. Your hands toughen, your thighs ache, and your appetite shifts from selective to indiscriminate. Anything Cookie serves, you eat, even if it looks like it fought back once. Breakfast is coffee and biscuits so dry you could shingle a roof with them. Supper is beans, maybe with a whisper of bacon if luck's on your side. You learn to eat fast and sleep faster. Sleep, when it comes, isn't restful. You lie under the stars, wrapped in a blanket that's never quite enough. Boots tucked under your head so they don't wander off in the night. The wind howls, coyotes yap in the distance, and once or twice you swear you hear something slithering near your bedroll. You don't move. If it's your time, it's your time. At least you won't die with clean boots. By the end of the first week, you've stopped questioning your choices. Not because they make sense, but because there's no going back. You've learned to ride half asleep, eat half-cooked meat, and ignore half your body's complaints. You've also learned how to sit in a saddle long enough for it to become part of you, or for your bones to forget what softness ever felt like. Your companions are as varied as the cattle you trail. There's Dobbs, who chews tobacco like it's a sacrament. There's Red, who speaks only when the sun's down and sings to the cattle like they're his children. And then there's young Jesse, even greener than you, who dreams aloud about marrying a banker's daughter and opening a hotel. No one tells him the odds. Every cowboy has a reason for riding. Some are running from things, others are running toward them. Most, like you, are just riding because the alternative involves a pickaxe or a boss with opinions. Out here, the only opinions that matter come from the man holding the reins or the steer with horns long enough to make you reconsider your life choices. As the days stretch into weeks, something shifts. The trail becomes routine. You stop checking the horizon every 5 minutes and start noticing the way the cattle group together when a storm's coming. You learn the sound of trouble, the wrong kind of silence, the sudden snap of a branch, the way the herd freezes just before chaos. You don't relax, not exactly, but you adapt. Then comes your first real scare. It might be a snake in your bedroll or a steer that gets spooked and bolts straight for Bermuda. Either way, your heart races, your horse stumbles, and you realize, fully and completely, that you are very small in a very big land, and that no one's coming to save you. Still, you stay, because by now, the trail is in your blood. The dust lives in your boots, the smell of cattle on your clothes. You start to speak like the others, short, direct, and with enough slang to confuse a school teacher. You've stopped trying to wipe the dirt off your face. It'll only be back in an hour. Some nights you dream of a bed, of clean sheets and walls that don't flap in the wind, of a door that locks and a floor that doesn't crawl. But then you wake to a sky so wide and quiet it almost forgives the misery beneath it. Almost. Occasionally someone drops out. A fever, a busted leg, a snake bite. You ride past the spot the next morning without saying much. You nod. Maybe someone spits. Then it's back to the herd. The trail doesn't stop for stories. In town, they'll romanticize this life. They'll imagine gunfights and dramatic showdowns, high noon duels and whiskey-scented vengeance. You'll hear them talk about cowboys like you're something out of legend. but you'll know the truth. It wasn't the bullets that broke most men. It was the boredom, the backaches, the stale biscuits, the loneliness that crept in between hoofbeats and grew louder at night. You weren't a hero. You were a man doing a job, one too rough for many and too pointless for most. And yet, when it's all said and done, when your pay is in your pocket, when the herd is behind you, and your boots hit the wooden floor of a saloon for the first time in months, you'll realise something strange. You miss it already. Not the beans, not the blisters, but the trail, the open sky, the feeling that you were going somewhere, even if that somewhere was just a few more miles of dust and silence. You'll ride again, because it's what you do, even if no one ever understands why. Your first real test comes before the sun. The herd's restless, snorting in the cool dark, their shadows twitching like smoke across the prairie. Gaines wakes you with the heel of his boot and a grunt. "Saddle up," he says, like he's asking you to tie your own noose. Your thighs still ache from yesterday's ride, and you can't quite remember if you dreamed of sleep or just dreamed of aching. Lefty stands a few feet away, chewing at something that may or may not be edible. You hobble over, more limping than walking, and begin the ritual. Blanket, saddle, cinch, stirrup check, and a half prayer that this time your left leg won't betray you. Because out here, the horse comes first. You ride well, or you ride home. Or more likely, you don't ride anywhere at all. Riding sounds simple enough. Sit tall, hold the reins, nudge the horse with your heels, and off you go. But by your third day on the trail, you know better. The saddle is a torture device in leather. The stirrups bite at your knees. And Lefty, bless his one-sided ears, has taken a particular joy in veering sharply left whenever your weight shifts wrong. You don't ride so much as cling, like a burr on a moving coat. Trail riding is something else entirely. It's not a parade. It's a long march with hooves. You ride to manage the herd, not to enjoy the breeze. The cattle move slow and stupid, always looking for a reason to split off, panic, or dig their heels into some patch of thorn brush you didn't see coming. And your job, rookie or not, is to stop them from wandering too far or bolting too fast. You learn quickly that there's an art to it. Not the romantic kind with galloping horses and wild gunfights, but the kind that takes weeks of pain to master and still leaves you sore. A good cowboy rides as much with his knees and instincts as he does with the reins. You keep your heels light in the stirrups, not just for comfort, but for survival. If your foot gets caught in the wrong moment, say, your horse throws you after spotting a jackrabbit, you're not just hitting the ground. You're being dragged through the brush like a forgotten bedroll. Lefty doesn't give you the benefit of the doubt. He tests you every morning. Will you mount clean? Will you pull the girth tight enough without pinching him? Can you ride without sliding sideways? On the best days, you manage to stay on. On the worst, you come back with blood on your shirt and mud in your ears. And Gaines, he doesn't coddle. He watches with a squint, nods when you stay mounted, and scowls when you don't. You ride like a man whose trousers are on fire, he mutters once. It's the closest thing to encouragement you've heard all week, but you adapt. Not because it gets easier, but because the alternative is worse. Every fall hurts a little less. Not because your bones are tougher, but because your expectations are lower. You start wearing your bruises like medals. One across your thigh from that mesquite bush. One on your ribs from that first spill. And one just above your pride from the time you dismounted and forgot you were still tied to the pack horse. Historically, few skills were more prized than horsemanship. The cowboy wasn't just a man on a horse. He was a man who became part of it. The western saddle, with its horn and deep seat, was designed for endurance, for long hours on uneven ground. You don't ride for an hour. You ride for 12, sometimes more, especially during a drive. And you're not alone. Cowboys across the West, many of them sons of farmers, freedmen, immigrants, or former Confederate soldiers, learned to ride out of necessity, not leisure. A day's ride could stretch 30 miles or more, across prairie, river, and ravine. If your horse went lame or threw a shoe, you were the one to fix it. And if you couldn't, well, you'd better be good at walking. Each cowboy usually had several horses in the remuda. A pool of spares rotated out daily. You learn to spot Lefty's moods, but you'll ride others too. Some are smooth, others have a mean streak. One they call Whiskey Jack throws riders for fun. Another Daisy is sweet enough, until lightning cracks, and she bolts like the devils on her tail. And then there's night riding. The cattle don't rest just because the sun sets. Someone's got to circle the herd, singing if needed, calming the animals with low sounds so they don't stampede at a snapping twig. You take a shift. It's dark, cold. Your hat doesn't block starlight or silence. You listen for anything wrong. The wrong shuffle. A grunt too sharp. Silence that stretches too long. Your voice cracks halfway through a lullaby you haven't heard since your mother sang it. Lefty flicks an ear. One step, then another. The herd stays calm. You stay awake. The boredom creeps in. Hours on a horse staring at the same dust, the same backsides of cows, the same slow stretch of earth. You talk to yourself. You talk to your horse. You count clouds. Some men start humming old songs. Some invent stories. Some don't say a word for days. But all of it, the aches, the saddle burns, the empty miles, feeds into something else. You're learning, slowly, painfully. You're learning to ride. And out here, if you don't ride, you don't survive. One morning, Gaines puts you near the point, just behind the lead steer, a position of responsibility and an easy way to mess things up. The point man sets the pace. If he rides too fast, the cattle tire. Too slow, and the drive drags. You find yourself watching every twitch of the lead steer's ears, like they're signals from a telegraph. The animal veers left. You gently push right. It slows. You ease back. Too much pressure, and it spooks. Not enough, and it wanders. This isn't herding. It's negotiation. That afternoon, a greenhorn on his first ride goes down hard after his saddle cinch slips. He gets back up, pale and shaken, limping like he's just survived a fall off a church steeple. No one mocks him, not openly. Everyone's been there. Everyone remembers their first hard lesson. He tightens the girth, mounts again, rides on. That's the unspoken rule out here. You get back on. Always. You ride with a cracked rib, a swollen ankle, a mouth full of dust. You ride with barely enough sleep to blink straight, because the trail doesn't wait, and Gaines doesn't make exceptions. And when the ride ends for the day, if the herd hasn't spooked and no one's broken a leg, you dismount, stretch legs that forgot they could, and help set camp. You rub down your horse before you eat, because he earned it. You lean against the saddle, and listen to the hiss of coffee water over fire, the shuffle of boots, the low murmur of tired men. No one thanks you for staying upright that day. There's no applause. Just one more night under the stars, and the knowledge that tomorrow you'll do it all again. A cowboy's skill isn't measured in flair. It's in resilience. In knowing when to push, when to ease, when to ride silent and when to sing. By the time you reach the next railhead, your seat is firm, your back is bent, and Lefty doesn't try to veer so much. He's learned you two. You've earned each other's tolerance. And somehow you've earned your pay. But the learning doesn't stop here. It never does. Because every trail has a new bend, every horse a new trick, and every ride another lesson to beat into your bones. This is the cowboy's education. No diploma, no praise, just another saddle, another sunrise, and the ride. You'll come to understand something most folks never will. A cowboy doesn't master the horse so much as surrender to it. You don't control the land, or the herd, or even your own schedule. You adapt, you ride, you listen. To the creak of saddle leather, to the wind across the plain, to the shifting rhythm of 1,000 hooves speaking some ancient, thunderous language only cowboys learn to hear. And long after the dust has washed off your face, long after you've traded trail grit for still air and a steady floor, you'll still walk with that sway in your step, like the saddle never left you. Because in a way, it didn't. You wake up with the taste of ashes in your mouth. Not metaphorical ashes. Real ones, blown into your face by the morning wind and stuck to last night's half-burned biscuit. Cookie's already got the fire going again, rattling his pans and cursing the wind like it's a personal enemy. The smell of boiling coffee drifts through the dust. It's bitter. It's strong. It's all you have to look forward to. Breakfast, such as it is, consists of cold beans, a hunk of bacon that smells slightly off, and the same biscuit you fell asleep chewing. Welcome to another day on the trail. This is cowboy cuisine, whatever doesn't rot first. Out here, your entire diet is controlled by the chuck wagon. It rolls along a few miles behind the herd, pulled by mules who probably hate this job as much as you do. Inside it, carefully packed between barrels of flour, sacks of beans, and maybe a sloshing jug of vinegar, is your next 2 months of nourishment. Cookie, the surly overlord of this mobile kitchen, guards it like a dragon guards treasure. And for good reason. Food is gold. But unlike gold, it sweats, it rots, and it attracts flies. Cowboy meals were designed not for pleasure, but for survival. Beans, always beans, are the staple. Packed with protein and easy to store, they're soaked and boiled over the fire until edible, or at least until you give up arguing with your gut. Flour makes biscuits, tough enough to use as doorstops, and dry enough to require a cup of boiling coffee per bite. Bacon, when available, is both a delicacy and a gamble. Salted beyond belief, it's kept in barrels, layered with grease and wrapped in cloth, turning pink and sour over time. You sniff each strip before cooking. If it doesn't fight back, you call it dinner. Spoilage is a daily enemy. The chuck wagon holds no ice, no cooler, no luxury. There's only shade, salt, and hope. Meat spoils quickly in the heat, and anything soft, bread, fruit, cheese, is gone within days of departure, if you were lucky enough to have it at all. And then there's the coffee. Coffee is the lifeblood of the cowboy. It's boiled until black, poured thick, and consumed in cups so dented you wonder if they've ever been washed. There's no cream, no sugar. If you're lucky, Cookie remembered not to strain it through the same cloth he used to clean the rifle. Still, it's a ritual. Even when you're half dead with exhaustion, you drag yourself to the fire for that cup. It's hot, it's strong, and it convinces you you're still alive. Just long enough to saddle up again. Cookie himself is a character out of myth, usually a bit older, with a limp or a missing finger. He's part chef, part medic, part therapist, and part tyrant. He rules the food, and by extension, the men. He decides when you eat, what you eat, and how fast you get it. You don't mess with Cookie. You don't complain about the biscuits. Not if you want to keep your portion. His tools are few. A battered Dutch oven, a blackened coffee pot, a couple of bean kettles, and an iron triangle to summon you like cattle. The chuck wagon holds his pantry, a mess of tin containers, flour sacks, lard tins, and jars of sourdough starter he guards with a zeal usually reserved for holy relics. That starter can make biscuits, flapjacks, even fry bread. It's a little living creature, bubbling in the corner, the only pet allowed on the trail. And if there's one thing Cookie knows, it's how to stretch a meal. He'll toss in dried apples when he can, or raisins if he hasn't eaten them himself. Prickly pear jelly sometimes makes an appearance, scraped together from cactus fruit, boiled over a fire, and strained through a hat. Once, Cookie made a cobbler with dried peaches and a biscuit crust that nearly made a man cry. It wasn't good, but it was different. And out here, different is close enough to divine. On especially unlucky days, dinner might include something unidentifiable. A possum, perhaps, or raccoon. Whatever wandered too close to camp and looked edible. Cookie won't tell you what it is. He'll just smile that toothless grin and call it trail meat. You eat it anyway. Once, after a heavy rain, the trail turned slick with mud and slowed the whole drive. Cookie took advantage of the delay and hunted rattlesnake. The stew that night had a strange texture, a bit rubbery and stringy. Someone asked what kind of beef it was. Cookie said, "The kind that hisses." No one asked again. The dangers of spoilage aren't just taste and texture. Food poisoning is real and deadly. Out here, diarrhea can kill you. A bad piece of meat or contaminated water could mean fever, cramps, and dehydration. And there's no doctor within 200 miles. If you go down, the herd moves on. They might leave you a canteen and a hat over your face. That's the trail way. And the worst part? You start to crave it. After weeks of eating the same gritty, salty, half-burned meals, you begin to find comfort in the routine. You miss the sound of beans boiling over the fire. You start looking forward to the exact moment when Cookie bangs that old triangle with a spoon, calling you in like a cow to feed. The cook himself is a strange sort of legend. Usually older than the rest, with a bad back and a good aim, Cookie's job is thankless but sacred. He sleeps apart, guards the food like it's gold, and knows how to cook a meal for 15 over a flame in a windstorm. Without him, you'd all starve, or worse, be forced to cook for yourselves. Everything in the chuck wagon has its place. Flour sacks are hung high to avoid rodents. Meat is wrapped and salted in burlap. Tin cups dangle from hooks. Coffee pots, scorched black, are always ready. Tools are tied down, pans are stacked, and a wooden boot on the back holds the Dutch ovens like sacred relics. Sometimes, if you're lucky, you pass through a settlement with a general store, a rare opportunity for fresh supplies. Cookie might swap for a sack of real sugar, a tin of peaches, or a jar of pickled eggs. You'd sell a boot for that egg. But stores are few and far between, and most of what's on the shelves has already passed through the hands of 4 freight wagons, 3 months of travel, and 1 very disinterested mule. And even when you get to town, a proper meal is a gamble. That saloon steak might be yesterday's horse in a fresh coat of gravy. You ask how the beans are, and the barkeep says, "They've been warming since spring." You order anyway. You're desperate for something that doesn't taste like ash and hoof. In truth, it's not just food. It's the rhythm of the trail, the communal nature of the meal. You eat shoulder to shoulder with men who smell like horses and dust, who haven't bathed since the Red River, and who curse Cookie with the same affection you'd show a brother. The fire, the cracked enamel mugs, the hiss of boiling pots. This is the cowboy's hearth, his dinner table, his chapel. You never quite stop being hungry. Not really. Your body adjusts, but there's a hollowness that stays. Some nights you dream of butter, other nights it's peaches, a hot loaf of bread, a stew with more than 2 ingredients, even a glass of milk. But when the triangle rings and Cookie hollers, "Come and get it," you run. Because in the Wild West, you eat whatever doesn't rot first. And if you're lucky, it doesn't bite back. You don't remember when the ride started. Not exactly. Maybe it was when the trail boss pointed north and said, "There." Or maybe it was the moment your boots left behind the last boarded floor and found dirt that hadn't seen a building in miles. Either way, that line between home and the trail has long since vanished beneath hoofprints, wagon ruts, and dust that tastes the same no matter where you go. The cattle stretch from horizon to horizon, 2,000 snorting, lowing, wall-eyed animals who don't care much for direction. You ride along their flanks, guiding, yelling, whistling, waving your hat. They don't listen. Not really. But they'll follow the others, and you follow them, and the whole mass drifts forward like a slow-moving flood. It's the same every day. Wake up stiff, brush off the dirt, drink coffee strong enough to peel paint, and saddle your horse in silence. No one talks much. No one needs to. You all know what's coming. Miles. Just miles. Dust, sagebrush, silence, and the endless press of sun and saddle. There's nothing theatrical about it. No saloons in sight. No jewels at high noon. Just the ceaseless grind of hooves and leather, cowhide and chapped skin. Hollywood never tells you about the boredom, the soul-deep sameness that turns even the most magnificent landscape into background noise. You cross plains that look like the ones before them. Ride along rivers that meander like lazy thoughts. Once, you pass an old wagon half swallowed by grass, its canvas shredded, its wheels splintered. A skeleton of some other story. You don't stop to wonder what happened. You just keep moving. Sometimes you ride point near the trail boss, eyes squinting at the barely there ruts left by herds before yours. Other days you ride flank, keeping strays from wandering off. The worst is drag. All dust, no dignity, where the dirt kicked up by 2,000 hooves lands straight in your lungs. You'll cough it out for days, maybe weeks. Your horse doesn't complain, but you feel him get slower. Not tired exactly, just resigned. You are too. He knows when to stop, when to veer, when to press forward without asking. He's a better partner than most men you've ridden with. Doesn't talk back, doesn't snore. The heat comes early. It burns the dew off the grass before breakfast's even cooled. Your neck's already red, your shirt already stiff with sweat. And then, just when you think it can't get worse, the wind picks up and starts tossing grit into your eyes like it holds a grudge. You stop only when you must. A river crossing, a bogged-down wagon, a spooked herd. Even then, no one sits long. The trail boss is watching the sun, and every hour lost is another night further from the railhead. Sometimes thunder growls in the distance. You pray it stays there. Rain turns trails into sludge, and cattle into blind, stampeding fools. You've heard stories of herds spooked into rivers, drowning dozens. You've heard about riders too, ones who went under and never came up. When you ride night watch, the quiet is a different kind of cruel. Everything whispers. Grass, stars, hooves, your own thoughts. The herd shuffles in sleep, lowing like uneasy dreams. You hum a tune to calm them. Maybe a lullaby your mother once sang. Maybe just a nonsense melody that drifts with the wind. Sometimes you hear coyotes. Once you hear something bigger. You grip the rifle tighter. Could be a cougar. Could be your imagination. Either way, you don't blink until the sun comes up. The chuck wagon always rolls behind, its iron pots clanging with every rut. Cookie's temper gets shorter the longer the ride goes. He's known to throw a ladle if you ask for seconds on beans, but he'll still wake up before you boil that bitter coffee. Say what you want. He's the glue holding the camp together. Dinner is never much. Beans, bacon, if it hasn't spoiled, hardtack you could break teeth on. But after a 14-hour ride, even mould tastes like a feast. You eat fast, wipe your mouth on your sleeve, and lay down where you are. Sometimes right in the dirt, hat over your face, dreams full of rain that never comes. Your hands are cracked, your back's a knot of pain, and your thighs feel like you've been hit with hammers. Still, you ride, because it's what you do, what you were hired for, what you'd do again, even if you swore last time was the last time. By the third week, even your bones feel sunburned. The trail doesn't just stretch on, it seeps in. Into your clothes, into your skin, into your very thoughts. You start dreaming about cattle, about dust, about beans that never quite soften, no matter how long they're boiled. You can't remember what fresh bread tastes like, or what it feels like to sit without swaying. The monotony becomes its own kind of torment. You count fence posts that aren't there. You name the cows out of boredom, then forget their names the next day. One longhorn stares at you every morning like it's judging your choices. Maybe it is. Maybe it knows something you don't. Sometimes you spot tracks in the dirt. Hoof prints too small to be cattle, too light to be horses. Antelope, maybe. Or wild horses. You hope it's not wolves. You've heard the stories. Packs shadowing the herd for days, picking off the calves at night. There's not much you can do about it. Keep the fire burning. Sleep with your rifle close. The days bake you dry, and the nights try to freeze what's left. You've seen Cookie pour hot coffee into a tin cup and have it ice over before he could drink it. Then 2 days later, you're sweating through your long johns again, cursing the heat. The weather on the plains makes no promises and keeps no rules. And then there are the river crossings, muddy, wide, unpredictable things. The cattle don't like them, and neither do you. The current can sweep a steer under in seconds, or a horse, or a man. You've seen saddlebags float downstream, and once, just once, a hat with no rider. Sometimes the chuck wagon gets stuck in the mire, and you all spend a half day dragging it free. Cookie curses with impressive variety. You'd laugh if your boots weren't full of water, but the worst part isn't the crossing, it's what comes after. Wet everything. Wet boots, wet clothes, wet coffee, and the smell. A mixture of cow, mud, and despair. Your horse, bless him, carries you through it all. He's leaner now. You both are. But he's sure-footed and smarter than most men. You've had long talks with him, usually around midnight when it's your turn to watch the herd, and you're too tired to think, but too awake to sleep. He never answers, which is just as well. You're not sure you'd want to hear what he has to say. Every few days you spot signs of other travellers. Wagon ruts, boot prints, ashes from old campfires. The west may be wide, but you're never the only one riding it. Sometimes you see smoke on the horizon and wonder who's out there. A family? Another herd? Something less friendly? You don't ride toward it to find out. There's a rhythm to the ride. Wake, ride, eat, ride, watch, sleep, repeat. But rhythm isn't peace. It's just survival in slow motion. When you finally roll into a railhead town, weeks from now, your body will keep riding for days afterward. You'll sway on your feet like the ground's still moving. And when someone asks what it was like out there, the ride, the trail, the dust, the cattle, you won't know how to answer. Not really, you'll shrug. Say something like, long. Because how do you explain the nothingness that nearly swallowed you whole? How do you describe the way the prairie wind sounds like it's calling your name? Or how the stars feel closer when you've been riding under them for weeks? You don't. You just nod, take your pay, and start thinking about the next ride. Because despite everything, the saws, the storms, the stampedes, part of you will want to go back out there. And that part, small though it is, will be the loudest voice in your head, always. You wake before dawn, boots still damp from yesterday's rain, joints aching like you've aged 20 years in a single night. But that's not what rouses you. It's the sound, low, rhythmic, almost like a drumbeat far off in the dark. A rumble. You bolt upright, and the pit in your stomach knows before your ears catch up. Stampede. The cattle are running. 2,000 longhorns thundering across the plains. Hooves carving dirt like it's paper. Horns goring the air. And you're barely awake, pulling on your hat, leaping onto your half-saddled horse with a rope in one hand and panic in the other. You don't ask what caused it. It could have been a coyote, a flash of lightning, a sneeze. The reason doesn't matter. Cattle don't need much to lose their minds. Just a whisper of danger, real or imagined. The point is, now they're moving. And if you don't move with them, they'll kill you. That's not an exaggeration. That's just basic math. Each longhorn weighs nearly half a ton. Multiply that by 2,000, and you're facing a wall of meat that could grind you into the earth like a stray nail under a hammer. You've seen it happen before. Cowboys caught in the chaos, trampled, broken, buried under hooves. No glory, just dust and death. You dig your spurs in. Your horse surges forward. You and a half-dozen other riders peel off from camp, circling the herd, yelling, waving your hats, doing anything you can to break their momentum. You try to ride the lead, as they say. Turn the front runners in on themselves so the herd spirals into its own orbit like a whirlpool. Sometimes it works. Sometimes it doesn't. Tonight it works. Barely. After a few blistered miles and a whole lot of yelling, the herd starts to slow. They loop back around into themselves. The chaos curls in like a lasso and collapses. Panting, ears twitching, the cattle finally stop. The silence after a stampede is deafening, and you don't feel brave. You feel lucky. This is the job. Not just driving cattle, but surviving them. Because here's what they don't tell you when you sign on. The greatest threat out here isn't bandits, or wolves, or thirst. It's the cows themselves. Longhorns look like walking furniture. Horns 5 feet across, spines like coat racks, slow and stupid in the heat. But when they spook, they move like lightning on 4 legs. And they don't swerve for you. There's a reason you always sleep lightly. A reason you keep one boot half on and your saddle nearby. You never know when a steer's going to plough through camp, or when the whole herd will decide en masse that the moon is evil and must be fled from at once. And it's not just stampedes. Oh no, there's the day-to-day brutality of moving them, watching for split hooves, swollen knees, sluggish stragglers who wander off into gullies. A longhorn that falls behind becomes a magnet for predators or just collapses in exhaustion. If you care, you try to lead it back. If you don't, you move on. You can't save them all. The ground doesn't help. It's cracked, rutted, sun-baked, or rain-slicked, depending on what indignity the sky's chosen. You ride for hours without a word, eyes always on the rear flank, watching for the one steer that's thinking about peeling off. And when you get to a river, Lord help you, cattle don't cross easy. They balk. They panic. One plunges in too fast. The next to hesitate. The fourth turns sideways. And suddenly they're piling up, drowning each other with hooves and horns. You scream and whip and pray, but the river doesn't care. Some make it, some don't. Even watering holes aren't safe. Especially not when another herd got there first and left the place a fetid soup. But cattle don't wait for clean water. If they smell it, they'll trample anything in their way. Horses, wagons, people, just to get there. You learn to ride ahead, scout the next creek or spring. You learn to build makeshift barriers, to funnel them in small groups. But even then, all it takes is one steer with too much attitude and not enough sense to kick off a melee. And if the cows don't get you, your horse might, or rather someone else's. There's always one greenhorn who doesn't tighten his cinch properly or loses control on a slope. A falling horse can break bones as easily as a bull. Injuries happen, a lot. Broken arms, dislocated shoulders, concussions from being kicked in the head. You might laugh about it the next day, if you're lucky enough to still be breathing. There's no doctor out here. Maybe an old-timer with some whiskey and a needle. Maybe not. Sometimes you ride wounded. You bind the leg, grit your teeth, and hope the next day's easier. It rarely is. It wasn't just the physical toll that made cattle so dangerous. It was the unpredictability. A steer could be perfectly docile for days, then go wild without warning. Maybe a thorn got lodged in its hoof. Maybe it caught wind of a cougar. Whatever it was, it turned a 2-ton lump of beef into a battering ram with horns. Cowboys carried ropes, sure, but good luck roping something already in full charge. Your best chance was to dodge and pray your horse was faster than the angry meat missile chasing you. Even after the drive, cattle work didn't get much safer. Branding days on the ranch were notoriously chaotic. The air reeked of burnt hair and sweat, and calves bellowed like banshees while being roped, flipped, and marked. You learned quickly where to stand and where not to. A wrong step meant a boot crushed under hoof, a shin bruised, or worse, a rib broken by a flailing leg. And yet, every spring and fall, you'd be back at it. Because branding wasn't just for show. It was how a ranch kept track of what belonged to whom. The more seasoned hand said you got used to the bruises. You didn't. You just stopped talking about them. And then there were the bulls. Not many on the trail, thank heavens. Bulls were usually kept for breeding, but the ones that showed up were built like brick ovens with tempers to match. You gave them space. Lots of it. Some herds only had a couple. Others had more. Too many, and the whole drive could turn into a dominance contest. Hooves flying, horns clashing, cowboys caught in the middle like unfortunate referees. Then there were night watches. You'd sit on your horse in the dark, rotating with the others, trying to stay awake. The rule was simple, no loud noises. Just gentle singing or humming to keep the herd calm. Too much silence and they'd get antsy. Too much movement and they'd scatter. So you sang, terribly, monotonously, the same song 100 times in a row. Get along, little doggies, over and over until your voice cracked and your horse looked ashamed of you. This was the job. Danger wasn't a one-time event. It was a constant companion. You learned to respect the herd not because you liked them, but because you wanted to stay alive. You gave them space. You watched their eyes. You never turned your back. And still, sometimes, it wasn't enough. You knew cowboys who lost fingers, toes, chunks of scalp. You knew one who got gored clean through the thigh and kept riding for another week before collapsing into fever. You heard about another trampled to death when his horse stumbled during a rainstorm. None of it made the papers. No one sent flowers. The herd kept moving. There was no heroism in it, no glory. Just a quiet, dangerous grind. And every day you survived was borrowed time. So the next time someone tells you they wish they could be a cowboy, you look at their soft hands, their shiny boots, their romantic little notion, and you laugh. Because you know the truth. Cowboys didn't die in gunfights. Not most of them. They died under hoofs. The sun's gone, and with it, the last hint of warmth. You're out on the plains now. Nothing but prairie grass, creaking saddle leather, and the creeping chill of dusk wrapping around your bones like a wet sheet. The fire hasn't been built yet. The cook's off gathering what twigs and dung he can find. And your boots? Still damp from crossing that last muddy creek? They'll stay that way through morning. Cold on the trail isn't like cold back east. It's got teeth. It gnaws at you slow. First your fingers go numb. Then your nose stings like it's been slapped by an icy ghost. Then your joints stiffen. Every movement creaking like ungreased hinges on a barn door. You roll out your blanket, the same one you've been using for the last 3 months, and drop it over the dirt. It's scratchy, smells like horse, and does very little to stop the shiver setting in. But it's all you've got. The fire finally catches. The boys gather close, shoulders hunched, faces blank, no one talking much. Nobody has the energy. Supper was beans again, the kind that turn to paste in your mouth and stick in your gut all night. Still better than going hungry. Someone passes around a tin mug of coffee. It's mostly ash and grit, but it's hot. And in that moment, that's good enough. When it's your turn for night watch, you don't argue. You just nod, stand up slow, and cinch your coat tight. Your horse looks just as miserable as you do, steam rising off his back in faint wisps as he snorts against the night. Together you patrol the dark. listening for hooves, watching for glints of eyes in the moonlight. You don't see anything, but you swear you hear something. A rustle, a grunt. Could be a wolf, could be your imagination, could be nothing. The prairie doesn't tell. You make it back to camp just before dawn. Hands stiff, teeth chattering. No one's up yet. You curl under your blanket again, hoping for 20 minutes of sleep before the cook starts clanging his infernal triangle. You dream of a fireplace? Or a proper bed? Or hell, just a wall to block the wind? But you get none of that. What you get is a boot in the ribs and the cook hollering, "Up! Beans are hot and we ride in 20. So you drag yourself upright, boot still wet, limbs still stiff, stomach already complaining. Every cowboy learns to live with the cold. Some learn to respect it. The dumb ones try to fight it. Those are the ones who lose toes. Or noses. Or worse, their nerve. Because out here, it's not just about staying warm. It's about staying awake. Staying alert. Staying alive. Winter on the plains comes hard and early. You've ridden through sleet so thick it might as well be knives. You've crossed rivers with your boots filled, and your heart thudding like it wanted out. Once, a boy on your crew tried to dry his socks too close to the fire. They caught. His boots were half melted by the time he noticed. He finished the ride barefoot. Blankets, coats, even gloves. They're not guarantees. They're hopes. The wind sneaks through every seam, every buttonhole. You wrap a scarf around your neck and nose until your breath turns it damp, then frozen. Your beard crusts with frost. Your eyelashes too. You blink and it crackles. One night you slept so close to the fire your hair caught. Only the smell of burning snapped you awake in time. That same night a horse collapsed from exhaustion. Too cold to keep standing, too tired to care. We shot him before dawn. Couldn't let him suffer. And we couldn't afford the wolves catching his scent and coming closer. Coyotes call at night. Low, long, mournful songs that rise over the plains like sirens. Some nights you talk back, whisper curses or bad jokes or sing half-remembered tunes from home just to drown them out. Other nights you just lie still and listen. Not much else to do. You're too cold to move, too tired to think, too far from anywhere for it to matter. Clothing wasn't always standard issue. You wore what you had. Some cowboys wore wool Union Army coats left over from the war. Others stitched together coats from buffalo hide, stiffer than hell but warm as sin. Gloves were precious. Lose one, and you'd be cutting fingers off a spare pair by spring. Socks were double layered if you were lucky, but the moment they got wet, and they always did, they were more curse than comfort. And don't get started on sleeping arrangements. A bedroll was a joke. It was canvas, usually mouldy, with a single blanket inside. Maybe two if you were flush. You'd lay it over the dirt, or the snow, or a slab of rock if that's what you had, and call it a night. Some men rigged up oilcloth lean-tos. Others slept in their saddles, huddled under brush or the lee side of their horses. Once, during a snow squall, you dug a pit in the snow and slept under your own coat like a burrowing badger. You woke up with your eyelids stuck shut from frost. The worst part? The cold didn't stop the ride. Cattle still moved. Bosses still barked. You still had to saddle up and point north. The trail didn't care if your fingers wouldn't close right, or your ears had gone white and waxy. You moved, or you lost your place. And no one wanted to be the man who froze and had to be hauled back under a tarp, stiff as fence post. You remember the first time you saw snow out on the plains? It was beautiful for a moment, quiet, drifting, peaceful. Then you realised it meant the horses would founder in drifts, the cattle would scatter, and every campfire would choke on the damp. Snow's a liar. It looks soft, but it buries you fast. You learned to pack smarter after that. Dried kindling kept under your saddle blanket. Extra socks tucked inside your bedroll. A flask, if you could sneak it. Not that whiskey helped much. It warmed your throat and numbed your fingers, but it made sleep deeper. Too deep, some found. They never woke. The cook tried to help where he could. Sometimes he'd warm rocks by the fire and hand them to whoever was on watch. You'd clutch them like gold, burning your palms just to feel something again. He made stews on the worst nights. Thick, greasy things that sat heavy and hot. You always thanked him, even if it tasted like mule sweat. Out here, even the sound of teeth chattering feels like company. Silence, after all, can be its own kind of cruelty. Sometimes the wind howls so sharp it sounds like it's laughing at you, a coyote's ghost trailing through the grass. Other times there's no sound at all, just the quiet suck of your boots in frozen mud, the creak of a saddle being shifted, the distant cough of a cow who's just as cold as you are. On the worst nights, the kind where even the fire seems to shiver, you find yourself longing for absurd things. A hot bath, a feather pillow, a woman's voice, even if she's angry. You remember the warmth of a hearth you haven't seen in years, and it makes the cold worse. Because out here, there's no soft escape. Just your blanket, your breath, and whatever grit keeps you from quitting. And so you endure, because enduring is all there is. You carry a gun, not because you want to use it, but because you might have to. It's heavy on your hip, a little awkward when you sleep, but you'd rather have it and never need it than wake up one night without it. The truth is, you haven't seen a bandit. Not yet, anyway. But the fear of them, the thought of them lurking somewhere in the dark, is as present as your saddle or your hat. Rustlers, outlaws, claim jumpers, they're all out here somewhere. Men who see your herd not as a long job, but as a quick payday. Some are desperate, some are mean, some are just bored and dangerous. You hear the stories whispered around the fire. How a camp in Wyoming got hit 2 nights running. How a lone rider never came back from scouting. How a group of masked men rode in just before dawn and shot the cook before he could even stand. It doesn't matter if the stories are true, they're true enough. So you watch. Every night, one of you is on guard. A fresh pot of coffee, a rifle across your knees, and eyes scanning the black beyond the firelight. It's the fire that gives you away. The flames flicker, casting long shadows that jump and twitch like they've got lives of their own. You stare at them until your mind starts playing tricks. Bushes look like crouched figures, and every coyote yelp makes your finger twitch on the trigger. You try not to think about it too much. You keep your head down, your gun clean, and your boots close. The trail boss tells you it's all part of the job. Just keep your eyes sharp and your ears sharper. But sometimes you wonder. Sharp eyes won't stop a bullet, and ears won't hear what never makes a sound. The bandits you worry about most aren't always strangers. Sometimes it's the man riding next to you. You've heard of cowboys turning on each other, stealing pay, stealing horses, settling grudges in the worst way. One bad argument, one long night with too much whiskey, and suddenly there's one fewer man riding in the morning. Still, there's a strange comfort in the routine. You check the picket lines. You circle the herds. You mark the moon's rise and try to guess when your shift ends. You hum low to the cattle, hoping your voice keeps them calm and the night uneventful. Sometimes you make deals with the dark. Let me get through tonight, and I won't complain about the beans tomorrow. But complaining is half the job too. You grumble to Cookie, to your horse, to the sky, about the heat, the trail, the aches in your bones, and the smell of wet wool after rain, and you complain about the fear, even if you won't call it that. You say you're tired, not scared. You say you're careful, not jumpy. That's cowboy pride for you. The truth is, most nights are quiet. Nothing stirs, nothing comes. Just the wind rolling over the plains, the snorts and shuffles of sleeping cattle, and your own breath keeping time with the stars. You start to wonder if all this worry is for nothing. And then you remember, it only takes one night, one man with a fast horse and bad intentions, one mistake, 1 second. So you stay ready. There's a rhythm to vigilance. You learn to scan the horizon without really looking, to pick up strange sounds without seeming alert. You know how to roll out of your bedroll with a gun already in hand, and how to stay half awake through the stillest hours of the morning. You get used to the idea that you might not see the danger until it's already too late. Sometimes the worst kind of fear is the kind that never shows itself, the kind that lingers just out of sight, gnawing at your nerves without ever stepping into the light. It's like having a splinter in your thoughts, small but impossible to ignore. You joke about it with the other boys, but everyone knows it's not really funny. Not out here. That's why you never let your guard down. Not fully. Even in towns, when the ride's done and the herd is sold, you keep a hand near your belt. Saloons and streets can be just as dangerous as the open plains. A drunk with a grudge. A gambler with a losing streak. A marshal who's decided he doesn't like the look of you. No cattle to protect, but still plenty of ways to end up with a bullet in your side. And yet, for all this, for all the worry and the watching, being a cowboy isn't really about shootouts. Most of your time is spent doing the same thing, day in and day out, riding, herding, eating, sleeping, repeating. It's not glamour, it's grit. The gun at your side is a tool, not a symbol. And the fear? That's just part of the landscape. Still, sometimes the trail feels too quiet, like the wind's holding its breath, like the herd knows something you don't. You get that feeling in your gut, the one you can't shake. Maybe it's nothing. Maybe it's just nerves. Or maybe, just once, the stories are about to be true. Sometimes, when the wind dies down and the fire burns low, you hear a noise that doesn't quite belong. A footstep, a creak of leather, the shuffle of something just outside the edge of sight. You sit still, barely breathing, hand curled around your revolver beneath the blanket. Maybe it's nothing. Maybe it's just a coyote sniffing at the beans. But maybe it's not. You don't want to find out the hard way. So you wait, straining to listen, eyes flicking between shadows. Minutes pass like hours. And then nothing. Just the sound of someone snoring and the faint pop of wood in the coals. You let out the breath you'd been holding and shift on your bedroll, though sleep won't come easy now. That's the thing about fear out here. It doesn't need a reason. It just needs the dark and the chance. By morning, you feel like you've aged a week, and no one else even noticed. That's the job. You carry your worries quiet, buried under dust and routine, because out here, silence is safer than honesty, and paranoia, more often than not, keeps you breathing. And if, someday, you do see a real bandit, you'll probably be too tired to react fast enough. That's the cruelest part. All this tension, all these sleepless nights. And when the moment finally comes, it's over before you can think. Maybe your shot lands, maybe it doesn't. Maybe you're the one riding away, maybe not. But until then, you ride on, you scan the horizon, you check your revolver, you drink your coffee, black as tar and twice as bitter. And you remind yourself, it's not the bullets that break most cowboys, it's the waiting. So you wait, eyes open, saddle ready, always listening. Because even if the bandits never come, you're never entirely sure they won't. You don't ride for the money. That much becomes clear right quick. After weeks of blistering sun, saddle sores, snake scares, stampedes and beans that taste like campfire and despair, you finally roll into the railhead. You've made it. The herd's delivered. The trail boss signs the papers, the cows are corralled, and just like that, it's over. Then comes payday. And if you're lucky, you're handed $25, maybe $30. A whole month's work, danger, weather, boredom, bruises, boiled down to a few crumpled bills that don't even cover a new pair of boots. You tuck it in your pocket and try not to think too hard about what that says about your worth. The truth is, cowboys weren't paid handsomely. Most earned about $1 a day, and even that was inconsistent. Some months paid out better, others worse. You'd think driving thousands of cattle across hundreds of miles through treacherous terrain would be worth a handsome sum. But you'd be wrong. The ranchers made their profits on volume, not generosity. And you? You were just part of the machinery, expected to eat dust, endure storms, and keep the herd moving without too much complaint. And if you did complain, well, you could be replaced. There was always someone younger, hungrier, more desperate than you willing to sleep on rocks and chase cows for a pittance. Cowboys were never rare, at least not the kind who'd sign up for misery without asking too many questions. You were one of many, and one mistake could send you packing. Sometimes you'd get a bonus if the drive went smooth, and the herd didn't lose too many head. Other times you'd lose out entirely if a deal went sour or the cattle sold low. It all depended on the market, something you had no say in and barely understood. You worked like a mule, but the pay came like a whisper. Quiet, fleeting, and almost always disappointing. So, where did the hard-earned cash go? Well, first to your gear. That saddle of yours probably belonged to someone else first. Your boots, one step from falling apart. The hat's the only thing that might survive another season, but only because you sleep with it pulled over your eyes to block the sun. A new pair of gloves? That's half your pay. A decent coat for cold nights? That's the rest. You spend your money before you even get it, patching up your kit, replacing what's broken, or sending a few coins to family if there's any to spare. There's no saving. There's just surviving until the next ride. And still, you sign up again. Maybe it's habit, maybe it's pride, maybe it's that stubborn streak in your bones that tells you, even when your body aches and your stomach's empty, that you were made for this. Or maybe it's because there's nothing else. The towns don't want you, not a drifter with calloused hands and dust in your teeth. You're too rough for polite company, too poor to settle down, and too restless to stay put. Some cowboys do move on. They become ranch hands, marry, buy a little land if they're lucky. But most keep drifting. From one drive to the next, from Texas to Kansas to Wyoming and back again. Chasing cattle, chasing money, chasing a version of life that never seems to arrive. It's not just the pay that's poor, it's the treatment too. You're expected to be tough, quiet, and obedient. The trail boss doesn't want opinions. He wants results. If you fall behind, you're yelled at. If you speak up, you're ignored. If you get sick, well, best not to. There's no doctor, and no time to wait on you. Ride or be left behind. Sleeping on the ground every night, eating the same beans until your dreams start tasting like them, riding for hours without a word spoken, it wears on you. You begin to feel like the cattle you drive, herded, numbered, pointed in a direction without ever knowing the why. And yet, you keep going. There's a strange kind of loyalty among cowboys. Not to the rancher, not to the job, but to each other. You watch your partner's back, share your last biscuit, help pull someone from a bad fall. When the thunder cracks and the herd starts to run, you don't think twice. You spur your horse and ride into chaos to keep your crew safe. That bond is stronger than the paycheck, maybe stronger than reason. Even so, there's always the knowledge that you're expendable, that this job will chew you up and move on, that someday your horse will go lame, your reflexes will slow, and there'll be no place left for you on the trail. No pension, no thanks, no fond farewell. Just the next man in line taking your spot in the saddle. Some ranchers paid in scrip. Basically fancy IOUs only good at the company store. You'd ride all season thinking you were owed $50, only to find out you could spend it on marked up boots and stale tobacco, but not a penny more. And forget about sending money home. That script didn't travel and neither did you. And yet, you still ride. Why? Maybe it's the horizon. Maybe it's the silence of the plains, the weight of the stars, the simple satisfaction of a day's ride done. Maybe it's that moment when you lead the herd across a river at dawn, mist rising, water glinting like firelight, and for just a breath, it feels like you're part of something grand. Or maybe it's just stubbornness, the cowboy's curse. There's no glory here, no songs sung about you, no riches waiting at the end of the trail, just worn-out gear, a sunburn that never fades, and a back that aches before you're even 30. But there's honesty in it, in the dust, in the effort, in the scars. It's a hard life, but it's yours. And sometimes that's enough. Some cowboys drift into town after a drive and spend their whole pay in a night. Drinks, cards, maybe a bath and a bed if they're feeling civilized. Others hoard their coins, dreaming of buying a little place one day, even if that day never comes. But most spend like they live, a little reckless, a little tired, and never quite certain if tomorrow will be easier or worse. The work is seasonal. Spring drives, fall roundups, a few weeks in between to rest, maybe fix some fences or shoe some horses. But the cycle always comes back around, and each time you're a little older, a little wearier, and a little less surprised by how little has changed. You watch as new riders join the crew, young, cocky, loud, just like you once were. They learn quick. The trail doesn't tolerate slow learners. You nod at them from under your hat, knowing full well they'll be just like you in a few seasons. Quieter, harder, and still somehow hoping that next time will be different. And so the days blend. You ride, you eat, you sleep, and then you ride again. The pay never changes. The towns don't grow kinder, but there's something in the rhythm of it all. The creak of saddle leather at dawn, the shared curse when the herd spooks, the rare laugh when someone actually tells a joke that lands. It becomes your world. You don't stay for the pay. You stay for the story, even if no one ever hears it. You stay because when your boots hit the dust and your horse shifts beneath you, the world makes a kind of sense. You stay because you're a cowboy, not in name, not in legend, but in truth. Poorly paid, often forgotten, and still always riding, you find comfort in the smallest things. A worn-out song, a rock in your pocket that fits just right in your hand, the whistle of the wind through the grass that reminds you, faintly, of someone's voice. Though whose, you're not sure anymore. It's not that cowboy life offers nothing good. It's that the good is rare, scattered, like coins dropped in dust. You learn to treasure those coins, to make them shine in memory far brighter than they ever were in the moment. Maybe it starts with the horse. Yours isn't much to look at. All ribs and dust and a limp in the right foreleg when the weather shifts. But you know her rhythms. She knows yours. A nudge of the heel means move. A tap on the neck means hush. When the herd panics in the night and you're jolted from half sleep, it's her weight beneath you that steadies the world. She's the closest thing to a friend most days. You talk to her more than you talk to the others. Sometimes, when your throat is dry and you've gone too many hours without a word, your voice cracks when you say her name. That's all right. She never corrects you. Then there's the cook. Cranky old man, missing 3 teeth. Smells like bacon grease and stale tobacco. But he's the closest thing to a mother you'll have out here. He clatters pans before sunrise, like he's mad at the moon. But every once in a while, he slips an extra biscuit onto your plate. Doesn't say a word about it, doesn't need to. You get to know the sound of the dinner bell. It's not a bell so much as a triangle, rusted and bent, but when it rings you move. Not because you're hungry, though you are, but because it means company, noise, something different from the endless shuffling of hooves and thoughts. It means a break, a small mercy. Some nights, when the cattle are calm and the air's not too cold, someone pulls out a harmonica. You didn't know it was in their kit. They play slow, real slow, like they're scared the tune will blow away on the wind. A few men hum along. No one sings. The fire crackles like it's listening. You lie back and look up. There are more stars than you remembered existed. You try to count them. You never finish. That's another thing. The sky. It's not a comfort, exactly. Not always. Sometimes it presses down on you, big and cold and full of nothing. But other times, when the moon's just right, or a cloud drifts in soft, like cotton, it feels like company. A silent one, sure, but company nonetheless. You whittle sometimes. Not much. You're not an artist. But you'll take a bit of wood from a fence post or a branch snapped off a mesquite and carve your name. Or not your name. Maybe just a mark, a shape. Something that says, I was here in a world that forgets you real quick. There's a piece of fence near the North Range, out past the dry creek bed, with nearly every cowboy's name on it. Some carved with care, others just scratched in with a nail. A few names have been crossed out. The men gone, their stories ended or moved along. No one talks about those names, but you look at them when you pass and you wonder where they went. One of the boys in the crew, skinny, can't be more than 15, keeps a journal. You saw it once when you were sharing watch. He scribbles in it at night with a nub of pencil, hunched over like a preacher in prayer. You didn't ask what he writes. He didn't offer. But you wonder if it's about home, or if he even remembers it. You don't write, never much took to it, but you keep things. A button from a coat that got torn in a storm, a scrap of cloth with someone's initials, a bullet that misfired and didn't kill you. You don't know why you keep them. They don't mean much to anyone else, but they're anchors, little ones, to remind you that not everything gets blown away. The trail doesn't offer luxury. It barely offers survival. But every so often, a moment slips through, like a bit of gold in river silt, and you hold on. Like when someone tells a joke that actually makes you laugh. Not just a snort or a breath, but a real laugh. The kind that surprises you because you'd forgotten the sound. Or when Cookie pulls out a tin of peaches, how he got it, no one knows, and passes it around. You get 2 slices. Sticky, sweet, like syrup from heaven. You don't ask for more. You just let the flavour linger, memorising it like scripture. Or when you see a hawk circling above the herd, and you follow it with your eyes until it disappears. Something about that bird, free, graceful, alone, makes your chest ache in a way you can't name. There's a rhythm to the days. Misery, routine, small grace, repeat. The cows don't care if you're tired. The sun doesn't wait for you to be ready. But you learn to find moments inside the grind. You talk to yourself more than you'd admit. Out loud sometimes. The others pretend not to notice. You pretend not to care. It helps. When the wind's just right, it carries the scent of creosote or distant rain, and it reminds you that the world's bigger than the herd, and the fire, and the bruises on your thighs. It smells like change. Like maybe, someday, you'll do something else. Something that doesn't involve rawhide and bad coffee. You know it's a lie, but it's a sweet one. Sometimes you dream of a porch. A real one. Wood planks that don't creak. A rocking chair. Maybe a dog lying beside you. You dream of stew in a proper bowl. Of boots that aren't cracked. Of a face you love that doesn't disappear with the sunrise. Then the dream fades. The sun's up. The herd's moving. You saddle up and ride. And still, there are good things. A new shirt, stiff and strange but clean. A letter from someone who spelled your name wrong but cared enough to write. A bath in a stream when the water's not too cold and no one else is around. Even your own body can surprise you. A day when your back doesn't hurt as much. A night when your cough stays gone. A morning when your hands are steady. You look for these things. You collect them. You let them keep you going. One night, a storm rolls in. Sudden, loud, mean. Lightning cracks like a whip, and the herd shudders. You and the others ride in circles around him, shouting, singing, whatever it takes to keep them calm. When it passes, soaked and shaking, you lie on the ground, too tired to move. The earth is cold and wet, but you're alive. And someone, somewhere, says, hell of a thing, and you all laugh, because what else can you do? You fall asleep to the smell of wet leather and burned beans and the faintest hint of sage. That's life out here. Not a tale of glory, not a poem. Just a series of little comforts strung together on a rope of exhaustion and grit. And yet, for all the misery, you stay. Not because you have to, not entirely, but because you've learned to find beauty in broken places. Peace in the pause between disasters. Meaning in the mundane. One day you'll be too old for this. Your knees will give. Your hands will shake. You'll lie on a cot and think of all the things you meant to do. But you'll remember this: the night under the stars, the coffee with too much grit, the way your horse leaned into you when you fell asleep standing up. You'll remember, and it'll matter. Maybe one day they'll write books about you. Not with your name, not with the truth, but close enough. They'll dress it up, of course. The cowboy who rode into town, cleaned up the streets, rode off into the sunset. But the real story? It's quieter. It's harder. It's lonelier. And it matters, even if nobody remembers. The herd is gone, driven north, handed over at the railhead, loaded into boxcars like sacks of grain. You've spent months trailing them across sun-scorched plains, and through nights so cold your joints ached like old hinges. Now they're someone else's concern. Meat on the hoof, bound for markets you'll never see and tables you'll never sit at. All that remains of them is the scent in your clothes and a ghost herd lowing somewhere in your mind. You dismount in a town that smells of horses and fresh lumber. The buildings are sharp-cornered and new, but the faces are tired. Nobody greets you. Nobody cares. You tie your horse and stretch your back. It pops in 3 places. And you wonder when you started walking like a man twice your age. Your first stop is the saloon. Not because you're thirsty exactly, more because it's the closest thing to familiar. Inside, it's half full. A card game in the back. 2 men arguing softly over who owes whom. A girl at the piano playing a tune that sounds like it's made of dust and regret. You order coffee. You could have asked for whiskey, but you know how that ends. Sore knuckles, an empty pocket, and waking up face first in an alley. It's quieter than you remember. No trail hands laughing too loud. No barkeep trading jokes with regulars. Just the slow shuffle of a broom and the tired clink of glass. You drink your coffee and let the warmth settle in your chest. It's not good coffee, but it's hot and bitter. The 2 things it needs to be. You catch your reflection in the bar mirror and hardly recognize the man staring back. Your shirt is bleached by sun and sweat. Your beard is starting to grey. You're thinner than you remember, like the trail stripped away everything it didn't think you needed. Maybe it did. Even your hat sits different, more slumped, as if it too has given up on standing tall. Later you try to get a room. The woman behind the desk doesn't ask your name, just how many nights, and whether you'll be paying in coin or promise. You choose coin. You've got enough for a few days, maybe longer if you skip dinner, which, given your trail appetite, might be the plan anyway. Your room is up a narrow staircase, and the bed feels too soft. Your body's forgotten how to sleep without dirt under your spine. The pillow smells like laundry soap instead of horse. It's unsettling. You lie there in the dim and listen. Towns breathe differently than the trail. There's no coyote yelp, no breeze in the mesquite, no clatter of restless hooves. Just creaking boards, muffled laughter, and the clink of silverware in the dining room below. Civilization, they call it. Doesn't feel like it. The next morning you wake early anyway. Habit. No triangle clang from cookie, but your eyes snap open just the same. You dress slowly. Your hands don't move as quick as they used to. Your left knee clicks when it bends. You head out and wander. The streets are still sleepy, save for a boy sweeping dust off the wooden walkway, as if the town's trying to deny where it came from. You stop by the blacksmith. He's hammering a new shoe, the sound clean and sharp. He doesn't look up. You're just another trail ghost passing through. That suits you fine. You nod. He doesn't nod back. Respect's harder to come by when you don't have a badge or a name folks remember. In the days that follow, the rhythm of town life starts to press against you. You try to make yourself small. A seat at the end of the bar, a quiet nod at the mercantile. But still, you feel like a coin that's rolled into the wrong pocket. Townsfolk don't trust men with calloused hands and distant stares. They can't tell if you're a danger or just damaged. You wonder if you even know the difference anymore. You consider looking for work. A livery stable needs help mucking stalls. There's a sign at the freight office for a guard to ride shotgun on a coach run west. A ranch handspot just outside of town. None of it pays well. None of it calls to you. You were built for motion, for trail dust and open space, not fences and storefronts. Some men plant roots. Others drift like tumbleweed. You've long since stopped pretending you're the former. You kill time the way cowboys do. You sit. You whittle. You play a hand or two of cards. Lose more than you win, then fold before it gets ugly. You nurse cheap coffee and cheaper stew, spooning it slow as if each bite deserves thought. You watch men lie to each other and wonder if that's just how folks pass the time when there's no horizon to chase. Sometimes you ride out just a few miles, not far, just enough to feel the dirt stretch under your horse again. You listen to the creak of the saddle and the rustle of brush. It's not a trail ride, not really. It's a memory, reenacted. The horse knows the feeling too. Her ears twitch forward as if listening for cows that aren't there. You meet another cowboy one morning, fresh off a different drive. His face is windburned, eyes squinting even indoors. You nod, he nods. Nothing more needs saying. You both know the same truths about cold beans and hot tempers, stampedes in the night, and the ache behind your knees after a long day in the saddle. It's a brotherhood with no handshakes and no dues, just dust and respect. At night, you think about writing a letter. To who, though? Maybe your brother back east, if he's still alive. Maybe the girl who used to wait for you. But what would you say? I herded cows across hell and back. The beans were cold, the days were long, and no one said thank you. Doesn't seem worth the stamp. The money runs out faster than expected. It always does. That new shirt? Already fraying at the cuffs. That bath? A memory now. You stretch what you've got. Maybe a tin of beans, a bit of jerky, a crust of stale bread you don't ask too many questions about. You'd almost prefer trail meals. At least those had purpose. You pawn your spare boots. You skip lunch. You tell yourself you're not hungry. You tighten your belt another notch and call it thrift. But the truth is, towns don't feed the forgotten. One evening, just before dusk, you find yourself standing by the rail line, watching the trains. You don't know where they're going. Doesn't matter. Some part of you wonders what it'd be like to climb aboard and vanish across the country, disappear into another job, another trail, another version of yourself. But you don't. You just stand there, like a man staring at the ocean and remembering a ship he missed. And when you finally decide to move on, because you will, no one stops you. The saloon girl doesn't wave. The stable boy just takes the coin. The general store doesn't offer credit. You leave like you came in. with nothing promised, nothing owed. You ride out before sunrise. The town is still. The sky is grey with sleep, and as your horse picks up her pace, you don't look back. Cowboys don't say goodbye. They just disappear into the morning. Because in the end, that's what you were built for. Not a name, not a place. Just the ride.